young master Chen Xiao of the Chen family has awakened the memories of his past life. In his previous existence, he esteemed his parents and cared for his siblings, yet he could not warm the hearts of his family. The adopted son, Chen Qian, could stir up animosity and disdain among the entire family with just a few words, leading to endless torment. After being swindled out of all his shares, he was imprisoned, ultimately meeting a tragic end. With the awakening of his memories, Chen Xiao has become utterly unhinged. The notion of blood ties and familial affection can be damned. His biological mother, Lin Meilan, exclaimed, "A single hand cannot create a sound. If you do not target your brother, how could he possibly wrong you?" Chen Xiao responded by delivering a forceful slap. "I ask you now, does it resonate?" The adopted son, Chen Qian, feigned innocence, saying, "I never belonged to this family. I should have left long ago." Chen Xiao replied with a swift kick. "Do not fret. Shortly, the hearse will come to take you away." His biological father, Chen Qian, declared, "I do not acknowledge you as my son. I have only Chen Qian as my child." Chen Xiao smiled, combining fists and feet. "In that case, I, Chen Xiao, hereby declare in the name of the head of the Chen family, to expel Chen Tianwang from the family tree." Chapter 001. Exile from the Chen family. "Beast, how dare you push your brother down the stairs? How could I have given birth to such a heartless wretch?" A cacophony of hysterical insults echoed in his ears. Chen Xiao pressed his forehead as a sudden influx of memories flooded in, causing a throbbing pain in his brain. "These are the memories of my previous life?" Suddenly, Chen Xiao stood frozen. Within those memories, he was falsely accused, slandered, and wrongfully imprisoned, only to be killed by a runaway truck on the day of his release. The architect of all this was... Chen Xiao abruptly lifted his gaze, focusing on the lean youth at the center of the crowd, supported by many. Chen Qian, the adopted son of the Chen family, the apple of everyone's eye. Chen Xiao had mysteriously disappeared shortly after birth, and after a fruitless search, the Chen family adopted Chen Qian. 10 years ago, at the age of 8, Chen Xiao was brought back to the Chen family. However, his biological parents, Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan, treated him with cold indifference, regarding him as worthless. Chen Xiao's grandfather, the venerable Mr. Chen, could not bear to watch and took him under his wing, nurturing him with care and guidance. It was only 2 months ago, upon the death of his grandfather, that Chen Xiao returned to this household. Since that day, Chen Qian has relentlessly sought to undermine him, culminating in today's direct accusation of pushing him down the stairs. Standing beside him, glaring with fury, were his biological mother and sister, who were also accomplices in the betrayal that led to his demise in his past life. Unconsciously, Chen Xiao clenched his fists, his gaze toward Chen Qian icy. Upon noticing this, Chen Qian's previous smugness vanished, replaced by a facade of innocence as he cried out in terror, "Dad, my brother's gaze is terrifying." Chen Tianwang, witnessing this, erupted in anger, raising a hefty wooden stick. "You refuse to repent and threaten your brother. I shall beat you to death, you wretched beast." With a loud crack, the stick, propelled by the force of his anger, was caught by Chen Xiao before it could strike his back. Chen Tianwang's previously furious expression turned cold, swiftly replaced by greater rage. "You little beast, dare you resist? Who permitted you to stand? Kneel before me." Chen Tianwang bellowed, attempting to swing the stick once more, but Chen Xiao's grip on the other end was like that of an iron vice. Despite Chen Tianwang's desperate efforts, his face reddened from exertion, yet he could not prevail. "Release me, you little beast." Chen Tianwang cursed, swinging his free hand to strike Chen Xiao's face. Slap! The sharp sound echoed as Chen Tianwang staggered, stunned by the sudden pain on his cheek. The unexpected scene left everyone present in shock. After a moment of silence, a cold voice, filled with astonishment and indignation, rang out. "Chen Xia, have you lost your mind? You dare strike your father?" Chen Xia turned to his elder sister, Chen Wanqing, who trembled involuntarily at the chill in his gaze. "What is happening? Why does he seem so different? You fool, how dare you strike me? This is a reversal of fate." Chen Tianwang, recovering from his shock, erupted in fury, gripping the stick tightly as he pulled it back. "Let go. I will surely beat you to death today." At this, Chen Xiao relinquished his grip, causing Chen Tianwang to stumble backward and fall to the ground in a tangle. "Dad! Dad! Tianwang!" Cries of alarm rang out as Lin Meilan and Chen Wanqing rushed to assist, their eyes filled with anger directed at Chen Xia. "You wretched beast, born of your mother yet raised without one. How dare you strike your own father? Are you even human?" Lin Meilan's eyes brimmed with tears as she pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Xia, her voice piercingly sharp. "I may have been born of a mother yet raised without one, but whose fault is that? Ms. Lin Meilan?" Chen Xiao retorted with a mocking smile. "What did you call me?" Lin Meilan faltered, her expression darkening, lips quivering. "Are you blaming me for losing you? I have already felt remorse for over a decade. Is that not sufficient?" "I do not blame you at all. Rather, I am grateful." Had I truly been by your side all these years, I would likely have perished long ago under your oppression. Thus, I thank you for losing me." Lin Meilan, upon hearing this, burst into tears. "How can you say such things? You are my own son. You are tearing my heart apart." Chen Qian, observing the scene, limped over, wearing a mask of sorrow. "Father, mother, brother, let us not quarrel over my affairs. It is all my fault. I should not have made a mountain out of a molehill. My brother pushing me down the stairs was surely not intentional. Had I merely endured and not cried out in pain, none of this would have occurred. I never belonged to this family. I should have left long ago." With that, Chen Qian's eyes reddened as he began to shuffle toward the door. "My son." Upon seeing this, Lin Meilan felt a pang of anguish, rushing forward to embrace Chen Qian tightly, tears streaming down her face. "How can you say you do not belong to this family? You are one of us, my own son, and no one can cast you out," Lin Meilan declared, wiping her tears as she shot an angry glare at Chen Xiao. "Your brother is so considerate, even willing to take the blame for you. Yet you, instead of acknowledging his kindness, push him down the stairs and refuse to admit it, offering no apology." "I push you down the stairs, huh?" Observing the minor scrape on Chen Qian's knee, Chen Xiao could not help but chuckle. Falling down several flights of stairs, and he suffered nothing but a scraped knee. Are these people blind or merely lacking common sense? At this point, even he could not discern. "What? Even now, you refuse to admit it? I see I have not struck you hard enough," Chen Tianwang exclaimed, searching for the stick once more. "I admit it. It was I who pushed him." Suddenly, Chen Xiao spoke, contradicting his previous denials. Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan paused, then with stern expressions, declared, "Since you have admitted it, apologize to your brother immediately and kneel at the door for 3 hours. This matter will then be resolved." "I have not yet finished speaking," Chen Xiao interjected. "Yes, I push him, but not just now." With that, Chen Xiao stepped forward, grasping Chen Qian by the collar and pulling him toward the staircase. "You little beast, what are you doing? Release your brother." Chen Tianwang's heart raced with alarm as he reached for Chen Xiao's shoulder. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao spun around and kicked Chen Tianwang in the stomach, sending him flying several meters to crash onto the coffee table. "Wretch, are you mad?" Lin Meilan's eyes widened in shock and fury as she glared at Chen Xiao, raising her hand to strike him. Chen Xiao seized her wrist, then without a moment's hesitation, returned the slap. Lin Meilan fell to the ground, clutching her stinging cheek, momentarily stunned. "Chen Xiao, are you rebelling? How dare you act against your parents?" Chen Xiao's second sister, Chen Yaxin, rushed forward, her eyes wide with rage as she pointed an accusing finger at him. Slap! Chen Xiao retaliated with a quick strike, sending her sprawling beside Lin Meilan, casting a cold gaze upon her. "You thought I would spare you." Chen Wanqing and Chen Ruoqiu, seeing this, halted their advance, merely assisting Lin Meilan and Chen Yaxin to their feet. "Father, mother, elder sister, second sister, third sister, save me." Chen Qian, still in Chen Xiao's grasp, struggled desperately, his voice tinged with tears. Chen Xiao regarded the others, who were too fearful to speak out, dragging Chen Qian like a lifeless dog toward the staircase, ascending the steps to the second floor. "Behold, it was I who pushed him." With that, Chen Xiao hoisted Chen Qian and forcefully shoved him, sending him tumbling down the stairs, his screams piercing the air. "Son, little Qian!" The onlookers gasped in horror, rushing forward to intervene. At that moment, Chen Qian lay on the ground, groaning in pain, blood trickling from his forehead, staining the stairs, his clothing disheveled, and his limbs bruised, clearly suffering severe injuries. "Have you all seen clearly? Would you like me to demonstrate again?" "Chen Xia, do you intend to kill little Qian?" Chen Ruoqiu shouted at him. "You all claimed I pushed him down the stairs. Now I have fulfilled your wishes. Why are you not pleased?" Chen Xia slowly descended the staircase, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Xiao Qian would never intentionally frame you. Even if he did not push him, he must have been disoriented from the fall and mistakenly believed you were the one who shoved him. Can't we simply clarify this matter? Is it truly necessary to push him once for good measure? Or perhaps you would like to take his place?" Chen Xiao scoffed, directing his gaze towards Chen Ruoqiu, who immediately trembled, her complexion paling. Chen Zhao's piercing gaze swept across the crowd. "Clarify the situation. Has anyone among you ever afforded me the opportunity to explain? There is clearly surveillance at the staircase. Yet has anyone even suggested reviewing the footage?" Chen Zhao's words resonated with undeniable authority, leaving the assembly speechless. Although they felt a sense of injustice, they found themselves devoid of rebuttal. "We were simply alarmed by Xiao Qian's injury, which is why we—" Chen Ruoqiu's expression darkened as she weakly attempted to justify their actions. Chen Qian, merely scraped his knee, yet you all are in such a frenzy. I was left battered and bloodied, and did any of you express concern for my well-being?" It was then that Lin Meilan noticed the blood oozing from the gash on Chen Zhao's forehead, inflicted by Chen Tianwang, and the crimson stains adorning the back of his white shirt. In an instant, Her tears cascaded down her cheeks as she confronted Chen Tianwang with fury, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? How could you strike him so mercilessly? Xiao is also our son." Chen Tianwang, already seething with rage from being kicked to the ground by Chen Xiao, felt his anger flare even more at Lin Meilan's outburst. "Enough. It's merely a few strikes. Discipline is born of the rod. I acted for his own good. Besides, wasn't I merely reacting to the urgency of Xiao Qian's injury?" With that, Chen Tianwang cast a menacing glance at Chen Xiao. "Moreover, I now believe I may have gone too easy on him. This little wretch dares to lay hands on his own parents. Clearly, he is in need of stricter guidance. I grew up in an orphanage until the age of 8, and after that, I lived with my grandfather. You have never cared for me even a single day. What do you consider yourselves as parents?" Silence. There are no parents without faults. Even if we did not raise you, you carry our blood, a bond that cannot be severed. You strike your parents and disrespect your siblings. Are you not fearful of divine retribution? If filial disobedience invites divine punishment, you would be the first to be struck by lightning. Chen Xiao's expression turned icy. "Dare you claim that my grandfather's death has nothing to do with you?" In an instant, Chen Tianwang's face contorted with rage. "You little wretch, if you dare to speak such nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart." Witnessing Chen Tianwang's anxious demeanor, Chen Xiao felt his suspicions solidify. Although the elderly patriarch Chen Laotai was advanced in years, he had maintained good health until he suddenly passed away a few months ago, a fact that Chen Xiao found hard to accept. Yet, in his past life, he had remained oblivious to the truth until his dying breath. "You had best pray that I do not uncover the truth." Chen Xiao's tone was laced with chilling threat. Chen Tianwang ground his teeth, his countenance shifting through various shades of emotion before ultimately settling into a cold snort. A pained cry from Chen Qian on the ground suddenly reminded everyone of the injured individual still lying there. "First, take Xiao Qian to the hospital, and we shall deal with this little scoundrel later." Chen Tianwang bellowed, lifting Chen Qian and striding purposefully towards the exit. "Wait, what do you intend to do now?" Chen Xiao regarded Chen Tianwang with a cold stare. "My grandfather's will has bequeathed the position of head of the Chen family to me. Hence I declare in the name of the family head. I hereby expel the branch of Chen Tianwang from the Chen family." Chapter 002. The Ancestral Hall and the Revised Family Tree. What did you say? Chen Tianwang and the others stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. "Are your ears deaf? You have all been expelled from the Chen family. This villa is the property of the Chen family. So now, immediately, take your belongings and get out." Chen Zhao's expression was cold as he gazed at the crowd, his tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Chen Tianwang took several deep breaths, his fury transforming into a bitter laugh. Well, how the tables have turned. My son has expelled me from my own home. Xiaoya, do not be foolish. Apologize quickly, and we shall pretend we did not hear your earlier words." Lin Meilan frowned, attempting to ease the tension. Yet, Chen Xiao remained expressionless and coldly stated, "I will give you 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I will begin to remove you." Preposterous. Chen Tianwang's eyes widened in anger as he bellowed. "Chen Xiao, must you be so ruthless? Father is the biological son of grandfather. How can you cause a rift between father and son? Can grandfather's spirit rest in peace with this turmoil? How can you be so unfilial? Do you not owe grandfather gratitude for his years of guidance? He taught you the importance of propriety from a young age. Have you forgotten? Grandfather always said that harmony in the family brings prosperity. Do you still hold that in your heart?" Elder sister Chen Wanqing stepped forward, her face etched with sadness as she spoke loudly. Unlike Chen Tianwang, who shouted like a madman, she appealed to reason and emotion. She understood that Chen Xiao held little affection for their family, but he revered their grandfather immensely. By invoking grandfather's name and appealing to filial piety, she hoped to touch his heart. However, this time, Chen Wanqing miscalculated. "If grandfather were to blame me for my decision, I would seek his forgiveness after my death. But for now, you all must leave." Chen Zhao's face darkened, showing no signs of retreat. In his previous life, when tormented by these so-called relatives, Chen Xiao had attempted to resist. Yet, they always used grandfather's name to pressure him, leading him to compromise time and again, ultimately resulting in his tragic demise. "How can you be so obstinate? You. Chen Wanqing pointed at Chen Xiao, struggling to form a complete sentence, her eyes filled with anger and disappointment. "Before using grandfather to pressure me, consider the things you have done to me. Moreover, you have only 3 minutes and 16 seconds left. Chen Xiao, do you truly believe I cannot handle you?" Seeing that Chen Xiao remained unmoved by threats or reason, Chen Tianwang was livid. "I will inform you that even if grandfather bequeathed you the position of family head, with your immature self, who would acknowledge you? The Chen family is still under my command. As he spoke, Chen Qian shouted to the bodyguards at the entrance, "Are you all dead? Get in here." Instantly, 7 or 8 towering figures clad in black suits and sunglasses rushed in, forming a line behind Chen Qian. "Charge at him, just leave him breathing." He waved his hand at Chen Xiao, but the bodyguards exchanged glances, none daring to move. "What? Can I command you anymore? Don't forget who put food on your table." Chen Qian roared, and after a moment of hesitation, several bodyguards reluctantly approached Chen Xiao, their faces filled with conflict. "Old Chen, this might not be wise. What if we cause harm?" Lin Meilan interjected, concerned. He is expelling us from the Chen family. Why should we worry about him? Death would be a release." Chen Qian replied with a fierce expression. Lin Meilan wished to say more, but just then, Chen Qian suddenly cried out in pain. "It hurts, Mom and Dad. Can we please go to the hospital?" Instantly, Lin Meilan disregarded everything else. Her face filled with concern as she looked at Chen Qian, gently blowing on his wound. "All right, my dear, don't be afraid. Mom and Dad will take you to the hospital right now. It won't hurt." With that, they hurried outside with Chen Qian, not once glancing back at Chen Xiao, who was surrounded by bodyguards. Chen Xiao chuckled softly, relieved that he had never held any expectations of them, so he did not feel particularly disappointed now. "Young master, we apologize. We are merely trying to make a living. We cannot disobey the old master's orders. We will try to go easy on you." Chen Xiao looked at the bodyguards, his tone calm. "We know, but you are still young, and we cannot place our hopes on you, so we must apologize." As they spoke, several bodyguards lunged at Chen Xiao, their massive forms making heavy thuds as they advanced. Chen Xiao slightly raised his eyes and responded. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the bodyguard were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing to the ground in a cacophony of cries. The only standing bodyguard, the captain, stared in shock at the composed Chen Xiao, unable to suppress a gulp. How could you? The bodyguards were all seasoned veterans. Some even former special forces, capable of single-handedly taking on 10 grown men. Yet, in mere moments, they had all been defeated by Chen Xiao, an occurrence that was nothing short of bizarre. How had he accomplished this? The Chen family does not need lapdogs that bite their master. Take your men and leave, the captain said, his face pale and grim, as he nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. With that, he led his injured subordinates in a hasty retreat. Chen Xiao watched them depart, a ripple of emotions stirring within him. Within Chen Xiao's awakened memories lay not only the recollections of the previous life as the young master of the Chen family, but also countless memories from other reincarnations. In each of those lives, he too was named Chen Xiao, yet his identities varied dramatically. An elusive divine healer, a top hacker, a business magnate, a martial arts master, even an interstellar explorer. The ability to take down so many bodyguards was attributed not only to his years of rigorous training, resulting in a robust physique, but also to martial arts techniques gleaned from those past life memories. However, Chen Xiao found it rather absurd that in all his 100 lives, he had ultimately met with betrayal and a tragic end. If one were to calculate, this life marked his 101st reincarnation, the only instance where he experienced a repeated situation. In addition, while browsing through these memories, he discovered something particularly intriguing. It turned out that today was not the first time he had awakened to his reincarnation memories in this life. 5 years prior, he had experienced a similar awakening that lasted less than a month. During that time, he seemed acutely aware of the urgency and made numerous plans. Now he thought it was time to revisit the outcomes of those plans. With that, Chen Xiao settled onto the sofa and dialed a number. "Grandpa Hu, do you have time now? Please bring some bodyguards and servants to my place." Understood. Half an hour later, a spirited elderly man dressed in a tang suit, accompanied by a team of robust bodyguards and several servants, arrived at the villa. "Young master, what happened to you?" Hu Zhongin exclaimed, shocked at the sight of Chen Xiao, whose head was smeared with blood. Hu Zhongin, the steward of the Chen family's ancestral residence, has been a trusted confidant of the venerable Chen Anming for nearly half a century, displaying unwavering loyalty. He has also watched over Chen Xiao as he grew up. In a previous life, whenever Chen Xiao was subjected to the torment of Chen Tianwang and others, Hu Zhongin would rise to protect him. Unfortunately, due to his advanced age, he passed away within 2 years. Following his demise, the Chen family became increasingly relentless towards Chen Xiao, ultimately leading to his wrongful imprisonment. "Not to worry. A little medicine will suffice. I am here, after all." "Indeed, we are all present," Chen Xiao affirmed, with 30 bodyguards and a total of 15 servants, including housekeepers, maids, drivers, and gardeners. "You few, go upstairs and dispose of everything in the rooms," Chen Xiao commanded, pointing at the bodyguards and servants. They immediately set to work, carrying and tossing pile after pile of belongings at the villa's entrance. "Young master, what is this?" one of the servants inquired. I have expelled the Chen Tianwang family from the Chen residence, and their possessions naturally have no right to remain here, Chen Xiao replied, pouring a cup of tea for Hu Zhongyin and himself, gesturing for him to sit. The astonishment in Hu Zhongyin's eyes deepened, and a moment later, he could not help but laugh heartily. Young master has indeed grown up. Your decisive manner of handling matters is strikingly reminiscent of the late master. At this, Chen Xiao felt no joy, but rather a bitter smile crept onto his face. Grandfather often said that harmony within the family leads to prosperity. Having done this, I shall have no face to meet him again. Hu Zhongyin shook his head. The master would not blame you, young master. Do you know why he named you Chen Xiao? It was because his greatest wish was for you to live freely and without constraints. If, due to the master's words in life, you were forced to endure humiliation and compromise, it would contradict his aspirations. Furthermore, the discord within the Chen family is not your fault. Chen Tianwang's family is blind and biased, and the master had his reservations about them even in his lifetime, which is why they seldom interacted. Thus, young master, whatever you deem right, pursue it boldly. The master would never hold it against you. You have always been his pride, and I shall forever support you. Should you wish to live as a stable, wealthy heir, I shall protect you to the best of my abilities. If you seek to manage the Chen family, I will serve you faithfully and devotedly. Chen Xiao bowed his head in silence. Very well, Uncle Hu, I understand. I have one more matter for you to assist me with. What is it? Please contact the elders of the Chen clan and the other branches. I intend to convene the ancestral hall and revise the clan genealogy. Chapter 003. Doctor, why did you only arrive now? Chen Tianwang, in a state of frantic urgency, drove recklessly, speeding through red lights, until he finally reached the hospital. Doctor, where's the doctor? Quick, someone. Chen Tianwang burst into the hospital lobby, carrying Chen Qian and shouting like a madman. A nurse quickly approached, wheeling in a stretcher and expertly laying Chen Qian upon it, then whisking him off to the emergency room. Inside the emergency room, upon seeing the injured Chen Qian and the throng of Chen family members rushing in, the doctor's brow furrowed. Why did you only arrive now? At this remark, Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan's heart sank. Lin Meilan instantly broke down in tears, kneeling beside the stretcher and grasping Chen Qian's hand, crying out, "My son, if you had come 2 minutes later, I would have been off duty," the doctor remarked, causing Lin Meilan's sobs to cease abruptly, relief flooding her heart. However, due to her panic, her legs weakened and she could not stand, needing the support of Chen Wanqing and others to help her up. How did the patient sustain his injuries? The doctor inquired while donning gloves. He was pushed down the stairs, Chen Wanqing replied, to which Chen Qian added, "Twice." Twice. The doctor furrowed his brow and examined Chen Qian carefully. From the wounds and injuries, it does not appear he suffered 2 separate incidents. Chen Qian pointed to a small injury on Chen Qian's knee. This is from the first time he was pushed down the stairs. The doctor nodded. What else? Nothing else, Chen Qian responded. The doctor was momentarily rendered speechless, his mouth twitching slightly. This minor injury, had you arrived a moment later, would have healed on its own. It certainly would not have resulted from a fall down the stairs. With that, the doctor waved the unreliable family members away. You all must leave. We need to begin treating the wounds. Most are superficial injuries. We will take some x-rays to check for fractures, and, if none are found, he can return home to recuperate. The crowd was ushered out of the emergency room. Chen Tianwang paced back and forth, sighing heavily. Lin Meilan sat in a chair, quietly sobbing, glancing into the emergency room, her heart breaking at the sound of Chen Qian's painful groans. Sisters, do you think we have wronged Chen Xiao? Chen Wanqing recalled everything that had transpired that night, as well as the doctor's words, and could not help but ask, everyone, Chen Qian and we grew up together. Do you not trust his character? If he said Chen Xiao pushed him, then it must be true. Could Chen Qian possibly frame him? And he dares to hit his parents. What would he not do? Chen Yashin's face was filled with indignation as she remembered the slap she received from Chen Xiao, still feeling a dull ache in her cheek. I certainly do not believe Chen Qian would wrong Chen Xiao, but it is also possible that Chen Qian simply fell and is confused, a mere misunderstanding. Besides, Chen Xiao was so adamant about us checking the surveillance. If he truly committed the act, why would he suggest that? Chen Wanqing's brow furrowed, her mind clouded with doubt. Eldest sister, you are too naive, which is why you have been deceived by that scoundrel Chen Xiao. He would dare to push Chen Qian, but he certainly would not leave behind any evidence incriminating himself. If I am not mistaken, the surveillance at the staircase must have been disabled by him long ago. If we were to check, we would find nothing, an untraceable offense. Chen Yashin scoffed confidently. Moreover, even if we wronged him, does that justify him hitting our parents and right before our eyes, again pushing Chen Qian down the stairs? However, Father did indeed strike Chen Xiao rather harshly. If he was wronged, it is only natural for him to harbor resentment. Just think about it. If you were wronged, would you not feel anger? Chen Qian, hearing this, showed no signs of wavering, instead wearing a frustrated expression. Why should I empathize with that scoundrel? He is nothing compared to Chen Qian. I believe grandfather spoiled him too much, raising him to be so undisciplined and unruly. Father was too lenient with him. Yaxin, Chen Xiao is our biological brother. How can you speak of him like that? Chen Wanqing was taken aback by Chen Yaxin's remarks. Enough, eldest sister. Do not say anything more. Just thinking of that scoundrel Chen Xiao irritates me. I have never regarded him as my brother. Chen Yaxin, enough. What are you shouting about? Chen Qian is still inside receiving treatment. What will happen if you disturb the doctor with your bickering? Chen Tianwang interjected, seeing the sisters escalating their argument. Chen Wanqing bit her lip, a flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her emotions. Meanwhile, upon hearing that it might affect Chen Qian, Chen Yaxin immediately sealed her lips, anxiously watching the commotion inside the emergency room, her heart fervently praying. At that moment, Chen Wanqing suddenly recalled that before they departed, Chen Tianwang had instructed the bodyguards to teach Chen Xiao a lesson, threatening to beat him to a pulp. The thought tightened her heart, and she hastily inquired, Dad, have you been in contact with the bodyguards at home? They wouldn't have actually harmed Chen Xiao, would they? Why should I care? If he dies, he deserves it, Chen Tianwang scoffed, irritably waving his hand, his gaze fixed solely on the emergency room. The others mirrored his demeanor, showing no concern for Chen Xiao, even after her reminder. Even if the bodyguards refrained from acting against him due to his status as the young master. No one had suggested taking him to the hospital after he had been beaten black and blue by Chen Tianwang. Chen Wanqing fell silent, her heart a tumult of emotions. Chen Xiao was undeniably a part of this family. Why did no one care for him? Following the doctor's treatment, Chen Qian's injuries were deemed not severe, and after an X-ray confirmed no fractures, only superficial wounds remained. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the Chen family, relieved, left the hospital and sought a high-end restaurant to indulge in a lavish dinner. Excuse me, could you please pack a steak, a pasta dish, and a yam and pork rib soup? As they were about to settle the bill, Chen Wanqing informed the waiter, prompting an incredulous look from Chen Ruoqiu beside her. Elder sister, weren't you full? Why are you packing food to take home? It's for Chen Xiao. Today, we were supposed to celebrate Xiao Qian ranking in the top 50 for the monthly exam, so we let the household staff have a day off. Chen Xiao must still be hungry, she replied. At her words, the atmosphere instantly darkened. Elder sister, why bring up that ungrateful wretch during a happy occasion? It's so ominous. Chen Yaxin frowned, visibly displeased. Let that scoundrel starve. Why should he be fed? So he has the strength to defy his parents? Chen Tianwang slammed the table, his anger palpable. Dad, please calm down. What can a family overcome? We should discuss this calmly when we get back. There must be some misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that he struck his own parents, or that he intends to expel our entire family from the house? With that, Chen Tianwang stood abruptly, leaving in a fit of rage. The other shot Chen Wanqing a disdainful glance before rising to depart. A bittersweet smile crossed Chen Wanqing's lips, her heart laden with helplessness and sorrow. After a moment, she exited the restaurant with the packed meals, only to find no trace of her family outside. The 2 cars had already left, having never considered waiting for her. In that instant, she felt a semblance of understanding towards Chen Xiao. Chapter 004. Giving face but not accepting it. At the entrance of the Chen family villa, 3 large black garbage bins stood conspicuously, filled to the brim with an array of luxurious clothing, jewelry, bags, and cosmetics. The contents of just one bin could easily be worth millions. Upon parking at the gate, Chen Tianwang and the others were instantly engulfed in fury at the sight. My limited edition LV bag. My Patek Philippe watch. They gazed in disbelief at their once treasured possessions, now relegated to filthy garbage bins, feeling as though their hearts were bleeding. Their anger surging uncontrollably. Who did this? Chen Tianwang's face turned ashen as he bellowed, rushing towards the villa. Suddenly, 2 black-clad bodyguards raised their hands, blocking his path, their expressions devoid of emotion as they stood firm at the entrance. Outrageous! Have you lost your senses? You dare to obstruct me! Chen Tianwang glared furiously at the bodyguards, shouting. Yet, they remained unmoved, their arms as unyielding as iron pillars, regardless of his attempts to shove or pull them aside. Have you gone mad? I, Chen Tianwang, live here. How dare you stop me? You have been expelled from the Chen family and are not permitted to set foot here. This is your final warning. Leave immediately, or we will retaliate. The bodyguard spoke with icy detachment, leaving no room for negotiation. Stunned, Chen Qian stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. It was at this moment he noticed that these bodyguards were not from the usual household staff. "You are from the old residents." A heaviness settled in his heart as he realized that Chen Xiao's earlier words had not been mere jest. He had genuinely severed ties with his family. "Bring that wretched Chen Xiao out here. I wish to know if he still has any regard for his parents." Chen Tianwang's voice echoed through the empty courtyard. The bodyguards' expressions darkened as they moved to push Chen Tianwang away, but the villa door swung open abruptly. Chen Xiao's cold figure appeared at the entrance, his gaze as sharp as ice slicing through the crowd. "Sir." The bodyguards immediately halted, bowing in respect to Chen Xiao. "Little braggart, you finally dare to show yourself. Return our belongings. Who gave you the audacity?" Chen Tianwang pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Xiao. Unfazed, Chen Xiao's expression remained unchanged, though his eyes darkened ominously. "Why are you barking like a dog? What did you say?" Chen Tianwang trembled with rage, his finger quaking as he pointed at Chen Xiao. "If you're deaf, go see a doctor. I have no time to help you with your hearing." With that, Chen Xiao turned to the two bodyguards. "If he continues to bark and disturb my rest, you may pack up and leave." "Yes, sir." The two nodded earnestly, and one swiftly executed a choke hold on Chen Tianwang, rendering him nearly breathless and unable to utter a sound. The other seized Chen Tianwang by the legs, dragging him away like a prize pig. "What is happening? Stop this at once." Just then, a taxi pulled up at the entrance, and Chen Wanqing hurriedly disembarked. Upon witnessing the scene, her complexion drained of color as she rushed forward. "Elder sister, you finally arrived. That scoundrel Chen Xiao has gone mad. Not only did he throw out all our belongings, but he also had someone harm our father." Chen Ruoqiu quickly approached, clutching Chen Wanqing's hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she pointed at the dragged Chen Tianwang. Her voice choked with emotion. "Please, let my father go." Chen Wanqing pleaded, attempting to rescue him from the bodyguards, but they stood like unyielding robots, immovable. Desperate tears streamed down her face as she turned to Chen Xiao. "Brother, for the sake of your elder sister, can we not escalate this? After all, we are family. Please have them release our father. He is old and cannot withstand such turmoil." "Very well, then you take his place." Chen Xiao's expression remained calm, his gaze sharp as a blade. Chen Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, tears welling in her eyes, realizing for the first time how unyielding and stubborn Chen Xiao had become after all these years. It said that there should be no overnight enmity between father and son. Father has a hard exterior but a soft heart. He has been regretting his actions since returning, wishing to apologize to you. He was even worried you might be hungry alone at home, which is why I packed this food for you. Recognizing that a hard approach would not work, Chen Wanqing softened her tone, adopting a conciliatory strategy. "Look, steak, pasta, and yam and pork rib soup, all your favorites." Holding several takeout boxes in her hands, Chen Wanqing managed to force a smile onto her face. Chen Xiao remained silent as he slowly approached her. A flicker of joy surged within Chen Wanqing. It seemed that Chen Xiao preferred gentleness over harshness. As he accepted the neatly packaged meals from her, a smile crept onto Chen Xiao's lips as he gazed at the exquisite dishes. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a meal box fell to the ground, splattering soup everywhere, while a piece of steak landed squarely on Chen Qian's face. The steak was indeed Chen Qian's favorite. Another sharp sound followed as the box of pasta was violently hurled at Chen Yashin. Pasta, too, was a cherished dish of hers. Finally, with a resounding bang, the yam and rib soup, something he relished, was flung toward her, while Chen Wanqing, who was allergic to yam, felt the scalding soup splash on her calves. Tears streamed down her cheeks, half from the pain in her legs and half from the heartache of realizing that her own brother's preferences were completely foreign to her. Not only had she failed to understand what he loved, but she was also ignorant of his significant yam allergy. How utterly disappointing it was for her to be such a sister. "Chen Xiao, is this really necessary? We admit we may have overlooked you at times, but must you escalate things to this extent? Throwing our belongings out and hurling food at us, does that bring you joy?" "Oh, it certainly does," Chen Xiao replied without hesitation. Facing Chen Yashin's ire, "You." Chen Yashin seethed, pointing at him, unable to articulate her fury. "I don't have time to listen to your incessant whining. Get out of my sight. You have 3 seconds. 3. I'll stand right here. Let us see what you can do." Chen Yashin defiantly placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Chen Xiao. 2. Chen Xiao continued his countdown, while Chen Yashin remained steadfastly staring him down. The others began to waver, and Chen Tianwang nearly fainted from the tension. "Second sister, don't force it. Let us just leave. I want to leave." I want to see what he can do. Chen Qian insisted, while Chen Xiao finished his countdown. 1. You've run out of chances. With that, Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively and turned away, striding into the villa. Instantly, over 20 bodyguards emerged from the courtyard, each exuding an air of coldness. Chen Qian and the others exchanged glances, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. We need to go right now, Chen Qian exclaimed, panic-stricken. As she hurried everyone back to the car to escape, Chen Qian hesitated for a moment, lagging behind. In that fleeting moment, one bodyguard lunged forward, taking a giant step and grasping Chen Qian's shoulder with an iron grip. Without mercy, he lifted her overhead and flung her out. Weighing barely 100 pounds, she was tossed aside like a feather, crashing onto the ground outside the Chen family villa, gasping for breath from the pain. The others, witnessing this, dared not linger, quickly starting their vehicles and pulling Chen Qian into the car as they drove past. Chen Xiao stood at the villa entrance, watching the cars speed away before turning his gaze back inside. Such ungratefulness. Chapter 005. The Schemes of 5 Years Ago. The Underground Emperor of Jiangnan. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, Chen Tianwang sat on the sofa, his face contorted with rage as he chain-smoked. If I had known this little wretch would turn out like this, I should have drowned him in the toilet the moment he was born. He abruptly extinguished a cigarette, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by deeper resentment. How can you say that? In the 10 years since Xiao returned, have you ever shown him any concern? Especially in these last few months since he moved back. How many times have you disciplined him? Lin Meilan, her eyes bloodshot, reproached Chen Tianwang. Now you're blaming me. When I disciplined him, I never saw you stop me. And if he hadn't bullied Xiao Qian, would I have needed to discipline him? Too much leniency breeds wayward children. Chen Xiao's current state is entirely your fault. As she watched her parents blame each other, Chen Wanqing sat quietly, her heart heavy with complexity. In this situation, she felt lost as to whom to blame. It seemed everyone had their faults, yet each was also somewhat justified. Dad, Mom, in the end, it's all my fault. Your son, who has suffered so much while wandering alone, contrasts starkly with me. A child who knows nothing of his parents, but has enjoyed all that should have belonged to him. Your love, the Chen family's opulence. All the things that should have been his, I have selfishly claimed for so many years. I owe him an apology. Chen Qian, whose spirits had slightly lifted, once again entered the realm of green tea, struggling to sit up, his eyes red and voice choked. Mom and Dad, why don't you just kick me out of the Chen family? If I leave, you can go back and sincerely apologize to my brother, vowing never to associate with me again. I'm sure he will forgive you without holding a grudge, and you can return to the big villa. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan felt as though their hearts were being sliced open. My precious son, what nonsense are you spouting? We could never cast you aside. You are your mother's favorite. To do so would be to take my life. Don't worry, Qian. It's just a villa worth only a few million. Let that little brat have it. Tomorrow, your parents will take you to buy a new one, even larger and more luxurious, and it will be written in your name. You are our most beloved son. Chen Tianwang gently stroked Chen Qian's head, his tone firm yet tender, eyes filled with affection. Yes, Qian, you mustn't speak like that again. Having our family together is worth more than anything. Indeed, on the surface, it appears we've been driven away by Chen Xiao. But from another perspective, aren't we the ones who have cast him out? I never considered him family anyway. Chen Qian and Chen Ruoqiu chimed in, smiling in agreement. It was a warm and harmonious scene. Chen Wanqing should have felt joy, yet for reasons unknown, she found herself enveloped in an inexplicable sorrow. If this had been before, hearing Chen Qian's self-deprecating words would have undoubtedly pained her, prompting her to vow to protect him from any grievances. However, at this moment, hearing those words elicited an inexplicable bitterness within her. When did she fail to notice the strong scent of green tea emanating from Chen Qian? Since they were scheduled to view houses tomorrow, it would be best to rest early. Chen Wanqing sighed softly, rising to head to her room, her emotions tangled. Eldest sister, could you help me with my medication later? That bodyguard was really ruthless. He threw me hard. Let the third one help you. I'm exhausted. With that, Chen Wanqing entered her room and slammed the door shut behind her. What is this eldest sister doing? Who is she throwing a tantrum at? Chen Tianwang grumbled. Enough with the complaints. Wanqing was doused with hot soup by Chen Xiao. She is certainly not feeling well, he added, raising his voice intentionally. Inside her room, Chen Wanqing leaned against the door, a medley of emotions swirling within her, her expression one of indescribable melancholy. Tiangong Club. The Tiangong Club, the most opulent private establishment in Pingjiang and the entire Jiangnan region, attracts only the wealthiest and most esteemed clientele. Even in the depths of night, The club remains ablaze with lights, bustling with guests engaged in discussions of monumental business deals worth billions. On the top floor of the Tiangong Club, the imposing and serious Chen Xiao strides purposefully toward his office. As he passes, the staff bow their heads in respect, their eyes filled with awe. For he is not only the proprietor of this illustrious establishment, but also the undisputed underground emperor of Jiangnan province, a title he has never publicly acknowledged. Upon reaching his office door, Chen Yang's expression suddenly shifts upon noticing the ajar door. He forcefully pushes it open and, spotting a figure seated with their back against the entrance, his gaze flickers as one hand instinctively moves toward his waist, cautiously approaching while coldly demanding, "Who are you? How did you get in here? I have been seated in this office for 15 minutes, and I noticed nothing amiss until your arrival." "Ah, Zong." "You remain as heedless as ever," the young voice, somewhat familiar, responds. At the sound of that long-familiar name, Chen Yang's brow furrows in confusion. Upon hearing the much-missed Ayong, his demeanor transforms dramatically, and he dashes to the desk. Big brother, gazing upon the familiar, handsome visage in the office chair. Tears stream down Chen Yong's face, his lips quivering with emotion, yet words fail him. Ultimately, all his fervent feelings culminate in a profound act of reverence as he kneels. "Big brother, it has been 5 years. You have finally come to see me." The underground emperor of Jiangnan kneels, clutching Chen Xiao's legs, weeping inconsolably, resembling a child of 200 pounds, utterly devoid of any regal demeanor. "Enough, enough. Look at you. How is it that you now weep more than when I first met you?" Chen Xiao says, a hint of disdain in his expression as he gently pushes Chen Yang's arms aside, though his eyes betray a flicker of satisfaction. 5 years ago, when Chen Yang faced dire straits and contemplated ending his life, it was Chen Xiao who rescued him, providing both financial support and a developmental strategy. Over the years, leveraging the resources Chen Xiao had left him and his own indomitable spirit, Shen Yang had indeed built a substantial enterprise. Yet, time could change hearts, and the unpredictability of fate cast a shadow of doubt in Chen Xiao's mind. Would Shen Yang, now a formidable figure in his own right, still remember the kindness he had once received? Even on his way here, Chen Xiao had contemplated that should Shen Yang prove ungrateful, he would have no choice but to sever ties and begin anew. However, the reaction Shen Yang had just displayed reassured him that he had not misjudged his old friend. "Big brother, you left me a letter and vanished. I truly believed I would never see you again in this lifetime. Now that I can lay my eyes upon you once more, I have no regrets," Shen Yang said, wiping his tears as his voice trembled. "I mentioned in the letter that I would return," Chen Xiao replied with a faint smile, pouring a cup of tea for Shen Yang. At that moment, an idea struck Shen Yang. He rose and retrieved several folders from his desk drawer, laying them out on the coffee table. "Big brother, these are all the enterprises I currently oversee. I have established the Tiangong Group, which includes an entertainment company, a real estate firm, a security company, 6 clubs, over 100 bars and KTVs, along with numerous properties. Tomorrow, we shall transfer the shares and ownership into your name." Chen Xiao glanced at the stack of folders and waved his hand dismissively. "No need, keep them for now. I have no use for them at this moment. Big brother, please accept them. Without you, I would have long been lost in the depths of despair. Over the years, I have amassed considerable wealth, and these companies and enterprises flourish thanks to the brilliant strategies you left me. They rightfully belong to you. I felt quite embarrassed holding them for so long." Shen Yang insisted earnestly. "Very well, put them away for now, and we shall discuss it when I have the time," Chen Xiao acquiesced, prompting an immediate look of elation on Shen Yang's face as he carefully stowed the folders away. "I have come to you for another matter," Chen Xiao said, his expression turning serious. Shen Yang promptly composed himself, sitting upright on the sofa with the attentiveness of a diligent student. "Is the system I left you still operational?" Shen Yang nodded, retrieving a laptop from the safe and opening a specialized software. After entering an extensive series of passwords, the screen displayed a plethora of dense data and charts. "Since my influence began to take shape, I have diligently developed the intelligence operations as you instructed. We now possess comprehensive information on every sizable company in Pingjiang and the Jiangnan province, along with detailed profiles of their executives and key personnel." Chen Xiao took the laptop and casually perused the information. "Is the data sufficiently accurate and reliable?" "Absolutely. To put it plainly, aside from a select few individuals with truly clean backgrounds, we could pull up any profile from this system and ensure their downfall without fail. After all, how many in high society maintain a spotless reputation?" Shen Yang replied, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Chen Xiao nodded approvingly. "Throughout history, intelligence has remained an invaluable resource. This was precisely why, During his brief awakening 5 years ago, he had insisted that Shen Yong establish an intelligence organization. With these resources at hand, it would be an understatement to say that in Pingjiang, he could determine the fate of anyone he desired. Well done. Are there any others privy to this system's information besides us? Only a few personnel from the intelligence department, as they are necessary for maintaining the system's data. However, they only have access to limited information, while full access is granted solely to you, me, and the head of the intelligence department, Shen Yong explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed. What is the background of this head? Can she be trusted? She should be trustworthy. She has been with me since 5 years ago and is a veteran who fought alongside me. Her intelligence is exceptional, with a memory so prodigious it borders on photographic. When I need to look up someone's profile, consulting her is often quicker than accessing the system, Shen Yong stated seriously. However, if you doubt her, I can handle it. With a decisive gesture, Shen Yong mimicked a throat-cutting motion, his eyes resolute. That won't be necessary, Chen Xiao replied, waving his hand. If she is indeed as you say, she is a valuable asset. Besides, loyalty is often dictated by the stakes of betrayal, as long as we provide sufficient incentives. She will not easily turn against us. Moreover, being astute, she should realize that revealing this information would be her undoing. Shen Yong nodded, feeling slightly relieved. Had Chen Xiao truly harbored doubts about this head, Shen Yong would have acted without hesitation, though he would have felt a twinge of regret. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Shen, may I enter? A gentle female voice called from outside, causing Shen Yong to pause momentarily before glancing at Chen Xiao. Speak of the devil, big brother. May I let her in? A woman? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, genuinely surprised that the talent spoken of by Shen Yong turned out to be a woman. After all, although Shen Yong was referred to as the underground emperor of Jiangnan, most people secretly looked down on those who engaged in such disreputable dealings. Moreover, women were particularly rare in this line of work, let alone one who had managed to ascend to the position of head of the intelligence department, a pivotal role. Should I let her go? Noticing Chen Xiao's peculiar expression, Shen Yong's face instantly turned tense. Let her in. Shen Yong nodded and called out to the door. Moments later. The door opened, and a tall woman entered, clad in a white suit jacket and a black pencil skirt. Her legs adorned with black stockings and her feet in elegant black stilettos. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with chestnut hair slightly curled, a flawless complexion, and delicate features. Her eyes radiated a keen intellect and competence, and she bore a poised smile that exuded the charm of a mature woman. Chen Xiao couldn't help but be taken aback, casting a more ambiguous glance at Shen Yong. Sensing the unusual implication in Chen Xiao's gaze, Shen Yong's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily clarified, Brother, please don't overthink it. I've always regarded Mei Yun as a daughter. If I remember correctly, you're only 38 this year. Do you expect me to believe that you regard her as a daughter? Chen Xiao shot a sidelong glance at Shen Yong, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Young Master Chen has indeed misunderstood General Shen. Although I may appear mature, I have just turned 18, and I have always considered General Shen as a father figure. Huang Meiyun gracefully approached the two men, slightly bowing as her voice rang soft and clear. Just turned 18? Chen Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback. Given Huang Meiyun's attire and demeanor, he had assumed she was at least 26 or 27, not realizing she was so young. Wait a moment, you know me? However, Chen Xiao soon discovered another oversight. As a newly appointed head of the Chen family and the largest shareholder holding 35 of Chen Group, how could I not recognize you? I simply did not anticipate that you are also General Shen's elder brother. I had never gathered such information. It seems our intelligence work lacks a degree of meticulousness. What on earth? Shen Yong exclaimed, stunned. He recalled that he had scant knowledge about Chen Xiao, having only crossed paths with him briefly 5 years ago, and he hadn't even known Chen Xiao's name. Yong is correct. You are indeed quite the talent. Your intelligence department's work is commendable, capable of uncovering even my status as the new head of the Chen family. After all, to prevent fluctuations in the company's stock price. The publicly declared head of the Chen family and chairman of the Chen Group was Chen Tianwang. Chen Xiao wore a faint smile. Even though he was the young master of the Chen family, he was not particularly active in public life. Many knew of his existence, yet few could recognize his face. Nevertheless, Huang Meiyun had discerned him with just a glance, certainly demonstrating her acuity. As for her claim that the intelligence work was insufficiently detailed, it was indeed an overly modest assessment. After all, prior to the awakening of his memories today, he had been unaware of Shen Yong's existence as a subordinate. And Shen Yong had no knowledge of his identity as the young master of the Chen family. If Huang Meiyun had uncovered that, it would have been truly astonishing. Chapter 007. The Law-Abiding Underground Emperor. All right, enough of the shock. Close your mouth before you drool, Chen Xiao remarked to Chen Yong, then turned his gaze to the documents in Huang Meiyun's hands. What do you have there? Huang Meiyun looked to Chen Yong, who wiped his mouth, and said, Brother is the true owner of Tiangong Group. Any matters concerning Tiangong should be reported to him first. Understood. Huang Meiyun handed the documents to Chen Xiao. Here are 3 reports. The first is actually about how young Master Chen expelled his parents and siblings from the Chen family today. Upon hearing this, Chen Yong spat out the water in his mouth, astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Brother, you're quite something. According to the records on young Master Chen, he had gone missing shortly after birth and spent 8 years in an orphanage. After returning to the Chen family, he lived in the old residence with the family patriarch until the patriarch's passing a few months ago, at which point he returned to his parents' home. However, his parents had adopted a son named Chen Qian, and they favored the adopted child, making life at home rather difficult for young Master Chen. Huang Meiyun recounted Chen Xiao's experiences in detail. Chen Yong, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows in anger, slamming his palm on the coffee table. Is this family out of their minds? Ignoring their own son in favor of an unrelated adopted child. Have they lost their senses? Huang Meiyun could barely suppress a smile, relieved to see Chen Xiao's expression remain unchanged. Feel free to curse some more. I enjoyed. Chen Xiao continued to peruse the documents in his hands. After Chen Yong instinctively finished cursing, he regained his composure, surprised that Chen Xiao did not seem angered. However, hearing Chen Xiao's response eased his mind, and he began to unleash a torrent of colorful language. These foolish idiots will never enjoy more than 4 dishes in their lives. Neglecting their own son while fawning over an adopted child. They must be waiting for karma to strike when they're bedridden and have the adopted son pull the plug on them. The sheer delight in venting his frustrations made Chen Yong forget how long it had been since he had expressed himself so freely. Besides the information about young Master Chen, there is also an upcoming land auction in a week. 2 plots of land in the west and south of the city will be up for bidding. The investment department suggests we prioritize acquiring the southern plot to build a commercial street, as the future development center of the city may gravitate in that direction. As for the western plot, we could attempt to bid below 5 billion, but anything above that would yield little profit. Chen Xiao perused the information on the 2 plots, suddenly recalling snippets from his past life. No, we should prioritize the western plot. How much capital do we have available for bidding? Huang Meiyun paused. We have 2.3 billion, but the western plot isn't viewed favorably by others, and further on lies another province. We'll follow Brother S' lead. Chen Yong waved his hand, his expression resolute. Within half a month, a notification will be issued. A new subway line will be constructed from Pingjiang to the neighboring Tuzhong city within the next 2 years. Huang Meiyun was taken aback. Where did you obtain this information? If what you say is true, the western area will undoubtedly attract a large influx of people. And the land is ample enough to build not only a commercial street, but also residential complexes. Rough estimates suggest we could earn at least 300 billion. Haha. Brother is indeed remarkable. With a single move, we're looking at 300 billion. I've toiled for 5 years to merely elevate Tiangong Group to a 200 billion valuation. I can't compare to Brother at all. Chen Yong beamed, showering Chen Xiao with flattery. However, General Chen, all of this hinges on the accuracy of young Master Chen's information. Huang Meiyun sought to remind Chen Yong not to celebrate too soon, but Chen Yong waved her off, beaming with confidence. Brother is a genius. If he says the subway will be built, it will be built. If not, I'll personally dig the subway myself. All right, I'll notify you. Although Chen Yong's blind admiration for Chen Xiao left Huang Meiyun somewhat exasperated, she couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for this somewhat enigmatic man. At the tender age of 18, Chen Xiao's journey has been anything but ordinary. 5 years prior, at merely 13, gaining the recognition of Chen Yong as an elder brother was no trivial fee. Hold on, he said, the 23 billion in funds may not suffice for the bidding. Instruct the finance department to prepare the money, and then await my directives. Understood. Huang Meiyun nodded, turning to exit the office. Yong, you mentioned you have a security company, correct? Indeed, elder brother. Should you require bodyguards, just say the word, and I will halt all other operations to ensure they solely protect you. No need for such extremes. Just send over 10 or so personnel, rotating in shifts, to serve as lookouts. Additionally, have the intelligence department closely monitor Chen Tianwang and his family, compiling their daily activities and conversations into a report for me without missing a single detail. No worries, elder brother, I'll handle it. All right then, it's getting late. I should take my leave. Elder brother, are you departing so soon? It's rather late. Why not stay here for the night? I can call a few lovely ladies. Before he could finish, the icy gaze of Chen Xiao silenced Chen Yong, sending a chill down his spine. I assure you, the establishment is entirely legitimate, with no illicit activities whatsoever. As Chen Yong raised 3 fingers, nervously swearing his oath, Chen Xiao approached and adjusted his collar. Remember, Yong, in our endeavors, we must first remain true to our conscience, discern what is permissible and what is not. I understand, elder brother. Your teachings from years past are etched in my mind. In the early days, there may have been some questionable actions for the sake of growth, yet since aligning with the righteous path, I can confidently say I adhere to the law. Even as this underground emperor, my hands are cleaner than many corporate giants. Good, just remember that. A journey embarked upon through treachery will not endure. When you have time, purchase a copy of the criminal law and study it well. When forced to act under duress, always consider your exit strategy and be cautious not to cross the red line. In all circumstances, maintain a semblance of cleanliness. As he concluded, Chen Xiao added, and I mean cleanliness in every conceivable sense. Stepping out of the establishment, a customized Rolls-Royce Phantom adorned with the number plate 88888 glided into view, flanked by 2 Maybachs. A cadre of bodyguards disembarked, bowing respectfully to Chen Xiao, one of whom opened the door for him as he entered the luxurious vehicle. Home, he instructed. Upon returning to the villa, 2 imposing bodyguards stood at attention, their postures impeccable. Upon spotting the vehicle, they saluted. As Chen Xiao entered the vast, empty villa, he settled onto the sofa, a frown creasing his brow as he sighed softly. I shouldn't have forced him out like that. He glanced at his own palm. Now, with this restlessness, I have no outlet. Forget it. I'll let it slide for now and have them repay me next time. The following morning, as Chen Xiao prepared to leave, an unexpected figure appeared at the villa's entrance. Chapter 008. The kind-hearted Chen Qian and the bully Chen Xiao. What brings you here? He inquired, taken aback by Huang Meiyun's appearance. Dressed in a white t-shirt, denim shorts, and canvas shoes, her ponytail giving her the appearance of an innocent high school girl. Compared to her mature, polished look the previous day, it was hard to believe she was only 18. President Chen instructed me to shadow young Master Chen and assist you. If you're with me, who will manage the intelligence department? No worries, the intelligence department is running smoothly now. I only need to dedicate a couple of hours daily to oversee it. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiao recognized Huang Meiyun's capabilities and found her presence a valuable asset. Very well, let us head to Pingjiang University first. As a freshman at Pingjiang University, Chen Xiao, with a stellar performance as the top student in Jiangnan province, could have easily gained admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. However, he could not bear the thought of leaving his grandfather to live alone in the ancestral home, opting instead for a nearby university that allowed him to return daily to keep his grandfather company. Notably, Chen Qian was also a student at Pingjiang University, sharing the same class as Chen Xiao. However, his enrollment was facilitated by a generous donation from Chen Tianwang, who had contributed a building to the university. Young master, do you still plan to attend classes daily? If you wish to study university courses, we could hire top-tier professors for private lessons, which would be more effective and save time. I'm aware, but it's unnecessary. I'm going there to apply for early graduation. With the knowledge from his previous life still fresh in his mind, Chen Xiao felt no need to waste time in classes he had already mastered. Meanwhile, in a presidential suite at a hotel, Lin Meilan expressed concern as she watched Chen Qian limping with a backpack, making his way to the door. You're still injured. Dear, stay here and rest instead of going to school. It's all right, Mom. I didn't perform well on the college entrance exam due to food poisoning, which led to Dad's donation of a building for my admission. I must cherish this opportunity and attend every class. Otherwise, I would be letting down your sacrifices. Chen Qian's determination both touched and pained Lin Meilan, who understood her son's stubbornness. Ultimately, she refrained from further persuasion, silently praying for his swift recovery. All right, let your second sister take you to school. Chen Qian winced at the suggestion, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. No, you should really encourage me not to go. I truly don't want to attend that dreadful school. Fine, Mom, I'll accompany Chen Qian to school today. I don't have anything else to do anyway. If you need anything, just let me know. Chen Yaxin chimed in, causing Chen Qian to feel a wave of despair wash over him. I was hoping to find a chance to skip class and enjoy myself once I got there. Why is Chen Yaxin following me around? Really, it's unnecessary. I have plenty of friends at school who can help me if needed. It's not right to keep troubling others. Let your second sister accompany you instead. As Chen Yaxin seized the car keys and prepared to leave, Chen Qian's expression darkened further, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just as Chen Yaxin took the backpack from Chen Qian's shoulder, he suddenly grasped her arm, panic evident in his eyes. Second sister, Mom, I think I'll just not go to school after all. I'm scared. Seeing Chen Qian's eyes glistening with tears, Lin Meilan's heart ached. Will you go or not? Make up your mind. Chen Wanqing, seated on the sofa, asked with a hint of rigidity in her tone. Chen Qian appeared startled, trembling slightly as he lowered his head. His voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry, elder sister. I'll go to school. I'm just afraid of being bullied by elder brother. Bullied? The room fell silent, the atmosphere shifting dramatically as Chen Yashin furrowed her brow. What do you mean by bullied? Has Chen Xiao been tormenting you at school? As Chen Qian appeared to reminisce, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, and he murmured, my elder brother often berated me as a fool at school, encouraging my classmates to ostracize me. There were even occasions when he locked me in the restroom, releasing me only after school had concluded. I managed to endure those incidents. They were of little consequence. However, yesterday I mistakenly blamed him, which led to him being punished by our father. I fear his anger may not have subsided, and should I encounter him at school today, Chen Qian hesitated, and upon hearing his words, the others felt a pang of anxiety. Chen Tianwang, consumed by rage, slammed his teacup onto the ground, shattering it into a myriad of glass shards. Lin Meilan, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears and rushed to embrace Chen Qian. My child, you have endured such great injustice. Why did you not confide in us? My heart aches. Chen Xiao, that wretched boy, is utterly intolerable. How could one be so malevolent? He should not be allowed to remain in the old man's presence. Chen Tianwang exclaimed furiously. Chen Qian, when did your brother insult you, isolate you, and lock you in the restroom? Do you possess any evidence? At that moment, Chen Wanqing interjected, her furrowed brow indicating her skepticism regarding Chen Qian's claims. Chen Qian's expression shifted to one of panic. I'm sorry, elder sister. Perhaps I misjudged my brother. Those actions might have been perpetrated by someone else. Please don't scold me. I'm frightened. Observing Chen Qian's pitiful demeanor, the others felt their hearts ache even more, and their pent-up fury was directed at Chen Wanqing. Elder sister, do you doubt that Xiao Qian is lying? After all these years of camaraderie, you surely recognize his character. How could you question him? I harbor no doubts about Xiao Qian's honesty. I simply wish to ensure he is not deceived. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding regarding Chen Xiao. Xiao Qian has always been gentle, kind, and helpful. Who has not praised him? If it were not for someone's malicious intent, how could he possibly be bullied and ostracized at school? Besides that vile Chen Xiao, who else would dare to torment Xiao Qian? In just a few words, Chen Tianwang rendered his verdict on the matter. Chen Wanqing sighed in resignation, casting a complex glance at Chen Qian. Xiao Qian, please, elder sister, do not scold me. I was in the wrong. Before Chen Wanqing could finish her sentence, Chen Qian crouched down, clutching his head and shouting in terror. Slap! Lin Meilan stepped forward and struck Chen Wanqing across the face, leaving 5 crimson fingerprints on her fair cheek. After the blow, Lin Meilan stood in shock, gazing at her hand, but upon seeing the cowering Chen Qian, her expression hardened. Elder sister, Xiao Qian is your brother. If you cannot trust your own brother, whom can you trust? Should you continue to doubt him, do not blame me for disowning you as my daughter. Chen Wanqing covered her face, her gaze vacant, bowing her head in silence, and the atmosphere became tense. Moments later, Chen Yashin wiped away her tears of sympathy and helped Chen Qian to his feet. Come, Xiaoqian. I shall accompany you to school to seek justice. I refuse to believe that Chen Xiao can wield such unchallenged power at Pingjiang University. Chapter 009. As the heat rises, the Yuan family is destined for bankruptcy. At Pingjiang University, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided gracefully down the tree-lined avenue, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a shimmering glow on the vehicle's body, exuding a discreet opulence. 3 Maybachs trailed closely behind, their slightly lowered windows revealing cold, stoic faces. Who on earth is this corporate magnate? Although Pingjiang University is an esteemed institution and frequently sees luxury cars, the sight of such a convoy inevitably drew numerous gazes. Jiang B88888, if I'm not mistaken, that license plate belongs to the Chen group, right? Murmured someone in hushed tones. Nearby, a heavily made-up, provocatively dressed female student's expression brightened at the mention. The Chen group? Could it be young Master Chen? Yuan Jiaomei swayed her hips alluringly as she made her way toward the convoy. At that moment, the door of the Rolls-Royce swung open, and a young man clad in casual attire stepped out, a gentle smile gracing his face. Following him, a girl in a pleated skirt with a ponytail emerged from the other side of the car, her stunning beauty immediately captivating all onlookers. Goodness, is there such a breathtaking beauty at our school? How come I never noticed before? She must not be from our school. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 on the campus beauty list. The crowd speculated, and shortly thereafter, a dozen shadowy figures, bodyguards, descended from the following Maybachs, swiftly forming a protective circle around Chen Xiao and Huang Meiyan. Upon recognizing Chen Xiao stepping out of the vehicle, Yuan Jiaomei's previously beaming smile froze, her eyes flashing with disdain and contempt. Oh, what a grand spectacle! One might mistake it for a leader descending to experience the sentiments of the populace. Yuan Jiaomei stood a short distance away, delivering her sarcastic remark, her arms crossed, her expression one of arrogance and scorn. Chen Xiao cast a glance at Yuan Jiaomei, recalling her vaguely as a sycophant of Chen Qian. Ever since she discovered that Chen Qian was the favored young master of the Chen family, she had eagerly sought to ingratiate herself with him, hoping to marry into wealth and achieve success. Naturally, the targeted Chen Xiao became her primary outlet for demonstrating loyalty to Chen Qian, subjecting him to both overt and covert ridicule and slander. The phrase "a toad that does not bite but annoys" perfectly encapsulated someone like Yuan Jiaomei. In the past, Chen Xiao had chosen to disregard such imbeciles, but now, awakened with the memories of countless lifetimes, he profoundly recognized one truth. Some individuals simply cannot be ignored. They are inherently deserving of reprimand. Merely a neglected young master of the Chen family, even Chen Qian did not have such a heavy entourage when he ventured out. Yuan Jiaomei was merely a freshman at Pingjiang Vocational Technical Institute. Her father, Yuan Zhong, nicknamed Yuan Daitu, on a tile business valued at approximately 1.2 billion. Huang Meiyan glanced at Yuan Jiaomei and promptly recounted her family's situation. The weather is heating up. Let us cool them off, Chen Xiao remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at the still chattering Yuan Jiaomei, Huang Meiyan nodded and stepped aside to make a phone call. As Chen Xiao advanced toward the administrative building, flanked by his bodyguards, he overheard Yuan Jiaomei's incessant prattle. Lower-class people will always remain lower class, unable to shed that odor of poverty even after entering the upper echelons. It's terrifying how they worry about losing their meager possessions, unable to sleep at night. Smack! Just as Yuan Jiaomei erupted in laughter, a resounding slap struck her face, distorting her nose and leaving her momentarily stunned. Apologies, my hand slipped. I mistook you for a rabid dog, a bodyguard murmured expressionlessly, retracting his hand, his tone devoid of remorse. Yuan Jiaomei clutched her face, her eyes blazing with fury, ready to retaliate, but upon witnessing the imposing figure of the bodyguard, towering at nearly 2 meters, she ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Chen Xiao, you're finished. I'll tell you, if you allow your bodyguard to strike me, I will report you and ensure you end up in jail. Unable to confront the bodyguard, Yuan Jiaomei turned her ire towards Chen Xiao, her voice sharp and grating, eliciting discomfort. As she spoke, she fished out her phone, preparing to call the authorities. At that moment, a frantic ringtone erupted, and upon seeing the caller ID displaying gold coin S suffering creature father, Yuan Jiaomei promptly answered, feigning sorrow. Father, I have been bullied. You must avenge me. Show them the wrath of the bull demon. What on earth have you stirred up? Now, all the suppliers have ceased their deliveries, clients are terminating contracts, and the bank is demanding loan repayments. Our Yuan family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Damn it. Yuan Jiaomei's face turned ashen, her phone slipping from her grasp, terror filling her eyes as she trembled, cold sweat drenching her in the sweltering heat, her hands and feet icy. At that moment, Huang Meiyan approached and respectfully addressed Chen Xiao. Young Master Chen, the Yuan family has been dealt with. They will officially declare bankruptcy within the hour at most. Hearing Huang Meiyan's words, Yuan Jiaomei abruptly turned, her expression a mask of fear as she gazed at Chen Xiao. It was you, wasn't it? Why would you do this? Give my family back to me. Still so restless. It seems the temperature hasn't dropped enough. Perhaps I should send their entire family to Antarctica to mine diamonds. With that, Chen Xiao left without a backward glance, while the bodyguard who had slapped Yuan Jiaomei restrained her. What they thought would be the end of the matter took an unexpected turn. Just a few steps away, a girl dressed in a chic manner, exuding an air of arrogance, blocked his path. With her arms crossed and a displeased expression, she spoke. Chen Xiao, what has been going on with you these past few days? Yesterday, you pushed brother Chen Qian down the stairs, injuring him severely, and today, you have plunged Yuan Jiaomei's entire family into bankruptcy over a few careless words. When did you become so overbearing? I do not appreciate this version of you. This self-important young lady was named Zhuo Qingqing. The Zhuo family was considered a second-tier family in Pingjiang City and was also a vassal of the Chen family. Zhuo Qingqing's father, Zhuo Buxin, had long harbored the dream of marrying Zhuo Qingqing into the Chen family, hoping to elevate their standing to that of a first-rate family in Pingjiang City. Having grown up alongside Chen Qian due to a childhood mishap involving Chen Xiao, Zhuo Qingqing had always been seen as a potential match for him. After the Chen family reclaimed Chen Xiao and the elder of the family began to favor him, Zhuo Buxin started to waver between Chen Xiao and Chen Qian. As an important pawn in her father's plans, Zhuo Qingqing viewed both young men as fish in her pond, ready to be caught for a benefit based on their value. Previously, the elder of the Chen family had also expressed interest in an alliance with the Zhuo family, leading him to jokingly refer to Zhuo Qingqing as Chen Xiao's future bride when they first met. At that time, Chen Xiao was only 9 years old and had just been brought back into the Chen family, taking the elder's words to heart. In the subsequent years, Chen Xiao treated Zhuo Qingqing with all the affection and care one would extend to a fiancé, becoming what one might call a devoted admirer, naively believing in a bright future together. However, rather than winning Zhuo Qingqing's heart, his devotion only solidified her perception of him as her loyal follower, leading her to invest more emotional energy into her relationship with Chen Qian. In her mind, she had secured her position, ensuring that regardless of who inherited the Chen family, she would be the lady of the house. Chapter 010. Clear your mind before stepping out. In the past, faced with Zhuo Qingqing's threats, Chen Xiao would have been flustered and disoriented. However, having awakened memories from his previous life, his gaze towards her was now icy. In his past life, after being wrongfully imprisoned, Chen Qian inherited the Chen family and married Zhuo Qingqing in a grand ceremony. Much later, by a twist of fate, Chen Xiao discovered that one of the false testimonies used to accuse him had been provided by Zhuo Qingqing. I command you to immediately apologize to Brother Chen Qian and Yuan Jiaomei and compensate them for their losses, or I will never acknowledge you again, Zhuo Qingqing declared, hands on her hips and chin held high, exuding an air of arrogant triumph. Get lost, you foolish girl. Chen Zhao's harsh retort shattered her confidence. What did you say? Repeat that. Foolish. With your youth, your ears are already failing. Is your brain clogged with filth? Your mind is underdeveloped, a complete idiot. I suggest you flush it out before stepping outside, lest you embarrass yourself with your foolishness. Oh, Chen Xiao, you bastard. How dare you insult me? Zhuo Qingqing trembled with fury, her complexion pale as she pointed a shaking finger at him. The esteemed daughter of the Zhuo family had never endured such humiliation. Why would I dare? Look at your pathetic self. You seek scorn, don't you? What do Chen Qian's matters have to do with you? What does Yuan Jiaomei's situation concern you? You jumped out seeking conflict, and I don't mind indulging you. Chen Xiao couldn't help but scoff, each word striking Zhuo Qingqing like a resounding slap. Her pride crumbled, tears welling in her eyes, but stubbornly refusing to fall. The onlookers whispered, their smirks feeling like mockery, and she experienced humiliation like never before. I will never acknowledge you again, nor will I speak to you ever again. You will regret this. Oh, is that so? I must celebrate this occasion with firecrackers. But let me be clear, no backing out. If you fail to uphold this, don't blame me for my sharp tongue. Whoever backs out is a dog. Zhuo Qingqing shouted angrily. Slap. Chen Xiao, true to his word, delivered a resounding slap that sent Zhuo Qingqing spinning to the ground. She covered her face in disbelief, staring at him. You dare hit me? Slap. Another swift, decisive blow landed on her face, aligning her cheeks perfectly. Zhuo Qingqing wanted to retort, but upon seeing Chen Xiao raise his hand again, she immediately recoiled, covering her mouth, her eyes glaring daggers at him, wishing for his demise. Chen Xiao discarded her like refuse onto the lawn and continued walking, not sparing her a glance. Huang Meiyun, witnessing the spectacle, sparkled with delight as she hurried to catch up with him. With the bothersome flies gone, Chen Xiao quickly reached the principal's office, flanked by bodyguards. Principal Li Wei frowned at the sudden intrusion. Who are you? What do you want? Without hesitation, Chen Xiao sat on the sofa and poured himself a glass of water. I am Chen Xiao, a freshman in the finance department and the current head of the Chen family. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's background, Principal Li Wei's demeanor softened, and he set aside his documents to approach him. What brings you here, young Master Chen? Pingjiang University is a prestigious institution, and as its principal, Li Wei did not feel the need to bow excessively, even to the heir of the city's foremost family. Enough with the pleasantries. I wish to graduate early. I seek your assistance. Li Wei paused, then chuckled. For someone your stature, I would think a diploma is of little consequence, while it may not hold great significance. Given that I do not rely on it for employment, it is a testament to my hard work during high school, and I would prefer not to let go to waste. As he spoke, Chen Xiao poured a cup of tea for Li Wei, gesturing for him to take a seat. For a moment, Li Wei almost felt as if he were a guest. Though I hold the title of principal, I must adhere to the regulations of the institution. It would be unjust if everyone sought to expedite their graduation through my influence. Li Wei took a sip of tea. Practicing his Tai Chi, however, I can certainly speak to your department head on your behalf, ensuring that your attendance is not strictly monitored, provided you attend the examinations and pass, allowing you to receive your diploma in due course. A building, Chen Xiao declared. If I donate a building, I want my diploma immediately. I have no time to waste. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. Unaccustomed to the directness of Chen Xiao amidst the usual pretense and manipulation of the elite. This isn't merely about the building. There has never been a precedent for such a request. 2 buildings. Li Wei suddenly brightened, feeling both tempted and hesitant. Should I feign difficulty? Might he offer yet another building? As he pondered this, Chen Xiao spoke again. On January 2nd, 2006, at 3:45 a.m., at the intersection of Tianxiang Road and Qingxing Road. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's expression changed drastically. A chill ran down his spine, and he nearly dropped the cup in his hand. What did you say? I don't understand. Trembling, he forced a calm demeanor, unable to meet Chen Xiao's gaze. If you do not comprehend, someone else surely does. With that, Chen Xiao stood to leave, but Li Wei hurriedly stepped in front of him, hunched over and exuding humility. Chen Xiao, let us discuss this amicably. 2 buildings it is. I can issue your diploma right now. 2 buildings? Would you eat 2 lumps of feces? Chen Xiao sneered, causing Li Wei's face to contort in distress. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Chen Xiao, I no longer want the buildings. Please have mercy. I shall issue your diploma immediately. In the future, should you require my assistance, just let me know, and I shall be at your service. You have 5 minutes. Chen Xiao lifted his eyelids and sat back down on the couch with an air of authority. He couldn't help but chuckle softly as he observed Li Wei's dejected demeanor as he returned to his desk, clearly deflated. How ungrateful for one to demand respect, yet show none. Li Wei, evidently catching this remark, paused momentarily, his teeth clenched in regret. He had initially sought to gain more from this encounter, but hadn't anticipated that Chen Xiao would possess such leverage against him. It was indeed a case of losing more than he had hoped to gain. Yet, how could Chen Xiao possibly know about this matter after so many years? Li Wei's expression darkened, filled with trepidation. It seemed he would be deprived of a peaceful night's rest for an extended period. Chapter 011. Filial piety. Chen Xiao left the principal's office, satisfied with his diploma in hand. At that moment, a black Porsche entered the parking lot, and Chen Qian and Chen Yaxin emerged from the vehicle. Sister, perhaps we should reconsider. I do not wish for you and brother to have an unpleasant dispute on my account, especially after how fierce he was yesterday. I truly fear for your safety. He dares. Chen Yaxin's brows furrowed instinctively. Yet, recalling the stinging slaps from Chen Xiao the previous day, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain on her cheeks. Fear not. This is a school. We are in a public space. And we are in the right. I refuse to believe you would dare act so brazenly. Today, sister will stand up for you. With that, Chen Yaxin grasped Chen Qian's hand and headed towards the teaching building. Just then, a heavily made-up woman dressed provocatively dashed in front of them, her face awash with panic as she clutched Chen Xiao's arm. Chen Xiao, please, I implore you to help me. Our family is bankrupt. Yuan Jiaomei's voice trembled, laced with desperation. Chen Qian frowned, thinking to himself, why should I care if your family is going under? We merely slept together a few times, and now you're trying to extort me. However, with Chen Yaxin observing, he had to maintain his facade of kindness. Yuan Jiaomei, please calm down and explain the situation. I will do my best to assist if possible. It's that bastard Chen Xiao. Yuan Jiaomei seethed, gritting her teeth. I merely taunted him a little, and he retaliated by sabotaging our family's business. Now, our partners are withdrawing, and the bank is demanding payment. We simply cannot hold on any longer. What? How could he do such a thing? Chen Qian exclaimed. Our parents taught us not to abuse our family's influence over others. His actions are utterly outrageous. Upon hearing that Chen Xiao was involved, Chen Qian immediately adopted a self-righteous tone, declaring, this Chen Xiao is utterly deranged. I shall make it my mission to deal with him today. Chen Xiao, you must help me. I only provoked Chen Xiao because I was following your instructions. You cannot abandon me now. Yuan Jiaomei, fearing Chen Qian would dismiss her, frantically grasped his hand and added. Chen Qian's expression shifted upon hearing her words. But seeing that Chen Yaxin was still engrossed in her anger towards Chen Xiao, he felt a slight sense of relief. With a darkened gaze directed at Yuan Jiaomei, he whispered ominously, if you wish for my assistance, mind your words, or you shall face dire consequences. Yuan Jiaomei shuddered at his words, hurriedly nodding in agreement. Her heart easing somewhat, she understood that Chen Qian was favored more than Chen Xiao within the family. Chen Xiao's actions had nearly driven her family to ruin, relying solely on the Chen group. As long as Chen Qian was willing to intervene, all their problems would be swiftly resolved. Unruly daughter, I shall teach you a lesson today. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from behind. Chen Xiao and Chen Qian turned to see a short, balding middle-aged man charging towards them, brandishing a belt with an aggressive demeanor. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung at Yuan Jiaomei with ferocity. What kind of powerful individual have you offended? I've toiled for half my life to build our family's business, and you've ruined it all in an instant. Had I known you would grow up to be this way, I would have disposed of you long ago. Father, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Chen Xiao has already promised to help us, and our family will not go bankrupt. Yuan Jiaomei cried out, shielding her head as she recoiled from the blows. Yuan Zhong, in his anger, failed to register her words, delivering several more lashes until bystanders intervened, forcing him to relent. Panting heavily, Yuan Zhong paused. You mentioned Chen Xiao promised to help us. Which Chen Xiao? Chen Qian, the young master of the Chen group, Yuan Jiaomei replied, wincing at the red marks left on her skin. She pointed at Chen Qian, her face filled with grievance. Upon hearing the name of the Chen group, Yuan Zhong's eyes lit up. He discarded the belt and hastened to Chen Qian, bowing and scraping. Chen Xiao, I apologize for the disturbance. I hope you can forgive us. Are you truly willing to help our family through this crisis? Chen Qian frowned slightly. Rest assured, Mr. Yuan, I will certainly assist in resolving your family's predicament. I must also apologize, as it was my brother Chen Xiao who caused your family's troubles. His temperament is rather volatile. After a few exchanged words with Yuan Jiaomei, he resorted to such ruthless actions. I sincerely regret this. Yuan Zhong was momentarily taken aback, then shot an infuriated glare at Yuan Jiaomei. Look at the trouble you've caused, offending the Chen family. If you wish to perish, do not drag your family into it. Yuan Jiaomei remained silent, her eyes burning with resentment as she glared at him from a spot where he could not see. Except for Chen Xiao, all men deserve to perish, even biological fathers are no exception. How dare they lay such heavy hands on this fairy? Once I align myself with Chen Xiao and become the young mistress of the Chen family, I will have you kneeling before me every day, serving my whims. When you grow old, I shall consign you to the most dismal nursing home, where caregivers will torment you daily, and in your final moments, I will sever your oxygen line, making you lament every action you took against me today. Yuan Zhong smiled obsequiously at Chen Qian. Chen Xiao, do you truly wish to assist us? Will this not jeopardize your bond of brotherhood? What bond could we possibly share with that little beast? Beside him, Chen Qian crossed her arms, exhaling a huff of indignation, her face a mask of fury. This is my second sister, Chen Qian. Even if I am powerless to aid you, my sister will certainly not stand idly by while you suffer this unwarranted disaster. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhong's anxious heart finally settled. He had previously worried that both Chen Xiao and Chen Qian, being young masters of the Chen family, would leave Chen Qian unable to resist Chen Xiao. However, with the second young lady of the Chen family present, at the very least, 2 against 1 could overpower Chen Xiao, could it not? It was at that moment that Yuan Jiaomei spotted Chen Xiao approaching from a distance and gasped. Realizing she had the backing of Chen Qian and Chen Qian, she immediately grew bolder, straightening her posture as she charged toward Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, you scoundrel! Yet before she could utter another word, a bodyguard stepped forward and delivered a swift kick. Bang! Yuan Jiaomei was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Her mind spinning, blood trickling from her mouth, rendering her nearly speechless from the pain. The sudden turn of events left Chen Qian and the others utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Yuan Jiaomei would recklessly charge ahead, nor did they foresee the bodyguard's decisive action. Regaining her senses, Chen Qian erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, are you insane? In broad daylight, you dare to commit violence. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 012. Do you think I lack the capability to ruin your family? You must be deluded. This statement was not a question, but a firm assertion. Chen Xiao regarded Chen Qian with a stoic expression. This woman charged at me with the intent to harm. My bodyguard acted to ensure my safety. It was both reasonable and lawful. You're talking nonsense. Yuan Jiaomei is merely a weak girl. How could she possibly harm you? Was it necessary to use such brutal force? At that moment, Huang Meiyun stepped forward, swiftly delivering 2 resounding slaps to Chen Qian before she could react. You struck me. Chen Qian clutched her face, momentarily dumbfounded. What of it? I am but a weak woman. How could I possibly harm you? Huang Meiyun flashed a slight smile at Chen Qian before returning to Chen Xiao's side. You Chen Qian stammered, her fury rendering her speechless. What's wrong? Constipated? Need a couple of bottles of laxatives? Huang Meiyun sneered, her gaze dripping with disdain, further inciting Chen Qian's ire. Seeing this unfold, Yuan Zhong's expression darkened, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He realized he may have overestimated Chen Qian's significance. I must rely on myself. Regaining his composure, Yuan Zhong approached Chen Xiao with a forced smile. Yet as he drew near, he was halted by a bodyguard. Chen Xiao, I am Yuan Zhong, the father of Yuan Jiaomei. My ungrateful daughter has foolishly offended you. I apologize on her behalf. I implore you to show mercy and grant my family a chance to survive. I will agree to any form of compensation you desire. Yuan Zhong's demeanor was humble, but Chen Xiao regarded him with cold indifference, his tone detached. The bankruptcy of your Yuan family would serve as the finest compensation to me. Hearing this, Yuan Zhong's heart sank, and without a second thought, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Chen Xiao, even if our Yuan family falls, we still have over 100 employees, each with families depending on them. Even if you harbor resentment against my family, those workers are innocent. I beg you to spare them. Yuan Zhong's voice rang out, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Witnessing his pitiful state, the uninformed spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. Casting accusatory glances at Chen Xiao, Chen Qian, noticing the shift in sentiment, stepped forward, a look of sympathy plastered on his face. Brother, heed my words, relent. You're causing so many to lose their livelihoods. Does your conscience not ache? If you're so concerned, why not take care of them yourself? Why pretend to be a saint before me? Fool! Chen Xiao's eyes glinted like blades, locking onto Chen Qian's. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, who granted you permission to bark like a dog in my presence? At Chen Xiao's command, a bodyguard immediately understood and stepped forward, delivering a series of slaps to Chen Qian's face, eliciting cries of anguish from him. Xiao Qian, Chen Qian rushed forward, attempting to intervene, only to be easily detained by another bodyguard. Without Chen Qian's incessant barking, Chen Xiao's gaze returned to Yuan Zhong. So, you wish to play the moral high ground, do you? Yuan Zhong broke into a cold sweat, a heavy weight settling in his chest. This Chen Xiao, despite being just a young man in his teens, exuded an inexplicable pressure. Yet you are indeed correct. I am a person of high morality. A flicker of hope crossed Yuan Zhong's eyes. I have investigated your company. There are a total of 135 employees. Based on a severance package of 100,000 per person, that sums up to 13.5 million. I have already frozen that amount in your account. Rest assured, your employees will receive their severance pay and can seek new employment, while you, on the other hand, can prepare to rot in prison for every penny you owe the bank. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhong's face drained of color, his eyes filled with despair. Chen Xiao, please no. Chen Xiao, do not revel in your triumph just yet. The Chen group is still governed by my father's will. You are merely riding on the coattails of the Chen family's power. One word from him, and all your actions against the Yuan family will be nullified. Chen Qian glared at Chen Xiao, a triumphant smirk gracing her features. What are you barking about? Chen Xiao retorted, prompting a bodyguard to step forward and deliver a resounding slap to Chen Qian, causing blood to spill from her mouth. Yet, she remained defiant, staring at Chen Xiao with unwavering resolve, her voice trembling yet firm. You think this will make me submit? I have no intention of making you submit. I simply take pleasure in watching you suffer. With that, the bodyguard unleashed another series of slaps, leaving Chen Qian dazed and reeling. Tianor, return and inform that old fool to hand over everything belonging to the Chen family within 2 days and vacate Pingjiang. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Chen Qian's face turned ashen, her glare at Chen Xiao filled with malice. Ha ha ha. I had heard tales of the Chen family's eldest son being courteous and refined. Yet now I see it was all nonsense, cursing parents, striking a sister, driving others to bankruptcy. What a truly vile heart and ruthless methods. At that moment, a male voice interjected. A middle-aged man, clad in a suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, strode toward them with a commanding presence, flanked by a girl with a bruised cheek. Dressed in a chic manner, it was Zhuo Qingqing. Uncle Zhuo. Upon seeing him, Chen Qian and Chen Qian felt as if they had found their savior, their faces lighting up as they hurriedly took refuge behind him. Zhuo Buxin approached Chen Xiao, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses, his tone calm, yet laced with a hint of menace. Chen Xiao, did you strike Qingqing's face? Oh, she fell by herself, Chen Xiao retorted, provoking an immediate flash of anger on Zhuo Buxin's face. Nonsense. You dare to act, and yet deny it. You know full well what happened. Yet you come to ask your father, are you out of your mind? Chen Xiao showed no inclination to indulge him, since his visitor bore ill intentions. There was no reason for him to offer a pleasant demeanor. Zhuo Buxin was taken aback by the foul language hurled at him, his fury igniting further. You wretched creature. What your upbringing? Is this how your grandfather taught you to treat your elders? Etiquette is reserved for people, not beasts, Chen Xiao replied coldly. his eyes glinting with icy disdain. Zhuo Buxin trembled with rage. Outrageous! Even your grandfather would not dare to humiliate me thus. What audacity you possess! Shut your mouth. When my grandfather was alive, you were nothing but a sycophant, groveling at his feet, begging him to take you as a godson, more abject than a dog. Now that he has passed, you dare to strut about with bravado. You dare to speak to me this way? I am your elder. You can take your title and shove it. Your father, Zhuo Hongguang, was merely a dog under my grandfather's command, and I can insult him as I see fit. With that, Chen Xiao stepped closer, forcefully jabbing his finger into Zhuo Buxin's chest. If you're going to be a dog, then you better embrace that role. Remember well who brought your Zhuo family the riches and opulence you enjoy today. If it weren't for my grandfather's assistance, your family would still be selling fish on the street. Zhuo Buxin's face turned ashen, rage coursing through him, nearly causing him to choke. Fine, since the mask is off, let us speak plainly. I, Zhuo Buxin, vow that as long as you, Chen Xiao, take over Chen Corporation, the Zhuo family will not rest until we are at odds with your family. Not rest. You think you're worthy of that? Chen Xiao suddenly kicked Zhuo Buxin, sending him sprawling to the ground, then stood over him, coldly gazing down. Do you truly believe I lack the capability to annihilate your Zhuo family? Feeling the chill of Chen Xiao's gaze, an icy dread washed over Zhuo Buxin. Yet, the thought of being intimidated by a mere youth filled him with indignation. Indeed, the Chen family has raised a fine son. I shall see just how capable you are of destroying my family. Rest assured, your dreams will be realized, Chen Xiao replied, delivering another kick that sent Zhuo Buxin sliding across the ground, clutching his aching chest, seething with rage. Youthful arrogance will lead to eventual downfall. If you don't leave now, I will ensure you suffer dearly. As he spoke, several bodyguards moved forward, causing Zhuo Buxin to shudder, his expression shifting drastically. You're ruthless, Qingqing, let us go. Abiding by the principle that a wise man does not suffer immediate loss, Zhuo Buxin turned and left with his daughter. Dad, you haven't avenged me yet. I let him hit me for nothing. Zhuo Qingqing wailed, clutching her swollen face in frustration. Avenge your mother. Zhuo Buxin was nearly brought to tears by his dim-witted daughter, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. Zhuo Qingqing shivered slightly, pouting with displeasure, but dared not voice further complaints as she trailed behind her father. After walking a few paces, Zhuo Buxin abruptly halted, casting a cold glance back at Chen Xiao. His voice frigid. I'll remember this grudge. Enjoy your triumph for now. Chen Xiao dashed forward, delivering a swift kick to Zhuo Buxin's back, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground. Fool, you dare to scheme against me? Chen Xiao, you, slapping her father across the face. Zhuo Qingqing's fury erupted upon witnessing his humiliation. You let him get away with this. Chen Xiao's glare was fierce. If you don't want to leave, then none of you shall depart today. His bodyguards closed in swiftly, and Zhuo Buxin leaped to his feet, pulling Zhuo Qingqing along as they fled with the speed of a startled deer. Chen Xiao watched the duo's hasty retreat with a cold gaze before signaling his bodyguards to prepare to leave. Not so fast. You won't escape. At that moment, Chen Yaxin, who had been waiting in the wings, intervened. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, feigning a gesture to strike, causing Chen Yaxin to take a large step back in fright. Do you truly believe no one can rein you in? This is Pingjiang University, and you are a student here. I could have you expelled with a single word. And do you believe a single slap from me could not ruin your face? Chen Yaxin flinched, instinctively covering her face, her eyes reflecting a mix of terror and loathing. You brazenly commit violence in public and incite others to bully Xiao Qian. I will report you to the school for expulsion. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. I bullied this dimwit? Chen Qian, averting his gaze, tugged at Chen Yaxin's sleeve. Sister, let it go. We're family. Let us not make this more embarrassing than it needs to be. If the eldest son of the Chen family were expelled, it would be quite the disgrace. Chen Yaxin's eyes lit up at this, feeling as though she had found leverage against Chen Xiao, crossing her arms in triumph. I intend to escalate this, to have this scoundrel expelled. I want him to regret bullying you. Don't worry, dear brother, I will stand by you. With no hesitation, Chen Xiao delivered a resounding slap, his amusement at Chen Yaxin's arrogance evident. What authority do you possess to advocate for this fool, with your pathetic self? You, Chen Yaxin, clutching her face in indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Xiao, but was abruptly interrupted. You claim I bullied you. Pray tell, what exactly did I do? Chen Xiao turned to Chen Qian, a faint smile playing on his lips. Chen Qian trembled, his gaze downcast, panic overwhelming him. How could Chen Yaxin be so foolish as to provoke him, completely unaware of the storm brewing? You called him an idiot, encouraged classmates to ostracize him, and even locked him in the restroom. Chen Qian remained silent, while Chen Xiao eagerly filled the void. Chen Xiao shook his head with a cold smirk. What is this? You dare to act yet deny your actions? Chen Xiao's eyebrows furrowed in a threatening manner. Chen Qian shivered involuntarily, the scene feeling eerily familiar. Admit it? Why should I not? Chen Xiao chuckled, then turned to his bodyguards. You all heard what Chen said, right? Since this fool yearns to be bullied by me, how could I possibly disappoint him? Upon hearing this, Chen Qian trembled uncontrollably, finally recalling the familiarity of the moment. Just yesterday at the villa, after he falsely accused Chen Xiao of pushing him down the stairs, Chen Xiao had indeed admitted to it, and the outcome was Chen Qian's face paled, his pupils dilating in terror as he watched the two burly bodyguards approach him with purpose. Do not come any closer, Chen Qian screamed, attempting to flee. But one of the bodyguards swiftly seized his shoulder, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. Chen Xiao's face was a canvas of terror, utterly astonished by Chen Xiao's audacity to act so brazenly in front of an audience. Had Chen Qian been privy to her thoughts, he would undoubtedly have unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon her, deeming her a monumental fool. Chen Xiao dared to publicly assault Zhuo Buxin, the head of the Zhuo family and the chairman of the multi-billion-dollar Yangfan Group. Why would he hesitate to lay a hand on someone as insignificant as herself? What was his intention? Clearly, it was to help him realize his perverse fantasies. Chen Xiao regarded Chen Qian with a cold gaze, a smirk of derision playing at the corners of his lips. Since he had already envisioned himself as the victim of my bullying, how could I deny him that gratification? With that, two bodyguards seized Chen Qian and dragged him toward the nearest restroom, his cries echoing down the corridor. Chen Xiao's complexion flushed crimson. She attempted to intervene, but was thwarted by the bodyguards. She sought to confront Chen Xiao, only to be obstructed yet again, and when she attempted to scream, a hand clamped over her mouth. Chen Qian's despair peaked at the restroom door as the bodyguards unceremoniously shoved him inside. In a desperate attempt to escape, he was kicked into a pit, his head comically wedged in the muck, the scene grotesque beyond measure. The two bodyguards emerged from the restroom, their faces contorted in disgust, while Chen Xiao watched helplessly, tears welling in her eyes. Chen Xiao observed with indifference, a cold smile gracing his lips. A subtle gesture to the bodyguards prompted them to unceremoniously toss Chen Xiao onto the grass like a discarded rag doll, and soon after, the group departed. Inside the restroom, Chen Qian wallowed in sorrow and despair, his hatred for Chen Xiao reaching a fever pitch, yet he also harbored resentment towards Chen Xiao. It is said that one need not fear the machinations of wicked individuals, but rather the impulsive folly of the foolish. He had been content in the hotel. Yet Chen Xiao's reckless insistence on coming to his aid had resulted in this humiliation, all thanks to her meddling. Chapter 014. The police arrive. Are the funds and personnel prepared? Upon returning to the villa, Chen Xiao reclined carelessly on the sofa, inquiring of Lin Meilan. 15 billion in funds has been secured, along with 50 professional traders ready for action. According to the stock codes I provided previously, they will enter the market at precisely 10:30, gradually building positions. Once we hit the designated price, they're to liquidate immediately, ensuring no individual stock exceeds 2 billion in holdings. And all positions must be sold off 10 minutes before market close. The Tiangong Group is set to bid on 2 parcels of land in the western and southern districts. But our liquidity currently stands at a mere 23 billion, which is insufficient for our needs. Chen Xiao had previously mentioned the necessity of resolving the funding issue, and the stock market presented the most viable opportunity for rapid returns. Recalling his past life, he remembered that today, several stocks in Hong Kong's market would experience unusual fluctuations, creating an optimal investment opportunity. Furthermore, the absence of price limits in Hong Kong's stock market allowed for swift capital appreciation. Understood. I will ensure they adhere strictly to the plan. The remaining funds will be expedited, and later, we shall make our move in the U.S. market. Remember, do not be greedy. Take what you can and depart. With luck, after this round, our cash flow will reach at least 120 billion. Lin Meilan's eyes sparkled with surprise, and a hint of anticipation blossomed within her. In the hotel's presidential suite, the sound of the shower had persisted for nearly an hour. Chen Qian and Lin Meilan sat on the sofa, their faces etched with worry, while Chen Xiao buried her face in her hands, weeping inconsolably, enveloping the atmosphere in heaviness. All you do is cry. What on earth happened? Why did Xiao Qian return reeking of filth? Weren't you supposed to seek justice at school? Did you find it? Chen Qian exclaimed impatiently, unable to contain himself. Xiao Qian. He was shoved into a cesspit by Chen Xiao's bodyguards. Chen Xiao choked out, her narrative punctuated by sobs. Upon hearing this, Lin Meilan's complexion turned ashen, tears cascading down her cheeks. My poor son, How could that little wretch dare to do such a thing? All his previous demeanor of gentleness and restraint was merely an act. This cruel nature is his true self. Chen Qian trembled with rage, slamming his hand on the coffee table, causing cups to shatter upon impact. Chen Yaxin flinched, her eyes brimming with resentment as she continued to embellish the tale. Father, that Chen Xiao is utterly deranged. Not only did he throw Xiao Qian into a cesspit, but he also slapped us in public. Moreover, he brutally assaulted Chairman Zhua, driving the Yuan group to bankruptcy. Lawless, truly lawless. Chen Tianwang seethed, his anger boiling over. The position of chairman of the Chen group has yet to be formally handed over to him, yet he dares to act with such reckless abandon. If he were to gain even more power, would I, his own father, have to bow to him? Speaking of that, it suddenly comes to mind, father. Chen Xiao also said that within 2 days, you must surrender all that belongs to the Chen family and vacate Pingjiang. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Chen Tianwang paused, then burst into furious laughter, nodding repeatedly. Ah, my good son, since you show me no mercy, I see no reason to uphold any father-son bond. With a cold snicker, he rose and departed the hotel suite. Half an hour later, at a tea house, Chen Tianwang met with Zhuo Buxin. Chen Dong, are you here to plead for your good son? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. My feud with Chen Xiao is now irreparable. No one can intervene. Zhuo Buxin slammed his palm on the table, wincing from the pain caused by his injuries. Ah, Zuo Lao Zi, Zu Mi Sun Dun. Chen Tianwang chuckled, pouring tea for Zhuo Buxin. You wish for that little wretch to pay a price, and so do I. That little brat, having grown up in an orphanage, lacks any upbringing. Since returning to the Chen family, he has been coddled by the old master, who, lacking education, knows only how to indulge him, thus nurturing his lawless character. And to be honest, don't think it's amusing that he dared to strike you. Even I, his own father, have been threatened by him to relinquish my company's shares or face the consequences. Zhuo Lao Di, isn't that amusing? Zhuo Buxin shook his head, a smirk of derision on his lips. It seems I misjudged him. I initially thought he was just a brash youth emboldened by the Chen family's influence. But it appears the old master's harsh treatment has truly warped his mind. Without the Chen family backing, he is but a little brat, insignificant. Indeed, without the Chen family, Chen Xiao is nothing. Zhuo Buxin sipped his tea, casting a scrutinizing glance at Chen Tianwang. Therefore, since you're not here to plead for Chen Xiao, what is your purpose in seeking me? I hope, Zhuo Lao Di, you can assist me with a small favor. Teach that lawless little wretch a lesson. Chen Tianwang smiled faintly, yet Zhuo Buxin's expression darkened. What sort of lesson are you suggesting? Should I find someone to give him a beating? Ah, we are law-abiding citizens. How could we engage in such acts? Chen Tianwang remarked with a slight smile. We must learn to wield the weapon of law, ensuring that the assailant pays the appropriate price. Of course, as a token of gratitude for Zhuo Lao Di's assistance in educating my son, I shall offer an additional 10% discount on the Chen family and Zhuo family's collaborative projects. Zhuo Buxin's brows instantly relaxed, a somewhat sinister smile gracing his face, as he regarded Chen Tianwang with a glint of amusement in his eyes. How intriguing. I shall observe how you all engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario. With this thought in mind, Zhuo Buxin readily acquiesced, smiling as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, officer. I wish to report an incident. In just a single day, a woman could develop an extreme admiration for a man. Mr. Chen, you are truly remarkable. In merely 1 day, you have quadrupled our investment. As Huang Meiyun perused the astonishing figures presented by the Financial Investment Department, her astonishment was palpable, her gaze towards Chen Xiao filled with disbelief. After a mere day of trading, the funds Chen Xiao had directed in the Hong Kong stock market had multiplied fourfold, soaring from 1.5 billion to 6 billion. Chen Xiao smiled slightly. This is just the beginning. Continue executing the strategy one provided, and remember to allocate 2 days to withdraw the funds from a market. In his memory, the unusual fluctuations of those stocks had persisted for several days, with one particularly exaggerated stock oscillating like a roller coaster for 10 consecutive days. Understood, Mr. Chen, Huang Meiyun replied, her excitement evident as her eyes sparkled with admiration for Chen Xiao. In school, he was resolute and uncompromising, never one to endure grievances. In the stock market, he commanded with authority, accurately predicting market trends and directing operations at each critical juncture, showcasing an extraordinary talent for investment. Coupled with his tall, handsome, and charismatic demeanor, everything Chen Xiao exhibited over the course of a single day profoundly impacted Huang Meiyun's heart. At that moment, a sudden cacophony erupted outside the villa. Upon stepping out, Chen Xiao beheld 2 officers clad in sky-blue uniforms, their faces stern as they were encircled by bodyguards at the entrance. Chen Xiao, we have received a report alleging intentional harm. We kindly ask you to accompany us for further investigation. Chapter 015, Zhuobuxin and Chen Xiao, we have received a report alleging intentional harm. We kindly ask you to accompany us for further investigation. Upon hearing this, several bodyguards stepped forward with unfriendly expressions. The officers' faces stiffened instantly. What is this? Do you intend to assault an officer? Stand down. We are law-abiding citizens, and cooperating with the police is our civic duty. Chen Xiao waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to retreat, and then calmly approached the entrance. The officers' expressions softened slightly. Although they wore their uniforms and had little to fear, they knew that if these bodyguards were to act recklessly, they too could find themselves in a precarious situation. Should a confrontation arise, the offending bodyguards would face imprisonment, while Chen Xiao would remain unscathed. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, they preferred to avoid conflict with the wealthy elite. Fortunately, Chen Xiao's demeanor thus far had been amiable, which relieved their tension. Could you kindly allow me 2 minutes? I have a few matters to attend to, but rest assured, I won't flee. Chen Xiao maintained a smile, and the officers, appreciating his courteous demeanor, nodded in agreement. Please be swift. Chen Xiao approached Lin Meilan and whispered a few words into her ear. After listening, she nodded earnestly and returned to the villa. We may proceed. 10 minutes later, in the interrogation room. We are now questioning you regarding the allegations of intentional harm made by the victim, Zhuobuxin. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be recorded verbatim. Your name? Name. The officers continued to question, yet Chen Xiao remained silent, his eyes closed. Chen Xiao, do not think that your silence will absolve you. The victim has provided eyewitness accounts, and our colleagues have retrieved surveillance footage from Pingjiang University. If both witness and material evidence are substantial, we can establish your guilt even without your testimony. We are offering you an opportunity to confess. You are aware of the principle of leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist, are you not? At this, Chen Xiao finally opened his eyes and smiled slightly. If you possess evidence, simply proceed to pass judgment. You might want to expedite this, as the maximum duration for detainment cannot exceed 24 hours. He glanced at the court's clock on the wall. Any inquiries can wait until my lawyer arrives. I am fatigued. With that, he closed his eyes once more. The officers exchanged resigned glances, left to endure the wait alongside Chen Xiao. In the office of the chairman of Yangfan Group, Zhuobuxin examined the contract just delivered by his secretary, unable to contain his elation. All it took was a single phone call to have Chen Xiao detained. And Chen Tianwang promptly honored his promise, sending over a revised contract after renegotiation. Although he had been humiliated by Chen Xiao's earlier actions, the prospect of suddenly gaining tens of millions was enough to elicit a smug smile from him. However, he was certain that Chen Xiao would not simply capitulate without a fight. Having dared to strike him, he was determined to ensure Chen Xiao faced dire consequences. As he spoke, Zhuobuxin reached for the desk phone to contact the legal department of his company. Yet at that moment, an urgent ringtone erupted from the innermost drawer of his desk. Zhuobuxin paused, placing the phone down, his brow furrowing in concentration as he hesitated before finally opening the drawer. An old-fashioned mobile phone blared a shrill ringtone. The number displayed inciting a wave of unease within Zhuobuxin. Moments later, the call ended automatically, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the urgent ringtone sounded once more. Zhuobuxin's hand trembled slightly as he took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Why did you take so long to answer? A voice, clearly altered by a voice changer, pierced through the line, causing beads of sweat to form on Zhuobuxin's forehead as his voice quivered. I was not in the office just now. Ah, the voice on the other end chuckled. Did you think you could conceal this from me? Zhuobuxin shuddered, scanning his surroundings. Stop looking. You won't find me. However, I won't hold this against you for now. Zhuobuxin exhaled, realizing his back was already soaked with sweat. I apologize. I will ensure to answer calls in the future. That is of little consequence now, for you should prepare for your journey. Zhuobuxin's face paled instantly. Springing upright from his chair, his pupils dilating. What? What do you mean? Our collaboration has been exposed. Mere minutes ago, several photographs were left on my desk. So, I trust you understand? Zhuobuxin's lips trembled violently, sweat cascading uncontrollably, his voice cracking. Is there no other way? I do not wish to. I truly do not wish to. You know there is no escape. Be proactive. I will ensure the safety of your family. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. So, decide whether you wish to comply or not. I grant you 10 minutes. With that, the call ended, severing Zhuobuxin's path to survival. His eyes reddened as he cradled his head, tears streaming down his face, the memories of his past flashing before him like a revolving lantern. Years ago, he had merely followed his father, Zhuo Hongguang, selling fish in the market. Over time, Zhuo Hongguang had ingratiated himself with Chen Anming, the patriarch of the Chen family, leading to the Zhuo family's gradual rise. They purchased their own fishing boats, transforming from mere fishmongers in a market to renowned fishery tycoons in Pingjiang City. As the Chen family prospered and ascended to become the foremost family in Pingjiang, the Zhuo family, as their vassals, also experienced a meteoric rise in status and prestige. Their humble beginnings with a few fishing boats had blossomed into the formidable Yangfan Group, which controlled a significant portion of the port facilities in Pingjiang, and their overseas shipping and trade thrived vigorously. However, it was precisely under such auspicious circumstances that Zhuo's maritime channels attracted unwanted attention. In the midst of rapid expansion, the Yangfan Group found itself in a precarious situation due to financial strain, and Zhuo Buxin, initially seeking to merely fill the company's financial gaps, unwittingly became ensnared in a web of crime. What began as the transport of a few illicit goods escalated into large-scale smuggling, and eventually into the heinous trade of organs and human trafficking. By the time Zhuo Buxin recognized the gravity of his predicament, he was already mired in an inextricable quagmire. With no option but to proceed down a dark path, he had, fortunately, managed to evade disaster over the years, thanks to a protective umbrella. Yet, the very person who had just called him was that umbrella. Zhuo Buxin realized he had become a pawn, who had leaked the photographs. Zhuo Buxin bellowed, knowing that had it not been for the photographic evidence, he would not have fallen from grace. Moreover, the individual who possessed the evidence had not presented it to the police, but had instead placed it on that person's desk, seemingly to coerce them into discarding him. Was it directed at me? After years of navigating the treacherous waters of the underworld, Zhuo Buxin was no fool. Otherwise, he would not have held the position of chairman in a publicly listed company. In an instant, clarity washed over him. Many adversaries flashed through his mind, but ultimately, it settled upon the visage of a youth. Chen Xiao. It was Chen Xiao. Just after he had reported Chen Xiao to the authorities, the photographs appeared on that person's desk. Zhuo Buxin could not believe such coincidences existed. With this thought, he slumped back in a chair, his gaze hollow, filled with regret and resentment. Minutes later, he approached the window and sent a text message to his daughter, Zhuo Qingqing, before opening the window and leaping out, leaving Pingjiang. Do not provoke Chen Xiao. Chapter 016. If injury cannot be verified, can a corpse be examined? At 6:30 in the evening, a knock sounded at the interrogation room door. A middle-aged man, distinguished and bespectacled, stood at the entrance, holding a briefcase. Good evening, officer. I am Mr. Chen Xiao's lawyer, Luo Wei. Presenting his lawyer's credentials, Luo Wei entered the interrogation room. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Xiao slowly lifted his head, meeting Luo Wei's gaze as the latter smiled and nodded. Your lawyer has arrived. We can commence the inquiry now, correct? After being dragged through over 2 hours of questioning, the officer, feeling fatigued, was eager for a swift conclusion. Certainly. But before we proceed, I would like to inquire, since this is a case of intentional injury, where is the victim? Luo Wei replied with a smile. Li Jingyi frowned slightly, contemplating that if the matter could be classified as a mere scuffle with no serious consequences for either party, a private resolution might be the best course of action, and he ultimately consented. Very well, I will contact the victim. However, before he could exit the room, a colleague rushed in, his expression grave as he whispered urgently to Li Jingyi, casting a significant glance at Chen Xiao, who remained composed in the interrogation chair. Li Jingyi's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to face Chen Xiao, whose demeanor suggested he held all the cards. What is the matter, Officer Li? Is it inconvenient to reach the victim? In truth, regarding the injury report previously provided by the victim, they did not acknowledge it, hence they sought a professional reassessment. Luo Wei maintained his courteous smile. Taking a deep breath, Li Jingyi stated gravely, there's been an issue. The victim is unable to cooperate with the injury examination. If we cannot verify the injury, can we not examine the corpse? Chen Xiao interjected calmly, a hint of coldness in his tone. Li Jingyi's heart raced as he fixed his sharp gaze upon Chen Xiao. It is indeed you. Officer Li, I am unclear as to what you are insinuating. I have been here for 2.5 hours, under your watchful eye, am I not? Li Jingyi felt an intense surge of emotion, realizing he had underestimated this 18-year-old youth. Initially perceiving him as merely a child, he was astonished by the intricacies of his mind and the ruthlessness of his tactics. What had begun with Chen Xiao as polite cooperation had led him to recognize that those nurtured in wealthy families were not to be trifled with. Officer Li, in response to Zhuo Buxin's accusation of intentional injury against me, I declare it baseless and utterly slanderous. You may have Zhuo Buxin confront me directly, or present any witnesses or evidence you claim to possess. Should there be even a single piece of evidence, I will plead guilty. Chen Xiao reclined languidly in the interrogation chair, arms crossed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Li Jingyi felt an obstruction in his chest. It was not that he harbored a disdain for the affluent, nor did he wish to see Chen Xiao imprisoned. Yet, Chen Xiao's actions were undeniably provocative. His colleagues who had retrieved surveillance footage from Pingjiang University relayed that the cameras had conveniently malfunctioned during the time of the incident. How ludicrous it was! Videos before and after the incident were preserved intact, yet that particular time frame's footage had inexplicably failed. Furthermore, the witnesses, upon further inquiry, claimed to remember little of the details. The most absurd was the victim, Zhuo Buxin. If one were to record his statement, it seemed they would need to consult the king of hell in the underworld. As for Luo Wei's suggestion of an injury examination, that was utterly impractical. The medical examiner was still occupied with Zhuo Buxin's corpse. Taking a deep breath, Li Jingyi closed his eyes, his voice hoarse as he declared, "Release him." "Thank you, officer. I knew you would not wrong an innocent person," Chen Xiao remarked with a smile as he approached Li Jingyi. "We will not let any wrongdoer escape." Li Jingyi's eyes widened, fixated on Chen Xiao, desperately seeking any sign of panic or unease upon his face. However, disappointment awaited him, for Chen Xiao remained unflustered. His gaze as clear as water. "You cannot arrest me, for I am a law-abiding citizen." Exiting the police station, a Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited at the entrance. Several bodyguards swiftly surrounded the vehicle as the door opened, and Chen Xiao gracefully entered. Things went well. Chen Xiao accepted the garments handed to him by Huang Meiyun, discarding his soiled shirt to the side. His 8 well-defined abdominal muscles were exposed to the air, rising and falling with each breath, every groove brimming with strength. His robust chest accentuated his contours, casting deep shadows at the intersection of light and dark, forming a mountainous silhouette alongside his collarbone. As his shoulder blades spread, his back formed a triangular shadow, and his triceps bulged with a full arc as he raised his arms. Huang Meiyun's eyes widened, her gaze fixed in awe, as she instinctively reached out to touch. "Wipe your drool," Chen Xiao remarked abruptly, causing Huang Meiyun to snap back to reality, hastily wiping her mouth, a blush creeping across her face as she offered an awkward smile. "I apologize. I was lost in thought." "Oh, what were you pondering?" "The doctor said I have trouble sleeping. I dream of resting my head on 8-pack abs." As she spoke, Huang Meiyun's gaze fell upon Chen Xiao's abdomen. Although he had already donned his clothing, her eyes seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to see through fabric, fixating intently, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. "Drive," Chen Xiao interjected, shaking his head. It appeared that not only men could be lecherous, women, too, possessed their own desires. "Huh? Aren't you going to change your pants?" Huang Meiyun raised the garment, her expression tinged with disappointment. Chen Xiao twitched his lips. Even a mere glimpse of his abs had left Huang Meiyun drooling. What would happen if she were to stumble upon something even more enticing? Would she be driven mad with hunger and take a bite? "I'll change when I get home." "Hey, wait. Who are you guarding against?" "I ask you, who are you guarding against?" The car swiftly returned to the Chen family villa. Before they even entered the courtyard, they spotted Hu Zhongyin, leaning on a cane, pacing back and forth at the gate, his face etched with worry. Upon seeing Chen Xiao emerge from the vehicle unscathed, he sighed in relief and hurried forward. "Young master, are you all right?" "Do not worry, Grandpa Hu. I am perfectly fine. I was frantic after hearing from the bodyguards that the police had detained you. I sought out numerous connections to intervene, but upon learning that the involved party was Zhuo Buxin, none were willing to assist. It truly is a case of people forgetting their benefactor. These individuals once received kindness from your grandfather, and now that he has only been gone a few months, they..." Hu Zhongyin sighed heavily, his head bowed in sorrow. "It's all right, Grandpa Hu. I managed to get out on my own, didn't I?" Chen Xiao smiled, helping Hu Zhongyin into the villa. "By the way, could you provide me with a list of those individuals you contacted? I intend to pay them a visit when I have the time. After all, maintaining connections is essential." "Of course, no problem. Young master, you are indeed growing up." Hu Zhongyin's face was filled with satisfaction, genuinely believing that Chen Xiao sought the list to fortify relationships. "By the way, who is this young lady?" Hu Zhongyin inquired, glancing at Huang Meiyun by Chen Xiao's side. Huang Meiyun, tall and strikingly beautiful, had caught Hu Zhongyin's attention the moment she stepped out of the car. However, in his haste to inquire about Chen Xiao's well-being, he had neglected to ask sooner. "A friend," Chen Xiao replied with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, the situation regarding Xinyong was rather complicated, involving numerous secrets, and Chen Xiao was uncertain how to explain it to Hu Zhongyin. Hu Zhongyin, perceptive as ever, simply nodded, refraining from further probing. Chen Xiao was free to share at his discretion, and he harbored no objections to any secrets the young man might keep. "Oh, young master, you previously asked me to reach out to the clan elders of the Chen family. I have news." Chapter 17. Almost forgotten. You have indeed just lost your father. I have news regarding your inquiry about contacting the clan elders and seniors. Oh, what do they say? Upon hearing this, Hu Zhonglin's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. Chen Xiao instantly grasped that the developments were not favorable. I haven't yet spoken to them about your intentions to establish a clan hall and revise the family tree. I merely mentioned that you wished to meet, but none agreed, and some even uttered unkind words. Chen Xiao's demeanor remained unchanged. He was well aware that matters would not unfold smoothly. Despite being designated as the next head of the Chen family by his grandfather, these elderly figures, emboldened by their seniority, would never regard an 18-year-old child with respect. His title as head of the family was essentially a hollow designation. In fact, those old-timers were likely plotting to conspire against him, eager to unseat him. What specific individuals were involved, and what did they say? Chen Xiao poured Hu Zhongmin a cup of tea. Receiving the cup, Hu Zhongmin replied gravely, "The first I contacted were the second and third elders. However, upon learning that it was you who wished to meet, they dismissed you as a mere child, unworthy of their time. They insisted that if you truly wished to meet, you should come in person to plead." The second and third elders, as mentioned by Hu Zhongmin, were Chen Xiao's grandfather Chen Aming's two younger paternal cousins, Chen Gongming and Chen Pingming, who were brothers. Chen Xiao smiled slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. It seems they still do not regard me highly. In that case, they should not blame me for being impolite. Years ago, Chen Aming had toiled tirelessly, single-handedly establishing the Chen family's foundations. His success had elevated not only himself, but also Chen Gongming, Chen Pingming, and a host of relatives who had once labored alongside him. The older generation placed significant value on familial ties, and Chen Aming was particularly devoted to this principle, because Chen Gongming and Chen Pingming shared the same grandfather. They were closely related, prompting Chen Aming to offer them special care early on, allowing them entry into the power center of the Chen group. However, the two proved to be ineffectual, caring only for their own financial gain and neglecting the growth of the group, ultimately leading to a crisis that resulted in their expulsion from the Chen group and the revocation of their shares. This incident had stirred considerable turmoil within the Chen family, with relatives wholly disregarding the reasons for their dismissal and instead blaming Chen Aming for his perceived coldness towards kin. They understood that once Chen Aming prioritized the group's development and sought to rectify its conduct, the parasites feeding off the Chen group, would find it increasingly difficult to survive, thereby losing their comfortable lifestyles. Even Chen Aming's parents had criticized him during that period, accusing him of being excessively ruthless and neglecting familial bonds. Ultimately, Chen Aming was compelled to relent and instituted a new regulation, allocating 15 of the group's shares for the benefit of the family, with the shares held by the head of the family, while dividends were evenly distributed among the kin. Additionally, he established a family committee to limit the head's authority, allowing for the impeachment of any head deemed unworthy and the election of a new one. However, this provision had yet to be enacted, as Chen Aming had maintained his position as the head for decades, and the family members were content with the substantial dividends received each year, thus avoiding any discord. As time passed, most of the older generation within the family committee had passed away. Now, the longest-serving members were Chen Gongming and Chen Pingming. While they may have exercised some restraint during Chen Aming's lifetime, with his passing, they, as the most influential figures within the family committee, were now regarded as leaders by the Chen family members. Although the title of family head had been passed to Chen Xiao, these two elder figures would undoubtedly resist him, leveraging their seniority to undermine him. They likely still harbored resentment over Chen Aming's decision to expel them, and it was not beyond possibility that they would seek to exact revenge on Chen Aming's most cherished grandson. Moreover, several distant relatives had also expressed their unavailability and outright declined Chen Xiao's overtures. Chen Xiao sat quietly, sipping his tea without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Huang Meiyun had briefly stepped away, only to return shortly with a stack of documents in hand. Chen Xiao accepted the files and perused them briefly, only to break into a smile. Quite intriguing. He then turned to Hu Zhongyin. "Grandpa Hu, it's getting late. Let's take a rest for now. Tomorrow, we shall personally visit the two elder uncles." Hu Zhongyin's expression shifted slightly, his demeanor growing serious. "Young master, these two are not to be trifled with. During your grandfather's time, they often caused him distress. Now that he is no longer with us, although you bear the title of head, they will not yield to you. Even if they ultimately acquiesce to your request, they are likely to take a toll on you. Ah, they are merely elders. What is the harm in taking a bite?" Chen Xiao chuckled, but in an instant, his gaze sharpened, if they're capable of biting. Hu Zhongyin was taken aback, but then a look of appreciation spread across his face. "My dear sir, have you seen? The young master has grown up. You may now rest peacefully below." Chen Xiao, Come out this instant. I know you're inside. Dare to open the door. Suddenly, an uproar of frenzied accusations erupted from outside the door. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow and stepped outside, only to be confronted by the furious, tear-stained visage of Zhuo Qingqing, standing before the grand entrance. In that moment, she resembled a famished mad dog, desperately trying to burst into the villa, but was firmly restrained by 2 bodyguards. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, Zhuo Qingqing's fury intensified, her eyes ablaze with hatred, baring her teeth as though she wished to rend him to pieces. Oh, is that not our Zhuo Qingqing? The grand joke of the Yao family? Why do you wear the countenance of one whose father has just died? Chen Xiao remarked, as if suddenly coming to his senses, a faint expression of remorse crossing his features. My sincerest apologies. I almost forgot that indeed. You have just lost your father, he continued with a smirk. Chen Xiao, Zhuo Qingqing hissed through gritted teeth. Did you orchestrate my father's demise? Zhuo Qingqing, one must provide evidence before passing judgment. When your father perished, I was at the police station. Wasn't it he who personally reported me? Chen Xiao replied, a smile gracing his lips. Should you continue to spout nonsense and slander me, I shall have no choice but to send you a lawyer's letter. Zhuo Qingqing hardly believed a word. Continuing her attempts to breach the villa's threshold, the 2 bodyguards, increasingly exasperated, seized her arms and subdued her to the ground, as though she were a criminal. My father's last message to me urged me to leave Pingjiang and avoid provoking you. If your hands are clean, why did he mention you? Zhuo Qingqing seethed in a low growl. What a ridiculous line of reasoning. If he were advising you to indulge in fewer defenses, would you suspect he choked on his own waist? Chen Xiao, she screamed, shaking with rage, tears mingling with the dirt on her face. My father is dead, yet you still insult him. Are you even human? Who, pray tell, is not human? Smuggling, trafficking, organ trading. Your wretched father engaged in these heinous acts. Does that render him human? Chen Xiao approached her, squatting down to grasp her chin, his gaze icy. The luxury you flaunt, your lavish lifestyle. These riches are stained with the blood of countless innocents. Do you consider yourself human? Zhuo Qingqing struggled against his grip, fear flickering in her eyes, yet she stubbornly retorted, you lie. My father would never stoop to such depths. A sharp slap resounded, and Chen Xiao regarded her coldly. You shall soon discover the truth of his deeds. Do you know what your gravest folly is? It is your audacity to provoke me. Had you heeded your deceased father's counsel and distanced yourself from Pingjiang, you might have lived a life of tranquility as a wealthy heiress. But now, that opportunity has slipped away. With that, he turned and strode back into the villa. Cast her out. If she dares utter another word, sever her tongue. Chapter 018. Zhuo Qingqing's complete breakdown. Zhuo Qingqing wandered aimlessly down the road, unable to comprehend how everything had unraveled. Just moments ago, Chen Xiao had been utterly devoted to her, a veritable sycophant. When she expressed a desire for fresh watermelon, he would brave the scorching sun to fetch it from the fields. When she wished to visit a trendy amusement park, he would stand in line for hours to secure tickets. When she fell ill, he was by her side, tirelessly attending to her needs, no matter how unreasonable her demands. Chen Xiao had always strived to fulfill them. Reflecting on the past, it was evident that he had showered her with care and attention. Yet, how had he transformed into this version of himself? Was it her dalliance with Chen Qian that had incited this change? But she merely sought to become the mistress of the Chen family, unwilling to forfeit any opportunity. What'd she done wrong? Why could Chen Xiao not understand her? Did his love necessitate her unwavering loyalty, forbidding any involvement with other men? Was love not defined by selfless devotion without expectation? Why must he impose conditions on his affection? Was it truly her lack of complete commitment that had driven him to such extremes? Tears streamed down Zhuo Qingqing's face, blurring her vision. She was bewildered by the narrowness of Chen Xiao's love, by his cruelty, and by his need to obliterate what he could not possess. She had not erred in any regard. Regret washed over her. Perhaps she should never have bestowed him any kindness. Had she withheld her warmth, would they have avoided this calamity? Gradually, she found herself at her doorstep, only to discover a vehicle bearing the insignia of the Pingjiang Mental Health Center parked outside, accompanied by 2 police cars with sirens ablaze. I am not insane. I am Zhuo's wife. My husband is the chairman of the Yang fan group. Release me, or you shall face dire consequences. Zhuo Qingqing's mother, He Mei Feng, was being forcibly extracted from the villa by 2 medical personnel, her disheveled hair and wild demeanor suggesting madness. She shrieked in desperation, struggling fiercely, even biting at the hands of her captors. Mother, Zhuo Qingqing cried, rushing forward to push aside the medical staff and place herself protectively in front of He Mei Feng. What are you doing? Let my mother go. Miss, your mother is experiencing severe psychological distress. We must intervene for her treatment. one physician stated. Nonsense. My mother is not mad. She was perfectly fine until now. Zhuo Qingqing retorted, glancing back at He Meifeng, who wore a vacant expression, a strange smile on her lips, and emitted a chilling laugh. My husband is coming back. He promised to take me skiing in Africa and to Disneyland in the Arctic. He will return any moment. Mother, look at me. I am Qingqing. Zhuo Qingqing wept, embracing her tightly in a bid to restore her sanity. But He Meifeng suddenly broke free, her sharpened fingers poised menacingly toward Zhuo Qingqing's face. You wretched girl. You stole my husband. Witness my 9 white bone claws. I shall tear you apart. Caught off guard. Zhuo Qingqing felt a series of cuts sear across her face as He Meifeng's claws raked her. The medical personnel rushed to intervene. Zhuo Qingqing gazed at the sealed villa, her heart a tumult of emotions, tears blurring her vision as she sank helplessly to the ground. At that moment, her phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon opening it, she discovered news alert. Yangfan Group has been exposed for numerous illegal activities. The chairman, Zhuo Buxin, who previously committed suicide by jumping from a building, is suspected to have acted out of fear of punishment. Are there deeper implications behind this? Stay tuned for our ongoing coverage. The Zhuo family's downfall was complete. Zhuo Qingqing murmured to herself, her palm weakly opening, causing her phone to clatter to the ground. The screen shattered, much like her life, irreparably broken. This is where that beast, Zhuo Buxin, lived. The girl in the news, she recognized, was Zhuo Buxin's daughter. The one for whom he had lavishly spent $1 million on a birthday banquet. A story that had made headlines. That despicable creature sold my daughter, tearing our family apart, while raising his own like a princess. Today, she vowed to seek justice for her daughter. A group of aggrieved family members surged forward, shoving Zhuo Qingqing to the ground, their fists raining down upon her. She curled into a ball, tears mingling with blood, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. She could not comprehend how events had spiraled to this point. Just this morning, she had been the pampered daughter of the Zhuo family, an elite of the upper class in Pingjiang, a figure who commanded attention. Yet, within a single day, her father had died, the company had gone bankrupt, her mother had gone mad, and her uncles had been imprisoned. Now, she was the target of public scorn. Chen Xiao was Chen Xiao. Suddenly, Chen Xiao's figure flashed in her mind. She recalled the events of the day. It seemed to have begun with her haughty remarks directed at him. Then she was assaulted. Her father had intervened, only to be beaten himself. Following that, her father had called the police on Chen Xiao, who was subsequently arrested. Then her father jumped, her mother lost her sanity, the company collapsed, the Zhuo family was sealed off, and everything was ruined. Chen Xiao, it's all because of you. A fierce hatred filled Zhuo Qingqing's eyes. She vowed to exact revenge on Chen Xiao, determined that he would live with regret for the rest of his days. She never paused to consider that the true architect of her misfortune was, in fact, herself. Her greed, arrogance, and ignorance had culminated in this dire situation. Outside the Zhuo villa, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stood quietly. As the window rolled down, Chen Xiao observed the chaos with a calm demeanor. Young Master Chen, do you hold a deep grudge against Zhuo Qingqing? Huang Meiyan inquired. She had researched their relationship and noted that Chen Xiao had once been quite infatuated with Zhuo Qingqing. However, it was evident that she had treated him as mere bait while courting Chen Qian. Huang Meiyan surmised that Zhuo Qingqing's duplicity had provoked Chen Xiao's wrath. A grudge is one thing. The Zhuo family's misdeeds are numerous. It is better to eradicate them sooner rather than later to prevent further victimization, Chen Xiao stated. Should we dispose of Zhuo Qingqing? Huang Meiyan paused, making a slashing motion across her throat. We are law-abiding citizens. We must not resort to violence. Chen Xiao replied coolly. Besides, she is still so young, with a bright future ahead. How can we be so cruel as to take her life? Upon hearing this, Huang Meiyan felt a wave of guilt wash over her, preparing to apologize. Death would be too easy for her. Let her suffer a fate worse than death. Living each day in pain and regret. That would be the most fitting revenge. Chen Xiao's chilling words sent a shiver down Huang Meiyan's spine, making her realize how naive she had been to think him merciful. Send 2 people to keep a close watch on Zhuo Qingqing. Even if she attempts suicide, ensure she is rescued. The debt remains unpaid. She must not escape her fate. The glint in Chen Xiao's eyes was icy. After all, she owed him 10 years of his life. Huang Meiyan believed Chen Xiao referred to the decade he had spent as her devoted admirer. Yet Chen Xiao's thoughts were shadowed by memories of past life, where Zhuo Qingqing had falsely testified against him, leading to a decade of imprisonment and unimaginable torment. Now, he intended to make her endure 100-fold of that suffering, ensuring every moment was fraught with agony. Keep a tight watch on her. She will not stir up any trouble. Even if she miraculously encounters good fortune, I will ensure she meets her end at the crucial moment. leaving her no chance for redemption. Chapter 019, a visit with heavy machinery to clear the way. The following morning, Chen Xiao arose punctually at 5:30 a.m. and proceeded with his morning run, a habit he had steadfastly maintained through rain and shine. However, this time, he unexpectedly encountered Huang Meiyun along his route. "You, the young master, are up so early." Huang Meiyun was clad in a fitted light purple athletic tank top, revealing her elegantly sculpted shoulders and collarbone, complemented by high-waisted black sports shorts that accentuated her toned curves. Her long, slender legs gleamed with a healthy glow in the morning light, reminiscent of finely polished ivory. As she ran, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating the senses. Having stayed over at Chen Xiao's villa the previous night, due to the late hour, her athletic attire was a staple kept in her car. Indeed, some young masters prefer to sleep in, but I am not among them, Chen Xiao replied with a smile, quickly averting his gaze. The snug tank top highlighted Huang Meiyun's graceful figure, and he had not previously realized how devoted she was, taking such good care of her grandmother. Early mornings were typically charged with youthful vigor, and lingering too long in her vicinity would surely disrupt his running routine. Huang Meiyun seemed to notice Chen Xiao's discomfort, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "Oh, you're blushing. Are you tired from running? It is a bit warm today, is it?" "Yes, it is rather warm," Chen Xiao responded, taking a deep breath and quickening his pace. When Huang Meiyun returned to the villa, she found Chen Xiao already seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast alongside Hu Zhongyan, who had arrived early. "Go freshen up and join us for breakfast. We will be leaving shortly," he instructed. "All right, soon." Huang Meiyun emerged from her grooming, now dressed in professional attire. After breakfast, the group set off for the residence of Chen Xiao's second uncle, Chen Gongming, still traveling in a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, accompanied by several Maybachs. Though the Chen family maintained an ancestral home, it was typically occupied solely by the head of the family, with gatherings occurring only during festivals or ancestral rites. Each branch of the family possessed its own residence. Arriving at Chen Gongming's villa, two guards stood attentively at the entrance. As Chen Xiao stepped out of the car, he smiled warmly. "Please inform him that his younger relative, Chen Xiao, has come pay a visit." Upon hearing the name Chen Xiao, the guards exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a flicker of intrigue. With a stern expression, one of the guards grumbled, "You may wait here for the time being. The old master is resting and has instructed that no one is to disturb him." Chen Xiao maintained his smile, inquiring, "May I ask how long we must wait?" "I cannot say. It could be as short as an hour or as long as an entire day." "Oh, resting for such an extended period? Is he perhaps on the verge of death in there?" Chen Xiao jested, causing the faces of the two guards to shift drastically as they pointed at him, shouting in anger, "Impudent! How dare you insult the old master?" At that moment, several bodyguards emerged behind Chen Xiao, seizing the outstretched finger of one of the guards, and with a forceful twist, broke it on the spot. Ack! The two let out frantic, pig-like shrieks, as Chen Xiao's bodyguards swiftly subdued them, covering their mouths to stifle their cries. "Do you understand? There's a much quicker method to see the master aside from waiting, such as breaking in," Chen Xiao declared, brandishing a walkie-talkie. "Come here." Then, under the horrified gaze of the two guards, an excavator emerged from around the corner, slowly advancing towards them, its tracks thundering against the ground. "Woo-woo!" The guards, struck with terror, shouted frantically, but with their mouths covered by Chen Xiao's bodyguards, they could only emit incomprehensible whimpers. As the excavator reached the villa's entrance, the bucket was hoisted high before crashing down with force, warping the iron gate and producing a deafening sound of metal tearing apart. "Continue," Chen Xiao commanded coldly, and the excavator roared back to life, its massive bucket mercilessly striking the villa's door. After 3 resounding hits, a thunderous crash echoed, and the door collapsed in an instant. Several bodyguards rushed forward to clear the debris as Chen Xiao returned to his Rolls-Royce, the convoy driving into the villa's courtyard, this time led by the imposing excavator. The cacophony soon drew the inhabitants of the villa outside. Leaning on a cane, the elderly Chen Gongming, with his hair a stark white, emerged at the entrance, supported by his descendants, his face aflame with fury upon seeing Chen Xiao. "Chen Xiao, what on earth are you doing?" Uncle, good morning. Your grandson has come to pay his respects, or rather, to greet you." Chen Xiao stepped out of the car, waving at Chen Gongming with a smile that held no trace of reverence. Chen Gongming's face reddened with rage as he struck the ground with his cane. "This is an abomination, an abomination. Uncle, please do not misunderstand my good intentions. We came to pay a visit, but those 2 guard dogs informed me that you were still resting. When I inquired how long you would rest, they mentioned possibly a full day. I thought, how could that be? At your age, resting for such an extended period, who knows if you might pass away in there. Thus, I had no choice but to resort to this drastic measure to awaken you. Fortunately, it seems effective. Otherwise, I would have had to light a few incense sticks for you. Chen Xiao spoke with a beaming smile, his words causing Chen Gongming to tremble with indignation. Nearly spewing blood as he pointed at Chen Xiao, his finger shaking uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Oh dear, what is the matter? A stroke? Do not be afraid. Your grandson is here. Last time, that old fool, Chen Tianwang, exhibited the same symptoms, and I cured him with just a few slaps. Just bear with me, uncle. As he spoke, Chen Xiao raised his hand and charged towards Chen Gongming, hand poised to strike. Seeing this, Chen Gongming's son, Chen Tianyuan, stepped forward, his face filled with fury. Chen Xiao, you let go. Slap. The sharp sound echoed as Chen Xiao's hand came down fiercely, sending Chen Tianyuan sprawling to the ground, a tooth flying out as his left cheek instantly swelled. Uncle, what are you doing? I am merely treating your father. Do you wish for him to die so you can inherit his trifling possessions? Chapter 20. Open your eyes and see who calls the shots now. Chen Xiao, you little bastard. Just as Chen Tianyuan was about to hurl a few curses, two of Chen Xiao's bodyguards immediately intervened, one covering his mouth while the other seized his waistband, dragging him aside. Come now, uncle, without a rebellious child to obstruct us. I shall surely cure your stroke this time. Chen Xiao laughed, feigning to raise his hand again, causing Chen Gongming's expression to shift dramatically. No need. I am well now. I am no longer ill. Oh, have my medical skills truly advanced so remarkably? Chen Xiao replied, shaking his head in mild disappointment as he lowered his hand. With a solemn expression, Chen Gongming's eyes blazed with fury, yet, glancing at the group of bodyguards behind Chen Xiao, he ultimately swallowed his anger with a cold snort. Chen Xiao, what brings you here today? Uncle, is it not courteous to make us stand here and talk? Chen Xiao inquired with a smile, causing Chen Gongming's expression to fluctuate before he turned and walked toward the reception room. Follow me. Chen Xiao closely trailed behind, along with Hu Zhongyan, Huang Meiyan, and the entourage of bodyguards. Upon reaching the reception room, Chen Gongming took his seat at the head of the table, signaling for a servant to pour tea for Chen Xiao, then adopting a serious demeanor. Can we speak now? Previously, did Grandpa Hu not contact you, uncle? Surely, you understand my intentions. Your grandson is here at your request to seek an audience. Chen Gongming's mouth twitched furiously. What kind of guest arrives with an excavator to break down the door? Previously, Hu Zhongyan mentioned your desire to establish a clan hall, amend a family tree, and expel your father, Chen Tianwan's family from it. Such notions are utterly absurd. Chen Gongming scoffed, but he quickly recalled Chen Xiao's reckless actions. An excavator demolishing the door, slapping an elder, and attempting to remove one's biological father from the family tree. These outrageous acts appear to come effortlessly to Chen Xiao. Oh, where's the absurdity? I implore you to enlighten me, uncle. Tianwang is your biological father. How could a son expel his own father from the family tree? Wouldn't such news invite ridicule from the world? And what about Chen Tianwang's favoritism towards his adopted son while neglecting his biological son? Would that not also be a source of mockery? Regardless, he is still your father. He is an elder. Elders are akin to heaven. Whatever they say or do, even if it is wrong, you as juniors must regard it as a decree without any hint of defiance. Your actions, if made public, will only lead others to label you as unfilial. Chen Gongming, exasperated, slammed his cane down, exclaiming loudly, the Qing dynasty has fallen for how many years? Yet you still speak of decrees. Are you truly concerned about being labeled unfilial? Or are you more afraid of your own authority as an elder being trampled upon? Your hard-won power evaporating? Chen Xiao retorted with a cold smile. Calling you uncle has truly made you feel like a big deal. You little wretch. What did you say? Chen Gongming's fury erupted as he rose, pointing at Chen Xiao and cursing vehemently. Chen Xiao did not relent, standing up to deliver a swift slap that sent Chen Gongming back into his seat. Smack! Chen Gongming held his face, momentarily stunned. My grandfather, out of consideration for familial bonds and under pressure from the family elders, has indulged you in every way, but I do not possess his patience. Reflect upon what contributions you and your family have made to the Chen clan and the Chen group. Yet you stand here with an air of superiority as an elder. Do you truly believe I am unaware? Yesterday, Chen Tianwang contacted you, did he not? Upon hearing this, Chen Gongming's face shifted dramatically as he covered his face, his gaze flickering towards Chen Xiao. He suggested you impeach my position as the family head at the clan committee, and then endorse him as the new head. Following this, he intended to add the name of that illegitimate child, Chen Qian, into the family tree, officially making him a part of the Chen family. Afterward, he would seek to expel me from the Chen family and reclaim the shares my grandfather left me. Once the matter is accomplished, I shall grant you 5 shares of the Chen Group, allowing you to return to the board of directors. Am I mistaken, Uncle Chen? Chen Gongming's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at Chen Xiao with eyes brimming with shock and trepidation. The clandestine dealings between himself and Chen Tianwang were supposed to be privy to no one but the two of them. Yet Chen Xiao laid bare every detail of their conspiracy. It was evident that either he or Chen Tianwang had an informant planted by Chen Xiao. Clearly, he had underestimated this mere 18-year-old youth all along. The boy's cunning and stratagem surpassed his wildest imagination, rivaling that of Chen Anming in his prime, if not exceeding it. In truth, Chen Gongming had only guessed half of the truth. He did indeed have an informant in his midst, but no matter how deep the infiltration, it was impossible to uncover information known solely to the two parties involved. Chen Xiao's awareness of these machinations stemmed from memories of his past life. In that existence, they had conspired together, with Chen Gongming at the helm, to impeach Chen Xiao from his position as head of the family. Chen Xiao had inherited the title of head of the family and 35 of the shares from Chen Anming, with 15 held in trust by the head for the collective ownership of the Chen family. Following his impeachment, Chen Tianwang ascended to the position of head of the Chen family, and with his own 15 stake, he swiftly became the largest shareholder of the Chen Group, subsequently assuming the role of chairman without a hitch. Meanwhile, although Chen Xiao retained his shares, he was expelled and held no position within the Chen Group. In the aftermath, Chen Tianwang employed various underhanded tactics to wrest the remaining shares from Chen Xiao, ultimately casting him out. After a prolonged silence, Chen Gongming composed himself, striving to maintain an air of calm. Since you were aware of everything and dared to come here to provoke me, even striking me, I had initially intended to hesitate. Considering you are the beloved grandson of my elder brother, and I did not wish to make matters irrevocable. However, now, with that, Chen Gongming fixed a dark gaze upon Chen Xiao, his tone laced with veiled threats. Chen Xiao smiled. Uncle, are you perhaps still in a state of slumber? Can you not discern the situation at hand? With a simple gesture, a dozen bodyguards promptly closed in, forming a menacing circle around Chen Gongming. Despite his advanced age and experience with life's tempests, Chen Gongming maintained a facade of composure, albeit internally flustered. Did he truly believe that such a meager number of people could compel his submission? When he roamed the world, your father was yet but a drop of liquid. As he spoke, Chen Gongming clapped his hands, prompting over 30 robust bodyguards to emerge, each brandishing a rubber baton, surrounding Chen Xiao and his associates. Let's resolve this matter. Chen Gongming lowered his eyelids, calmly sipping from his tea. Chen Xiao, with not a hint of panic upon his visage, retrieved a walkie-talkie once more, commenced the operation. Let the old man witness the spectacle. In an instant, a cacophony of drums and shouts erupted from outside, startling Chen Gongming's bodyguards, who turned just in time to witness over 100 figures clad in black charging toward them. The bodyguards swiftly turned to confront the incoming threat. Yet simultaneously, Chen Xiao's bodyguards launched their assault from within, effectively sandwiching their opponents. In merely 2 or 3 minutes, the ground lay strewn with fallen bodies. Now, uncle, open your eyes and behold who holds the reins of power. Chen Gongming stood agape at the unfolding scene, his grip slackening, causing his teacup to slip and shatter into a mosaic of porcelain shards. How is this possible? Uncle, do you now ponder? If I am aware of your clandestine collusion with Chen Tianwang, how could I remain oblivious to the extent of your security measures of the villa? Chen Xiao approached Chen Gongming, leaning down to pat his aged cheek. Chen Gongming jolted back to reality, his inner turmoil intensifying. Yet he endeavored to uphold the dignity of his elder status. Chen Xiao, do not overstep your bounds. I am still the vice chairman of the clan committee, and my words carry weight within the Chen family. Leave now, and I shall overlook today's events, otherwise. Smack! Chen Xiao swiftly delivered a resounding slap, gripping Chen Gongming's chin. Still posturing? Claiming authority? Shall I sever your tongue to ascertain its true weight? Upon hearing this, Chen Gongming's countenance paled, a primal instinct warning him that Chen Xiao was entirely capable of such brutality. Observing the fear etched upon Chen Gongming's face, Chen Xiao chuckled, tenderly rubbing the reddened half of his elder's visage. Look at how frightened you are. I could never resort to such barbarity. Relieved, Chen Gongming exhaled. By the way, I recall my grandfather mentioning that during your childhood, you had little to entertain yourselves, merely playing with dirt and mud. After all these years, I suppose you long to relive those joyful days, do you not? With that, Chen Xiao rose, waving his hand. Cool me. Let's take Uncle out to play in the mud. Chapter 021. Fear is not the most effective means of subjugation. Chen Gongming was escorted by 2 bodyguards out of the reception hall, arriving at the courtyard by the main entrance. Flanking the entrance were 2 flower beds, once adorned with an array of exquisite floral specimens. However, one side lay in disarray, trampled underfoot, revealing a gaping pit approximately 2 meters wide and 1.5 meters deep at its center. Upon seeing the pit, Chen Gongming's expression shifted to one of sheer horror as he grasped Chen Xiao's intentions. True to his suspicions, the 2 bodyguards unceremoniously tossed him into the pit. A depth of 1.5 meters would pose little challenge to a young adult, but given Chen Gongming's frail condition, merely lifting an arm or leg proved arduous, let alone climbing out of such a deep hole. Chen Xiao, what in the world are you doing? What am I doing? Why? I am simply allowing you to fully recall the joys of your childhood. Chen Xiao replied with a smile, gesturing for a nearby excavator to spring to life. As the freshly unearthed soil was gradually filled back into the pit, covered in dirt, Chen Gongming could not suppress a scream. Look how merrily our uncle is playing. Continue. Chen Xiao, stop. Please stop. Someone could die. The earth quickly rose to Chen Gongming's waist, and as he struggled more fervently, his face turned pale, only to have his mouth filled with dirt. Do not fear, uncle. The foreman Lin Meilan graduated with honors and is quite the expert. In all these years, only 2 have perished during filling operations, but the foreman has only ever filled 2 graves. Lin Meilan interjected at an opportune moment. Chen Xiao finit surprise. Isn't that a 100 mortality rate? Oh dear, I forgot to prepare a tombstone. Upon hearing this, Chen Gongming's terror reached its zenith, and he dropped all pretense, crying out in desperation. Chen Xiao, I beg you, stop this madness. I will comply with whatever you demand. I will have the ancestral hall established and amend the family tree. Please, spare me. Cease. Chen Xiao raised his hand, signaling for Chen Gongming to be extracted from the pit. Emerging from the pit, Chen Gongming was a sight to behold, mud-soaked and trembling. Kneeling upon the ground with tears streaming down his face, his trousers thoroughly drenched. Chen Xiao regarded him with a cold gaze. Had you acted like this from the outset, we could have avoided all this turmoil. Why make it so difficult? Chen Gongming bowed his head, avoiding Chen Xiao's gaze, his eyes alight with resentment. Chen Xiao smiled knowingly, aware that the man's capitulation stemmed from fear, and that he was likely plotting to betray him at the last moment. Should that time come, Chen Tianwang would seamlessly ascend to the position of head of the Chen family, placing Chen Xiao in opposition to all the family members. In that scenario, should they summon a few hundred thugs, he would find himself utterly ensnared. Chen Xiao clearly understood that fear is not the most effective means to compel submission. Rather, it is the omnipresence of dread that achieves such an end. What does it feel like to share a sister-in-law with your own brother? Chen Xiao suddenly posed this question, leaving Chen Gongming momentarily stunned, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes before he feigned composure. What do you mean? Oh, perhaps I misspoke. After all, a woman serving 2 husbands cannot simply be termed as a sister-in-law. It should rather be. Chen Xiao furrowed his brows, seemingly deep in thought. Ah yes, kindred spirits. Instantly, Chen Gongming's pupils constricted, an unprecedented wave of fear surging within him. To be honest, you 2 are truly indulging in a grand affair, aren't you? Both over 60 and yet brimming with vitality. Third uncle, who maintains a mistress outside, visits her on alternate days while you go on the others. Pretty, ressourceful usage. Yet, you do possess some conscience, allowing her a day of respite each week. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Gongming's complexion darkened drastically. Slander. You are slandering me. That mistress of yours seems to be quite fruitful, having blessed you both with a son. Third uncle has but a single daughter, and the joy of having a son in his twilight years must be overwhelming. But what would happen if he were to discover that the child is not his own? Chen Xiao smiled at Chen Gongming, whose pallor intensified, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Although you and third uncle are blood brothers, sharing the same parents, DNA does differ. If third uncle were to realize that the child bears such a striking resemblance to him, yet does not match his DNA, will he suspect the child is yours? In an instant, Chen Gongming collapsed to the ground, his body drenched in sweat despite the summer heat, his teeth chattering, unable to utter a word. Moreover, should I divulge your dealings with Chen Tianwang to the other elders of the Chen family, do you think they would still regard you with favor? You have coerced them for your own gain. While they all contributed equally, yet you alone reaped the rewards. Would anyone still be inclined to heed your counsel? As the vice chairman of the clan committee, can you continue in such a capacity? Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, patting Chen Gongming's cheek before standing upright and striding towards the exit. Since second uncle is steadfast and unyielding, it would be unwise for a junior to impose further. I shall seek to win over third uncle instead. I believe you will find what I possess quite intriguing. Stop. Chen Xiao, please. Chen Gongming scrambled before him, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, I was wrong, I concede. I will support you in establishing the ancestral hall and revising the family tree. I beg you, grant me a path to survival. I am already 69, with only a few years left. Please overlook my earlier indiscretions from this day forth. I promise to follow your lead. If you direct me east, I shall not veer west. Chen Xiao smiled, a hint of disdain glinting in his eyes as he looked down at Chen Gongming. Indeed, most individuals are creatures who refuse to acknowledge the boundaries of respect. When treated kindly, they flaunt their airs, but when faced with genuine consequence, they kneel and beg for mercy, tears streaming down their cheeks. Why must it be so? Second uncle, I believe in reciprocity. If you show me respect, I shall return it tenfold. Should you ally with me, rest assured, I will ensure you do not suffer. Once our ambitions are realized, I shall present you with a delightful surprise that will leave you utterly speechless. Chen Xiao remarked, brushing the dirt from Chen Gongming's attire. Bowing slightly, Chen Gongming clasped his hands in deference, a complex glimmer in his eyes. In that case, I shall await the family head's surprise with anticipation. Though he spoke thus, deep down, Chen Gongming wished to avoid any dealings with Chen Xiao for the rest of his life. This individual is utterly mad. Well then, I shall take my leave, granduncle. Do not forget about tomorrow evening's affair. Chen Gongming nodded vigorously, watching as Chen Xiao departed, silently praying that he would uphold his promise and refrain from exposing his secrets. Once in the car, Hu Zhongyan could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Chen Xiao in the back seat. Young master, what did you discuss with the second master regarding tomorrow evening's event? Ding dong. At that moment, Huang Meiyun's phone vibrated, and after reading the message, a flicker of surprise crossed her features, deepening her intrigue towards Chen Xiao. Chen Tianwang had sent invitations to all the prominent families in Pingjiang, announcing a banquet at the Chen family estate tomorrow evening. And the theme? The 18th birthday celebration of the eldest son, Chen Qian. An adulthood ceremony, you say? A smile crept upon Chen Zhao's lips as his gaze turned contemplative, fixated on the scenery outside the vehicle. Indeed, the transformation of a beast into a man is worthy of celebration. Chapter 022, The Beloved Chen Qian. Within the presidential suite, Chen Qian, having languished for 2 days, finally regained his spirits. This revival was not due to any sudden epiphany, but rather because today marked his significant day, his 18th birthday. Turning 18 signifies the threshold of adulthood. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap at the door interrupted his thoughts. Chen Qian opened it to find Chen Yaxin standing outside, a smile gracing her features as she presented him with an exquisitely wrapped gift box. I feared you might receive too many gifts tonight and lack the time to appreciate what your second sister prepared for you. So I thought it best to let you see it in advance. Eagerly, Chen Qian accepted the gift box, hastily untying the delicate bow atop it, revealing a gleaming Ferrari key. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chen Qian's eyes as he eagerly examined the key, an overwhelming exhilaration swelling within him. Gulme, let's head downstairs to see your gift. Thrilled, Chen Qian followed Chen Yaxin to the garage, where a brand new Ferrari awaited, glistening under the lights. Wow, a Ferrari FXX. This beauty costs nearly 15 million. Chen Qian exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy. Second sister, I adore you. His excitement was palpable as he wasted no time in opening the door and immersing himself in the experience. I recalled how you would linger over this car in auto magazines, so I knew you would love it. Chen Yaxin beamed at his delight, sharing in his joy. Chen Qian was overjoyed, feeling his subtle hints about his desire for the car had indeed succeeded in persuading her. By the way, second sister, this car costs over $1 million. Our parents only give us a monthly allowance of 100,000. Where did you acquire such funds? As he caressed the steering wheel, he casually posed the question. A slight unease flickered across Chen Yaxin's eyes before she smiled nonchalantly. Do you truly believe your second sister to be merely a pretty face? I invest in some funds and stocks. It's a breeze to earn back this money. With a toss of her hair, she adopted an air of nonchalance. You are truly remarkable, the most formidable sister in the world. Chen Qian praised without reservation. Chen Yaxin basked in the compliment, feeling cherished. It was no surprise she doted on Chen Qian. He always spoke so sweetly, lifting her spirits. In contrast, Chen Xiao often criticized her endeavors. Previously, she had invested confidently in several stocks, only for Chen Xiao to curse her, claiming those stocks were flawed. Sure enough, just a few days later, she faced a significant loss and had to sell them off. When she encountered Chen Xiao then, he remained silent, leaving her to surmise he was mocking her in silence. Meanwhile, Chen Qian was ever attentive, providing comfort and reminding her that victories and defeats are but the nature of the game. The arrogant and conceited Chen Xiao could not provide the emotional value she sought, while Chen Qian always managed to bring her joy. The comparison between the two was stark and clear. Her favoritism towards Chen Qian is entirely understandable. All right, Xiao Qian, let's head upstairs. I believe Mom and Dad have prepared lavish gifts for you. Okay. Chen Qian reluctantly exited the car. Were it not for the ever-watchful Chen Yashing by his side, he would have undoubtedly taken the car for a leisurely drive, rather than merely lingering outside. Xiao Qian, although the car is a gift for you, you still lack a driver's license. You'll need to pass your test in a few days before you can drive. Chen Yashing made a point to remind him, but Chen Qian clearly dismissed her concern, feeling she was unnecessarily meddling. Happy birthday, Xiao Qian. Upon entering the suite, his third sister, Chen Qiao, immediately approached him, holding a beautifully crafted gift box, her face radiant with joy. This is a special gift I prepared for you. As Chen Qian opened it, he revealed a watch valued at over 300,000, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his eyes, though he feigned delight. Thank you, third sister. I have long admired this watch. In comparison to Chen Yashing's gift, it felt as though one was in a different realm altogether. He couldn't help but think how disappointing it was to receive such a meager present for his coming-of-age ceremony. Xiao Qian, tidy yourself up. It's time to leave with Mom and Dad. Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan approached, their faces beaming with happiness as they looked at Chen Qian. Mom and Dad, have you prepared a surprise for Xiao Qian? Chen Yashing inquired eagerly, her excitement surpassing that of Chen Qian himself. It's not really a surprise. We've been living in a hotel for some time, and it's hardly a sustainable situation. Coincidentally, with Xiao Qian's 18th birthday upon us, we decided to purchase a villa in his name as a birthday gift. That's fantastic. Mom and Dad, I love you both. Chen Qian exclaimed, embracing them, though a feeling of discontent brewed within him. If this was the case, did it mean the family would be living in a villa together? How could they presume to share his villa? Subsequently, Chen Tianwang drove with Lin Meilan, Chen Qian, Chen Yashing, and Chen Qiao to the sales office of the Ufu Tiangong Villa District. Ufu Tiangong represents the pinnacle of luxury living in Pingjiang City, boasting an elegant environment, prime location, and comprehensive facilities, with its residents being nothing short of elite families. When it comes to purchasing a villa here, wealth is secondary, status is paramount. Upon entering the sales office, the sight of Chen Tianwang's family, clad in bespoke high-end attire, immediately attracted the attention of the property consultants, who rushed to serve them with refreshments and thorough explanations. However, the manager's expression shifted subtly upon seeing them, and he quietly slipped away. Hello, Miss Wang, I'm Xiao Zhang, the manager of the Ufu Tiangong sales office. I've noticed the individuals you asked me to keep an eye on. They seem to be looking to purchase a villa. Huang Meiyan turned to Chen Xiao upon receiving the call. The Chen family purchasing a villa at Ufu Tiangong was likely intended as a birthday gift for Chen Qian. Should we proceed with the sale? Chen Xiao smiled. Why not embrace the opportunity? We should not only sell, but reserve the finest and most expensive for them, as such lucrative clients are rare. Huang Meiyan couldn't help but smile at this, relaying a few instructions to the sales office manager. Dad, there's no need to purchase an excessively large villa. Just a cozy one for our family would suffice. As Chen Qian gazed at the scale models of the luxurious residences, his eyes lit up, but he still made a considerate suggestion. That simply won't do. While you may celebrate many birthdays throughout your life, your coming-of-age ceremony occurs only once, and thus the gift must be extraordinary. If we are to buy, we shall acquire the very best, Chen Tianwang declared, waving his hand, prompting the sales office manager, Zhang Tsong, to hurriedly approach, grasping Chen Tianwang's hand. Mr. Chen, your visit to our sales office is an honor. Please excuse our earlier lack of proper welcome. Chen Tianwang paused in surprise. You know me? Of course, Mr. Chen Tianwang of the Chen Group. How could I not? You are a prominent figure in Pingjiang City. Even if I were to forget my own parents, I could never forget you. No one can resist flattery. Zhang Tsung's compliments left Chen Tianwang feeling elated, a smile unwittingly creeping across his face, especially when referred to as the chairman of the Chen Group. Although he was merely the acting chairman at present, the title resonated deeply with his aspirations, filling him with satisfaction. I hear you're looking to purchase a villa? Indeed. I wish to buy a villa for my son as a birthday gift for his 18th. This must be the young master. He truly possesses remarkable talent and charm. Despite his youth, one can already perceive a semblance of your formidable presence. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. Zhang Tsong, adept at his role, skillfully flattered both Chen Tianwang and Chen Qian, leaving them in high spirits and smiles. Ha ha, naturally, he is my son. How can not resemble me? Chen Tianwang chuckled. Meanwhile, the third sister, Chen Qiao, paused, scrutinizing both Chen Tianwang and Chen Qian intently, while Lin Meilan and Chen Yashing maintained their usual composure, seemingly unperturbed. Mr. Chen, have you found a property that piques your interest? I can personally show you around. Yes, still browsing. Why don't you provide some recommendations? Mr. Chen, may I suggest we skip the deliberations and go straight for this crown jewel? Zhang Tsong pointed to the largest villa in the center of the scale model. Consider this. Your son's 18th birthday is a one-time affair, deserving of special significance. Furthermore, the Chen Group stands as the leading enterprise in Pingjiang City, and you, as its leader, occupy a position at its pinnacle. Who else in Pingjiang City is worthy of this crown jewel, if not you? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianwang saw the logic. Realizing that as the head of the largest enterprise in Pingjiang City, it would be unjust for anyone else to claim such a prestigious property. Indeed, that makes sense, he nodded, smiling. What is the price of this crown jewel? Not exorbitant at all, merely 88 billion. What? 88 billion? The moment he heard the staggering price, Chen Tianwang's expression shifted from delight to sheer astonishment, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. Other villas were merely in the tens of millions to over $1 billion. Why was this one so exorbitant? As you mentioned, this is the crown jewel. It cannot be compared to those ordinary villas. This villa's location has been meticulously chosen, potentially examined by feng shui masters, ensuring prosperity and good fortune. Residing here will undoubtedly lead to the flourishing of both family and enterprise. 88 billion is a mere trifle that can be recouped in no time. Furthermore, given your financial strength, Mr. Chen, this amount is merely a drop in the bucket. Chen Tianwang inhaled deeply, his expression fluctuating as he grappled with his indecision. He sensed that he had been skillfully maneuvered by Zhang Tsong. All the preceding flattery had elevated him to this point. And if he were to now admit he couldn't afford it or was reluctant, it would be a severe blow to his pride. Meanwhile, Chen Qian's eyes sparkled with desire upon hearing the price of 88 billion, but he also noticed the awkwardness on Chen Tianwang's face, which ignited a wave of frustration within him. You old man, could it be that you're hesitant to spend money on me? With this thought, Chen Qian sighed dramatically, adopting a sorrowful expression. Dad, let's forget it. This villa is far too expensive. I am unworthy of such a lavish gift. A villa worth over 10 million would suffice. After all, no matter how grand a villa, the greatest happiness lies in living together as a family. As he spoke, Chen Qian cast a lingering glance at the building that represented a distant dream, as if bidding farewell to an unattainable aspiration. Chen Tianwang, witnessing his son's perceptiveness, felt a warmth in his heart. Yet, upon hearing the words of self-sacrifice and seeing the longing in his son's eyes, a pang of sorrow struck him, prompting a resolute decision. Buy it. What does 800 million matter? I shall have the contract prepared immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tsong was overjoyed, realizing he had encountered a naive benefactor, and quickly instructed his subordinates to prepare the contract and relevant documents. Dad, do you truly have that much liquid capital? Over 800 million is no trifling sum, Chen Ruoqiu interjected, approaching with concern, whispering in her father's ear. No worries, in just a week. The mid-year dividends will arrive. I can sell some of my fund stocks, and that should suffice. But that is still a week away. If we want to secure the property now, we must pay the full amount at once. What are we to do? Chen Ruoqiu frowned. Chen Tianwang's expression hardened. He felt a twinge of irritation at his daughter's incessant concerns. Do I need you to remind me? Can't I think of these things myself? With that, he stepped aside to make a phone call. A few minutes later, Zhang Tsong returned with the contract. Chen Tianwang swiftly reviewed it before handing it to Chen Qian. Overcome with emotion, Chen Qian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as his hands trembled slightly while accepting the contract. Dad, you are truly wonderful. I promise to be filial to you for a lifetime. You are my son. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? Chen Tianwang replied with a smile, then turned to Zhang Tsong. Give me a receiving account. Zhang Tsong provided the account, and soon a notification of the transfer arrived on Chen Tianwang's phone. The funds were indeed in place. Chairman Chen was truly affluent, and as the leading figure in Pingjiang City, he could always rely on Zhang Tsong for superior service whenever he had future property needs. Chen Tianwang accepted the business card offered by Zhang Tsong, this time remaining unaffected by the flattery, though inwardly he felt a sting. Approaching 900 million. The price was such that he could have purchased land to erect several buildings, yet he had merely acquired a so-called king of buildings. As reality sank in, Chen Tianwang sensed that he had perhaps acted impulsively. However, seeing the joy on Chen Qian's face made him feel that it was all worthwhile. Before long, the Chen family departed from the sales office, whereupon the sales staff approached Zhang Tsong with expressions of envy. Manager Zhang, you are incredible. You managed to sell the king of buildings. You must have earned a commission of 20 million. Not only that, but our internal valuation for this building was merely 88 billion. When Manager Zhang quoted 88 billion, I nearly had a heart attack. Yet that Chairman Chen didn't even negotiate. It's nothing short of a miracle. Otherwise, how could I be a manager? Zhang Song beamed with pride, and I'm not afraid to tell you, this was all instructed by the higher-ups. Selling it for less was simply not an option. Manager, you're amazing. Compared to you, my cat that does backflips is nothing. I was even thinking of inviting you over to my place tonight. Zhang Song's eyes lit up. That's not out of the question. Noticing the envious and resentful gazes directed at him, Zhang Song realized he mustn't be too selfish. Otherwise, someone might report him to Chen Qian, and he could end up in hot water. All right, let us keep today's events under wraps. Don't go blabbing about. Or you won't be able to bear the wrath of the higher-ups. Each of you will receive a commission of 200,000 for this deal. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they nodded eagerly. While jealousy lingered, reporting would yield them no benefits, only harm. However, with Zhang Song willing to share the profits, they were naturally pleased. At the Chen Xiao villa, as anticipated, Chen Tianwang indeed diverted funds from the Chen group to pay for the property. Chen Xiao swirled his glass of red wine and smiled faintly. Chen Tianwang has delivered the knife right into my hands. I would be remiss not to use it. His actions were tantamount to digging his own grave. Huang Meiyan chuckled, but really, is misappropriating public funds a family heirloom? Why do they all behave this way? HM? What do you mean? Chapter 024. Chen Wanqing's Inquiry. The Chen family returned to the presidential suite of the hotel, elated. As they entered and turned on the lights, they were greeted by the sight of Chen Wanqing, sitting on the sofa like a statue. Eldest sister, you nearly scare me to death. Why weren't the lights on? Chen Yaqin exclaimed, unable to suppress a shriek. Chen Wanqing turned her gaze towards the smiling group. Where have you been? We went to buy a house for Xiao Qian. Today is his birthday, after all. Birthday? Chen Wanqing paused for a moment. Then her expression turned cold as she rose and approached Chen Yaqin, fixing her with a frigid stare. What's wrong? Chen Yaqin felt a tightening in her chest, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Yaqin, why is there a shortfall of 15 million in the company's account? Chen Yaqin maintained a serious demeanor. The company in question was not the Chen Group, but her own enterprise, Xiao Huang Fashion. After graduating from university, she sought to prove herself, opting not to join the Chen Group, but instead founding her own company. Chen Tianwang invested 10 million in startup capital, combined with the 5 million Chen Wanqing had saved over the years, allowing it to gain a foothold right from inception. With Chen Tianwang's daughter status, the company had been developing quite well. Later on, after Chen Qian graduated, she, being an accounting major, joined her sister's company as the financial director. Meanwhile, Chen Ruoqiao, who graduated in fashion design, also joined Xiao Huang Fashion as the design director, and the three sisters worked together to gradually establish their brand in the market. However, today, when Chen Wanqing attempted to make payments to suppliers, she was suddenly informed of insufficient funds. Upon investigation, she discovered that Chen Yaqin had secretly siphoned money from the account. Hearing that it was a matter of 15 million, Chen Yaqin breathed a sigh of relief and nonchalantly replied, I used it to buy a car for Xiao Qian. What did you say? Chen Wanqing was taken aback, feeling as if she had heard the most absurd statement. You used it to buy a car for Xiao Qian? A Ferrari sports car, 15 million. This time, Chen Yaqin's voice was particularly loud, ensuring even Chen Wanqing could hear clearly. Are you out of your mind? Regardless of whether you should have bought such an expensive car, do you even comprehend what you've done? Misappropriating public funds is a serious offense. You could face imprisonment. Didn't your university professors teach you anything? Chen Wanqing was so furious that her face turned pale, her finger trembling as she pointed at Chen Yaqin, filled with disappointment. Feeling intimidated by Chen Wanqing's scolding, Chen Yaqin began to bristle. How is this misappropriating public funds? The shareholders of the company are just Dad and us three sisters. There are no outsiders. I merely took the money temporarily for cash flow. Once the company pays out dividends, I'll return it. Is it really necessary to escalate things to this level? Are you really going to report me? Seeing Chen Yaqin maintain her defiant stance, Chen Wanqing's eyes brimmed with tears of anger, her body trembling as she raised her hand, poised to strike, but halted midair. What? Are you going to hit me? Eldest sister, what are you doing? Put your hand down. This is a family. What kind of scene is this? Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, Lin Meilan hastily interposed herself between the two sisters, grasping Chen Wanqing's hand firmly. Do you not comprehend? This sum is meant for the supplier's payment. If we fail to fulfill this obligation now, what will become of our company's reputation? Who would dare to collaborate with us in the future? After all our efforts to develop the company, do you wish to see it destroyed? Chen Yaqin curled her lip, maintaining a defiant demeanor. What's the big deal? It's Xiao Qian's 18th birthday, a momentous occasion. I simply want to purchase a decent gift for him. Moreover, it's not as if the money won't be repaid. It can be deducted from my future dividends. And what do you expect me to use to settle the supplier's payment now? Chen Wanqing retorted angrily. At that moment, Chen Qian stepped forward, his expression one of dismay, tugging at Chen Yashin's sleeve. Sister, I'm sorry. It's my fault. If it weren't for buying me a gift, you wouldn't have misappropriated company funds and faced our elder sister's wrath. Why not return the car and repay her? Absolutely not, Chen Yashin declared resolutely, her gaze unwavering as she confronted Chen Wanqing. That car is a limited edition. I worked hard to acquire it, and Xiao Qian adores it. As a sister, I must fulfill his wish. Elder sister, since you walked in, all you've talked about is money. I never realized you were so mercenary, completely fixated on wealth. Today is Xiao Qian's 18th birthday. I ask you, what gift have you prepared? I am addressing the payment issue. I am speaking of Xiao Qian's birthday. The sisters glared at each other, tensions escalating to a boiling point. Enough. It's just a minor issue. Today is Xiao Qian's special day. Why create such a ruckus? It's merely 15 million. I'll inject funds into your company right now, Chen Tianwang proclaimed, waving his hand dismissively to conclude the farce. Chen Yashin scoffed, crossing her arms defiantly. Dad, consider this money alone. I will repay you monthly to avoid accusations of taking advantage of the family. Chen Wanqing, her eyes brimming with tears from anger, clenched her fists, struggling to find her voice. Now that the payment issue is resolved, I must ask, what gift have you prepared for Xiao Qian? Chen Yashin glared at Chen Wanqing, a mocking smile on her lips. Taking a deep breath, Chen Wanqing managed a strained smile towards Chen Qian. I apologize, Xiao Qian. There's been so much going on with the company lately. I've arranged for a gift to be prepared. It will arrive later. Huh. I suspect there was no preparation at all. After all, in the eyes of certain individuals, there is only money. What care is there for familial bonds? Chen Yashin derided from the sidelines. Chen Yashin, am I mistaken in my words? As the sisters once again squared off, Chen Qian intervened as a peacemaker. Enough, elder sister. Younger sister, let's not quarrel over trivialities. Even if elder sister hasn't prepared a gift, what matters is that we are together, right? It's the thought that counts. That's unacceptable. If you can forget such an important milestone as your coming of age, it's clear she does not regard you as family at all. You still dare to call her elder sister. It's truly disheartening. Is the absence of a gift sufficient to sever familial ties? Pray tell, when is Zhao's birthday? What gift did you prepare for his coming of age? Chen Wanqing retorted with a cold laugh. Caught off guard, Chen Yashin's expression faltered, her face paling as she stammered. What do I care for that scoundrel? I have never regarded him as my brother. Chen Wanqing offered a bittersweet smile, surveying the room before her gaze fell upon a photo album in Chen Qian's hands. That villa belongs to you at Tiangong, does it not? The cheapest villa there costs 80 million. May I ask, dear parents, what did you gift to Xiao on his coming-of-age birthday? Chen Tianwang's expression darkened, and he barked, Enough. Are you accusing me of failing as a father? This matter ends here. No one is to mention it again. You all forgot Zhao's birthday, including myself. On that day, Xiao Qian received praise from his teacher for his homework, and everyone celebrated by going out to feast, while Xiao was left at home, cooking himself a bowl of longevity noodles. Chen Wanqing, her eyes misty with tears, lifted her gaze to Chen Tianwang. Father, Xiao is your biological son, our brother. Why has no one ever cared for him? Under her persistent questioning, Chen Tianwang could no longer contain his rising fury. Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the room. I said, do not mention it again. Do you not understand? You ask why I did not care for him? I, Chen Tianwang, have only one son, Chen Qian. That little beast, Chen Xiao, I shall consider as never having existed. If I hear anyone speak on his behalf again, do not blame me for being merciless. Chapter 25. Doubts. Chen Wanqing opts for a paternity test. Chen Wanqing lowered her head, covering her swollen face, falling into silence. Chen Yashin stood nearby, puffed up with pride, akin to a victorious rooster. Elder sister, Chen Ruoqiu tugged at Chen Wanqing's sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. Since everyone is here, I have a significant announcement to make. Chen Tianwang declared boldly from his seat on the sofa, surveying the gathered crowd. I have invited the dignitaries of Pingjiang City to a birthday banquet for Xiao Qian this evening at the old residence. Do ensure you dress appropriately and do not bring shame upon the Chen family. Furthermore, during this banquet, I will announce my ascension as the head of the Chen family, and Xiao Qian's name will be formally added to the family genealogy. From this day forth, no one shall question Xiao Qian's identity as the heir of the Chen family. Though in name, Chen Qian was recognized as the son of Chen Tianwang and his wife, he had never been included in the family genealogy since being adopted. Each time Chen Tianwang broached the subject, his father, the venerable Chen Anming, would firmly refuse. Over time, The father and son had quarreled bitterly over this issue, often parting ways in anger. Gradually, Chen Tianwang ceased to press the matter, though the resentment in his heart deepened. Now that Chen Aming had passed away, no one could suppress him any longer. This evening, he would claim the position of head of the Chen family, and incorporating Chen Qian into the genealogy would be a mere formality. Is it true? How splendid! Xiao Qian and I will finally be listed in the same genealogy. Chen Yaxin exclaimed with excitement. By the way, Dad, I suggest you simply remove Chen Xiao from the genealogy altogether. After all, he has never regarded us as family, and once even threatened to expel our branch from the family tree. I would relish seeing him reap what he sows. Chen Yaxin's eyes sparkled with malice as she spoke. Her words resonated with Chen Tianwang, who nodded slightly, a cold smile playing on his lips. This brings me to my second point. Once I officially become the head of the Chen family, not only will I add Xiao Qian's name to the genealogy, but I will also expel that little beast, Chen Xiao, from it. Without the identity of a Chen family member, I wonder how he will continue to thrive. At this, Chen Wanqing felt a tightening in her chest and instinctively looked up at Chen Tianwang. Chen Ruoqiu, gripping her hand tightly, shook her head in warning. The atmosphere in the living room grew tense. Moreover, since Chen Xiao is no longer a member of our Chen family, he will naturally be ineligible to inherit the old master's estate. I will reclaim all the shares he holds in Chen Group and transfer 10% to Xiao Qian. As these words fell, Chen Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain herself any longer. I object, Father, Chen Wanqing exclaimed loudly. We sisters are also your children. For all these years, you have not allocated even a fraction of the shares to us. Why then, does Xiao Qian, just having come of age, deserve such a substantial 10%? Ah, indeed, it seems the allure of wealth has captivated you. The moment you heard that father was bestowing shares upon Xiao Qian, you leaped at the opportunity to protest, revealing that your motivations are merely self-serving. Are they not? Chen Yaxin seized the moment to unleash a barrage of scornful jibes, then promptly turned to Chen Tianwang to reaffirm her loyalty. Father, I wholeheartedly support your decision to grant Xiao Qian 10% of the shares. I'm not particularly interested in any shares myself. In my eyes, no amount of money can compare to the joy of being with family. I have no desire to be like certain individuals. With that, she cast a disdainful glance at Chen Wanqing. Chen Tianwang, his gaze dark and brooding, silently regarded the visibly irate Chen Wanqing. Observing the tense atmosphere, Chen Qian swiftly stepped in to perform. Father, I believe second sister is right. The most important thing is for our family to be together and happy. I do not require any shares. After all, I am not your biological son, and your actions would surely wound eldest sister's heart. After saying this, Chen Qian turned to Chen Wanqing. Eldest sister, please do not be angry with father. If you need the shares, I can simply transfer them to you later. I truly do not mind them. Hearing this, Chen Tianwang felt a surge of emotion, then shot a piercing glare at Chen Wanqing, scoffing, how disappointing it is that you, as the eldest sister, lack even a modicum of understanding. While Xiao Qian harbors none of your pettiness or ingratitude, the shares you hold in such high regard are but trifles in Xiao Qian's eyes. He placed a reassuring hand on Chen Qian's shoulder and continued earnestly, do not worry, Xiao Qian. What is rightfully yours will eventually be yours. This 10% is merely a first step. I will ensure you are employed at Chen Group and personally mentor you to become a competent successor. In the future, the Chen Group will indeed be entrusted to your capable hands. Chen Qian's heart swelled with joy, yet he maintained a facade of humility. It is my duty as your son to alleviate your burdens by joining the company. As for being a successor, let us not entertain such notions. I lack the prowess to lead a corporation. I believe eldest sister would be more suited for the role. The contrast between Chen Qian's nonchalance and Chen Wanqing's bitterness was stark, prompting Chen Tianwang to give Chen Wanqing a fierce glare, fortifying his resolve to have Chen Qian take over the Chen family business. Chen Wanqing gritted her teeth, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes, but ultimately refrained from further protest. She understood that any rebuttal would only serve to place her in a more disadvantageous position. All right, everyone, go and prepare yourselves. Later, we will return to the old residence together. Remember, tonight's banquet will be graced by distinguished guests from all walks of life. Should anyone falter, do not blame me for my unforgiving demeanor. With that, Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan retreated to their room, while Chen Yaxin cast a cold snort in Chen Wanqing's direction before departing as well. Eldest sister, do not let father get to you. It will not benefit you. Chen Ruoqiu softly consoled from the side. I am fine, Chen Wanqing replied, forcing a strained smile as she shook her head. The gift I prepared for Xiao Qian has arrived. I shall go fetch it. With that, she exited the suite. As she walked, Chen Wanqing's mind was abuzz with contemplation. She reflected on the experiences of the past years, the events of recent days, and Chen Tianwang's excessive indulgence of Chen Qian. Indeed, Chen Qian had grown up in the Chen household, having spent 18 years with the family, and it was only natural for Chen Tianwang to shower him with affection. Even the sisters regarded him as a younger brother. However, regardless of these ties, he remained an adopted son, devoid of any blood relation to the Chen family. In large families, lineage is held in the highest esteem. At least in the affluent families Chen Wanqing had come to understand. It was unheard of to bequeath a family fortune to an adopted child. When Chen Aming was alive, he had adamantly opposed Chen Qian's inclusion in the family lineage. Fully aware of the implications, his admission into the family tree would mean he officially became part of the Chen family, thereby acquiring the right to partake in the family's benefits. In a family as substantial as the Chens, yearly dividends for family members casually reach tens of millions, which would otherwise fall into the hands of outsiders. Moreover, Chen Qian would enter the family tree as Chen Tianwang's son, making him a direct descendant with the potential to inherit the family headship in the future. The more Chen Wanqing pondered, the more disquieted she became, sensing that Chen Tianwang should have recognized this, unless a chilling thought crept in her mind, causing her heart to skip a beat. However, if that suspicion were indeed true, then all the inconsistencies would align perfectly. With this realization, a glimmer of determination ignited in Chen Wanqing's eyes. Using the guise of delivering a gift to Chen Qian, she entered his room and discreetly concealed a strand of hair from the bed before driving to the nearest testing facility. "I would like to conduct a paternity test," she declared. Chapter 26, The Banquet Commences. "Oh, Chen Wanqing is going to the testing facility for a paternity test?" Within moments of her arrival, Chen Xiao received word of her actions. Indeed, she had brought samples of hair from both herself and Chen Qian for the examination. What? Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. Is this woman not thinking clearly? If the results show a familial connection, then that's one thing, but if not, is she questioning whether Chen Qian is truly Chen Tianwang's biological son, or is she doubting her own lineage? What a futile endeavor. Chen Xiao shook his head in exasperation. "All right, let us tidy up. We are preparing to depart," he instructed Huang Meiyun, having already donned a sharply tailored white suit that accentuated his tall frame. The slight opening of his shirt collar revealed a hint of a well-defined chest, exuding an air of composure and competence with every gesture. "Are we heading to the Chen family residence?" "Indeed. Chen Tianwang has set the stage for me. It would be rather petty not to join him in the performance," Chen Xiao remarked with a slight smirk as he settled into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, which then glided out of the garage. Following closely behind were over 20 Maybachs, carrying more than 100 bodyguards, resembling a formidable black dragon in their imposing procession. At the Chen family residence, the banquet hall was lavishly adorned, with golden and silver embellishments gleaming under the brilliance of crystal chandeliers. Exquisite works of art hung upon the walls, each piece a testament to the owner's refined taste. Long tables were laden with a variety of gourmet dishes, each meticulously crafted by top chefs. Guests, holding their elegant glasses, swirled the fine wines within, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. The banquet, after all, was merely a social stage for the upper crust, where distinguished figures exchanged information and resources. To attend merely for gluttony would be a farce indeed. As Chen Tianwang surveyed the hall, he felt a swell of pride, seeing nearly every prominent figure in Pingjiang City gathered there. Their willingness to grace the occasion was a testament to his own influence. Who else in Pingjiang City could command such a presence? While he had felt slightly cheated during the villa purchase, he wholeheartedly agreed with the sales manager's assertion that he was a leader in Pingjiang City, indeed deserving the title of its foremost figure. Noticing the clock strike 7, Chen Tianwang ascended the stage. "Esteemed guests, I thank you all for taking the time to attend tonight's banquet. The primary purpose of this gathering is threefold. First and foremost, we celebrate my son, Chen Qian's 18th birthday." As he spoke, someone in the audience took the lead in applauding, and soon the entire crowd joined in a thunderous ovation. Dressed in a striking purple suit, Chen Qian ascended the stage amidst the clamor of applause, his smile radiating confidence and composure, though the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Young Master Chen truly embodied the elegance of a fine gentleman. It was said that he was a student at Pingjiang University, a testament to the old adage that a tiger begets no dog. Waves of praise echoed through the room, and Chen Qian nodded modestly, his smile nearly impossible to contain. Additionally, there were two matters I wish to address in front of all present. The first was to formally inscribe my son, Chen Qian's name into the Chen family genealogy. These words sparked a lively discussion among the attendees. Noticing many faces filled with confusion, Chen Tianwang clarified, "Some may be aware, but many do not know, that Chen Qian is not my biological son, but rather my adopted child." Instantly, the atmosphere grew even more animated as several individuals from prominent families were present. While it was not unheard of to adopt a son, it was truly unprecedented to include an adopted child in the family lineage. In other esteemed families, even in cases where the main bloodline had become extinct, adoption would typically be limited to children from collateral branches sharing the same surname, as it at least preserves a semblance of family blood. Though Chen Qian is not my biological son, I have raised him for 18 years. Blood does not solely define kinship. Thus, I have decided to include his name in the family genealogy, and I sincerely hope to never again hear anyone use his origins against him. From this day forth, Chen Qian shall be unequivocally recognized as a member of the Chen family, our esteemed young master. As Chen Tianwang's words echoed, applause surged through the room. In truth, whether Chen Qian was included in the family genealogy held no substantial impact for them, but aligning with Chen Tianwang could yield tangible benefits. Thus, they readily supported him. After addressing the second matter, there remained one final, most critical announcement. Chen Tianwang took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the assembled guests. "I believe all are aware that upon my father's passing, the position of head of the Chen family was entrusted to my other son, Chen Xiao. However, given Chen Xiao's youth and inexperience, he is ill-equipped to shoulder the responsibilities of leadership. Therefore, after deliberations within the Chen family council, we have unanimously decided to revoke Chen Xiao's position as head of the family, and it shall be temporarily assumed by me, Chen Tianwang." Before Chen Tianwang could finish, the grand doors of the banquet hall were forcefully flung open. A tall young man in a white suit appeared at the entrance. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of poise, a faint smile playing at his lips, yet his brow bore a hint of sternness. "How audacious to attempt to usurp my position without my presence, old man. Is this not rather impolite?" Chen Xiao strode onto the stage, hands tucked into his pockets, looking down upon Chen Tianwang with a chilling demeanor. Upon hearing the term old man, Chen Tianwang's expression darkened, fury brewing in his brow. "Chen Xiao, who permitted you to come? You are not on tonight's guest list. Father, do not be angry. Brother, Xiao must have come to wish me a happy birthday." Chen Qian flashed a smile at Chen Tianwang before quickly dashing to Chen Xiao, his face alight with joy. "Brother, thank you for taking the time to attend my birthday banquet amidst your busy schedule." After exclaiming this, Chen Qian's smile slightly faded, and he leaned in to speak in a voice only the two could hear. "Chen Xiao, it is my birthday today. My second sister gifted me a sports car worth 15 million. My father bought me a villa valued at 888 million. And my elder and third sisters also presented me with lavish gifts. What did they give you for your coming-of-age ceremony?" "Oh, I seem to have forgotten. You never had a coming-of-age ceremony at all. I heard from my elder sister that on your birthday, you merely cooked yourself a bowl of longevity noodles." With that, a hint of provocation danced across Chen Qian's features. Previously, within the Chen household, Chen Xiao had dared to strike him without restraint. Yet today, in front of so many guests, Chen Qian felt emboldened. He did not believe Chen Xiao would dare to resort to violence in front of such a distinguished assembly, unless he wished to sever all ties with this circle. "Provoking me?" Chen Xiao chuckled softly, placing a hand on Chen Qian's shoulder. Chen Qian raised an eyebrow, preparing to respond with a tone of feigned innocence. Slap! Bang! A sharp crack rang out in the banquet hall, and before Chen Qian could react, Chen Xiao delivered a powerful kick. Chen Qian's body was sent flying, toppling over the table, spilling drinks and sauces everywhere. All eyes were immediately drawn to the spectacle between Chen Xiao and Chen Qian, curled up on the floor like a shrimp. Chen Qian clutched his abdomen and face in pain, unsure where to direct his attention. Looking down at the disheveled Chen Qian, Chen Xiao's eyes glimmered with disdain. "If today were your death anniversary, I would gladly wish you a happy one." "Chen Xiao, what are you doing? Get out of here. You are not welcome." Seeing Chen Qian sprawled on the floor, Chen Tianwang's expression shifted dramatically, rushing over to help Chen Qian up, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Xiao. At these words, Chen Xiao appeared to find the situation infinitely amusing, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "Huh, you want me to leave? Old man, have you flushed your brain down the toilet?" Chen Xiao coldly regarded Chen Tianwang. "This is the Chen family's ancestral home, and I am the head of the Chen family. You wish to expel me from my own territory? Chen Tianwang, are you out of your mind?" Chen Xiao raised his hand, rhythmically striking Chen Tianwang's face with each word. The force was not heavy, yet it was profoundly provocative, especially under the watchful eyes of so many distinguished guests. Instantly, Chen Tianwang's face shifted from red to purple, rage boiling within him. Enough. Slap. Chen Xiao retaliated with a slap that left Chen Tianwang stunned. The room erupted in a cacophony of astonished gasps. It had been rumored that Chen Tianwang favored his adopted son while maintaining a poor relationship with his biological child. Yet no one had expected it to reach such a level of animosity. Before a crowd of esteemed guests, Chen Xiao first slapped his adopted brother, then struck his own father. It was no wonder Chen Tianwang had orchestrated such a grand display, stripping Chen Xiao of his title before all of Pingjiang's elite. Tonight promised to be a spectacle. Chapter 027, Severing Ties, Removal from the Family Genealogy. Hearing the clamor of the guests below, Chen Tianwang regained his composure, incredulously staring at Chen Xiao while covering his face. You dare to strike me? Slap. Another crisp slap echoed as Chen Tianwang's face was left symmetrical with red marks. Yes, I struck you, and what of it? Chen Xiao, do not overstep your boundaries. Chen Tianwang bellowed, clutching his cheeks. This is the Chen family. I'm the head of the Chen family, while you are merely a castaway. Who gave you the audacity to strike me? Bang! Chen Xiao delivered a kick to Chen Tianwang's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. You are the head of the Chen family. Then what am I? Chen Tianwang clutched his chest, struggling to regain his breath. Very well, Chen Xiao. Do you truly believe no one can rein you in? Chen Tianwang struggled to his feet, a fierce glint in his eyes, and shouted towards the entrance. Bring me this ungrateful son. Instantly, over 20 well-trained bodyguards clad in black poured in, forming an imposing line, standing resolutely at the foot of the stage. What are you standing around for? How the Chen family raised you for nothing? Come and subdue this ungrateful wretch. As Chen Tianwang witnessed the bodyguards standing idly by, his frustration boiled over. He leapt off the stage, hurling punches and kicks at the guards in a desperate attempt to provoke action. Yet, one by one, the guards remained as motionless as automatons, steadfast in their stances. Breathless and fuming, Chen Tianwang bellowed, I am the head of the Chen family. You are merely dogs raised by the Chen clan. Are you contemplating rebellion by defying your master's orders? It was clear that the Chen family's bodyguards were unwaveringly loyal, and any failure to act was merely a reflection of someone's lack of qualification. At that moment, a calm, aged voice drifted into the banquet hall. Hu Zhouman, leaning on his cane, entered and came to a halt before Chen Tianwang. Uncle Hu, Chen Tianwang greeted with a stern face, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Why had this old man arrived at such a time? And what did his earlier words imply? Uncle Hu, you are the steward of the Chen family, and your allegiance should lie with the clan, not with any individual. Chen Tianwang narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with a hint of menace. I am indeed loyal to the Chen family, Hu Zhouman replied with a faint smile. Then you should pledge your loyalty to me, not to that wretched Chen Xiao, for I am the head of the Chen family now. Chen Tianwang roared in fury. With a thud, Chen Xiao leapt from the stage, delivering a forceful kick to Chen Tianwang's back, sending him sprawling. Without allowing Chen Tianwang a moment to regain his composure, he seized him by the hair and lifted him up. Old fool, who gave you the audacity to imagine yourself as the head of the Chen family? Did I consent to that? Chen Tianwang grimaced, blood frothing at his lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Your consent is unnecessary. The family council possesses the authority to impeach the head of the family. Before the banquet commenced, we had already unanimously voted to revoke your position, and I shall take over. Oh, that decision is irrelevant, Chen Xiao retorted, momentarily taken aback, then sneered. Do you think the council's resolution is a mere joke? You believe you can dismiss it at will? I declare that the previous resolution is void. What do you elders think? Chen Zhao's gaze swept over the elder members of the Chen family council, who suddenly appeared distressed and fell into silence. An unsettling wave surged within Chen Tianwang. Second uncle. Third uncle, we had previously agreed on this matter, he implored. However, Chen Gongming and Chen Pingming, refusing to even glance at him, solemnly stated, everyone can witness Chen Zhao's capabilities. Thus, we unanimously believe that he is the one most qualified to assume the position of head. With their endorsement, the other elders of the Chen family echoed their agreement, leaving Chen Tianwang in a state of disbelief, as if struck by lightning. It felt as though he had been utterly deceived. No, this is wrong. Second uncle. Third uncle, we had clearly agreed to impeach Chen Xiao and put me in charge. I promised you both a 5% stake once the plan succeeded. Have you all forgotten? In a fit of hysteria, Chen Tianwang shouted, only for Chen Gongming and Chen Pingming to be taken aback by his revelation of their conspiracy. Their expressions shifted, but they maintained their facade of calmness, chastising him. Silence. Before the head of the family, a mere petty man, have no right to speak ill. You two traitorous old fools, may you meet a wretched end. Chen Tianwang seethed, his rage boiling over. Chen Gongming and Chen Pingming, both nearing the end of their lives, were particularly sensitive to the word death. Their faces turned ashen as they confronted Chen Tianwang, wielding their canes against him. Observing the scene, Chen Xiao released his grip on Chen Tianwang, allowing the two elder brothers to unleash their fury. The atmosphere became tumultuous as the onlookers relished the spectacle of chaos. Regardless of the banquet's outcome, Chen Tianwang's reputation had already been tarnished. For a long time to come, he would be the subject of derision in conversations. Second uncle, third uncle if you must strike, then direct your blows at me, not my father. Seeing the two elders weaken, Chen Qian swiftly stepped forward, protectively placing himself in front of Chen Tianwang. Instantly, Chen Tianwang felt a surge of gratitude. However, Chen Gongming and Chen Pingming erupted in anger. You, who don't even know your own parents, dare to call us uncles? Get lost. Chen Gongming glared at Chen Qian, his voice cold and commanding. Upon hearing the term bastard, Chen Tianwang was incensed. Shoving aside Chen Qian and lunging at Chen Gongming like a feral dog. You old wretch, who are you calling a bastard? Today, I will teach you a lesson. Unprepared. Chen Gongming was knocked to the ground, and the two men grappled with one another, escalating the chaos. Just then, Lin Meilan, adorned in an exquisite evening gown and exuding an air of elegance, entered the hall, accompanied by the enchanting trio of sisters. Tianwang. Upon entering the banquet hall, Lin Meilan was taken aback at the sight of Chen Tianwang wrestling with Chen Gongming. She rushed forward, attempting to separate the two. However, as a sheltered, wealthy lady, she lacked the strength and was easily shoved aside by the fray. Chen Xiao, is this your handiwork? Chen Yaxin glared at him, her face contorted with disdain and loathing. Chen Xiao cast a cold glance at her. Are you barking again? Chen Yaxin trembled at the memory of her earlier encounter with him, fear flashing in her eyes. But she remained defiant, glaring at him. Chen Xiao signaled for the bodyguards to separate the two combatants. Though Chen Tianwang was still reluctant, he was restrained by the guards. Kicking at Chen Gongming, still eager to continue the confrontation, only to be silenced by a swift slap from bodyguard. As the commotion settled somewhat, Chen Xiao ascended the stage. This farce has undoubtedly amused everyone. As the head of the Chen family, I would like to formally apologize to all present. Chen Xiao bowed slightly, his every gesture reflecting cultivated grace. In light of this occasion, I would like to request everyone to be witnesses. I, Chen Xiao, hereby announce the formal severance of ties with Chen Tianwang. Furthermore, I shall remove him from the family lineage and expel him from the Chen clan. As these words echoed through the hall, the room erupted in a frenzy. The guests exchanged bewildered glances, hushed murmurs filling the air. Chen Tianwang, held by the guards, momentarily froze before his complexion darkened, fists clenched tightly. Chen Xiao, you scoundrel, have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you're saying? After a brief pause of confusion, Chen Yaxin exploded in fury, standing to confront Chen Xiao. He met her glare with icy indifference, and a bodyguard swiftly approached her, delivering two resounding slaps that left her cheeks swollen. You dimwit, truly unable to learn from pain, Chen Xiao remarked, narrowing his eyes and gesturing dismissively. As Chen Yaxin regained her composure and attempted to continue her tirade, two burly bodyguards stepped forward, restraining her and forcibly escorting her out of the venue. Chen Xiao, that is your second sister. How can you treat her this way? Lin Meilan, her face marred with sorrow and disappointment, pleaded with tears in her eyes. Mrs. Chen, the ties have already been severed. What second sister do I still have? Please refrain from casually claiming kinship here. Chen Xiao coldly stated, and Lin Meilan's heart immediately sank. Her eyes dimmed, tears welling in her eyes, yet she valiantly suppressed them from falling. I refuse to sever our ties. You're a piece of flesh that fell from your mother. Do you think I am soliciting your opinions? Mrs. Chen, one must possess self-awareness and not be overly self-assured. After all, we are your biological parents. Are you not afraid of others speaking ill of you for severing ties with us? Chen Xiao sneered, his gaze sharp. For 18 years, you have not cared for me even for a single day. You're concerned about your adopted son's feelings and prevent your own flesh and blood from entering your home. A few baseless accusations from him lead you to treat me with violence. You engage in such despicable acts without fear of others judging you. Why should I be afraid? Chen Xiao's voice was devoid of warmth, causing the guests around them to frown, casting disdainful glances at Mr. and Mrs. Chen. Lin Meilan trembled, and tears finally escaped her eyes. Mother acknowledges that we have indeed handled past matters unfairly, but you have already struck and scolded. Can we not let bygones be bygones? Let us live well as a family, and I assure you I will treat you and Xiao Qian equally from now on. Can't you two just be good brothers? Lin Meilan's voice quivered with desperation, her eyes filled with pleading. I am my grandfather's only grandson. How could I possibly have any brothers? Chen Xiao scoffed, stepping down from the stage, seizing Chen Qian's collar, slowly approaching Lin Meilan. Brother, let go of me, I can barely breathe. Chen Qian struggled desperately, bewildered by Chen Xiao's strength. Despite his frantic writhing, he could not escape Chen Xiao's grip, his face turning crimson, eyes filled with terror. Bang! Chen Xiao forcefully threw Chen Qian to the ground, causing him to curl up in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Meilan gasped in horror. Son. She hurriedly crouched down, checking him for injuries. Son, are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere? You must tell me if you did. Don't endure it silently. Is he made of porcelain? Does one fall and get injured? Chen Xiao coldly remarked. Lin Meilan turned to glare at him. Xiao Qian has always been frail. Do you think he's accustomed to a life of hardship like you, raised in an orphanage? Chen Xiao's eyes sharpened, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his lips. Is this what you, Mrs. Chen, refer to as treating everyone equally? Lin Meilan was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening, especially upon sensing the peculiar gazes of others upon her. Her discomfort deepened. Enough. I'm tired of listening to your drivel. With that, Chen Xiao clapped his hands. Bring it forth. Soon, two servants hastily entered the hall, carrying trays. One tray held a few sheets of paper, emblazoned with the words severing ties. The other tray contained an old, slightly yellowed booklet, clearly aged. It was the Chen family genealogy. Chen Xiao took the severance document, signing his name without hesitation, stamping it with his handprint, then ordered it to be presented to Lin Meilan. Sign it. Once you do, we will be utterly estranged. You need not feign kindness, and I shall no longer play the foolish filial son. Seeing Chen Xiao's name on the severance document, Lin Meilan snatched it, tearing it apart in fury. You can forget that. I will not sign. The only way to sever ties is if I am dead. Bang! As Lin Meilan's words fell, Chen Xiao kicked Chen Qian to the ground, coldly stating, fearing you may be lonely on your journey to the afterlife, I shall send your precious son to accompany you. With that, under Lin Meilan's astonished gaze, he lifted Chen Qian from the ground and began to rain blows upon his face. Bang! The first punch sent Chen Qian reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Bang! The second punch collapsed Chen Qian's nose. Bang! The third punch caused his eyes to roll back, consciousness fading. Chen Qian's agonized screams echoed throughout the hall, sending shivers through the guests, while Lin Meilan felt as if her heart was being torn apart, tears blurring her vision. Lin Meilan, you foolish woman, are you truly willing to sacrifice our precious son for that wretched child? Chen Tianwang, held firmly by the bodyguards, had bloodshot eyes, desperately struggling and shouting hoarsely in despair. He glared at Chen Xiao with deep resentment, wishing he could leap at him if not for the restraints. Chen Xiao, I command you to release Qianer immediately, or we shall never rest until one of us is dead. Never rest until one of us is dead? Chen Xiao tilted his head, sneering, you think you are worthy? With that, he delivered another brutal punch to Chen Qian's abdomen. Chen Qian's body convulsed violently, falling unconscious. Utterly silent, Lin Meilan collapsed into a fit of sobs, pleading on her knees. I will sign, I will sign. Chen Xiao coldly huffed, halting his assault, accepting a handkerchief from a servant to wipe the blood from his fists, then commanded another severance document be brought forth. This time, Lin Meilan did not hesitate, swiftly signing her name and pressing her handprint. After completing this, she rushed to Chen Qian's side, checking his injuries, ensuring he was still alive, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Yet, her gaze towards Chen Xiao was filled with hatred and animosity. Subsequently, Chen Wanqing and Chen Ruoqiu also signed their names. Chen Wanqing hesitated momentarily, but upon witnessing Chen Xiao's indifferent gaze, she ultimately relinquished her attempt at persuasion and obediently signed. Next, the bodyguards brought Chen Yaxing forward. Naturally, she had no objections to severing ties with Chen Xiao and signed immediately. However, upon seeing Chen Qian battered and barely clinging to life, rage surged within her. Just as she opened her mouth to scold Chen Xiao, a nearby bodyguard swiftly struck her, leaving her momentarily dazed before she was unceremoniously thrown out of the hall. Now, it's your turn. Chen Xiao approached Chen Tianwang, coldly regarding him. Chen Tianwang's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched as he glared at Chen Xiao. The bodyguards released Chen Tianwang's arm, and he lunged at Chen Xiao, only to be swiftly kicked to the ground, the severance document thrown at his face. My patience is finite. Chen Tianwang picked up the severance document, lowering his head, yet a sinister smile suddenly crept across his lips. Chen Xiao, despite our myriad grievances, we are still your biological parents. Forcing us to sever ties, do you not fear the ridicule of the world, the judgment they will cast upon you? Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, then smiled faintly, turning back toward Chen Qian. Chen Tianwang, what trickery are you trying to pull? Do you wish to see Qian beaten to death by this little beast? This time, it was Lin Meilan who erupted in hysteria. Wait, I never said I wouldn't sign. Chen Tianwang quickly interjected, his voice filled with urgency as he attempted to stop Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao turned back, gazing at Chen Tianwang with indifference. Chen Tianwang rose to his feet, a somber expression adorning his face. As the ancients have said, if one is born but not nurtured, a severed finger may be returned. If one is nurtured, a severed head may be returned. Chen Xiao, even if we have not raised you, we have indeed given you life. If you wish to sever ties, then let your severed finger be the repayment for your parents' kindness. Do you dare, or do you not? Sever a finger? Very well. Chapter 029. The finger is severed. Why are you not happy? Sever a finger? Very well. Chen Xiao's response was remarkably resolute, without a hint of hesitation. Chen Tianwang was momentarily taken aback. His intention was to challenge Chen Xiao. If Chen Xiao disagreed, he would use that as leverage to negotiate for some benefit. However, he did not anticipate Chen Xiao's unwavering determination to endure the pain of severing a finger in order to completely sever their relationship. With a solemn countenance, Chen Tianwang took several deep breaths, and then a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Although he had not achieved his goal of negotiating benefits, if he could make Chen Xiao experience the agony of severing a finger, it would serve as retribution for the repeated assaults he had endured. With this thought, a sense of satisfaction flickered in Chen Tianwang's gaze. Then let us proceed. You sever a finger, and I will sign the document. Chen Tianwang smiled coldly, as if he had seized the initiative. Chen Xiao remained expressionless, drawing a butterfly knife from the waist of a nearby bodyguard. Instantly, the crowd held their breath, the atmosphere seemingly frozen. Hu Zhongyan appeared tense, wanting to intervene, but upon seeing the seriousness etched on Chen Xiao's face, he ultimately gritted his teeth and remained silent. Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan wore expressions of malice, while Chen Wanqing and Chen Ruoqiu shielded their eyes, trembling in fear. Chen Xiao unsheathed the butterfly knife, gripping the handle, and then, under Chen Tianwang's watchful gaze, advanced towards Chen Qian. Chen Tianwang paused momentarily, then seemed to realize something, his complexion changing drastically. Chen Xiao, what are you planning to do? Severing a finger, is it not what you proposed? The corners of Chen Xiao's mouth lifted slightly as he yanked Chen Qian from the ground and pressed his right hand onto the dining table. You little wretch, what are you doing? Let go of Qianer. Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan cried out in alarm, rushing towards Chen Xiao. Lin Meilan, being the closest, was the first to arrive, but also the first to be sent flying by a kick from Chen Xiao, clutching her abdomen and writhing in pain on the ground. Chen Tianwang, attempting to lunge at Chen Xiao, was intercepted by a bodyguard who pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Chen Xiao, stop. I demand you cease. I will sign the severance document immediately. I want nothing more. Spare the finger. Chen Tianwang shouted, his voice hoarse with terror and panic. At that moment, the unconscious Chen Qian began to stir, his dazed eyes scanning the chaos around him. And upon noticing the glinting blade in Chen Xiao's hand and his own restrained right hand, he was instantly paralyzed with fear. Don't come near me. Chen Xiao, I beg you. I kneel and bow to you. Please spare Qianer. We were wrong. We truly understand our mistakes. Lin Meilan knelt, her head striking the ground repeatedly, blood streaming from her forehead, her voice filled with anguish and despair. Chen Xiao's cold gaze swept across the room, observing the guests who were rendered mute, their eyes filled with fear and awe. Merely a jest to lighten the atmosphere. There is no need for such tension. Severing fingers is a criminal act. How could a law-abiding citizen like myself possibly engage in such wrongdoing? Suddenly, Chen Xiao's tone shifted as he tossed the butterfly knife aside, releasing Chen Qian and replacing his grim demeanor with a radiant smile. Upon witnessing this, the crowd collectively exhaled, having genuinely believed they were about to witness a scene of brutal carnage. Chen Qian, having narrowly escaped a grim fate, felt a wave of warmth wash over him. But he remained oblivious, lying on the ground, basking in the joy of surviving the ordeal. Just when everyone thought the matter had concluded, a bodyguard unexpectedly lunged forward, seizing the butterfly knife from the ground before anyone could react. Swish! The crowd perceived a flash of cold light, followed by a spray of blood as Chen Qian's right index finger was swiftly severed, falling to the ground. Chen Qian let out a heart-wrenching scream, plunging the entire restaurant into an abyss of silence. With all present rendered speechless, unable to fathom the unfolding events. Only Chen Xiao bore a faint smile. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The bodyguard lifted the nearly unconscious Chen Qian from the floor, his massive fists raining down upon Chen Qian's face, leaving him bloodied and battered. Chen Xiao, I will kill you. Chen Tianwang roared in fury, struggling to break free and lunge at Chen Xiao, only to be firmly restrained by the bodyguard. Lin Meilan, overwhelmed by profound grief, fainted instantly. Chen Wanqing and Chen Ruoqiu trembled uncontrollably, their hearts racing in fear and horror. They could not comprehend how Chen Xiao had transformed into such a figure of madness and cruelty. Chen Xiao, you have severed Qian'er's finger. I will not let you go unpunished. I shall seek vengeance. You will meet your demise without a proper burial. Chen Tianwang's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Chen Xiao, his teeth grinding in rage. One may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. Everyone has witnessed it. My bodyguard severed Chen Qian's finger. I am in no way implicated. Chen Xiao raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. You lie. It was clearly your directive. This bodyguard has no enmity with Qian. How could he dare act without your command? Anyone can spread rumors. I could just as easily assert that Chen Qian brought this upon himself through misdeeds and deserved punishment. If you claim I instigated this, then provide evidence. Otherwise, I could accuse you of slander. Furthermore, severing a finger was your request. Why are you now dissatisfied that it has truly happened? Chen Tianwang trembled with rage, his teeth grinding as he cast a murderous glare at Chen Xiao. Father, stop with the idle chatter. We must get Qian to the hospital immediately. If we hurry, there may still be a chance to reattach the finger. Chen Wanqing urged loudly from the side. Chen Tianwang abruptly regained his senses, fiercely breaking free from the grasp of the bodyguard, and hurriedly scooped Chen Qian from the ground, intent on fleeing. Do you think I will let you go? However, after taking only a few steps, at Chen Xiao's command, a dozen towering bodyguards surrounded them, blocking their path. Chen Xiao, what do you intend to do? Are you suffering from senility? Severing ties, altering the family tree, and you wish to leave before the matter is concluded? Chen Xiao's icy gaze fixed on Chen Tianwang, his tone imbued with an unassailable authority. In that moment, Chen Tianwang was filled with regret, realizing that he should have simply signed the severance document without complicating matters and provoking Chen Xiao. Now, he had gained nothing, and Chen Qian had lost a finger. If it could not be reattached, Chen Qian's future would be irrevocably altered. I will sign the severance document. I will sign it now. Alter the family tree as you wish. Our family will completely sever ties with the Chen family. I implore you, let us leave quickly. Qian's condition cannot afford any delays. In seeking favor, one must adopt a humble demeanor. Chen Zhao's expression remained indifferent, his tone frigid. Chen Tianwang's heart sank. After several changes in expression, he finally knelt before Chen Xiao. I beg you, let us go. Speak up. Haven't you eaten? I implore you. Let us go. Why are you shouting so loudly? Chen Tianwang's expression froze, his face a portrait of distress. Chen Xiao, do not push your luck. Push my luck? Chen Xiao scoffed, gazing down at the kneeling Chen Tianwang with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. And what will you do about it? Chen Tianwang gritted his teeth, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitching furiously. After a moment of mental fortitude, he finally bowed his proud head, striking it heavily against the ground. I beg you, let us go. I implore you, let us go. Chen Tianwang repeatedly thudded his forehead against the ground, blood seeping forth, yet he continued without pause. Chen Xiao observed the scene before him with indifference, his heart untouched by any emotion. The consequences of past actions manifest in this life. Chen Tianwang. This is merely the beginning. Sign and then be gone. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's command, Chen Tianwang felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Trembling, he took the pen and the severance letter that was handed to him, tears blurring his vision, yet he dared not hesitate. After signing, he hastily gathered Chen Qian in his arms and stumbled toward the exit. At this moment, the importance of being removed from the family tree paled in comparison to the safety of Chen Qian's body. Chapter 30, I am a madman, with a doctor's certificate. After Chen Tianwang's departure, Chen Xiao proceeded with the ensuing matters. In the presence of numerous guests, he extracted the Chen family lineage and methodically erased every name associated with Chen Tianwang's branch, leaving only his own. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the guests, the banquet drew to a close. However, the audience felt their attendance was worthwhile, having witnessed such an intriguing spectacle. Master of the house, if there are no further matters, we elders shall take our leave. After the guests departed, uncles Chen Gongming and Chen Pingming approached Chen Xiao to bid farewell. Their faces bore a disquieting pallor, and a hint of fear was discernible in their eyes. Do not be hasty in your departure, my esteemed uncles. As I mentioned during my visit to your homes, Once my plans come to fruition, I shall present you with a delightful surprise. I assure you, I do not make empty promises. Chen Xiao wore a serene smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, yet to the two men, it felt ominous. After yesterday's events, they had come to understand Chen Xiao's unpredictable temperament, likening him to a smiling tiger, a pair of black-tailed sharks. They hardly believed the surprise he mentioned would be anything pleasant. They merely hoped it would not be a fright. Let's begin with the second uncle. Chen Xiao beckoned, and Lin Meilan quickly stepped forward, presenting a document. Second uncle, while you still possess a modicum of reproductive capability, strive to secure your lineage. Otherwise, your branch will be utterly extinguished. Chen Gongming was taken aback, his complexion shifting dramatically. What do you mean? Chen Gongming had one son, not to mention that Chen Pingming had recently fathered another with his mistress. The implication of a severed lineage struck a chord of panic within him. However, upon perusing the document Chen Xiao had handed him, his face turned a deep shade of crimson. While Chen Gongming was occupied with the document, Chen Xiao offered another to Chen Pingming. As for the third uncle, he is in a different position. He still has a son to inherit the family business, and with a stroke of luck, he might inherit from both sides. Chen Pingming's aged frame trembled, his pupils constricting as he hastily took the document to examine it. After just a few glances, cold sweat broke out on his brow. Initially skeptical after reading the document, Chen Gongming's doubt vanished upon witnessing Chen Pingming's panicked demeanor. A surge of fury ignited within him. Second brother, tell me this is not true. Did you sleep with my sister-in-law? Is Tianyuan your son? Chen Gongming and Chen Pingming were biological brothers. The sister-in-law mentioned was none other than Gongming's wife, Ho Guifan, while Chen Tianyuan was Gongming's son, at least officially. Brother, let me explain. It was an accident. That night, I was in my room reading an adult novel, and your wife barged in without clothing and turned off the lights. I lost control for a moment, and after turning the lights back on, I regretted it. Chen Pingming, feeling guilty, stammered in frantic defense, his voice trembling, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. By the ancestral spirits. Chen Gongming's fury boiled over as he delivered a punch to Chen Pingming's eye, instantly bruising it. This provoked Chen Pingming, who, disregarding their brotherly bond, retaliated with a kick to Gongming's abdomen. Once I am in, it is my flesh and blood. Were you a worthless thing to contest me? And if I have betrayed you, have you not betrayed me as well? Had it not been for Zhao's documents, I would have remained oblivious to your frequent visits to my mistress. Chen Pingming bellowed, his eyes ablaze with rage. Mistress? Yes, and Lily, she bore me a son. How could I possibly be without heirs? Chen Gongming clung to this as a lifeline, urgently flipping through the remaining documents. Yet, upon encountering a paternity test that read Chen Xiao Bao is not genetically related to Chen Gongming, he felt as though struck by lightning. Beside him, Chen Pingming also glimpsed the report and burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Chen Gongming, you ought to check if you possess any reproductive capabilities. In the end, both your sons are mine. As he spoke, he skimmed through the latter pages of his own documents, only for his expression to shift drastically. Chen Xiao Bao is not genetically related to Chen Pingming. Damn! Chen Pingming exploded with rage. How many more mistresses does this wretched woman have behind my back? As he continued to flip through, the next report sent him into a cold sweat. Lu Lily, HIV positive. Are you serious? Chen Pingming's expression faltered as he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen and devoid of color. Astonished, Chen Gongming continued to peruse the documents, and, as expected, he too found a matching report. It's all over. Chen Gongming's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, his eyes vacant and expression blank, observing their despondent states. Chen Xiao could not help but curl his lips into a cold smirk, casting a sweeping glance over the remaining Chen family members who had yet to depart. In light of the severe issues regarding the personal conduct of Chen Gongming and Chen Pingming, it has been decided to revoke their positions as vice chairman of the Chen family committee. The selection of their successors will be discussed at a later date. The Chen family members exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves, yet no one dared to voice dissent. Simultaneously, they understood that from this moment forward the committee, once a check on the master's power, had become utterly ineffectual. Meanwhile, Chen Tianwang sped recklessly through red lights, finally arriving at the hospital. Watching the emergency room lights flash ominously, he gritted his teeth, his eyes threatening to burst with rage, and pounded his fists against the wall. Beast! If anything happens to my son today, I will ensure that Chen Xiao, that beast, finds no rest in death. Nearby, Lin Meilan sat on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Yaxin, in a fit of hysteria, raged against Chen Xiao, hurling every insult imaginable. Chen Wanqing and Chen Ruoqiu stood silently to the side, their faces equally grim. To them, Chen Xiao's actions that night had indeed crossed a line. Dad, this cannot be left unpunished. We must report Chen Xiao, that murderer, and ensure he serves a life sentence. Chen Yaxin shouted excitedly, her eyes filled with rage and hatred, bearing an expression that seemed ready to devour. Chen Tianwang took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within him, and replied in a low voice, "We will definitely report this to the police. But this little beast is quite cunning. In the end, it was the bodyguard who acted. If we fail to obtain evidence proving that Chen Xiao instigated this, the most we can do is have the bodyguard imprisoned. Then let us hire a lawyer, the best one we can find. We must ensure that Chen Xiao suffers the harshest consequences for having severed Xiao Qian's finger. That scoundrel deserves to die 1,000 deaths." Chen Yaxin screamed hysterically. Beside her, Chen Wanning frowned but remained silent, noticing the grim expressions on Chen Tianwang and others. Name, Jean Kesh. Age, 32. Occupation, bodyguard. Why did you cut off the victim Chen Qian's finger? Were you incited by someone? I have a mental illness. What nonsense. The interrogating officer, taken aback by the towering bodyguard before him, paused. I said I am insane. I have a doctor's note. Chapter 031, Board Meeting. Name, Chen Xiao. Age, 18. Occupation, Director of Chen Group. The complainant claims you assaulted the victim Chen Qian, inflicting injuries. The injury report indicates that Chen Qian's injuries amount to minor injury level 1. Do you admit to this? Facing the police interrogation, Chen Xiao smiled slightly. I admit to a part of it. I did hit Chen Qian because he insulted and provoked me. I acted out of indignation. However, I do not acknowledge that I inflicted minor injuries, as I was quite gentle. The investigating officer turned a laptop towards Chen Xiao, displaying a video from the surveillance in the banquet hall. The footage clearly showed Chen Xiao striking Chen Qian repeatedly in the face. The video distinctly shows you attacking Chen Qian's head multiple times, corroborating the injury report of a fractured nasal bone and broken teeth. Please watch the entire video. My bodyguard also attacked Chen Qian, targeting his face. Thus, you cannot prove that I caused Chen Qian's injuries. Chen Xiao maintained a serene smile, unfazed by the surrounding environment. The interrogating officer rewound the footage, and indeed, they saw the bodyguard pummeling Chen Qian's face, causing their expressions to darken. The complainant also accuses you of instigating the bodyguard to commit the assault, severing the victim's finger. Do you have any defense against this? Those are baseless accusations without evidence. I trust the police will clear my name. The two interrogating officers exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. Although Chen Xiao appeared youthful, he was cunning and articulate, deftly acknowledging certain facts while skillfully deflecting key responsibilities, making it difficult to find a flaw. The bodyguard claims to suffer from a mental illness. Were you aware of this? Yes, I was aware. The police's expressions shifted abruptly, and one slammed his hand on the table. Given that you knew he had a mental illness, why did you still allow him to be your personal bodyguard? Was it merely to push him forward, to do your dirty work, and evade legal consequences? Chen Xiao remained calm, his expression unchanged. Do you conduct investigations based on evidence or concoct stories? My bodyguard is an orphan, suffering from mental illness. If I let him fend for himself, it might lead to societal retaliation, which would surely be more troublesome for you. I provided him with a job, allowing him to live with dignity. I should be awarded a Good Citizen Award for my social responsibility. Moreover, although he has a mental illness, he typically does not exhibit symptoms, and his professional skills are more than adequate for the role of a bodyguard, even if he were to occasionally have an episode. I have several other bodyguards who could intervene at critical moments, ensuring my safety. Why shouldn't I allow him to protect me? In that case, why did your other bodyguards not intervene when he assaulted the victim? Chen Xiao could not help but chuckle lightly. I pay them to protect me. Why should I concern myself with Chen Qian's fate? Why will my other bodyguards feel compelled to act? Enough. If you only wish to ask these trivial and nonsensical questions, then I must excuse myself. I am weary. Let us discuss this further when my lawyer arrives. With that, Chen Xiao crossed his arms on the table and began to rest his eyes. The interrogating officers exchanged glances filled with helplessness. They, too, wished to employ significant memory recovery techniques, but Chen Xiao's status was not that of an ordinary individual. Ultimately, today's events boiled down to a power struggle among prominent figures, leaving them feeling powerless. The following morning, Chen Xiao was released on bail by his lawyer, as the current evidence was insufficient to convict him. As for bodyguard Jean Kesh, he was temporarily detained, but with documentation of his mental illness and a team of top-tier lawyers, it was believed that he would encounter no significant issues. Upon returning to the villa, Hu Zhongyan, who had anxiously awaited all night, approached him immediately. Young master, are you unharmed? Do not worry, Grandpa Hu. Chen Tianwang is far from being able to touch me. Chen Xiao replied with a slight smile, his eyes tinged with disdain. Young master, The events of last night have spread like wildfire in the circles of Pingjiang City, with Chen Qian slandering you from behind. You now appear to others as heartless and ruthless. I fear this will adversely affect your future takeover of the Chen group, Hu Zhongwen remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. No matter, Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly. Reputation holds no value in the face of substantial interests. They are merely a bunch of profit-driven merchants. Have they not engaged in worse dealings? As long as the benefits are substantial enough, familial ties become meaningless, and they will act as filial sons and virtuous grandsons. Do you think this matters to them? Chen Xiao's demeanor was calm. He refrained from mentioning that he possessed a wealth of leverage over these elite individuals. As long as they did not provoke him, all would remain well. However, should anyone dare to cross his boundaries, Chen Xiao would not hesitate to ensure they met a fate akin to that of the Zhou family. By the way, Grandpa Hu, please assist me in contacting the shareholders of the Chen Group. I wish to convene a board meeting. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhongmen's eyes lit up. Is the young master preparing to seize power? It is time to reclaim what belongs to me, Chen Xiao said with a slight smile. A glint of coldness in his eyes. Before his grandfather's passing, he had bequeathed the position of head of the Chen family to Chen Xiao. However, due to Chen Xiao's youth, his will appointed Chen Tianwang as the acting chairman of the group until Chen Xiao was capable of standing on his own. Yet, it was evident that Chen Tianwang would never willingly relinquish his grip on power. His original plan was to first seize the position of head of the family, then control the Chen group entirely with his own 15 shares, along with the additional 15 shares held in trust by the family head, officially assuming the role. Afterwards, he intended to employ various means to gradually erode Chen Xiao's remaining 20 shares, ultimately casting Chen Xiao aside once he lost his utility. However, Chen Tianwang had not anticipated that the first step of his plan, seizing the head of the family position, would end in failure, disrupting all his schemes. In the hospital, Chen Tianwang lay snoring beside Chen Qian's hospital bed. Last night, after a frantic rescue by the doctor, Chen Qian's finger was successfully reattached. However, the doctor warned that unless a miracle occurs, Chen Qian's right index finger would likely remain a mere ornament for the rest of his life, rendered unusable. In response, Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan were engulfed in anger and despair, with Lin Meilan fainting on the spot. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. A series of urgent ringings jolted Chen Tianwang from his slumber. Groggy and irritable, he picked up his phone, an expression of annoyance etched across his face. Speak swiftly. On the other end, Chen Tianwang's assistant felt a shiver of apprehension. He had heard about the events at the Chen family banquet the previous night and understood his boss's foul mood. With a forced resolve, he reported, Young Master Chen Xiao has summoned all shareholders to an emergency board meeting at 10 o'clock this morning. Attendance is mandatory. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's name, Chen Tianwang was instantly wide awake, his eyes widening in fury as a shadow flickered across his gaze. That little wretch has been released so soon. Chapter 032. A single blow shatters the dream of teaching. Chen Tianwang's voice, laced with incredulity and ire, echoed with the question of why his beloved son, Chen Qian, lay half dead in a hospital bed, while Chen Xiao faced no repercussions. The police had stated that, at present, the evidence was insufficient to justify a prolonged detention of young Master Chen Xiao, who had also secured Luo Wei as his legal representative. Luo Wei? Chen Tianwang furrowed his brow. He recognized the name as one of considerable repute in criminal litigation, having even managed to imprison a judge in the past. Yet, he was perplexed as to how Chen Xiao had established a connection with Luo Wei. Was it possible that the deceased patriarch had left this little wretch a trump card? That old man. It's as if he has forsaken me, his actual son, reserving resources and connections for this ungrateful scoundrel. It's utterly infuriating, grinding his teeth. Chen Tianwang's eyes were ablaze with resentment and fury. Director Chen, will you attend the board meeting at 10? To hell with it, Chen Tianwang bellowed. What does that little wretch think he is? Just because he says there's a meeting, it must happen? I want to utter a word. Let us see who dares to show up. I want to see if he can conduct the meeting all by himself. With that, Chen Tianwang hung up the phone in a fit of rage and began contacting other board members. Following the events of the banquet, the clandestine rivalry between Chen Tianwang and Chen Xiao had been thrust into the open, compelling the board members to choose sides. In this contest, Chen Tianwang, having dedicated many years to the Chen Corporation, possessed far greater renown and connections within the company compared to the mere 18-year-old Chen Xiao. Though the latter had managed to leverage intimidation and a cadre of bodyguards to force Chen Tianwang into severing ties and being ousted from the family. Such tactics did not reflect Chen Xiao's business acumen. After all, commerce is not akin to a gang brawl. While brute force may yield temporary gains, it cannot ensure enduring success. The shareholders were chiefly concerned with wealth. They would support whoever could expand the company and generate greater riches for them. In comparison to the uncertain future of Chen Xiao, it was evident that Chen Tianwang offered far greater value to them. Consequently, among the board members, Chen Tianwang contacted. Aside from a few ambiguous individuals who did not take a clear stance, the vast majority leaned toward supporting him. At 10 o'clock that morning, in the upper conference room of the Chen Corporation, Chen Xiao sat alone at the end of a long table, his expression serene and devoid of emotion. At that moment, only 2 chairs on either side of the table were occupied, one by Hu Zhongyan, the family steward who, after decades of loyalty to Chen Aming, was regarded as a brother and held 2 of the shares, the other by Hao Yuqian, a former member of a prominent family in Pingjiang whose fortunes had declined, who had initially sought to invest modestly in the Chen Corporation and ended up becoming one of its major shareholders with 6 of the shares. Young Director Chen, are we still holding this meeting today? Hao Yuqian, a short and stout middle-aged man, inquired with a friendly demeanor. Chen Xiao glanced at his watch. It was already 10:02. If they had not arrived by 10:10, then they might as well never come again. Chen Xiao's expression turned frosty, his gaze devoid of any warmth. Hao Yuqian had expected Chen Xiao to suggest canceling the meeting, but upon hearing his icy words, an inexplicable chill gripped him. This Chen Xiao seemed even more terrifying than the late patriarch. Time passed slowly. At 10:09, Chen Xiao was quietly peeling an apple with a fruit knife. Suddenly, the conference room door swung open, and Chen Tianwang strode in, followed by several impeccably dressed men and women, each radiating arrogance and confidence. Apologies for the delay. There was some traffic on the way. I trust our young director Chen won't mind? Chen Tianwang boldly took a seat at the opposite end of the table, and his entourage settled on either side of him. The seating arrangement was now a stark display of opposition, with Chen Tianwang and Chen Xiao positioned at either end of the long table. Chen Tianwang had 4 directors seated beside him, while Hu Zhongyan occupied Chen Xiao's left side. Hao Yuqian, meanwhile, sat directly adjacent to Chen Xiao on his right. Not all, I don't mind. After all, I'm still young and have plenty of time to waste. Unlike some elderly souls who ought to pray for an extra day of life, Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly. At this, Chen Tianwang's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that Chen Xiao was clearly cursing him. You, Director Chen, please don't be too agitated. I wasn't referring solely to you. I was also alluding to those old fossils beside you. Chen Xiao responded with a slight smile, inciting outrage among Chen Tianwang and his associates. Impudent. A mere child dares to speak so brazenly. As an elder, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson in propriety. A balding middle-aged man beside Chen Tianwang erupted, rising from his seat in fury. At that moment, a bodyguard suddenly rushed in from outside, delivering a swift slap to the man, abruptly returning him to his seat. Director Yang, you truly are eager to impart wisdom. Chen Xiao remarked with a congenial smile, directed at Yang Weinan. Why have you returned to your seat? Not prepared to teach me a lesson anymore? Yang Weinan, clutching his reddened face in pain, glanced up at the towering bodyguard and, sensing fear, swallowed his fury, muttering, no more teaching. He understood the wisdom of avoiding immediate conflict. If any of the other directors have insights to share, now is the time to voice them. As my bodyguard's comings and goings are rather exhausting. Chen Xiao surveyed the room filled with pale-faced directors, a cold smile curling his lips as he exuded an undeniable authority. The directors, including Chen Tianwang, gritted their teeth in anger, yet none dared to speak. Instead, they discreetly lowered their heads to retrieve their phones, contacting their own bodyguards. Let you bask in your triumph for a moment, they thought to themselves, casting icy glances at Chen Xiao. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xiao's heart was filled with a cold derision, yet his expression remained inscrutable as he gestured for the bodyguards to exit. He then slowly began to speak. Since there are no trivialities to discuss, let us commence with the subject of today's meeting. Hold on. Just as Chen Xiao was about to continue, a chilling voice abruptly interrupted him. Chen Tianwang, with a sinister grin, rose from his seat, produced a dossier, and placed it on the table, forcefully sliding it across to come to a halt before Chen Xiao. Before the meeting begins, I recommend you take a look at this document. Agreement of Concerted Action. Chapter 033. Chen Xiao's Murder. Agreement of Concerted Action. Chen Xiao picked up the document and began to peruse its contents, which outlined an accord reached by Chen Tianwang, Yang Weinan, Fu Yinjia, Lu Saikai, and a total of 9 shareholders to jointly exercise voting rights and make unified decisions. Among the 9, Chen Tianwang held 15 of the shares, while Yang Weinan and the others collectively possessed 27, summing up to 42. Chen Xiao, I am fully aware of your intentions in convening this board meeting. It is nothing more than an attempt to oust me from my position as acting chairman and usurp the chairmanship for yourself. However, you have miscalculated, Chen Qian proclaimed, his visage brimming with confidence, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. You are merely an inexperienced youth, and no shareholder believes you possess the capability to lead the Chen Group to greater heights. It is I who should rightfully assume the chairmanship. Indeed, I support Chairman Chen Qian. So do I. We all stand in support. The directors surrounding Chen Qian raised their hands in fervent endorsement. Do you truly believe you have me cornered? A cold smile crept across Chen Xiao's lips as he retorted. Sensing the movements of the bodyguards outside, Chen Qian's heart tightened. But recalling the reinforcements he had summoned, his expression quickly regained its composure. Isn't that the case? Or do you intend to resort to violence to coerce us into endorsing your chairmanship? I warn you, Chen Xiao, business is not akin to gang warfare. It is not merely the might of one's fists that dictates the outcome. Even if you force our hands, the shareholders will not support you, nor will the partners of the Chen Group recognize you. The Chen Group would simply be doomed under your stewardship. To prevent Chen Xiao from resorting to desperate measures and dispatching bodyguards to assault them, Chen Qian hastily invoked the potential for the company's bankruptcy as a threat. The Chen Group was the culmination of Chen Anming's lifelong efforts, and one would assume that Chen Xiao, possessing even a modicum of humanity, would exercise restraint. Who says I intend to employ violence? Chen Xiao merely smiled and shook his head, and the bodyguards outside remained motionless. Chen Qian let out a sigh of relief. After all, apart from violence, Chen Xiao posed no other threat that could instill fear in him. Chen Qian, possessing 42 of the shares does not equate to holding a controlling interest. Where does your confidence stem from? Chen Qian's expression shifted slightly, his gaze darkening. You have 35 of the shares, along with Hu Zhong'an's 2, totaling 37. However, as he spoke, Chen Qian's eyes shifted towards the ever-smiling and silent Hao Yuqian. Director Hao, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Hao Yuqian smiled and shook his head. Director Chen, rest assured, I, Hao Yuqian, have stated that I will not partake in any shareholder decisions and will remain perpetually neutral. I shall still cast an abstention vote. Chen Qian exhaled, redirecting his gaze to Chen Xiao, a cold smile returning to his lips. Now, do you possess any other trump cards? Chen Qian, do you not feel that one of your hounds is missing today? Chen Qian was taken aback, and his expression suddenly shifted as an ominous premonition surged within him. He understood that the hound Chen Xiao referred to was not a mere canine, but rather his close associate, Zhu Song, who was concurrently the third largest shareholder of the Chen Group, holding 75 of the shares. After receiving news of the board meeting earlier that morning, Chen Qian had reached out to all shareholders, including Zhu Song. At the time, Zhu Song had readily agreed to stand alongside him. However, when he attempted to contact him en route to the company, he found himself unable to reach him. Despite this, combined with the other shareholder stakes, he still had 42, and while there was some risk, he believed victory was still within reach. Now, with Chen Xiao invoking Zhu Song's name, it suggested, you have managed to win over Zhu Song, haven to you? A sense of disquiet began to swell within Chen Qian, accompanied by a rising tide of fury. He never anticipated that the very person he trusted most, who he believed would never betray him, had turned into a treacherous backstabber. Zhu Song, that scoundrel, is he even worthy of my persuasion? Chen Xiao scoffed, glancing at his watch. The time is nigh. At this moment, Lin Meilan, understanding the cue, switched on the television and tuned into the news channel. Chairman of Songju Logistics and major shareholder of the Chen Group, Zhu Song, has been arrested by the police on multiple charges, including bribery and embezzlement. Sources indicate that Zhu Song's company is also embroiled in tax evasion, with estimates of the evaded tax amounting to 3 billion. This station will continue to follow the developments. As the news concluded, Lin Meilan switched off the television, leaving Chen Qian and the surrounding shareholders in a state of sheer terror and disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Zhu Song, who had been strategizing with them mere hours ago, had suddenly become a prisoner, and the news had broken so swiftly. They were convinced that no such occurrence could transpire without someone orchestrating it from behind the scenes. In the next moment, every gaze turned towards Chen Xiao. I understand that you share a close relationship with Zhu Song. Seeing him imprisoned must weigh heavily on your hearts. But fret not. You all have the opportunity to join him, Chen Xiao declared, withdrawing a stack of folders from beneath the table and tossing them across to the opposite side. There were 8 folders in total, each inscribed with a name. A wave of apprehension washed over the group as they hastily snatched the folders bearing their names, only to discover within them meticulously detailed records of their various illicit activities over the years, many of which they could scarcely recall. Instantly, their faces drained of color. Their spines chilled, and an unprecedented dread coursed through their veins. Chen Qian, witnessing the scene, felt a jolt of anxiety, his expression shifting as he instinctively sought to glimpse the contents of the document in Yang Weinan's hands. Yet, Yang Weinan reflexively clutched the folder tightly, casting a wary glance at Chen Qian. Chen Qian felt a sinking sensation, although he had not seen the document's contents. He surmised it contained incriminating evidence sufficient to ruin these shareholders irrevocably. After all, these affluent individuals had, to some degree, engaged in less than savory dealings in their pursuit of profit. The shareholders hung their heads, their expressions fluctuating wildly. Yang Weinan gritted his teeth, sprinting towards Chen Xiao and dropping to his knees, trembling as he pleaded, "Chairman Chen, I was wrong. I truly see my errors now. I implore you, show me mercy." This was all instigated by Chen Qian. "I never intended to oppose you." Chen Xiao leaned slightly forward, his arms resting on his knees, his smile fading as his gaze turned icy towards Yang Weinan, his voice devoid of warmth. "You do not recognize your fault. Rather, you acknowledge your impending doom. How many times do you believe these pieces of evidence would lead to your execution?" Yang Weinan trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks as he hoarsely begged, "Chairman Chen, please grant me an opportunity. We have no grievances with each other. I would willingly relinquish all my shares to you. Just spare me from submitting these documents, or I truly will perish. I grant you an opportunity. Who has extended a chance to those deceased? For the sake of trivial gains." Substandard steel bars were employed in the construction of the building, culminating in its catastrophic collapse, leading to the unjust demise of numerous workers. In a subsequent attempt to silence the truth, 6 relatives of the victims were ruthlessly eliminated. Do you truly believe that merely placing a hapless intern to take the fall will suffice to obscure the reality? Chen Xiao's gaze grew increasingly frigid, his body leaning slightly forward, drawing ever closer to Yang Weinan. "You shall meet your end." Yang Weinan's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. Yet, upon beholding Chen Xiao's countenance, an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent surged within him. Everything seemed to be behind him, but it was Chen Xiao who insisted on dredging the past. If he were destined for death, then so too would Chen Xiao not escape. In that moment, Yang Weinan's eyes were suddenly drawn to a fruit knife resting quietly upon the conference table. A surge of fury ignited within him, and emboldened by desperation, he seized the knife, his eyes bloodshot as he lunged at Chen Xiao. "I shall take you down with me. Chen Xiao, be wary. Young master." Huang Meiyun and Hu Zhong were immediately struck with alarm, their hearts nearly stopping. Meanwhile, Chen Tianwang and the other shareholders were filled with exhilaration, their gazes brimming with excitement. As long as Chen Xiao perished, the evidence they feared would no longer pose a threat. Chen Xiao regarded the frenzied Yang Weinan with indifference, and as the fruit knife drew perilously close to his heart, he finally acted. His right hand shot out like lightning, grasping Yang Weinan's wrist, twisting it gently, redirecting the blade with precision as it plunged downwards. The sickening sound of steel piercing flesh echoed in an instant. Bright crimson blood sprayed upwards, the metallic scent of gore instantly suffusing the conference room. With a thud, Yang Weinan collapsed to the floor, his hands still gripping the knife's handle, the blade embedded deeply in his throat, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. His once vibrant eyes now devoid of life. Incompetent fool. Chapter 034. Chen Xiao and Chen Tianwang conspire. The conference room fell into a profound silence, the air seemingly frozen. The sound of heartbeats distinctly audible as every gaze fixated on Yang Weinan's lifeless body on the ground, a blend of terror and shock etched upon each face. Moments before, Yang Weinan had lunged at Chen Xiao with a knife, yet one moment of distraction had led to the blade finding its mark in his own throat. Chen Xiao casually extracted 2 tissues from the table, wiping the blood from his palms before tossing the wads onto Yang Weinan's corpse. Incompetent fool. Chen Xiao's voice shattered the silence. Zavilong, Zavilong. Fu Yanjie let out a piercing scream, stumbling toward the exit, while the other shareholders snapped back to reality, their faces etched with horror as they rushed for the door. At that moment, several bodyguards entered from outside, slamming the conference room door shut, blocking the escape of the panicked shareholders. They attempted to break free, but their privileged lives had rendered them no match for the trained bodyguards. Regardless of their fervent attempts to escape, the bodyguards remained unfazed, eventually growing irritated enough to kick the shareholders to the ground. "This shareholder meeting isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going?" Chen Xiao's calm voice echoed, yet to the shareholders' ears, it sounded like a death knell from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines, their teeth chattering, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Young Director Chen, I was wrong. I am willing to support you and sever ties with Chen Qian. Please spare my life. A shareholder fell to his knees, his voice trembling with desperation, while the others followed suit, bowing and weeping profusely. I am not a maniac. Yang Weinan sought to kill me, and I merely defended myself. If you don't believe me, the conference room is under surveillance. Chen Xiao smiled, his demeanor serene and composed, devoid of any signs of the turmoil one might expect after committing such an act. It was as if he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. What had I gotten myself into? The shareholders moaned in despair, lamenting their ill-fated opposition to Chen Xiao. Young Director Chen, we all wish to support you and see you as chairman. Please, if you could find it in your heart to let us go. Lu Saikai knelt on the ground, his expression anxious. Let you go? Do you truly believe that is a possibility? Chen Xiao scoffed, revealing that he had already instructed someone to notify the authorities upon their arrival. The crimes you have committed are enough to confine you for life. Today, none of you shall escape. Upon hearing this, the shareholders' faces drained of color, despairing tears welling in their eyes as they fell to the ground, crying and begging for forgiveness. Director Chen, please spare us. We bear no grudge against you. We are merely victims of that scoundrel Chen Qian's manipulation. If so many of us are incarcerated, the Chen Group stock will undoubtedly plummet, which serves you no benefit. Indeed, what benefit would your imprisonment bring me? After all, I have not signed any agreement with you as a concerted action party. Chen Xiao remarked nonchalantly. The shareholders' hearts sank at his words, a sense of foreboding creeping in. It was you. Suddenly, Lu Saikai whipped around to glare at Chen Qian, who stood at the back. They had signed a concerted action agreement, granting Chen Qian voting rights over their shares. Once they were imprisoned, he would maintain control over their stakes. Furthermore, Chen Xiao had revealed evidence against them all, yet had conveniently excluded Chen Qian. They were not naive enough to believe he had remained untainted by any wrongdoing. In retrospect, the apparent discord between Chen Xiao and Chen Qian seemed more a meticulously orchestrated performance, designed to lull them into complacency. The intent was now unmistakably clear. You scoundrel! You have betrayed me. You and your son conspired against us. What nonsense about severing ties and being cast out. From the very beginning, you were after our shares. Realizing the full extent of the betrayal, the shareholders surged to their feet, enraged as they charged at Chen Qian, fists flying, their faces twisted in fury. Stop! Cease at once. You have been deceived by that little brat. I am not responsible for your plight. I was unaware of any of this. The evidence you speak of has nothing to do with me. You old fool. If you were unaware, how could you identify our evidence? You still argue. Today, I shall end you. At this moment, Lu Saikai displayed an unprecedented level of cunning, immediately seizing Chen Qian by the collar, eyes blazing. His fist landing a solid blow to Chen Qian's face. His keen intellect instructed him to unleash his full strength. I truly did not know. The evidence was merely speculation. Chen Qian's nose bled profusely, his voice quivering with distress, yet no amount of explanation would suffice. Chen Xiao lounged casually in his chair, observing the spectacle with amusement. Chen Qian, battered and bruised, cried out for mercy. Oh, Chen Xiao, do clarify this matter for them. It is not my fault. Chen Qian was clearly becoming disoriented from the assault. He genuinely did not know. Everyone, please, ease up a bit. Yet, to Chen Qian's astonishment, Chen Xiao did indeed step forward to provide clarification, but after his explanation, the situation remained unchanged. The shareholders only intensified their blows. You old fool, still claiming you are not in cahoots with him. If you are not, why would Chen Xiao come to your defense? Today, I shall make you pay for your treachery. Chen Qian writhed on the ground, howling in anguish, while the shareholders' fury intensified. Just then, a sharp and melodic wail of police sirens echoed from downstairs. Lu Saikai and the other shareholders were abruptly jolted back to reality. In their fervent release of pent-up anger, they had completely forgotten that Chen Xiao had already summoned the authorities. What to do now? The police had arrived. Fu Yinjia's complexion shifted dramatically as she hastily released her grip, with the remaining shareholders ceasing their actions, all eyes converging upon Lu Saikai. His expression fluctuated wildly as he regarded the composed Chen Xiao, realizing that beseeching Chen Xiao for mercy was futile. This young upstart was more formidable than anyone could imagine. At that moment, Lu Saikai's gaze fell upon the bloodied and barely conscious Chen Qian, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Seizing Chen Qian from the ground, Lu Saikai produced a keychain from his pocket, from which dangled a small Swiss Army knife. With swift precision, he opened the knife, the blade glinting ominously as it was pressed against Chen Qian's throat. With a menacing glare directed at Chen Xiao, he coldly declared. Chen Xiao, if you dare to hand over our incriminating evidence, I will ensure that this scoundrel, Chen Qian, spills his blood right here. Chen Xiao could not help but emit a derisive laugh, raising his hand dismissively. Be my guest. Chen Xiao, Lu Saikai bellowed, stop pretending. Do you think your feigned indifference will sow doubt in me, prompting me to release him? I, Lu Saikai, am no fool. With that, as if to prove his ruthlessness, Lu Saikai plunged the Swiss Army knife violently into Chen Tianwang's lower back. Thud! Chen Tianwang let out a heart-wrenching scream as blood gushed from the wound. Why threaten me? Why not stab him instead? He cried, tears of anguish and frustration welling in his eyes. Ignoring Chen Tianwang's pleas, Lu Saikai's gaze remained fierce, fixated on Chen Xiao, attempting to discern any sign of wavering in his demeanor. He succeeded. Indeed, Chen Xiao's countenance betrayed shift. A smirk of triumph spread across Lu Saikai's face. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Xiao rose from his seat, approached one of the bodyguards, and retrieved a butterfly knife from his waist, tossing it casually at Lu Saikai's feet. Your knife is too small. It lacks the necessary heft. Here, take a bigger one. Lu Saikai stood frozen in disbelief, his previously confident smirk faltering. Chen Xiao, do not push me. Do you truly think I lack the courage to kill? Then go ahead and kill. Chen Xiao shouted, and in an instant, the already tense Lu Saikai crumbled, his hand trembling, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Seizing the moment, Chen Tianwang summoned all his strength, violently shoving Lu Saikai aside, charging forward like a rabid dog. Regaining his composure, Lu Saikai swiftly grabbed Chen Tianwang by the collar, pulling him to the ground, while simultaneously snatching the butterfly knife that Chen Xiao had discarded, now utterly blinded by rage. He aimed the blade menacingly at Chen Tianwang's throat. Bang! In a thrilling moment, a gunshot pierced the air, the bullet shattering through Lu Saikai's wrist, causing the butterfly knife to fall. The police surged in, swiftly subduing Lu Saikai. Another worthless fool. Chapter 035, Embezzlement, Maximum Life Sentence. Another worthless fool, Chen Xiao scoffed, shaking his head in disappointment. Soon after, the officers who had rushed in laid eyes on the lifeless body of Yang Weinan, their expressions shifting dramatically as they drew their weapons, eyeing everyone present warily. What's happening here? Who did this? The lead officer, Li Yue, shouted. Chen Xiao raised his hand. It was I, he proclaimed, standing tall. This man attempted to kill me, and I acted in self-defense, resulting in his death. The surveillance cameras in the conference room captured the entire incident. Li Yue regarded Chen Xiao with a serious expression, a flicker of wariness crossing his mind. Chen Xiao's demeanor was unnervingly calm, entirely incongruous with someone who had just taken a life. It was well known that even in self-defense, the loss of a vibrant life could profoundly impact a normal person's psyche. A person as composed as Chen Xiao either possessed an extraordinarily resilient heart, or was so accustomed to killing that he had grown desensitized to it. Li Yue pondered this, then signaled to an officer, who promptly left to retrieve the surveillance footage. We received a report indicating illegal activity here. Who among you made the call? Li Yue scanned the room, his voice grave. That was me again. Chen Xiao raised his hand once more. The criminals are these individuals. The folders on the table contain evidence of their crimes. The instant those words left his lips, several shareholders turned ashen, their faces drained of color. A few, overtaken by fear, collapsed to the ground, unable to contain their bodily functions, a foul odor permeating the air. Li Yue, frowning, picked up one of the folders from the table and perused its contents, his expression shifting abruptly, his teeth grinding in rage. A glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes. Take all of them into custody. With his command, the officers swiftly moved to handcuff the shareholders one by one. Chen Tianwang, Chen Xiao, you two beasts wait for me. Lu Saikai, flanked by two officers, continued to struggle, glaring at Chen Xiao with venomous resentment and defiance. On the ground, Chen Tianwang wore a mournful expression, the pain from his wound contorting his features, his heart a tumult of anger and grievance. How was it fair that he had done nothing wrong, yet endured a brutal beating, suffered a stab wound, nearly lost his life, and now found himself targeted by Lu Saikai? What sins had he committed to deserve this? At that moment, the officer who had gone to review the surveillance returned, whispering something into Li Yue's ear. Li Yue's expression shifted, revealing a hint of shock as he turned to Chen Xiao, then nodded. Mr. Chen Xiao, after reviewing the footage, we preliminarily conclude that your actions indeed fall within the scope of self-defense. However, we still need your cooperation to come to the station and provide a statement. Of course, cooperating with law enforcement is every citizen's duty, Chen Xiao replied with a nod, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is there anyone to help me? I am dying. Chen Qian groaned in agony on the ground, blood soaking through his clothes, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Two officers lifted him from the ground, one on each side, supporting his arms as they escorted him out. Wait, Chen Xiao suddenly called out to the officers, stepping forward to face Chen Tianwang. What do you intend to do now? Chen Tianwang, weakened by pain, could scarcely muster any anger, responding feebly. I have not disclosed your crimes. You do not genuinely believe your hands are clean, do you? Chen Xiao whispered in Chen Tianwang's ear, causing his complexion to pale, his voice trembling with anxiety. What do you mean? I, Chen Tianwang, have acted with integrity. You shall not slander me. This morning, I reviewed the company's accounts and discovered a sum exceeding 800 million, with the recipient being the sales office of the UFU Tiangong. At this revelation, Chen Tianwang's face drained of all color, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a response. This amount was used to purchase a villa, and the registered owner of the villa is Chen Qian. I must ask, why would a property bought with fund from the Chen Group be registered under an individual's name? Can you explain that, Acting Chairman Chen? This. Chen Tianwang's mind was a blank, stammering, and unable to articulate a word. In his initial plan, he intended to smoothly seize the position of the head of the Chen family, subsequently being elected as the official chairman of the Chen Group at the shareholders' meeting. At that point, even if the embezzlement were to come to light, as the chairman, he would possess absolute authority, and no one could touch him. However, he never anticipated that his plans would be utterly disrupted by Chen Xiao, who swiftly uncovered the embezzlement as well. Allow me to enlighten you on some legal knowledge. Embezzling over 800 million yuan is classified as an exceptionally large sum, warranting a prison sentence of more than 10 years or even life imprisonment, though not the death penalty. You might just save your life. Chen Xiao remarked with a smile. While Chen Tianwang lowered his head, trembling like a leaf in the wind, beads of sweat cascading down uncontrollably. What do you want from me to let me go? Chen Tianwang raised his head, his voice barely above a whisper, a glimmer of pleading in his eyes. Releasing you is certainly feasible. Within 24 hours, you must return double the funds you embezzled from the group, and I will temporarily refrain from pursuing your accountability. What? Double? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianwang's eyes widened in sheer terror and disbelief. Disagreeing is also acceptable. Sharing a cell with your acquaintances could be quite enjoyable. After all, you're all co-conspirators, aren't you? You have undoubtedly offended numerous individuals in the business world over the years. If you end up in prison, wouldn't they seek someone to keep an eye on you? With that, Chen Xiao smiled slightly and turned to leave. A wave of panic washed over Chen Tianwang. He realized that he had indeed made many enemies over the years, and the prospect of being confined in a mixed prison environment filled him with dread. The thought alone ignited a fierce terror within him. Wait, I agree. I'll return double. Just tell me what I have to do. A cold smile crept onto Chen Xiao's lips. Remember, before 11 a.m. tomorrow, if the money isn't received, expect a visit from the police. Chen Tianwang's face fell, his heart swirling with a tumult of emotions, regret and fear intertwined. He understood that Chen Xiao was not merely making empty threats, given Chen Xiao's level of animosity towards him. If he were truly apprehended, Chen Xiao would likely celebrate extravagantly, even going so far as to arrange for him to be bullied in prison. Later, Chen Xiao was taken to the police station to provide a statement. Thanks to the surveillance footage that meticulously documented Yang Weinan's knife assault and Chen Xiao's act of self-defense, he was swiftly released without charges. Upon exiting the interrogation room, he encountered Lu Saikai emerging from another room. Their eyes met with animosity and enraged. Lu Saikai lunged at Chen Xiao, shoving aside the nearby officer as if he were a mad dog. Chen Xiao, I will kill you. Chen Xiao met his gaze coldly, and as Lu Saikai charged at him, he swiftly kicked out. Bang! Lu Saikai was sent flying backward at an even greater speed, crashing to the ground and sliding several meters. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise but finding himself utterly immobilized. His eyes filled with resentment as they locked onto Chen Xiao. What benefit does it bring you for us to be imprisoned? Chen Xiao scoffed. You are incarcerated because you committed a crime. I, as a concerned citizen, reporting a few criminals is entirely reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 036. Chen Tianwang bites the hook. Upon exiting the police station, Huang Meiyun, who had been anxiously pacing at the entrance, rushed over. Thank goodness, I'm so relieved you are unharmed. Her voice trembled, her face etched with concern. Chen Xiao chuckled lightly. I acted in self-defense. How could there be any issue? That's not what I meant. Huang Meiyun looked up at Chen Xiao. When Yang Weinan lunged at you with a knife, I was nearly terrified to death. Chen Xiao smiled confidently. Rest assured, the person capable of harming me has yet to be born. And when will they be born? On the ride home, Lin Meilan reported some recent findings to Chen Xiao. Chen Qian's fingers had been reattached, yet he would essentially be a mere ornament from now on, unable to return to his former self. Chen Yaxin had quarreled fiercely with Chen Wanqing over Chen Qian's car purchase with embezzled funds, resulting in a strained relationship between them. The results of the paternity test that Chen Wanqing conducted revealed no blood relation between her and Chen Qian. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Chen Xiao's lips. How intriguing. If Chen Wanqing is not related by blood to Chen Qian, then who do you suppose is not Chen Tianwang's offspring? Lin Meilan furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. From a genetic standpoint, Chen Wanqing shares many facial features with Chen Tianwang, while Chen Qian bears none of his traits. However, logically, Chen Tianwang's affection for Chen Qian far exceeds that of a typical adoptive father towards his son. He shows even less care for his biological children. This is quite unreasonable. If Chen Qian is not Chen Tianwang's illegitimate child, then it must be that Chen Tianwang has lost his mind. Lin Meilan analyzed. In fact, we have overlooked one person. Chen Xiao interjected. Lin Meilan. Her level of affection for Chen Qian rivals that of Chen Tianwang. I sense there may be something we are unaware of behind this. Lin Meilan nodded, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Lin Meilan's actions are indeed peculiar. I will instruct our investigators to pay closer attention. By the way, what is Chen Tianwang up to now? He went to the hospital to tend to his wounds and is now scouring the world for loans. However, since we preemptively alerted several banks, he hasn't been able to borrow a single cent, and it seems the fish are about to take the bait. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Young Master Chen, I have a question, Lin Meilan said, a hint of confusion on her face. If you detest Chen Tianwang so much, why not eliminate him directly? If you're concerned about bearing the stigma of patricide, I can take care of it for you. As she spoke, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flashed across Lin Meilan's face. Death would be too merciful for him, Chen Xiao replied. The suffering brought by death lasts only a fleeting moment. To lose everything one takes pride in, to experience the stark fall from heaven to hell. To live like a rat in a gutter, trampled by those once looked down upon, enduring the dual torment of body and mind. Only this can yield the greatest anguish. Chen Xiao's gaze flickered, his tone chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. He had endured 10 years of torment in prison in his previous life. If he could not ensure that those who had wronged him tasted the same suffering, he would find no solace for the wounds he had borne. Meanwhile, Chen Tianwang sat on a bench in the hospital, anxiously dialing one number after another. The bank presidents, who usually fawned over him and sought loans, were today inexplicably unresponsive. They either refused to answer his calls or engaged in evasive banter, unwilling to lend him money. Chen Tianwang's anxiety intensified. If he could not secure funds, Chen Xiao would indeed report him to the police. How could he possibly endure the hardships of prison? Director Chen, it's not that I am unwilling to lend you money. It's just that our bank is also under significant financial strain. Your request is for 17 billion. We simply cannot accommodate it. Listening to the president of Pingjiang Bank making excuses, Chen Tianwang's face darkened, yet he still forced a smile. President Zhang, please help me out with whatever you can. If it's not enough, I will seek assistance from others. On the other end of the line, President Zhang pondered for a moment before stating, I can lend you a maximum of 5 million. What? 5 million? Chen Tianwang's heart ignited with fury upon hearing this. It was an obvious affront. He bestowed more than 5 million in pocket money to Chen Qian each year, and this paltry sum was hardly sufficient to fill the gaps. Mr. Chen, please do not take offense, but given your current situation, I must speak candidly. You have been expelled from the Chen family, and this morning, a significant number of shareholders at the Chen Group were apprehended by the police, causing the stock price to plummet. Your rating has now sunk to the lowest tier among our major banks, and we simply cannot extend credit to you. Chen Tianwang was momentarily stunned. His hand, gripping the phone, trembling slightly, rendered speechless for a long while. Mr. Chen, if you're truly in urgent need of funds, there is, in fact, another option. Just as Chen Tianwang was on the verge of despair and preparing to end the call, President Zhang's words ignited a flicker of hope within him. What option? A loan company, President Zhang replied. Currently, the only entities willing to lend you money are loan companies, though the interest rates may be somewhat elevated. Elevated is acceptable. I only need a temporary turnover for a few days. Once my funds are replenished, I can repay it immediately. According to Chen Tianwang's plan, the mid-year dividend was just days away, and with some fund stocks he possessed, liquidating them would yield enough to cover the loan. However, I need to borrow a staggering 1.7 billion. Which loan company possesses such a sum? Tiangong Financial Technology Company, Limited. What? Tiangong Financial. Upon hearing this name, Chen Tianwang's complexion changed dramatically. Affiliated with Tiangong Group? Indeed, besides Tiangong Group, who else in Pingjiang could possibly muster such liquidity so readily? Chen Tianwang inhaled deeply, his expression fluctuating wildly as he weighed his options. Tiangong Group was renowned as the cash king of Pingjiang, and if anyone could provide such funds, it would undoubtedly be them. Yet, Chen Tianwang had no desire to engage with Tiangong Group unless absolutely necessary. The group had a complicated background, and its founder, Shen Yong, had once emerged from the underworld, although he had since transitioned into a legitimate businessman. Chen Tianwang harbored doubts about whether he truly had no shady enterprises under his control. If he borrowed money from the bank and failed to repay it, he could negotiate a delay, and the worst outcome would be a lawsuit leading to imprisonment. However, if he borrowed from Tiangong Group and defaulted, he could not assure himself of surviving unscathed. Mr. Chen, have you made your considerations? If you're determined to borrow, I can facilitate an introduction. Otherwise, you will have to seek other alternatives. President Zhang's urging exacerbated Chen Tianwang's anxiety. After several changes of expression and much hesitation, he finally resolved to make a decision, gritting his teeth in agreement. All right, I will borrow. Chapter 037. Chen Tianwang, the greatest fool of our time. That night at Tiangong Club, although Chen Tianwang frequently visited this place to entertain partners, it was his first time entering the top-floor office of the general manager. Sitting nervously on the sofa, Chen Tianwang's hands instinctively clenched tightly, his heart racing and his complexion, whether from fear or the pain in his lower back, unusually pale. Opposite him, Shen Yong lounged with his feet propped on the coffee table, a cigar delicately rolled between his fingers, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly fixated on him. To Shen Yong's left and right stood two burly men clad in sleeveless vests, adorned with tattoos, their expressions impassive, their waists clearly bulging with concealed weapons. The air was thick with tension. Chen Tianwang managed to force a smile, attempting to mask his inner turmoil, now regretting his decision to come here. Despite having once presided over a trillion-dollar conglomerate, the aura exuded by a figure like Shen Yong, akin to a mafia godfather, was oppressively formidable. I prefer straightforwardness. President Zhang mentioned that you wish to borrow money? Shen Yong's voice was low and resonant, seemingly casual, yet imbued with an icy undertone. Chen Tianwang watched as Shen Yong expertly clipped the end off his cigar, an inexplicable tension coursing through him, and he instinctively brought his fingers toward the cigar. He had no doubt that if he failed to repay the money, a mere glance from Shen Yong could seal his fate. Yet at this juncture, he could only cling to the belief that he possessed the means to repay. Compared to the looming predicament, Chen Xiao's threat of reporting him was the most pressing concern. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tianwang spoke. Yes, President Shen, our company's cash flow has encountered some issues, and we urgently require a turnover of 1.7 billion. His voice quivered slightly, his expression tense as he gazed at Shen Yong. Though Shen Yong's Tiangong Group was indeed reputed as the cash king of Pingjiang, 1.7 billion was no trifling matter. Firstly, it was uncertain whether the other party even possessed such funds, and secondly, even if they did, were they genuinely willing to lend it to him? Shen Yong raised an eyebrow, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, the swirling mist deepening the intensity of his gaze. I can lend you 1.7 billion. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianwang instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, you must provide collateral. Of course. I can offer 5% of the shares of the Chen Group as collateral. If I fail to repay within a week, the shares will be yours. The only asset of value left to Chen Tianwang was the shares of the Chen Group. Beyond that, neither his movable nor immovable properties could even come close to 1.7 billion. Haha, Mr. Chen, are you foolish, or do you think me a fool? Shen Yong's tone suddenly turned frosty, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he barked. Chen Tianwang shuddered in fear, nearly dropping the teacup in his hand. What do you mean, President Shen? I have no intention of toying with you. Do you think you can deceive me into handing over 1.7 billion in hard cash with a mere 5% of your shares? And you claim you're not playing me for a fool? Chen Tianwang's face fell, realizing that negotiating with someone like Shen Yong was akin to challenging a tiger to a game of chess. President Shen, how could I dare to mock you? Chen Tianwang feigned a smile. My Chen Group is valued at 1 trillion. 5% of the shares is worth 50 billion. Surely that is not insignificant as collateral? Are you still trying to outsmart me? Do you think I, Shen Yong, lack education and can be easily hoodwinked? Shen Yong snapped. What is market value? Market value is mere illusion. It is true that your Chen Group is valued at 1 trillion, but with today's stock plummet, your market value has evaporated by over 100 billion. If this continues, your 5% stake may not even be worth 1 billion. You truly have a fine scheme. Trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Shen Yong's cold laughter made Chen Qian break out in a cold sweat, hastily explaining, President Shen, I truly did not mean it that way. The stock price is only temporary. We are negotiating with several major clients for contracts worth hundreds of billions. Once the news breaks, the stock price will surely rebound. If 5% does not suffice, we can negotiate for 7 or 8. I am open to discussions. Shen Yong merely scoffed, retrieving a knife from the waist of one of his bodyguards and placing it gently on the coffee table. I no longer require shares. Keep your kidney as collateral. If you repay the money, I will return your kidney. If you fail to repay, I will roast your kidney and forfeit the money. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian's complexion turned ashen, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed to the floor. President Shen, you must be joking. Are you jesting with me? Shen Yong bellowed, you can either borrow the money or get lost. Do you think this is a vegetable market where you can haggle with me? With that, he demanded, put all your shares on the table as collateral. I will transfer the funds now. If not, you might as well leave and stop wasting my time. After speaking, he noticed Chen Qian lifting his teacup, presumably to soothe his nerves, and with a swift motion, Shen Yong seized the cup and hurled it to the floor. Drink? Spare me. Offering you a drink would be a waste. Chen Qian's expression darkened as he trembled and pleaded, Mr. Shen, let us not act impulsively. We can negotiate further. All my shares are simply observing the growing hostility in Shen Yong's demeanor. Chen Qian ultimately fell silent, refraining from prolonging the discussion. After much hesitation, he resolved to relent, clenching his teeth. All right, Mr. Shen, I agree. I possess 15 of Chen Group's shares, all of which I will use as collateral. I hope you can expedite the transfer. Isn't this better? Shen Yong's hostility receded, replaced by a smile. Chen Qian's complexion soured as he inwardly cursed the chameleon, but dared not show his dissatisfaction, forcing a smile instead. Soon, Shen Yong had the loan agreement prepared. The loan amount was 1.7 billion, with a maximum duration of 7 days and a daily interest rate of 0.5, amounting to 8.5 million per day. Although the interest rate was exorbitant, he reasoned that it was merely for temporary liquidity, and he would soon procure the necessary funds through dividends and liquidating some investments. So he begrudgingly accepted. The funds will be transferred directly to your Chen Group's public account, correct? Yes, Mr. Shen. I kindly request that you arrange for the transfer at your earliest convenience. After collecting the contract, Shen Yong took out his phone and sent several messages. Then, with a cold demeanor, he stated, the money has been transferred. Remember to repay it on time, or your shares will become mine. Chen Qian quickly messaged the Group's finance department for confirmation. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he sighed in relief. He had successfully navigated this precarious situation. However, he vowed that he would not let this humiliation go unpunished. With a stern expression, Chen Qian began to formulate strategies against Chen Xiao. So, has the money arrived? It has arrived. Thank you, Mr. Shen. I look forward to our collaboration. Indeed, a fruitful collaboration. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Qian took his leave. As soon as Chen Qian exited the office, Shen Yong's smile evaporated, replaced by a sneer. Chen Qian, you truly are the greatest fool of our time. Shortly after Chen Qian's departure, Chen Xiao and Huang Meilan entered Shen Yong's office. The previously composed and domineering Shen Yong transformed into a visage of affability upon seeing Chen Xiao, his demeanor almost sycophantic. Big brother, please take a seat. Shen Yong hastily offered his chair to Chen Xiao and poured him a cup of tea, gesturing for his subordinates to leave. You may sit as well. Chen Xiao took a delicate sip of tea before inquiring, what has become of the shares held by those shareholders? Once those shareholders were detained, they immediately contacted lawyers to initiate share transfers to their family members. Our people are currently following up, and we expect to retrieve all the shares within 3 days. Huang Meilan replied confidently. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. Have we ascertained the organizational structure within the company? Which positions are occupied by Chen Qian as associates? We have compiled a complete list. Chen Qian has positioned his people in the most crucial roles. Human Resources Director He Run, Deputy Financial Director Liang Yifeng, as well as the directors of marketing, procurement, and sales. Several factory managers are also his affiliates. It can be said that Chen Qian holds the company's lifeline. Even though he did not ascend to the role of chairman, he wields absolute influence within Chen Group. At this point, Huang Meilan's expression soured. Even if Chen Xiao ascended to the chairmanship smoothly, his authority would be nominal, as key personnel would disregard his commands. That is inconsequential. If these individuals dare to defy Big Brother's orders, I will pay them a midnight visit. Let us see whether Chen Qian's commands or if their families' lives hold greater value. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Shen Yong's eyes as a cold smile crept across his lips. What are you thinking? We live in a society governed by law. Chen Xiao frowned slightly, his tone laced with discontent. We must resolve issues legally and always adhere to the rule of law. You are right, big brother. What do you propose? Shen Yong asked with a contrite smile. Though these individuals have allied with Chen Tianwang, many of them are indeed talented enough to have reached their positions. Chen Xiao continued, we will win over some and suppress others. First, we'll make an example of a few to intimidate the rest. We can find a few with unsavory past to send away, and dismiss a few who refuse to comply. After their expulsion, we shall ensure they are blacklisted across the industry. When the time comes, if Chen Tianwang cannot assist his supporters, do you think anyone will still be willing to back him? Huang Meiyan's eyes lit up as she nodded repeatedly. Yet Shen Yong appeared somewhat perplexed. But what if Chen Tianwang helps them resolve their issues? Young Master Chen 1T grant him that opportunity. Huang Meiyan replied with a smile. If I am not mistaken, in the coming days, Chen Tianwang will be overwhelmed with problems, leaving him little time to address other matters. The fates of his supporters will pale in comparison to his own. Chen Xiao smiled slightly. Huang Meiyan was indeed astute, unlike Shen Yong, who appeared utterly baffled despite the clarity of the explanation. Enough, strategic thinking is not your forte. Don't overthink it. Shen Yong scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Understood? Big brother, just tell me what to do, and I will execute your orders. By the way, the auction you mentioned, is it about to commence? Yes. The auction will take place the night after tomorrow at the Chao auction house, and the security arrangements will be handled by our Tiangong security company. Chen Xiao nodded. The Chao auction house is the largest in Jiangnan province, backed by one of the 4 prominent families in the provincial capital, the Chao family, whose influence is significant. How is the funding coming along? Upon mentioning this matter, Huang Meiyan's face lit up with excitement. Speaking of which, young Master Chen, you are simply brilliant. We have followed your operational steps to trade stocks, buying at almost the lowest points and selling at the highest. In just a few days, our funds have skyrocketed from 3 billion to 6 billion, more than a 10-fold increase. You are truly a stock market genius. Goodness, 6 billion. Shen Yong's eyes widened in shock. Big brother, making money in the stock market is so swift. Why bother with real estate? Why not go all in on the stock market? There are risks in the stock market. While we are currently profiting greatly, should we encroach upon the interests of major investors, they could easily set a trap that would cause us to lose all our gains in an instant. While we have amassed such wealth in a short time, we may have already drawn the attention of certain individuals. Chen Xiao replied calmly, his gaze flickering. Although he had relied on memories from his past life to make precise investments, the resultant butterfly effect would inevitably alter future developments. He must not blindly trust his past memories, or he might suffer significant losses. Nowadays, our basic assets are all in Jiangnan province. Although we have tens of billions of funds in our hands, there is still a gap compared to those big capital. If we really match them, it may be a bit troublesome. Real estate is a huge market that can continue to develop vigorously for several years in the future. And having some physical assets in hand can also reduce some corporate risks. Got it, big brother. Anyway, we'll do whatever you say we're doing. It's getting late. I'll go back first. After finishing the tea in his hand, Chen Xiao got up and left, and Huang Meiyan immediately followed suit. Big brother, wait for me. I'll drive for you. At the entrance of the Tiangong Club, Shen Yong drove slowly towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom, while Chen Xiao and Huang Meiyan sat in the back seat. The vehicle started smoothly and slowly entered the road. At this moment, the sound of arguments on the roadside caught the attention of several people. Two big brothers, I beg you, I will repay the money. Please don't drag me to sell blood. Give it back. What are you going to do with your horse? Your Yuan family has gone bankrupt. Today, either you sell your blood or you sell it to me. Anyway, you can't owe me any money. No, please. I'm a woman. So thin and don't have much blood on me. You guys go sell my dad's blood. He's fat and has a lot of blood on his body. So I can definitely sell him for a lot of money. Ja, you're really a filial daughter. I came out here to uphold the principles of the martial arts world. You shameless scoundrel borrowed money to have plastic surgery and make a fake. Now that you have no money, you want to sell your father's blood. You're such a despicable person. I can't do such a despicable thing. Chen Xiao turned his head to look at the roadside and saw a woman wearing thick makeup and sexy clothes kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face. The woman's nose bridge is crooked, with one side larger and the other smaller on her chest, somewhat deformed. Beside her, there are two fierce men standing, with a fierce aura. At the moment of seeing the woman, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed, and the woman seemed to feel something. Turning her head, what caught her? I was the Rolls-Royce Phantom of Jiang, B88888. Chen Xiao. Almost instantly, Yuan Xiaomei got up from the ground, changing her pitiful appearance of crying bitterly before, and angrily rushed towards the front of the car. Chen Xiao, It's all because of you that I've fallen to this point today. Chen Xiao raised his eyes slightly, his expression calm. Run over. Chapter 039. Am I easy to bully? Chen Xiao. Run over. For Chen Xiao's command, Shen Yong did not hesitate at all, with a sudden step on the accelerator. The roar of the engine was deafening, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom instantly jumped out. Yuan Jiaomei was instantly scared and broke into a cold sweat. She quickly stopped and turned back, but was still hit by the rearview mirror and fell heavily to the ground, squeezing, with a sudden brake. The Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a steady stop, the rear seat doors opened, and Chen Xiao and Huang Meilan walked down from above. Seeing these two enemies who bankrupted her family, Yuan Jiaomei's eyes welled up with strong anger and hatred as she glared at them with gritted teeth. Yuan Jiaomei endured the pain on her body and got up from the ground, shouting hysterically and rushing towards Chen Xiao with bared teeth and claws. Chen Xiao, you bastard. Snap. Bang. He slapped Yuan Jiaomei cleanly, leaving her stunned, and then kicked her 4 or 5 meters away, bowing to the ground like a big shrimp and spitting sour water. You dare you hit me? I'll call the police. I want you to sit tight and wear it. Yuan Jiaomei's eyes turned red as she stared fixedly at Chen Xiao, not forgetting to say threatening words even now. At this moment, the two small delinquents who were urging for debt not far away were already frightened. Chen Xiao got off the luxury car, wearing a famous brand and a watch on his wrist that was enough to buy their lives. Where did Yuan Jiaomei have the courage to confront such a big shot? At this moment, Shen Yong walked out of the driver's seat and walked over expressionlessly. Seeing Shen Yong, the two hooligans were so scared that their legs and stomachs twisted. After all, they're in Pingjiang City. How could they not know this underground emperor of Pingjiang City? More importantly, Shen Yong, the underground emperor, actually drove that young man. So how terrifying is that young man's identity? Just now, Yuan Jiaomei and the two of us were together. If the other party thought they were in cahoots with Yuan Jiaomei, would they still have a chance to live? The two dared not open their eyes, hoping it was a dream. Shun, Mr. Shun. However, this is ultimately reality. In the end, the two of them mustered up their courage and bravely greeted Shen Yong. But their hunched bodies and trembling voices could all show their inner fear at this moment. Eldest brother. Shen Yong walked up to Chen Xiao and respectfully shouted a sentence. And upon hearing this, the two hooligans immediately collapsed in fear. Shen Yong's elder brother? Isn't that the emperor of Pingjiang Underground? Previously, when Shen Yong gained fame and founded the Tiangong Group, he publicly claimed to be the second in command. At that time, people didn't even know why. It seems that the real leader is undoubtedly this young man. Chen Xiao walked towards Yuan Jiaomei and stepped on her left hand, lightly rolling his toes. It seems that the lesson I gave you before was not enough, yet you dared to come and behave in front of me. Yuan Jiaomei's expression twisted, and she screamed in agony. Chen Xiao, let go of me. You intentionally hurt me, and I will sue you. Stupid compared. Chen Xiao sneered coldly, and the force under his feet became even stronger. Sue me? I'm really scared. Yuan Jiaomei was almost fainting from the pain, with tears and snot covering her face. Chen Xiao, you caused my family to fall apart and become homeless. I'm giving you a chance now. If you don't want to go to jail, you can immediately compensate me with 1 billion. I'll give you a break. Chen Xiao was almost laughed at by this brainless Puxin girl, and she didn't know she had stuffed silicone in her mind during breast augmentation. She didn't even realize what she just said was ironic. Watching Chen Xiao sneer and take no further action, Yuan Jiaomei continued to seize the opportunity and pursue her victory. Chen Xiao, although you're the true young master of the Chen family, you are not favored at all. Chen Qian is the true young master of the Chen family, and I am Chen Qian's woman. I just can't contact him recently. Otherwise, he could make our Yuan family rise again with just one word. I am asking you to compensate me now. That is giving you a chance. When the time comes, I will speak a few words of goodwill for you in front of Master Chen Qian. And you will also receive a few words of concern from Master Chen and Lady Chen. You can enjoy it secretly. I'm gonna fuck you. Before Chen Xiao could make a move, Shen Yong beside him couldn't listen anymore. He stepped up and kicked Yuan Jiaomei in the face, immediately kicking her already crooked nose into the sky. Bastard, you dare to hit me. You're just a little brother of Chen Xiao. You will regret it. With just one sentence from Master Chen Qian, you all have no place to bury yourselves. Yuan Jiaomei covered her nose in pain, but still screamed hysterically, her eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. As she spoke, Yuan Jiaomei turned her gaze back to the two small delinquents who were urging for debt. You two, go beat up Chen Xiao, this fat guy, and this cheap woman. I'll double the money I owe you. Chen Xiao and Shen Yong looked back at the two hooligans with cold expressions. The two hooligans immediately looked like dirt and trembled like chaff. I'm gonna fuck you. You find your own way to die. Don't step on the horse, and take us with you. The two of them stepped forward and kicked Yuan Jiaomei, spraying her with sour water. The foul-mouthed wretch, blinded by ignorance, fails to recognize the esteemed Master Shun, the underground emperor of the entire Jiangnan province. To confront them for the trifles you possess? Have you filled your mind with excrement? The two men, enraged, hastily distanced themselves from Yuan Jiaomei, fearing that Shen Yong would cast his gaze upon them, and in their hearts, they cursed Yuan Jiaomei's ancestors for 8 generations. For them to contend with Shen Yong is as ludicrous as sending a mere novice to vanquish Tang Song and his disciples. Still seething from their outburst, they delivered a few more vicious kicks to Yuan Jiaomei, cursing, "You blind fool, daring to disturb the ground beneath the sovereign." Yuan Jiaomei curled up on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her face a mask of terror, yet her eyes, when directed at Chen Xiao, brimmed with venomous hatred. Chen Xiao looked down at Yuan Jiaomei with an indifferent gaze. "Sometimes I find myself perplexed. One word from me could bring your Yuan family to ruin. With a mere flick of my finger, I could extinguish your life 100 times. Why do you persist in provoking me, time and again? Do you perceive me? Chen Xiao as a pushover?" Yuan Jiaomei felt a jolt of realization as a flicker of fear crossed her eyes, her mind becoming a whirlpool of confusion. Indeed, why did she dare to provoke Chen Xiao? Faced with 2 petty debt collectors, she trembled in fear, begging for mercy, while they quaked at the thought of Shen Yong, who in turn revered Chen Xiao. As a mere pawn at the bottom of the food chain, what audacity did she possess to challenge someone at the pinnacle? Reality is not a game of chess. The mouse does not devour the elephant. Yet, in Chen Xiao's presence, she felt an inexplicable sense of superiority, as if she could bully him at will, knowing he would not retaliate. As she reflected, she pondered the source of this superiority. It seemed to stem from Chen Xiao himself. In the past, trailing behind Chen Qian, she frequently mocked and insulted Chen Xiao, who bore it all in silence, never retaliating. This had instilled in her an unprecedented confidence, a belief that she would forever be above him, leading to a gradual escalation of her humiliations towards him. However, she had seemingly overlooked the fact that Chen Xiao was no longer the easy target he once was. He had transformed into a formidable presence capable of obliterating the Yuan family with a single utterance. Yuan Jiaomei lifted her head, and Chen Xiao's icy gaze pierced through her heart like a dagger, instantly revealing to her the folly of her past arrogance and ignorance, now an act of self-destruction. Nonetheless, even at this juncture, Yuan Jiaomei refused to acknowledge her own culpability. The detestable Chen Xiao, why did he not resist sooner? Had he done so, her transgressions would not have escalated, and the Yuan family would not have fallen to such depths. It is all because of your repeated indulgences, all because of you. The resentment in Yuan Jiaomei's heart spread like a venomous serpent, her eyes directed at Chen Xiao, filled with intense hatred. Chen Xiao sensed this animosity and could not help but smirk. "How much do you owe them?" he inquired, turning his gaze toward the 2 thugs, who shivered at the question, their lips quivering. 50,000. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. If you lack the funds, then let goods suffice as payment. Do not let me down." After speaking, Chen Xiao turned to depart, and Shen Yong, exchanging a glance with the 2 men, quickly followed suit. Encouraged by the silent approval from Chen Xiao and Shen Yong, the 2 thugs straightened up, their posture significantly more assertive. In that moment, they resembled imperial envoys bestowed with the emperor's decree, grinning menacingly as they approached Yuan Jiaomei. Chapter 040. The young master of the provincial capital, Dulei. The following morning, after completing his morning run and returning to the villa, Chen Xiao began to pack his belongings post-breakfast. Following Chen Aming's death, Chen Xiao had moved into this villa for 2 reasons: to reside with his family and for the convenience of schooling, as the Chen family estate was rather distant from Pingjiang University. However, with his ties to the Chen Tianwang family severed and his graduation from Pingjiang University complete, there was little reason for him to remain here. The old estate was closer to the Chen Group's headquarters. Around 8 o'clock, as Chen Xiao finished packing and descended the stairs, Huang Meiyun entered, dragging a suitcase behind her. Today, Huang Meiyun donned a professional OL outfit, her tall figure, standing at 1.75 meters, encased in a finely tailored ash-gray suit. The pristine silk blouse, with 2 crystal buttons undone, revealed glimpses of her collarbone, and with her breath, the ivory skin could be faintly seen. The fitted skirt accentuated her alluring waist and hips, each step she took delineating a dangerously seductive curve, while her long legs, clad in black stockings, appeared even more enticing, the 8-centimeter heels clicking crisply against the marble floor. Huang Meiyun was already strikingly beautiful, but in this uniform, she exuded an enticing allure that was almost infuriating to behold. "Are you planning to move into the old estate with me?" she inquired. "Of course. Huang Meiyan replied, a captivating smile gracing her lips as she approached Chen Xiao, now your personal secretary, naturally following you around 24 hours a day. As she spoke, Huang Meiyan had closed the distance between them to the point where they could almost feel each other's breath. Leaning in slightly, she exhaled softly against Chen Xiao's ear. Chen Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he retrieved a bottle of mouthwash from his pocket and placed it in her hand. Then, with an unperturbed demeanor, he bypassed her and made his way toward the door, luggage in hand. Huang Meiyan stared at the mouthwash in her hand, momentarily taken aback. Wait, what does this mean? What is he implying? She double-checked. My breath doesn't smell. Despite her protests, she obediently used the mouthwash. After rinsing, Huang Meiyan hurried to catch up with Chen Xiao. As they reached the villa's entrance, a Lamborghini sped towards them and abruptly halted before the gate. A young man clad in a flamboyant red suit, sporting sunglasses and exuding an ostentatious air, emerged from the vehicle, a smirk of youthful arrogance adorning his lips. The young man glanced at the villa's address, confirming its accuracy before striding towards the entrance, only to be halted by the 2 guards stationed at the door. The man pouted, adjusted the collar of his suit, and declared, I need to inform your master of my arrival. I am Du Lei, from the Du family in Jiangcheng, here to pay a visit. I am a master of this house. Who are you looking for? Chen Xiao approached, having overheard the exchange. Du Lei lowered his gaze slightly, adjusting his sunglasses as he scrutinized the unfamiliar Chen Xiao, his brows furrowing. You are the master here? Is this not the Chen family? This is the Chen family. And I am Chen Xiao, the master of the Chen family. However, it seems you are not here for me, and I do not recognize you. So I kindly ask you to leave. Du Lei paused. Then his expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, I see. You must be the young master of the Chen family. Greetings, I am Du Lei, a friend of your elder sister, Chen Wanqing, he said, removing his sunglasses and extending his hand, wearing a friendly smile in an attempt to bridge the gap between them. Chen Xiao frowned, refraining from shaking his hand. His tone cool. Our Chen family has no one by the name of Chen Wanqing. You have the wrong place. Please leave, or I will have the guards escort you out. Given that the individual was a friend of Chen Wanqing, Chen Xiao saw no need to offer him any courtesy. Du Lei's smile faltered, his countenance stiffening. As the young master of Jiangqing's Du family, he had never been treated with such disdain. Just as Du Lei prepared to retaliate, Huang Meiyan emerged from the villa, her sultry and enchanting figure instantly capturing Du Lei's attention, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and took a step forward, positioning himself in front of Du Lei, obstructing his line of sight. Leave. This time, Chen Xiao's tone was no longer indifferent, but entirely frigid. Du Lei suddenly came to his senses, his expression instantly darkening. Kid, you better show some respect. I am Du Lei from the Du family of Jiangcheng. Du Lei, do you understand? And so what? Should I present you with an award? Mr. Condom. Du Lei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted. That's Du Lei, isn't it? There's no difference. If you don't leave now, I will ensure you become Du Lei dead. Chen Xiao's voice turned extraordinarily chilling, causing an inexplicable shiver to run down Du Lei's spine. His complexion shifted between shades of green and white, clearly intimidated by Chen Xiao's unwavering demeanor. However, Du Lei, the illustrious young master of Jiangcheng, a man akin to an eagle, had always commanded respect. Who in Jiangnan province would not defer to him? He had always been the one to threaten others. He had never been on the receiving end of intimidation. The thought of being scared away by a mere word from someone else was simply unacceptable. If word got out, where would his dignity go? With this in mind, Du Lei regained his composure, puffed out his chest, and spoke with an air of mockery. Kid, I'm not leaving today. Let us see what you can do. Before Du Lei could finish his sentence, Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, visibly impatient, and waved his hand dismissively. Instantly, 2 bodyguards approached, one on each side, seizing Du Lei and unceremoniously dragging him away. Du Lei's expression changed in an instant, and he struggled, shouting in anger. Let me go. Are you insane? I am Du Lei of the Du family. Don't you fear retribution for my family? To hell with you. One of the bodyguards, annoyed by Du Lei's incessant shouting, delivered a sharp slap that silenced him, continuing to drag him toward the garbage disposal area. After surveying the surroundings, they unceremoniously tossed Du Lei into the hazardous waste bin. Ugh! Du Lei found himself sprawled with his limbs flailing, landing heavily at the bottom of the bin, utterly disheveled, unable to restrain a string of curses. He desperately struggled to climb out, but all his efforts were in vain. Attempting to call for help, he suddenly realized he had left his phone in the car. Thus, he came to a terrifying conclusion. He was indeed trapped. Let me out. Let me out. Du Lei's voice echoed in the empty garbage room, sounding particularly forlorn. Chen Xiao's car passed by, and the window slowly descended. Don't worry, Garbage trucks come to collect waste every morning and evening. If you're lucky, you won die, you bastard. Dulé shouted, his mouth agape in rage when a shadow fell from above, landing squarely on his face. It was a garbage bag. Struggling to push it away, the stench overwhelmed him, almost suffocating him, as a sticky liquid trickled down his cheek and into his mouth. Ugh, what the hell is this? Dulé spat out the foul liquid, his gaze fixed on the unseen culprit, and promptly retched. But lying on his back meant that whatever he expelled just flowed back in his mouth, saturating him with a nauseating odor. What is that noise? Nearby, a short, stout middle-aged man, having finished disposing of his trash, was startled by the strange sounds emanating from a bin. However, after a moment of silence, he relaxed. Looks like I need to be more restrained. 3 of them really can't take it. Must be hearing things. Chapter 041. Chen Tianwang's Panic. At Villa 888 of the Ufu Tiangong, Chen Tianwang dragged his weary body out of bed, his eyes dark, his expression grim, a visage of heavy contemplation. Ever since he was expelled from the villa by Chen Xiao, he had lost count of the days without a peaceful night's sleep. Last night had been particularly restless. Despite averting a crisis involving embezzlement, he had yet to secure the position of chairman, and Chen Xiao still posed a formidable challenge. Although he had signed a concerted action agreement with other shareholders, those shareholders had been misled before their arrest, believing he had colluded with Chen Xiao, and now bore a grudge against him. It was possible that in a few days they would propose to cancel the agreement, leaving him without any advantage in shareholding. At that moment, Lin Meilan entered with a cup of milk. Seeing Chen Tianwang frowning with worry, she gently inquired, Tianwang, did you not sleep well again last night? If it's too much for you, why don't we just let it go? We receive dividends every year and can live without worry. A woman's perspective. Chen Tianwang rebuked. Are you suggesting I raise the white flag to that little wretch? I was merely caught off guard, allowing him to gain the upper hand. If it comes to a real contest, how could a mere child stand against me? Lin Meilan sighed, a glimmer of helplessness flashing in her eyes. But Tianwang, in terms of shares, you don't hold much more than shower, and your shares are currently mortgaged. Oomph. Do you think the business world is that simple? Not to mention that little brat hasn't even become chairman yet. Even if he does, what difference does it make? Do you think I've been idly sitting in the company all these years? Every core department of the group has my trusted subordinates. And I'm not afraid to tell you that even if Chen Xiao rises to power, I can still marginalize him. This group will still be under my control. Chen Tianwang spoke with unwavering confidence. Lin Meilan shook her head in resignation, placing the milk down and exiting the room. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, an urgent ringtone pierced the air. Chen Tianwang picked up the phone to find his financial manager calling. Hello, Mr. Kai. I asked you to liquidate my stocks and funds yesterday. Have you completed the process? Mr. Chen, there has been a problem. Kai Song's anxious voice came through the line, jolting Chen Tianwang awake, his expression turning grim. What's going on? The funds and stocks you bought plummeted as soon as the market opened this morning. The funds are manageable. I've applied for liquidation. Although we incurred significant losses, the fund company will transfer the money tomorrow. However, the stocks are currently on a trading halt and cannot be sold. What do you mean, cannot be sold? Didn't I ask you to allocate over a dozen stocks for me? Not a single one can be sold. None. The companies behind the stocks you hold all faced a barrage of negative news early this morning, leading investors to panic sell. There are no buyers at all. In my experience, they will likely remain halted for at least 5 days before any recovery. 5 days? Chen Tianwang's face turned ashen, his heart sinking. 5 days, compounded by the weekend and the time delay in receiving funds from stock sales, meant he would never meet the deadline to repay Shinyong. Moreover, if the stocks continued to plummet for 5 consecutive days, their market value would have, and even if sold, it would not cover the 17 billion debt. What to do? What to do? Sweat poured down Chen Tianwang's forehead as he took frantic breaths, struggling to regain his composure, yet failing miserably. I don't care what methods you use. Liquidate the stocks as quickly as possible, or you will bear the consequences. After contemplating various strategies without success, Chen Tianwang could only yell at Kai Song, pressuring him. Kai Song remained silent for a moment before responding gravely. Mr. Chen, I've truly done my best, but I cannot control the market's emotions. I don't care. Those stocks were recommended by you, and now that they're plummeting, you must take responsibility. Listen carefully, you worthless dog. I am granting you merely 2 days. If these funds and stocks do not yield 5 billion, I assure you, you shall vanish without a trace. As the busy tone resonated through his phone, Kai Song stood frozen in his tracks. Chen Tianwang, his uncle, was addressed as General Kai during profitable times, yet scorned as worthless dog amidst losses. If one cannot bear the consequences of their investments, let them perish in their own folly. With that thought, Kai Song resigned himself to apathy. After all, his earnings stemmed from management fees, and he had amassed considerable wealth over the years. Worst case, he would resign and emigrate. As for Chen Tianwang stocks, let fate take its course. Meanwhile, on the other end, a furious Chen Tianwang hung up the phone, his expression grave as he pondered his next move. The funds from stocks needed to be liquidated for at least $1.5 billion, and with the company's dividends of $200 million, it would barely suffice to repay Xinyong. However, relying solely on Kai Song felt precarious. Additional strategies were needed to procure the necessary funds. Chen Tianwang's eyes glimmered with determination as he dialed a number. Hello, Lao Yang. Join us for lunch at Pinwei Xian. We'll have a meal with Lao Su and a few others. Lao Yang, whom he referred to, was Liang Yifeng, the head of the finance department at the Chen Group, while Lao Su was Su Hongfei, the head of the finance department, both trusted confidants of Chen Tianwang. Back when Chun Anming served as the chairman, and Chen Tianwang was merely the executive vice president, he had conspired with Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei to siphon substantial benefits from the company, all while remaining undetected over the years. Even when Chen Xiao investigated him, he could only uncover evidence of misappropriating funds during a villa purchase. In retrospect, Chen Tianwang felt a wave of regret. He had been overly confident, believing the positions of family head and chairman were securely his, leading to a lapse in caution. Had he purchased the villa in the company's name and later transferred it to Chen Qian through other means, he would have avoided the current predicaments. Now, in dire need of funds, he realized that the only viable option lay within the Chen Group, having previously engaged in similar actions. The only difference this time would be the amount involved. Hello, Lao Liang. Hello. After a prolonged silence from Liang Yifeng, Chen Tianwang called out repeatedly. It seems he won't have the chance to visit Pinwei Xian, but perhaps you can all share a meal in the prison at Talankio. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chen Tianwang's heart plummeted, his expression shifting dramatically. Chen Xiao, what have you done to Liang Yifeng? Chairman Chen, help me. The frantic cries of Liang Yifeng echoed from the other end, sending chills down Chen Tianwang's spine. Chen Xiao, what do you mean by this? He demanded, fists clenched, palms slick with sweat. I came to the company today to audit and discovered that over the years, the company has suffered losses amounting to tens of millions annually due to failed investments. Is it not normal to incur losses in investment? Chen Tianwang's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. Is this justification for detaining the finance minister? Your audacity knows no bounds. Chen Tianwang retorted vehemently. I have yet to finish. Why the outburst? Chen Xiao replied coolly. Based on current evidence, Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei have violated company regulations, engaging in substantial investments in companies that do not meet investment criteria, allegedly misappropriating assets amounting to $1.2 billion. I have already reported this to the authorities. However, rest assured, this matter does not implicate you, Chen Tianwang. In due course, both shall face their fates, be it imprisonment or worse. With that, Chen Xiao hung up, leaving Chen Tianwang to hear Liang Yifeng's desperate cries before the line went dead. Chapter 042, The Reckless Chen Tianwang. Bang! Bastard! 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 Chen Tianwang hurled his phone to the ground, fury igniting in his eyes, fists clenched, veins bulging as he raged. Chen Xiao, that little wretch, was driving him to his doom. He had initially contemplated employing the same deceptive tactics, leveraging fictitious investment projects to extract funds from the group. Little did he expect Chen Xiao to uproot him, capturing both Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei. These two were his most trusted allies, serving in the core departments of the group. Their downfall would be a grievous blow to Chen Tianwang. Yet, amidst his anger, a wave of dread washed over him. Fortunately, his previous caution had paid off, though he was the mastermind behind the siphoning of funds. Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei were the executors. Thus, even if the truth surfaced, there was no solid evidence linking him to the crime. Chen Tianwang felt a flicker of relief as he realized Chen Xiao acted swiftly, ensuring that Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei were apprehended before he could execute his next plan to extract funds. Had Chen Xiao delayed even a few days, he might have been caught red-handed, leaving him no room to deny involvement. However, Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei possessed enough information that could potentially implicate him. He needed a strategy to ensure they remained silent or, better yet, incapable of speaking. Contemplating this, a ruthless glint flashed in Chen Tianwang's eyes. After hesitating, he retrieved his phone from the ground, relieved to find only the screen cracked. He scoured his contacts and finally dialed Xinyao. Hello, General Chen. I have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of the Chen Group, though not officially appointed as chairman, Chen Xiao had taken residence in the office, where all of Chen Qian's belongings have been discarded into storage. Seated behind the expansive desk, Chen Xiao smiled as he toyed with a fountain pen. Before him, two middle-aged men in suits trembled, heads bowed in trepidation. Beads of sweat streaming down their faces despite the air conditioning's chill. Now, tell me, how much evidence do you possess regarding Chen Qian's misdeeds? Exchanging a glance, Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei quaked as they spoke. Young Chairman Chen, we were misguided and committed acts of embezzlement, but it has nothing to do with Chairman Chen. Your loyalty is commendable. Indeed, you are two fine dogs, Chen Xiao scoffed, producing his phone to play an audio recording. General Chen, I hope you can assist me in dealing with two individuals. The familiarity of the voice sent chills through Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei. It was unmistakably Chen Qian's voice. As the names mentioned resonated, a dreadful premonition washed over them. Oh, who are they? Two traitors, one named Liang Yifeng, the other Su Hongfei. At this revelation, both men turned ashen, collapsing in despair. These two were my trusted confidants, whom I regarded as brothers. Yet they now seek to betray me. Therefore, I hope you can help me eliminate them. Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei found their eyes rimmed with red, their hearts swelling with an overwhelming sense of despair and betrayal. They were still attempting to shift the blame onto Chen Qian, hoping he might devise a plan to extricate them from their predicament. Little did they know that his first thought was to eliminate them altogether. Indeed, from Chen Qian's perspective, if the two remained silent, his safety would be assured. What exactly do you mean by eliminate? I simply wish for them to remain silent. Whether that means physically silencing them or threatening their families to ensure their compliance. I believe Mr. Chen is far more adept at these methods than I am. What? Mr. Chen, are you jesting? I assure you, I am far from joking. Upon uttering this, Shenyang's recorded words abruptly ceased. Chen Xiao regarded the two despondent individuals with a mocking smile. Mr. Chen, if we were to present evidence of Chen Qian's wrongdoing, would you be willing to sign a letter of understanding to facilitate a reduction in our sentences? Liang Yifeng, gritting his teeth, cast a grim look at Chen Xiao. The realization that Chen Qian could be so ruthless extinguished any lingering hope they harbored. Of course not. Chen Xiao retorted with a cold laugh, immediately altering Liang Yifeng's countenance. You still wish for me to sign a letter of understanding? You are truly deluded. Having embezzled so many benefits from the corporation, do you expect me to show you mercy? You vermin, I would relish seeing you meet your demise multiple times over. My request for evidence against Chen Qian was merely to witness the farcical spectacle of dogs devouring one another. Do you think I genuinely require it? I could effortlessly procure evidence of your misappropriation of company assets. Do you truly believe I cannot deal with a mere Chen Qian? At these words, Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei became ashen, the last shred of hope within them utterly extinguished. A profound fear surged from the depths of their souls. Chen Xiao was far more terrifying than Chen Qian, even more so than the venerable chairman Chen Anming had ever made them feel. What power did this 18-year-old possess? And what influence lay behind him? Though their collusion with Chen Qian to siphon funds from the company was not without its flaws, they had executed it with meticulous care that would evade the eyes of most. Yet, before Chen Xiao, their actions lay bare. Enough of this idle chatter. The police have arrived. You shall spend the remainder of your lives within the confines of Talankio to atone for your past misdeeds. As he spoke, several police officers entered, led by Captain Li Yue, who had appeared the previous day. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. We are willing to repay the money to compensate for the company's losses. Mr. Chen, spare us this once. We have toiled for the company without recognition. Each individual must bear the consequences of their actions. I hope you can reform yourselves within, striving to be released before your demise. Chen Xiao replied with a smile, his gaze icy and devoid of any compassion. The arrest of Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei sent shockwaves through the Chen group, akin to a seismic event. Those with even a modicum of intelligence recognized that these two were Chen Qian's confidants, and Chen Xiao's decision to send them to jail indicated not only a power grab, but also a clear message to deter others. In an instant, several executives within Chen Qian's faction began to feel the weight of anxiety. Though they may not have been as prominent as Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei in their embezzlement of substantial company assets, their own records were hardly pristine. As senior leaders, they had undoubtedly engaged in bribery and corruption. They were uncertain how far Chen Xiao would go. If he sought to eradicate them entirely, escape would be impossible. As these executives deliberated whether to remain loyal to Chen Qian or shift their allegiances to Chen Xiao, a whisper of a rumor began to circulate within the company. Chen Qian was plotting to hire someone to eliminate Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei. Upon hearing this, Those supporting Chen Qian could no longer remain complacent. We stood by you, and you repay our loyalty with treachery, threatening our families. Is this the way of humanity? In an instant, the seemingly tranquil Chen group teemed with undercurrents of turmoil. Chapter 043. Chen Xiao, elected chairman. Young Master Chen. Aside from a few executives still observing from the sidelines, the rest of the department heads have shown varying degrees of willingness to pledge their allegiance. Lin Meilan reported to Chen Xiao in the office. Following the arrests of Liang Yifeng and Su Hongfei, Chen Xiao had taken decisive action, dismissing several high-ranking executives who had grossly violated company policies, thereby bolstering the morale of ordinary employees while instilling fear in the remaining upper echelons. At this juncture, no one dared to underestimate him due to his youth, particularly after discerning Chen Qian's true nature. An increasing number of executives felt that aligning with Chen Xiao would yield greater benefits. It is merely a facade. My demonstrated strength surpasses that of Chen Qian. They naturally gravitate towards me. Yet should Chen Qian regain his dominance, they would not hesitate to switch sides again. Chen Xiao maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the executive's newfound loyalty. Will that day ever come? Lin Meilan inquired softly. No, Chen Xiao replied confidently. According to our previous plan, I will cultivate a cadre of talent and gradually replace these executives. What I require is unwavering loyalty. Understood, I will follow up on this. Moreover, since these individuals have voluntarily pledged their allegiance, we should not let resources go to waste. Let us require them to demonstrate their sincerity. Chen Xiao proposed. We will implement a company-wide employee vote on the topic of the chairman's selection to be completed by the end of the workday. Isn't it somewhat irregular for employees to select the chairman, which traditionally occurs during shareholders' meeting? Lin Meilan replied, momentarily taken aback. Then I shall amend this regulation once I am elected chairman. Lin Meilan chuckled at this, recognizing the brilliance of his strategy to shoot first and draw the target later. However, if Chen Xiao's unconventional chairmanship selection succeeded, it would further underscore his absolute authority within the group. All right, I will arrange it immediately. Lin Meilan's execution was swift. Within 10 minutes of Chen Xiao's command, the voting was initiated in the company group. Within half an hour, 98 of the employees participated in the vote, with many on leave being summoned back by their superiors. Executives across all departments fervently expressed their loyalty to Chen Xiao. The candidates for chairman included Chen Xiao, Chen Qian, Hao Yuqian, and Hu Zhongyan, the only remaining active shareholders in the group. The others had either perished or were imprisoned, disqualified from participating in the election. Chen Xiao, boasting a staggering 99 support rate, led the polls, while Hao Yuqian and Hu Zhongyan received 0 votes. Chen Qian garnered merely 2 votes, one from himself, and another cast using Lin Meilan's phone. Lin Meilan, nominally the deputy finance director of the group, was also considered an employee of Chen Group. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the voting concluded. At precisely 3:01 p.m., the news of Chen Xiao's ascension to the position of chairman of the Chen Group spread like wildfire throughout the company and across the internet. Bastard! 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 In the opulent Villa 888 of Yuli Tian Palace, Chen Qian raged hysterically, smashing everything within reach. How dare that Chen Xiao orchestrate such a scheme, allowing employees to vote for him as chairman? This is utterly against the regulations. I refuse to accept it. Chen Qian shouted in fury, while Lin Meilan stood nearby, her expression a tumult of worry and helplessness. She wished to offer words of comfort, but found herself at a loss for what to say. Ding! At that moment, Chen Qian's phone rang, and Lin Meilan glanced at it, discovering it was an internal announcement from the company. It conveyed that due to the discovery of numerous high-ranking executives involved in embezzlement and misappropriation of company assets, a month-long financial review was to be initiated, resulting in the cancellation of this year's mid-year dividends. Old Chen, there's been a disaster. The mid-year dividends have been canceled, Lin Meilan exclaimed. And Chen Qian felt a jolt of dread as he quickly snatched the phone to verify the news. Upon reading it, his complexion turned a shade of crimson, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chen Xiao, you son of a... Chen Qian seethed with rage, his trembling fingers nearly crushing the phone. According to his initial plan, selling off stock funds would yield at least 1.5 billion, combined with the company's mid-year dividends of over 200 million. Just enough to repay Xin Yang's debts. Now, with Chen Xiao's cancellation of the dividends, relying solely on the stock funds would leave him woefully short, especially with the stocks plummeting. In that instant, Chen Qian felt his blood pressure surge, his mind spinning as if the ground were collapsing beneath him. He nearly collapsed. Lin Meilan hurried to steady him. Old Chen, are you all right? Don't scare me like this. It's over, all over. The shares are gone. Old Chen, We should sell this villa to repay the debts, Lin Meilan suggested, her brow furrowed with concern. Chen Qian hesitated, deep in thought. Under normal circumstances, he would vehemently oppose selling the villa, a cherished gift for his beloved son, Chen Qian. However, if he did not swiftly gather the funds to repay Chen Xiao, he would lose all his shares in the Chen group, worth hundreds of millions. Let us consult Qian first. After all, this villa is in his name, Chen Tianwang sighed, reluctantly considering the sale. Yet, the very thought of selling the villa filled him with regret. His downfall had begun with the purchase of this villa, which he had only occupied for 3 days before now needing to sell it. An urgent sale would inevitably incur losses, meaning Chen Tianwang would end up losing over $1 billion after merely 3 days of residence. The realization made his face flush with rage, and he nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. Seeing his distress, Lin Meilan gently advised, "Old Chen, as long as we still have the company's shares, we need not fear the loss of the villa. We can accumulate dividends for a few years and repurchase it later." Alas, it seems that is our only option. Chen Tianwang sighed, rising and walking out with Lin Meilan. With their son, Chen Qian, still in hospital, it was best to discuss such significant matters face to face. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell of the villa rang. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who might visit at such an hour. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a flamboyantly dressed man in sunglasses and a purple suit, holding several boxes of high-end nutritional products. "Who are you?" Chen Tianwang asked, his confusion evident. "Hello, is this the home of Chen Wanqing?" The man inquired. "Wanqing is our eldest daughter. Are you here to see her?" "She is not home at the moment," Lin Meilan replied. Upon hearing this, the flamboyant Du Lei's expression brightened. "Uncle and Auntie, hello. I am a friend of Wanqing's, Du Lei from the Du family in Jiangcheng." Chapter 044. Is Lin Meilan pregnant? Jiangcheng Du family. Upon hearing Du Lei introduce himself, Chen Tianwang and his wife exchanged astonished glances, their eyes glimmering with newfound hope. Yes, that's the reaction we expect, Du Lei thought, elated by their response, which was the reaction a normal person should exhibit upon hearing the name of the Du family. Previously, Chen Xiao had been utterly ignorant, tossing the esteemed heir of the Du family into a garbage bin. Such folly would not go unpunished. "Young Master Du, please come in," Chen Tianwang beamed, momentarily forgetting his visit to the hospital and signaling Lin Meilan to prepare tea while leading Du Lei inside. "Uncle, Auntie, you are too kind. Please just call me Du Lei or Xiao Du. Young Master Du feels too distant," Du Lei replied with a gentle smile as he entered the home. As they drew closer, Chen Tianwang instinctively sniffed, his brow furrowing slightly as an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. What is that foul smell? He pondered silently, maintaining his smile while subtly distancing himself from Du Lei. Noticing Chen Tianwang's subtle movement, Du Lei felt a flicker of irritation, although his face remained composed. A simmering anger began to brew within him. This wretched Chen Xiao would pay dearly. I will ensure he suffers. I will toss him into a cesspit and let him wallow. Du Lei had spent an entire morning in a garbage bin, only managing to escape when a maid came to take out the trash. However, the summer heat had rendered the stench of rotting food unbearable, and after being trapped for so long, he had become quite odorous himself. Upon returning to his hotel, he scrubbed for 2 hours, changing outfits thrice and dousing himself in cologne to mask the lingering stench. Even his Lamborghini had to be cleaned due to the foul odor that clung to him. Thus, he had rented a car for his visit to the Chen family. Before coming to the Chen household, Du Lei had done his homework and was aware of the Chen family's expulsion from the clan. He also knew that the young man who had humiliated him that morning was none other than the instigator of the Chen family's downfall. "Chen Xiao, Xianzi, how did you meet our Wanqing?" Chen Tianwang asked tentatively, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Du Lei, close in age to Chen Wanqing, had taken the initiative to visit. Perhaps there was mutual affection, and a union could leverage the Du family's influence to subdue Chen Xiao and reclaim the Chen group. "I met Wanqing at an overseas gala. I was studying abroad at the time, and she was an exchange student at my university for a year," Du Lei recounted, a shy smile gracing his lips, which delighted Chen Tianwang immensely. "Come, Xiao Du, let us have some tea." At that moment, Lin Meilan approached with a tea tray, bending slightly to place a cup before Du Lei. However, as she caught a whiff of the complex aroma of cologne mingled with a trace of foul odor, she couldn't help but gag slightly. "Ugh!" Du Lei's expression darkened, his fists clenched slightly, and his hatred for Chen Xiao intensified. Seeing this, Chen Tianwang's demeanor shifted, and he quickly pulled Lin Meilan aside. "You foolish woman!" With a silent curse in his heart, Chen Tianwang approached Du Lei, only to be assailed by a complex odor that assaulted his nostrils. leaving him slightly dazed and on the verge of rolling his eyes. He quickly held his breath to alleviate the discomfort. "My dear nephew, I apologize, but my wife is experiencing Chen Qian, struggling for air," spoke in a somewhat peculiar tone, his mind racing to concoct an excuse that would spare Du Lei from any embarrassment. Yet, perhaps due to the lack of oxygen from holding his breath, he blurted out, "My wife is pregnant. She is suffering from morning sickness." For a moment, both Lin Meilan and Du Lei were taken aback. Lin Meilan exclaimed, "Pregnant? Me? Du Lei interjected. But you're over 50. Can you still conceive? Your health is remarkable." The instant Chen Qian uttered those words, he realized his blunder and regretted it intensely, wishing he could slap himself for choosing such an absurd excuse. Now, attempting to retract, it was futile. "Haha, uncle and aunt, you truly are in remarkable health." Du Lei chuckled awkwardly as he took a sip of water, while Lin Meilan's face flushed crimson, retreating to the sofa and lowering her head in silence. Though nearly 50, Lin Meilan, a lady from a wealthy family, maintained her appearance exquisitely. Her skin was fair, and her figure was voluptuous yet not excessive, making her seem at most in her late 30s. In this moment, her bashful demeanor evoked a sense of bewilderment in Du Lei. "Dear nephew." Yu Chen Qian poured a cup of tea for Du Lei, but as he lifted his head to speak, he noticed Du Lei's gaze fixated intently on Lin Meilan, causing his heart to tighten, and he hastily cleared his throat. Du Lei snapped back to reality, his expression unflustered. "Uncle, please proceed." Although he felt a twinge of displeasure at Du Lei's earlier faux pas, Chen Qian suppressed his irritation, forcing a smile. "Dear nephew, I would like to inquire about your relationship with our Wanqing." Du Lei paused slightly, then replied with a smile. "Wanqing and I are good friends." "Oh, just good friends?" Chen Qian continued. "In truth, I have not seen many friends around Wanqing over the years, especially not male friends. At nearly 30, she remains single, and I often worry that she might end up alone." Upon hearing this, Du Lei's heart surged with joy. Wanqing was beautiful and capable, and it was said that her fashion company was thriving. The line of suitors over the years could likely stretch all the way to France. Indeed, many have pursued her, but her standards are high. None have caught her eye. "I wonder who could possibly meet her expectations," Chen Qian lamented theatrically, stealing glances at Du Lei to gauge his reaction. As expected, Du Lei's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a hint of delight. "Dear nephew, perhaps you could consider introducing someone suitable to Wanqing?" Chen Qian probed further. Du Lei, understanding the implication, replied with a grin, "Uncle, rest assured. I do happen to know a fine young man." His eyes flickered before he assumed a serious expression. "Uncle and aunt, to be candid, I have long harbored feelings for Wanqing. The first time I met her abroad, I was smitten at first sight, and I hope you might grant me an opportunity." Chen Qian and Lin Meilan exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. "Haha, splendid. In truth, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed you were a fine young man. If you and Wanqing were to become a couple, your aunt and I would wholeheartedly support it." Chen Qian patted Du Lei on the shoulder, his face brimming with smiles. If a union with the Du family could be achieved, a substantial dowry would be within reach, potentially alleviating his financial burdens. What a stroke of genius. However, just as Chen Qian indulged in his fervent fantasies, the door to the villa swung open, and a crisp voice filled with hostility rang out. "Du Lei, what are you doing here? You're not welcome." Chapter 045, Jill Bang Heart Xiangdafi. "Du Lei, what are you doing here? You're not welcome." A voice laced with animosity cut through the air, and the gathered individuals turned to see Chen Wanqing entering with an icy demeanor. "Wanqing, it's been a while." Du Lei offered a smile he deemed polite, attempting to ease the tension. Yet Chen Wanqing's gaze remained sharp as a blade, devoid of any warmth. "Boss, what are you doing? Du Lei is a guest. Is this how you treat your guests? What are your upbringing?" Chen Qian interjected, swiftly reprimanding Chen Wanqing. Du Lei was Chen Qian's lifeline, his hope for a marriage alliance to resolve his financial predicament. He could not afford to let Chen Wanqing offend him. However, from Chen Wanqing's demeanor towards Du Lei, it was clear that the friendship Du Lei claimed was mere fabrication. The likelihood of them being adversaries seemed far more plausible. Yet, considering the situation, Chen Wanqing's hostility towards Du Lei only served to indicate how deeply he must be infatuated with her. With this in mind, Chen Qian felt a sense of smugness. "Uncle Chen, please do not be upset. Wanqing and I had a minor misunderstanding, and her anger towards me is understandable. I have no misunderstandings with you. Now, leave my house immediately." Chen Wanqing's eyes blazed with fury as she fixed her gaze on Du Lei, her tone resolute, her expression filled with loathing. During her time as an exchange student abroad, she had made 2 good friends, only for both to be heartlessly discarded by Du Lei within a short span. When they learned the truth, they confronted Du Lei, only to discover that he had approached them with the ulterior motive of getting closer to Chen Wanqing. Unable to accept this absurd reality, they confronted Du Lei in anger, only to be met with violence. Du Lei retaliated, leaving one of them dead on the spot and the other paralyzed, the latter still pregnant with Du Lei's child at the time. With no surveillance footage available, Du Lei was acquitted after being prosecuted, but the lives of Chen Wanqing's friends were irrevocably ruined. Yet even after all this, Du Lei shamelessly harassed Chen Wanqing, attempting to pursue her, and when rebuffed, even resorted to intimidation in an attempt to assault her, only to be thwarted by passing police. Ultimately, Chen Wanqing could no longer endure the torment and returned home, abandoning her studies as an exchange student. She had hoped that returning home would sever all ties with him, but she never anticipated that Du Lei would dare to enter her family's residence. The memories of her friend's tragic fates ignited a torrent of rage and hatred within Chen Wanqing. "Get out now. We do not welcome you," she shouted, pointing towards the door. Du Lei's expression darkened, his gaze flickering with displeasure. "Enough, Chen Wanqing. I am still alive, and this house is not yours to command. If you wish to leave, then go," Chen Qian bellowed. His singular focus on the prospect of a marriage alliance with the Du family to resolve his financial crisis, regardless of the animosity between Chen Wanqing and Du Lei. He had raised Chen Wanqing for over 20 years, providing her with a life of luxury. It was now her turn to contribute to the family. "Fine, I'll leave. I'm leaving right now." Chen Wanqing, tears brimming in her eyes, turned and stormed out, her heart heavy with disappointment in Chen Qian. In that moment, she felt the profound pain of being misunderstood and unsupported by her own parents. Once, Chen Xiao endured profound misunderstandings and beatings from his family, leading to both physical and psychological traumas that transformed him into a person estranged from all kin. In that moment, Chen Wanqing found herself able to empathize with him. However, it was too late to express such sentiments. The water had been spilled, the mirror shattered, and the harm inflicted upon Chen Xiao was irreparable. That rebellious daughter. Inside the villa, Chen Tianwang slammed his hand on the coffee table in fury, his face ashen, his eyes filled with rage and irritation. A Chen Xiao who had severed ties with his family was already a significant source of annoyance. But who would have thought that the once obedient and understanding Chen Wanqing had now adopted a defiant demeanor? Simultaneously, Chen Tianwang's resolve to marry off Chen Wanqing for a substantial dowry only grew stronger. He envisioned passing on his shares and the company founded by Chen Wanqing entirely to Chen Qian. Yet, now that Chen Wanqing had become increasingly unmanageable, she would certainly be reluctant to relinquish the company she had developed. Perhaps the best course of action was to marry her off, transforming her into a dutiful housewife, thereby extinguishing her aspirations of a career woman. "Uncle, I apologize for causing a rift between you and your daughter. Had I known, I would not have come to visit," Du Lei said, his face a mask of sincerity. "No harm done, dear nephew. Let's not beat around the bush. Would you be willing to marry Wanqing?" Chen Tianwang asked directly, urgency glinting in his eyes. Du Lei's eyes lit up at the question. He had long been infatuated with Chen Wanqing and had been itching to claim her for himself. He was the type who would stop at nothing to pursue what he desired. Otherwise, the longing would haunt him for a lifetime. Previously, he had contemplated employing forceful measures to win Chen Wanqing's affection. However, given the circumstances in the country, where law and order could not be compared to abroad, coupled with the fact that the Chen family was no ordinary household, he had been searching for the right opportunity. Little did he expect that Chen Tianwang would present him with such a golden chance. Through marriage, he could legally possess Chen Wanqing, and considering her capabilities, she could assist him in managing the Du family business once he inherited it. As for himself, he could continue to indulge in a life of pleasure outside. "Willing? I would be more than 1,000 times willing. It's just that her attitude towards me," he began. "You needn't concern yourself with her. As long as you and your family are in agreement, we shall find a time in the next few days to discuss the wedding details. Aiming for marriage within the week." "What? So soon?" Du Lei was taken aback. For an ordinary family, the time from engagement to marriage could not possibly be so swift, let alone for families of their stature, which had numerous customs and complex arrangements regarding premarital property and dowries. In that moment, Du Lei almost suspected that Chen Wanqing might be carrying someone else's child, prompting Chen Tianwang's urgency. "We've encountered too many misfortunes lately. I was merely hoping that your marriage would bring some good fortune to our family," Chen Tianwang casually justified. "Dad, I'm back. What's for dinner?" A languid female voice resonated from the entrance as Chen Yashin walked in, her face weary. Du Lei turned towards the sound, his eyes immediately brightening. Another stunning beauty, reminiscent of Chen Wanqing, yet radiating a distinctly different aura. While Chen Wanqing exuded the demeanor of a cold, aloof CEO. Chen Xiao was playful, pure, and strikingly beautiful, with an alluring figure that boasted a slim waist and curvaceous hips. Dad, isn't elder sister back yet? She should have arrived before us. Another voice chimed in as Chen Qian gracefully entered, her demeanor gentle and her presence imbued with an air of literary elegance. Her voluptuous form captivated attention, her movements creating ripples in the air akin to flowing water, leaving Du Lei dazed and smitten, inadvertently recalling his foreign name, Gilbang Hyang Defeji. Du Lei suppressed his rising excitement, sighing inwardly at the beauty of the Chen women, each one more enchanting than the last. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned a scenario of shared intimacy, an involuntary smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chen uncle, who are these two? Du Lei gulped, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Xiao and Chen Qian. Both women felt uneasy under his scrutiny. Chen Qian instinctively bowed slightly, attempting to conceal her ample bosom, while retreating behind Chen Xiao, who stood with her hands on her hips, clearly displeased. What are you staring at? You little brat, Du Lei thought to himself. Misinterpreting Chen Xiao's irritation as an invitation, his gaze unabashedly wandering towards the sisters' figures, a lascivious smile creeping onto his face. You mustn't be rude, second daughter. This is Du Lei, the young master of the Du family in Jiangcheng. Although Chen Tianwang noted Du Lei's lewdness with discontent, he chose to overlook it, considering their future familial ties. Ugh, disgusting man. Chen Xiao rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath as she pulled Chen Qian away to their room. Du Lei continued to watch them until they vanished from sight, relishing the moment. These two are my second daughter, Chen Xiao, and my third daughter, Chen Qian. Uncle, your family's genes are truly remarkable. Each daughter is more beautiful than the last. Surely they inherited their mother's beauty? He remarked, casting a lingering glance at Lin Meilan, admiring her enduring charm. Oh, you flatter me. Chen Tianwang forced a smile, pulling at the corners of his mouth. By the way, regarding the marriage proposal we discussed earlier, please speak to your parents about it. We should arrange a meeting to discuss the specifics. No problem. I will speak to my parents about it as soon as I return. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianwang exhaled in relief, a smile returning to his face. By the way, it's getting late. Why not stay for dinner? You should taste your aunt's cooking. Initially, Chen Tianwang intended to extend a polite gesture, not expecting Du Lei to accept so readily. Then I shall gladly oblige. What? So soon? Chen Tianwang was taken aback, but quickly nodded with a smile. All right. I'll have your aunt prepare the meal. I must thoroughly enjoy your aunt's culinary skills. Du Lei emphasized, deliberately elongating the last two words, imbuing them with a hint of mischief. Lin Meilan, her expression slightly displeased, exited to the kitchen, while Chen Tianwang harbored his own dissatisfaction towards Du Lei, yet chose to conceal it. If not for the pressing need for substantial funds, he would not have compromised his dignity so readily. At that moment, Chen Tianwang resembled the ineffectual husband and father often depicted in foreign films. Dinner was a delight for Du Lei, filled with laughter, although Lin Meilan's cooking was only mediocre. Nonetheless, the presence of several stunning women at the table made it a feast for the senses. Regrettably, there was no wine that evening. Had there been, he could have feigned drunkenness and perhaps spent the night at the Chen residence, possibly yielding unexpected rewards. This was undoubtedly something Chen Tianwang was keenly aware of. Uncle, I will discuss the marriage proposal with my parents upon my return. I have some matters to attend to in Pingjiang tomorrow, but my parents should be able to come over from Jiangchang the day after at the earliest. Outside the villa, Du Lei lingered, gazing longingly through the door at the Chen sisters. Oh, my dear nephew, do not hesitate to ask for assistance if you find yourself in need. It won't be long before we are family, Chen Tianwang said with a warm smile. It's nothing of great consequence, merely a forthcoming auction. Our Du family intends to acquire several parcels of land in Pingjiang for development. By the way, I recall that the Chen group was also invited to participate in this auction, correct? Will you be attending, uncle? Du Lei inquired. Chen Tianwang's lips twitched slightly. He had indeed heard about the auction, and had he still held the position of acting chairman of the group, he most likely would have attended. However, now that he had lost that title, the senior executives who once reported to him on real estate projects had defected to Chen Xiao's camp. He no longer had the standing to represent the Chen group at the auction. I have prior commitments tomorrow. The auction will be attended by our group's senior executives in the real estate division, Chen Tianwang replied, maintaining an unfazed demeanor. If Du Lei were to discover that he was unqualified to participate in the auction, it would be a true embarrassment. Very well, if possible. I hope Uncle Chen can convey to your team that our two families can collaborate during the auction. There is no need for fierce competition. After all, our Du family's primary industry does not reside in Pingjiang. Even if we were to successfully bid on the land, We would inevitably need to cooperate with the Chen group for development, Du Lei articulated with a smile. In truth, this was the primary reason for his visit to the Chen family. The Chen family was undeniably a leading enterprise in Pingjiang. Although they were not on par with the Du family, they were nonetheless financially robust. If the Du family had a principal competitor at the auction, it would certainly be the Chen group. However, after arriving, he had not found an opportunity to broach the subject and had been ensnared in discussions about marriage, compounded by the presence of several enchanting ladies from the Chen family, which distracted him until now. Rest assured, my dear nephew, I will speak with my team. In truth, our two families will soon be united as one. Regardless of who secures the land, cooperation is assured, Chen Tianwang assured him. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Please take care. I must take my leave now. Certainly, drive safely on your way. They exchanged warm farewells. As Du Lei slowly drove out of the villa estate, Chen Tianwang watched the car fade from view, and once it was entirely gone, the smile on his face abruptly vanished. What a naive fool. Once Wanqing and Du Lei are wed, I must ensure to limit our interactions with them. Meanwhile, as Du Lei was driving away, his expression also darkened once he exited the villa area. That old man is so eager for Chen Wanqing to marry me. Could he be plotting for me to take over? It seems I need to investigate Chen Wanqing thoroughly, he mused, recalling the various captivating daughters of the Chen family. A wicked smile spreading across his face. However, even if I were to take over, it wouldn't be entirely unappealing, considering that Chen Wanqing and her sisters are all stunning. I could leverage this scandal to pressure Chen Tianwang. Perhaps he would even offer me his other two daughters. His thoughts then drifted to Chen Tianwang's wife, Du Lei squinted, a lascivious expression crossing his features. Chen Tianwang, you are certainly in for it. Chapter 047, Du Lei capture. Upon returning to his hotel, Du Lei dialed his family's number. Hello, Dad. I hope you're still awake. I have something significant to discuss. You mischievous boy, what could possibly be so important? I hope you aren't in trouble again, needing me to clean up your mess, Du Heng chided, his tone laced with affectionate scolding. The Du family had been passed down through 4 generations, and Du Heng had only welcomed Du Lei into the world in his 40s, so he naturally doted on him. Dad, I assure you, I am not in trouble. On the contrary, I am ready to settle down. I want to get married. Married? Du Heng was taken aback, his voice suddenly elevated by several octaves, a mixture of surprise and joy, but predominantly disbelief. He was well aware of his son's tendencies, preferring to indulge in the company of women, and at nearly 30, he had been relentlessly urged to settle down, yet he had always appeared nonchalant about it. However, Du Heng had gradually ceased to press the issue, not because he had come to terms with it, but rather because Du Lei's reputation had spread throughout Jiangnan province, rendering him infamous, and respectable families had little interest in forming alliances with them. Yet today, Du Lei had the audacity to proclaim his intention to marry, which left Du Heng both astonished and excited. Which girl are you referring to? Please enlighten me. The eldest daughter of the Chen family in Pingjiang, Chen Wanqing. The Chen family of Pingjiang? The one affiliated with the Chen group? Du Heng's brow furrowed at the other end of the line. Yes, that very family. Chen Wanqing and I were classmates while studying abroad, and I was smitten with her from the moment I laid eyes on her. I have had her on my mind for quite some time. When I visited the Chen family today to discuss collaboration, her father was so enthusiastic, insisting that Chen Wanqing marry me. The Chen Wanqing you speak of, her father is Chen Tianwang, correct? Precisely, you know him? At this, Du Heng's brow furrowed even deeper. If memory serves, Chen Tianwang's family was recently expelled from the Chen family by the new head of the household, and as per the latest news, he has also stepped down from his position as acting chairman of the Chen group. The new chairman is Chen Xiao, the newly appointed head of the Chen family. So, the current Chen Tianwang family can hardly be considered a prominent family. An alliance with the Du family holds little advantage. Moreover, he may very well be harboring intentions of leveraging our family to regain power within the Chen group. Despite Du Heng's cautionary words, Du Lei remained resolute. Dad, I am indifferent to such matters. All I know is that I love Chen Wanqing, and I wish to marry her. What you call love is merely lust. I find it hard to confront you about it. Du Heng understood his son's character all too well. He was reckless and excessively indulgent. Though he had never met Chen Wanqing, he could easily imagine she was a stunning beauty. Otherwise, Du Lei would not have been so infatuated with her for so long. While he held some disdain for Chen Tianwang as financial standing, Du Heng sighed, pondering that perhaps this union might not be entirely disadvantageous. Dad, please agree to this. Chen Wanqing is quite an accomplished individual. She established her own company and has achieved a valuation exceeding 100 million in just a few years. You know, I have little interest in managing a corporation. Once married, I can let Chen Wanqing run the company while I continue my carefree lifestyle. Wouldn't that be delightful? You scoundrel. I knew you wouldn't easily settle down. Du Lei's words infuriated Du Hong, who inwardly cursed his son for being incorrigible. Yet what could he do? He was his own flesh and blood. With a reluctant nod, Du Hong sighed. Very well, as long as you are happy. Once I wrap up some matters at hand, I will travel to Pingjiang to discuss your marriage. In the meantime, you need to behave yourself in Pingjiang. Also, for tomorrow's auction, you must secure those 2 parcels of land. It is crucial for our family's future development. I am placing significant pressure on you by entrusting you with this auction, so do not disappoint me. Rest assured, it is merely a contest of financial might. The small companies in Pingjiang cannot possibly match the financial strength of our Du family from the provincial capital. Very well, as long as you are confident. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Just as Du Hong was about to hang up, Du Lei urgently interrupted. Wait, Dad, there's one more thing. Could you arrange for more bodyguards to be dispatched from the provincial capital? I have use for them. Upon hearing this, Du Hong's expression changed instantly. You mischievous boy. Is this your true motive? You've only been in Pingjiang for a day and already caused trouble. Do you have a death wish? Du Hong places immense importance on the safety of his precious son. He is acutely aware of Du Lei's troublesome nature and penchant for troublemaking. Although the formidable Du family serves as a protective bastion, typically, only the most reckless would dare provoke him. However, there will always be a few fools, heedless of consequences, willing to clash with Du Lei. Du Hong has persistently advised Du Lei to ensure he is accompanied by bodyguards for his protection. But Du Lei feels that these bodyguards are simply dispatched by Du Hong to monitor and control him, leading him to concoct excuses to evade their company. While it is a minor inconvenience, it is not Du Lei who instigates the trouble. Rather, it is the other party that bullies him. That individual is utterly arrogant. You wouldn't believe how he tormented me, even tossing me into a garbage bin. Subsequently, Du Lei began to recount the humiliations he suffered, igniting a furious fire within Du Hong, his blood pressure soaring. Tomorrow, I will send 20 bodyguards to exact a fierce revenge. How dare anyone insult the son of Du Hong in Jiangnan province? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of pride flickered in Du Lei's eyes, and a cold smirk crept across his lips as he envisioned the gratifying scene of Chen Xiao kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Thank you, Dad. Make sure to bring the bodyguard with you when you go out. If you had them this time, could that other party still dare to bully you? Though our Du family is powerful, lunatics do not care for our name. Always remember that life is paramount. All right, I understand. You've repeated this countless times. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. With that, Du Lei impatiently ended the call. Du Hong, holding the phone, furrowed his brow in silent lament. He knew that Du Lei's temperament would inevitably lead to serious trouble, but fortunately, he could still protect him for many years to come. That old man is such a nag, wasting my time, Du Lei grumbled, reclining on the sofa to rest his eyes. However, as soon as he closed them, visions of the alluring figures of several women from the Chen family invaded his thoughts, igniting a fire of frustration within him. Damn it, I've finally made it to Pingjiang. I must experience the local customs and culture. With that thought, Du Lei's spirits lifted as he picked up his phone and entered his secret group of wolf friends. The wolf friends are indeed professionals. Within 15 minutes, a tall, voluptuous woman with fiery red lips and clad in black stockings entered the room. A glint of greed flashed in Du Lei's eyes, and a lewd smile curled upon his lips. Sir, now, right now. In a fit of urgency, Du Lei pulled the woman towards him, leaving the door wide open as he eagerly began to tear at her clothing. Whoa, what the? The scene before Du Lei stunned him for a brief moment, but he was quickly swept away by overwhelming desire. I don't care. However, 25 seconds later, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed at the entrance, followed by a booming shout. Don't move. Police raid. The next morning, having paid his fine, Du Lei emerged from the police station with his lawyer. The previous night's 25-second debacle had drained Du Lei of considerable energy, and coupled with the interrogation, he and T had a proper rest, leaving him pale and unsteady on his feet, tripping over his own legs and tumbling to the ground. His lawyer hastily helped him up, his eyes betraying a mix of helplessness and disdain. What about my 2 bodyguards? Why haven't they been released? Du Lei questioned the lawyer, annoyance creeping into his tone. Their situation is a bit serious. They might not be getting out, the lawyer replied, his lips twitching slightly. Last night, when Du Lei was arrested, the 2 bodyguards residing in the adjacent room rushed to his aid without hesitation, engaging the police in a scuffle. Initially, Du Lei was merely facing administrative penalties. A fine would have sufficed for his release. However, the circumstances for the 2 bodyguards were far more severe as they had assaulted police officers. To make matters worse, during the interrogation, the police discovered that the 2 were also implicated in 2 separate cases of intentional injury, a veritable stroke of misfortune. Thus, It was evident that they would be spending some time in jail. Damn it, I pay your firm tens of millions each year. And you can't even retrieve 2 people from the police station? What use are you? Du Lei scoffed, his tone dripping with displeasure. The lawyer's face flushed crimson, inwardly cursing. If it weren't for your foolish desire for special services, would those 2 bodyguards have ended up inside? It's ridiculous to shift the blame onto us. I wouldn't even have had to go to the police station to bail you out. Disregarding the fate of his bodyguards, Du Lei returned to the hotel to catch up on sleep, dozing off until 5 in the afternoon, leaving him with less than an hour before the auction was to commence. Damn, I overslept. Du Lei sprang from bed, racing to the parking lot. He hopped into his car and sped off, arriving at the auction venue just before 6. Finally making it, Du Lei was drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he adjusted his disheveled attire and hurried into the auction hall. However, as he approached the entrance, 2 uniformed security guards raised their hands to block his way. Where did this filthy beggar come from? Do you even know where this is? Get out of the way. The guards regarded Du Lei with disdain, pushing him aside. At that moment, Du Lei was clad in a wrinkled shirt, short shorts, and hotel-issued, disposable slippers. His hair a mess resembling a bird's nest. The combination of his sweat and the lingering stench of garbage made him, at first glance, look like a vagrant. You 2 blind fools! Du Lei roared, shoving against the guards. It was the first time in his life he had been mistaken for a beggar, a profound humiliation. If this word got out, how could he maintain his reputation as the little tyrant of Jiangqing? You, one of the guards, incensed by Du Lei's actions, was about to retort, but the other guard pulled him aside, whispering in his ear. Calm down. Although this guy looks disheveled and shabby, he might have some background. I've read in several books that there are people who deliberately dress poorly to provoke ridicule, only to reveal their true status later and humiliate those who mock them. We security personnel often suffer the consequences. Are there really such pretentious idiots? The guard questioned, incredulous. Wouldn't it be better for someone important to clean themselves up instead of bothering us lowly security personnel? Where did you read that? In books like The Return of the Dragon Young Master, The King's Son-in-Law, and The Divine Doctor Descends the Mountain, and so on. What do we do now? Do we just let him in? That is not right either. What if he really is a beggar? Let us at least ask for clarification, and we can be a bit more polite. After some discussion, just as Du Lei was about to force his way in, one of the guards spoke up. Sir, we apologize, but our auction is invitation only. Could you please show us your invitation? Seeing the shift in their attitude, Du Lei smirked, believing his earlier reprimand had taken effect. He inwardly cursed their cowardice and pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, handing it to them. Open your eyes and look closely. With his arms crossed and a smug smile on his face, Du Lei exuded arrogance. The 2 guards were taken aback by his confident demeanor, realizing that he was indeed not an ordinary person, and silently praised their decision not to offend him too harshly. As they accepted the paper from Du Lei and unfolded it, they were met with several bold characters. The Public Security Administrative Penalty decision meticulously outlines the date and time when the individual, Du Lei, was apprehended for engaging in prostitution at a certain hotel. He was fined 5,000 and pledged never to repeat the offense. The security guard, unable to contain his outrage, unleashed a barrage of insults. Initially, Du Lei had been smiling, but upon hearing those words, he erupted in fury. How dare you? Do you know who I am? The guard retorted, yes. You're not only a beggar, but also a mere ladybug. I never expected you to fall so low, yet your mind is still fixated on such base matters. Infuriated, Du Lei felt blind for having considered him a person of significance. The guard disdainfully slapped the penalty notice onto Du Lei's face and commanded him to leave, wary of any potential diseases he might carry that could tarnish the auction venue. With that, the guard unceremoniously shoved Du Lei outside, who stumbled a few steps, his complexion darkening with rage. How dare you push me? Do you know who my father is? The security guard retorted, ask your mother. Enragé du détraitant. You're merely a security guard. I can make one phone call and have you stripped of that title. The guard shot back, if you lose your job, I could become your father instead. Now get lost, you foolish imbecile. Trembling with indignation, Du Lei struggled, but as a pitiful wretch depleted by wine and vice. He was no match for the 2 burly guards, who easily shoved him out the door, causing him to land unceremoniously on the ground. What is happening here? A steady male voice inquired. The 2 guards immediately changed their demeanor, displaying respect as they exclaimed, Mr. Chen. Du Lei's heart leaped with joy. These uncouth guards did not recognize him, but surely this Mr. Chen would know the illustrious Du family name. Just wait, you 2 insufferable guards. Du Lei cursed, rising from the ground, brushing off the dust, and turning around with a confident smile. Mr. Chen, it's me. However, upon seeing Mr. Chen's true visage, Du Lei's words faltered. Who is this filthy beggar? Chen Xiao regarded Du Lei with indifference, his expression betraying no recognition. Chen Xiao, don't pretend you don't know me. I'm Du Lei, of the Du family in Jiangqing. Oh, I don't know you, Chen Xiao replied, maintaining his impassive demeanor. Frustrated, Du Lei realized that time was of the essence. The auction was about to commence, and he had forgotten his invitation. Despite their enmity, he hoped Chen Xiao could assist him in gaining entry. How could you forget me? Just yesterday morning, you had me tossed into a garbage bin. You even nicknamed me Condom and promised to give me an award. Have you forgotten all of this? At this, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed in disgust. What kind of repulsive pervert are you? Where are the security guards? Throw this freak out. Chapter 49. The beggar gang leader, Chen Qian. What? Du Lei was taken aback. Before he could utter another word, the two burly guards approached him with malevolent grins, seizing him by the arms and sprinting toward a nearby trash bin, where they unceremoniously tossed him inside. Ouch! The impact left Du Lei dazed, and his already weakened body suffered further agony. Hey, filthy beggar, enjoy your stay in the trash. The guard sneered, casting one last scornful glance at him before walking away, spitting on the ground as they left. As Du Lei struggled to rise from the familiar stench, a blaze of fury ignited within him. Those blind, stupid guards. And that damn Chen Xiao. I will not let you get away with this. His furious outburst drew the attention of several passers-by, who began pointing and whispering. Gritting his teeth in humiliation, Du Lei was overwhelmed with anxiety. His father, Du Hong, had repeatedly stressed the importance of acquiring 2 parcels of land at the auction, and Du Lei had sworn to uphold this promise. However, now he could not even enter the auction, let alone bid. The cause of this fiasco was his reckless indulgence the previous night, leading to his arrest. If his family discovered that he had squandered hundreds of billions due to a fleeting moment of pleasure, even as the sole heir of the Du family, he would not escape a severe beating. What to do? What to do? Du Lei felt like an ant on a hot skillet. With less than 10 minutes until the auction began, there was no time to retrieve his invitation from the hotel. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. Chen Qian. In an instant, Du Lei dialed Chen Qian's number. The call was quickly connected, and Chen Qian's hearty laughter echoed through the line. Ha, my dear nephew. Has there been news from your parents? When are they arriving? Uncle Chen, my parents will come tomorrow, but I urgently need your assistance. I forgot my invitation for the auction, and the guards are preventing my entry while insulting my dignity. Can you help verify my identity? What? Such a thing exists? Didn't you say you were the young master of the Du family? I did, but they don't believe me. Those guards must be blind. Fear not, my nephew. My name carries weight in Pingjiang. Hand the phone to them. I want to see just how bold they are. Reassured by Chen Qian's commanding tone, Du Lei hurried to the auction entrance, a sardonic smile forming on his lips as he approached the 2 guards. You mutts bang. Just as Du Lei began to hurl insults, the guards, recognizing him, erupted in fury and kicked him to the ground. How dare you show your face again? You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Slap, slap, slap. A flurry of blows left Du Lei dizzy and seeing stars. You bastards. Do you have any idea who I'm on the phone with? Who could a filthy beggar like you contact? The leader of the beggar gang? Bang. With that, they delivered another brutal kick to Du Lei. Stop. You better cease this at once, or I'll make sure you regret it. Regret? You'll be the one regretting it after we feast on your misfortune. With that, the 2 guards hoisted Du Lei again, tossing him into the roadside trash bin. This time, they stuffed his head inside, leaving him to stew. Eat up. If you can't finish, take it with you. After imparting this lesson, the guards hurried back to their posts to prevent others from slipping in. Meanwhile, Du Lei's phone, abandoned on the ground, emitted Chen Qian's furious voice. You filthy guards. Stop this at once. Do you know who you have offended? The young master of the Du family in Jiangqing. One of the guards picked up the phone, his expression sour. And who the hell are you? Why should we listen to your rambling? I am Chen Qian. Upon hearing that name, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he glanced at his colleague in shock. Is this Chen Qian, the beggar gang leader? Sounds better than Hong Qigong. I agree, the other guard chimed in, then turned to the phone and asked, can you perform the 18 dragon subduing palms? I could just as easily wield the dog-beating stick. You worthless scoundrels. Chen Qian was seething with rage, his blood pressure skyrocketing as he clutched his chest, nearly fainting from the intensity of his emotions. Just days after relinquishing his position as chairman of the Chen Group, had his name already faded from memory? The audacity of these people was simply intolerable. I tell you, your downfall is imminent. You're utterly finished. Go to hell, you filthy beggar. Stop whining on the phone. If you have the guts, meet me in person, and I'll show you who truly holds the power. With that, 2 security personnel abruptly ended the call. Du Lei struggled to climb out of the trash bin, his face smeared with filth, looking utterly disheveled. Such humiliation, Such indignity. As he cursed, tears streamed down his face. He had never endured such an affront in his life. Are you Du Xiao? A voice, tinged with uncertainty, came from beside him. Startled, Du turned to see a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, gazing at him hesitantly. Overcome with emotion, Du wiped his face and nodded vigorously. Yes, I am Du. Hu Yitong's face lit up with delight. He had crossed paths with Du at a nightclub in Jiangqing. Upon catching a glimpse of Du Lei's profile, he felt a flicker of recognition, though he hesitated to believe it. Given that the beggar before him was a far cry from the lavishly dressed Du Xiao who had once flaunted wealth. Du Xiao, how did you end up like this? Hu Yitong quickly approached, offering Du a tissue while introducing himself. I am Hu Yitong, chairman of Datong Food Company. Don't mention it. I came to attend the auction, but forgot my invitation, and those two lowly security guards threw me out. It's simply outrageous, Du exclaimed, his emotions flaring as the pain from his injuries was aggravated. Hu Yitong's eyes brightened at the mention of Du Lei's plight. This was a golden opportunity to align himself with the Du family, which would surely elevate his own status. If you don't mind, Du Xiao, let us go in together. I happen to have an invitation. That would be splendid. Du Lei's spirits lifted instantly as he patted Hu Yitong on the shoulder. Rest assured, my friend Hu, I shall remember this favor. Absolutely. Hu Yitong nodded eagerly, practically tailing Du like a sycophant as they made their way to the auction venue. Upon reaching the entrance, Du Lei's demeanor transformed. He stood tall, chest out, with an air of arrogance, his nostrils flaring in disdain, an embodiment of confidence. Xiaohu, he gestured, and Hu Yitong promptly stepped forward, straightening his suit and adopting a haughty posture as he presented his invitation. Open your eyes and behold. The security guards exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they realized this beggar might indeed be a person of significance, turning out to be the unwitting target of their disdain. After verifying Hu Yitong's invitation and confirming its legitimacy, the guards begrudgingly allowed him to enter. Hu Yitong smirked triumphantly as he led the way, while Du cast a contemptuous glance at the guards, not forgetting to leave them with a parting threat. As I said, you will regret this. However, just as Du attempted to step inside, the guards seized him once more, one on each side, escorting him out. What now? Du exclaimed in shock, prompting Hu Yitong, hearing the commotion, to turn back. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Sir, your invitation is a general one, allowing only you to enter. Without companions, the guard explained, leaving both Hu Yitong and Du momentarily stunned. Hu, you've deceived me. Du fury erupted, while Hu Yitong appeared flustered, hastily clarifying. Du Xiao, I truly didn't know about this rule. What should we do now? How about this? You take the invitation inside and I will stay out. That sounds reasonable. Du responded coldly, then turned to the guards. Did you hear that? He stays out and I go in. Apologies, but our invitations are verified by real name registration. So you still cannot enter. You got it all wrong. He is Hu Yitong. I'm the one who should go in. Hu Yitong quickly pointed at Du trying to explain. The guards exchanged glances, then looked at Du Aren't you Du from the Du family? Upon realizing this, they suddenly understood. So you attempted to impersonate someone to sneak into the auction and steal something, huh? Get lost. With that, they unceremoniously tossed Du back into the trash bin. Ultimately, Du did manage to enter the auction. As he extricated himself from the bin for the third time, he encountered the head of the Chao family at the Pingjiang auction house, who recognized him. The diligent security guards, despite following protocol throughout, could not escape the fate of dismissal, having offended the wrong person. In truth, when they last threw Du into the trash, they had already sensed his significant identity. But having already crossed lines, they thought to relish their moment, boasting about having thrown out a wealthy heir. Young nephew, perhaps you should clean up and change your clothes. The land your family desires will be auctioned last. There is still time, said Chao Delong with a smile from a distance of 3 meters, his tone slightly sharp, evidently holding his breath. Du nodded, his expression sour. The stench emanating from his body was becoming unbearable even for him. In the hall, the elite circles of Pingjiang and surrounding cities had gathered, all impeccably dressed, engaged in lively conversation. Chen Xiao sat in the front row, center stage, attracting quite a few curious glances. However, most attendees were locals, having recently attended Chen Qian's birthday banquet, and thus held a relatively strong impression of Chen Xiao. Conversely, those from outside the city found themselves particularly intrigued by such a young upstart, whispering amongst themselves to speculate on his identity. Du has arrived. The Du family is keen on developing real estate in Pingjiang, making them our biggest competitor for tonight's land auction. Huang Meiyun, dressed as a professional secretary, murmured to Chen Xiao, her eyes scanning the crowd to identify the guests. What a fool, The Du family really trusts him a bit, Chen Xiao scoffed disdainfully. Following that, he pulled out his phone, composing a text message, and after completing this task, leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Minutes later, the auction officially commenced. The first item up for bid was a Qing dynasty landscape painting, starting at a price of 2 million, with increments of no less than 50,000. 2 million. 300,000. The atmosphere in the auction hall grew increasingly lively as bids were called out, yet Chen Xiao remained silent, uninterested in the paintings, porcelain, or ornaments, as they held little value for him. In his past life, Chen Xiao had been a top-tier painter and ceramic artist. Should he choose, he could effortlessly produce masterpieces far superior to these mere trinkets. The next item was a necklace named Brilliant Star, crafted by world-renowned jeweler Edward from a 10-carat flawless pink diamond. With a starting bid of 20 million and increments of no less than 500,000. No woman can resist jewelry and diamonds, especially such a rare treasure. When the resplendent star made its grand appearance, the entire venue erupted in fervor as all eyes were irresistibly drawn to the dazzling pink diamond. The bidding commenced with a fervent chorus of voices. 22 million, 25 million, 30 million. The price soared dramatically, yet Chen Xiao maintained an air of calm indifference, seemingly unfazed. However, he noticed Huang Meiyun, who was gazing intently at the pink diamond, glancing down at her bank card balance, only to shake her head in a moment of disheartenment. Do you like it? Chen Xiao suddenly broke the silence that had enveloped him for the entire evening, causing Huang Meiyun to momentarily pause in surprise. Huh? Well, no woman can resist jewelry, right? She replied with a sweet smile. 80 million. Chen Xiao's voice, though not raised, pierced through the clamor of bidding with remarkable clarity, as he hiked the price by 20 million in one breath. The room fell silent instantly, with curious glances directed towards the source of such financial audacity. The auctioneer was momentarily taken aback before regaining composure and excitedly announcing, 80 million once, 80 million twice. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 80 million for the third time. I'll bid 100 million. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, the doors of the venue swung open, and a resounding voice echoed through the hall. Dressed in a striking red suit, resembling a flamboyant flamingo, Du Lei strode in with an air of disregard for all, his gaze fixated on Chen Xiao, a hint of provocation curling at the corners of his lips. Taking a seat not far from Chen Xiao, he crossed his legs with an audacious demeanor, exuding an air of arrogance. 100 million, I, Du Lei, will take this necklace. It would make the perfect wedding gift for my bride-to-be in a few days, he proclaimed, his eyes fixed lecherously on Huang Meiyun beside Chen Xiao. The mere mention of Du Lei's name sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. If the Chen family was the leader in Pingjiang City, the Du family was the undisputed overlord of the entire Jiangnan province, with the Du group's valuation of 400 billion making it an undeniable behemoth. Hey Chen, why have you stopped bidding? Are you out of funds? Du Lei raised an eyebrow in contempt, then whistled at Huang Meiyun. Beauty, what future do you have with that waste of space? With me, you'll not only be adorned with endless jewels, but also enjoy the pleasures of being a bride every night, ensuring your days are filled with delight. Huang Meiyun's brows furrowed as she scrutinized Du Lei with disdain, offering a cold chuckle before shaking her head in silence. Though she said nothing, Du Lei felt a deep sense of insult, his expression darkening immediately. Unappreciative fool. Hey, you up there, why are you hesitating to strike the gavel? After Du Lei's taunt, the auctioneer quickly regained his focus. 100 million once, 100 million twice. 150 million. Chen Xiao raised the bid again, this time by 50 million. Du Lei's expression soured. It seemed Chen Xiao was fully committed to this contest. However, in terms of dowry, the Chen family could never compete with the Du family. 200 million. 300 million. As Du Lei raised the bid to 200 million, Chen Xiao immediately countered with 300 million. At this juncture, the necklace had become secondary. It was evident to all present that this was a contest of wills between Du Lei and Chen Xiao, or rather, the families they represented. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation. As the crowd sensed the tension brewing, Du Lei grit his teeth. 300 million was no small sum, and purchasing a necklace at such a price seemed rather excessive. What is the matter, young Master Du? Why have you ceased to bid? Can't you afford such a paltry sum? Are the Du family on the brink of bankruptcy? Chen Xiao's taunt pierced the air, causing Du Lei's face to turn a deeper shade of anger. 500 million. Du Lei, unwilling to be outdone, shouted the astronomical figure defiantly. 600 million. Yet Chen Xiao showed no intention of retreating, continuing to raise the stakes. Kid, you're forcing my hand. Du Lei's eyes flashed with determination as he raised his hand, extending his index and middle fingers slightly, a gesture of defiance. Pointing the lantern. Chapter 051. You're calling out bids based on my bank balance. Pointing the lantern. Du lait déclaré. Regardless of what anyone else bids. I will outbid them by 100,000. The room fell silent for a moment, before erupting into murmurs of shock at Du Lei's astonishing proclamation. Wow. No wonder he's a young master from the provincial capital. Such audacity. After attending so many auctions, it's the first time I've witnessed someone pointing the lantern. The guests at the auction whispered excitedly, their voices tinged with intrigue. Pointing the lantern is a rare bidding tactic in auctions, signifying an insatiable desire for the item and an unwavering willingness to pay any price, paired with an absolute confidence in one's financial resources. Such occurrences are infrequent at auctions, but when they do arise, it often signals the conclusion of bidding for the item in question. The spectators' gazes converged on Du Lei and Chen Xiao. Du Lei maintained his composure, a smirk playing at his lips, as if he had everything under control. Now that Du has pointed the lantern, surely the Chen family heir will concede? While the Chen family was formidable, they could not match the Du family's financial clout. As the murmurs of the crowd reached his ears, Du Lei's smile widened, casting a provocative glance towards Chen Xiao. Yet, Chen Xiao remained expressionless, calmly raising his bidding paddle once more. 1,079,900,000. What? The auction hall erupted into chaos at Chen Xiao's audacious bid, with Du Lei's pupils dilating as he sprang from his seat in shock. You're bidding that much? The auctioneer was momentarily dumbfounded, mouth agape, the gavel suspended in midair. 1,079,900,000. Young master, you just said you would outbid anyone by 100,000, right? 180 million. This necklace is yours. Chen Xiao smiled faintly, gesturing for Du Lei to take his prize. With that, he turned back to the auctioneer. What are you still dawdling for? Young master, Du has bid 180 million. I doubt anyone else will outbid him. Hurry and finalize the auction. Huh? Oh, 180 million once, 180 million twice. Shut up. Du Lei, drenched in cold sweat, bellowed at the auctioneer before glaring at Chen Xiao with a thunderous expression. He had come to the auction with a total of 180 million in funds allocated for land, and Chen Xiao's bid felt like a direct affront to his financial limits. Kid, do you even understand the rules? Is it acceptable to bid like this? Du Lei clenched his jaw, his voice strained as if forced through clenched teeth. Why not? Am I not allowed to raise my bid by 100 million in one go? Chen Xiao feigned confusion, glancing at the auctioneer. The auctioneer offered an awkward smile. It's not that you can't. As long as you exceed the minimum increment, you're free to bid whatever amount you wish. Did you hear that? Young master Du? I can bid however much I please. Let us not waste everyone's time. Let us wrap this up and move on to the next item. You're a fool. Du deroide. You think I'm going to throw away 180 million on a worthless necklace? Do you take me for an idiot? Isn't that the truth? Chen Xiao could not help but chuckle. You lit the sky lantern of your own volition. No one was holding a gun to your head. And now that the evidence is captured, you deny it? Is the Du family truly the kind of untrustworthy lot? Du Lei's expression darkened instantly, anger coursing through him, causing his body to tremble. The others, upon hearing this, began to exchange glances, their looks towards Du Lei tinged with malice. Du Lei's complexion shifted from green to purple as his mind raced, suddenly grasping a potential point of escape. Wait a moment, I did indeed light the lantern. But according to auction house rules, if someone maliciously bids without merit, they are subject to penalties. Am I not correct? Du Lei sneered, directing his gaze toward the auctioneer. The auctioneer nodded. Indeed, Mr. Du, if someone lights a lantern, other bidders may continue to bid, but they cannot make arbitrary calls. Our Chao auction house will deduct the security deposit of any guest who calls out of turn and will permanently blacklist them. Did you catch that, Chen Xiao? Do not presume that by arbitrarily shouting a bid of over 10 billion, you can make me the fool. Your reckless bidding is void. You will leave the auction house today. A triumphant smile spread across Du Lei's face, his lips stretching toward his ears, as if victory was already in his grasp. Fool! Chen Xiao remarked coldly, turning to the auctioneer. How do we determine what constitutes reckless bidding versus legitimate bidding? The simplest method to ascertain reckless bidding, the auctioneer explained, is to verify funds. If your available balance exceeds the previous bid, we consider it a legitimate offer. Otherwise, it is deemed reckless. Chen Xiao smiled serenely, retrieving a black card from his pocket. Then let us verify. Du Lei froze momentarily, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The auctioneer instructed for a POS machine to be brought forth, and after a brief operation, his face transformed to one of shock, as he respectfully returned the black card to Chen Xiao. Sir, your balance far exceeds 10.8 billion. Your bid is entirely valid. What? How is this possible? Du Lei's countenance turned pale. Their Du group, valued in the hundreds of billions, could scarcely muster 8 billion in liquid assets for bidding. Chen Xiao's single bank card balance surpassing that amount was simply inconceivable. Since my bid is valid, then the sky lantern lit by the esteemed young master, doom must continue. Chen Xiao declared. The auctioneer immediately nodded earnestly and returned to the stage. Young master do bids 8 billion once, twice, thrice sold. The sound of the gavel echoed like a hammer striking Du Lei's heart, cold sweat beating on his forehead, a chill running down his spine. He indeed had sufficient funds to win this necklace. However, if his family discovered that he had sacrificed the funds for 2 parcels of land for a mere necklace, even as the family's only heir, he would face dire consequences. Stop! Du Lei shouted, his voice trembling, causing the auctioneer to pause. All eyes in the room now fixed upon him. The piercing gazes felt like needles against his skin, and Du Lei experienced an unprecedented sense of humiliation and shame. I forfeit the auction. Oh, has young master Du extinguished the lantern? Chen Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. You must reconsider, as this gathering is filled with the elite from across Jiangnan province. Should you retract your bid, the moniker of Little Lantern will be forever attached to you. Chen Xiao. Du Lei's face turned ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury, teeth clenched as he hissed under his breath. Chen Xiao merely smiled, unfazed by the threat emanating from Du Lei. Mr. Du, should you withdraw, according to our regulations, your previously reserved security deposit of 500 million will be forfeited, and you will need to pay an additional 500 million. Otherwise, you'll be unable to participate in any subsequent auctions. Very well, Du Lei replied dejectedly, his voice low, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. Since Mr. Du has forfeited, this item will go unsold. Wait, Chen Xiao interjected suddenly. Since the item is already brought forth, let us not complicate matters. I bid 80 million. Does anyone wish to counter? With that, he turned his gaze toward Du Lei. Young Master Du, would you care to light the lantern once more? The mockery was palpable on Chen Xiao's face. Du Lei's face flushed crimson, clutching his chest as if he might vomit blood, ultimately huffing in frustration, declining to raise his bid further. Thus, the exquisite pink diamond necklace was acquired by Chen Xiao for 80 million. Chapter 052, a push aside, this is another price. Ultimately, with no one else bidding, the dazzling star necklace was secured by Chen Xiao for 80 million. After promptly processing the payment, he accepted the exquisite gift box presented by the auction staff. Take it. Chen Xiao extended the necklace toward Huang Meiyan. She hesitated, unable to conceal the delight and excitement in her eyes. Is this for me? Though she had hoped for this. When the necklace worth 80 million appeared before her, her voice trembled slightly. This is a reward for your recent performance at work, Chen Xiao teased lightly. Seeing Huang Meiyan still in a state of shock, Chen Xiao took the necklace from the box and gently placed it around her fair, swan-like neck. It suits you well. Her cheeks flushed as she tenderly caressed the necklace, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao turned in confusion, a gentle breeze sweeping past, a sensation akin to jelly brushing against his cheek. Huang Meiyan withdrew her lips, leaving a soft kiss upon his face. Thank you. This is the best gift I have ever received. I love it. Her eyes twinkled with joy. Coming back to his senses, Chen Xiao pushed Huang Meiyan away. Hey, who gave you permission to kiss me? That incurs an additional charge. Huang Meiyan could not help but giggle, leaning closer to Chen Xiao. Her eyes sultry and her voice as soft as a dream. How do you plan to charge me? Just so you know, I don't have much money. I can only pay in kind. With that, a smile danced at the corners of her eyes as she leaned in, whispering sweetly into Chen Xiao's ear. Then let me employ you for a lifetime. Chen Xiao turned his gaze back to the stage, crossing his legs and intertwining his fingers upon his knees. What? Work for a lifetime? Not even a dog would agree to that. If we are to work, let it be for eternity, not just in this life, but in the next as well. Huang Meiyan concluded, capturing Chen Xiao's attention, drawing it away from the dazzling star necklace around her neck. Several more items were auctioned off subsequently, but Chen Xiao showed little interest and refrained from bidding. Meanwhile, Du Lei, after Chen Xiao's successful acquisition of the star necklace, left the guest seating to contact his father. Son, shouldn't you be at the auction right now? Has it concluded? Not yet, Dad. Something major has happened. Upon hearing this, Du Heng's expression shifted, his grip on the phone tightening, brows furrowing. What major event? Speak clearly. Du Lei proceeded to recount the earlier confrontation with Chen Xiao over the star necklace, embellishing the tale to depict Chen Xiao as arrogant and dismissive of the Du family, claiming he had sought to defend their honor by bidding, only to be outmaneuvered, admitting that he had incurred a loss of 500 million in security deposit merely to vex Chen Xiao would surely invite a scolding. This Chen Xiao has gone too far. Du Heng bellowed, since he possesses over 8 billion in funds. It is evident that his objective must be those 2 plots of land. Pingjiang City is a pivotal component of our Du family's future development. We must secure those 2 parcels at all costs. Rest assured, my son, I will promptly contact the company's finance department to transfer an additional 3 billion into your account. I refuse to believe that in the mere city of Pingjiang, any company can muster a cash flow exceeding 13 billion. Thank you, Dad. With this 3 billion, I will be able to truly showcase my capabilities. You can trust that I will certainly acquire the land. After this, Du Lei was about to hang up the phone when Du Heng called out to him. Wait a moment, I just received a call from Shi. They have already arrived in Pingjiang and mentioned that they have been trying to reach you while you were on another call. What's going on? Shi is the captain of the Du family's bodyguard team, known as Shi Guangming, a retired special forces soldier with exceptional skills. Du Lei paused momentarily before responding. It might be due to poor signal reception. Don't worry, Dad, I will contact him shortly. With that, Du Lei hastily ended the call, fearful that Du Heng might catch on. It was not a matter of poor reception. Rather, Du Lei had previously blocked Shi Guangming's number, alongside several other bodyguards' contacts. This was due to Du Heng's concern for Du Lei's safety, which had led him to insist that the bodyguards closely protect him. However, Du Lei despised the feeling of being surveilled, especially since he often indulged in debauchery, making the presence of bodyguards exceedingly awkward. Consequently, he had seized opportunities to sneak away a few times, and to prevent the bodyguards from harassing him with calls, he had blacklisted all their numbers. A decision he had maintained until now. If Du Heng were to discover that his son had chosen to block the bodyguards out of a desire to avoid harassment, disregarding his own safety, he would undoubtedly be furious. Perfect timing, Shi and his team have arrived. Let's see if Chen Xiao can still act so arrogantly before me now. Du Lei grinned maliciously as he unblocked Shi Guangming's number and sent him a text message. Before long, Du Lei returned to his seat, casting a sinister glance at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, acutely sensing the chill in the air, maintained his composure, a hint of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth as his fingers drummed lightly on his knee. Next, we arrived at the main attractions of the auction, which I believe many of the business owners present were particularly eager to bid on. The auctioneer smiled slightly, and a drone video displayed an expansive area of desolate land on a large screen behind him. First up was a plot of land in the southern part of Pingjiang City, encompassing a total area of 100 hectares, with a starting bid of 3.5 billion and a minimum increment of 100 million for each bid. Let the bidding commence. 4.2 billion, 4.8 billion, 5.6 billion. The main event of the evening had commenced, and the atmosphere became electrified with fervent bidding. Within a minute, the land's price surged to 2 billion. It was clear that this was still far from its limits, as several financially robust enterprises had yet to enter the fray. Chen Xiao, with such hefty funding, I assume you two are here for these 2 plots of land? Amidst the cacophony of bidding, Du Lei's dark voice suddenly broke through. No, I'm here to be your father, Chen Xiao retorted. What? Du Lei was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the barely concealed, taunting smile on Chen Xiao's lips, he quickly regained his composure, seething with rage. Damn it, you're playing me for a fool. Indeed, is there something wrong with that? Chen Xiao shrugged nonchalantly, unashamedly acknowledging his words. Du Lei's face turned a deep shade of anger. Chen Xiao, your triumph will not last long. As long as I am here, you will not acquire these 2 plots of land. You have mobilized such liquid assets only to leave empty-handed. I relish the thought of your frustration. Humph. With a chilling smile, Du Lei raised his bidding paddle and declared without hesitation, 3 billion. This land must belong to the Du family. For billion. Just as Du Lei finished his announcement, Chen Xiao immediately raised his paddle, increasing the bid by 1 billion. Gasps of surprise filled the room. At this juncture, most other companies had withdrawn from the competition, leaving the battle to unfold solely between Du Lei and Chen Xiao. 2 billion. Du Lei glowered as he raised his bidding paddle again, shooting a fierce glare at Chen Xiao after placing his bid. You truly have no fear of challenging the financial strength of the Du family. Huh. I wonder who it was that lit the lantern only to be unable to pay up in the end. Chen Xiao retorted with a cold smirk, as Huang Meiyun chimed in supportively. It was a certain Du Lei who failed to deliver. Oh, had you not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious. Did you hear that, Du Xiaolei? Du Lei's face turned a deep shade of fury as he clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to lash out. 5 billion. After mocking Du Lei, Chen Xiao raised his paddle again, cleanly bumping the bid by another billion, his eyes radiating determination. 5 billion. 6 billion. 8 billion. This time, Chen Xiao jumped the bid straight to 8 billion, causing the atmosphere to freeze momentarily as gasps filled the room. The temperature seemed to rise slightly. Du Lei instinctively raised his bidding paddle, but, coming to his senses, slowly lowered it as his mind raced. According to the initial evaluations conducted by the company's financial department, the combined market value of the southern and western plots of land in Pingjiang City was merely 9 billion. The Du family had intended to invest a bit more for strategic positioning, initially preparing 8 billion in funds. With Chen Xiao's competition, Du Hong had additionally allocated 3 billion, meaning Du Lei had access to 8 billion. Yet at this moment, the southern plot alone had reached a staggering bid of 8 billion, far exceeding their original expectations. 8 billion once, 8 billion twice. The sound of the auctioneer's gavel echoed in Du Lei's ears, filling him with unprecedented anxiety. Forget it. It doesn't matter. The requirement is to secure the land. And if it costs a bit more, I cannot be blamed. After prolonged contemplation, Du Lei made his decision. In front of his family elders, he had vowed to secure the 2 plots. The exact expenditure was a separate matter. Ultimately, even if the land was acquired at a loss, the blame could not fall upon him. 2 billion. After calling out his bid, Du Lei felt a sense of relief. But Chen Xiao's voice once again intensified the pressure. 9 billion. Chen Xiao, are you out of your mind? For this measly plot of land. Even if you build an entire community, how much could you possibly earn? You're bidding 9 billion for a piece of worthless land. What profit could you possibly gain? Du Lei could no longer contain himself, rising in anger and shouting. He believed Chen Xiao was deliberately trying to disrupt him, intent on embarrassing the Du family. I have the money to pay. What business is it of yours, you little brat? If you have the funds, keep bidding. If not, then keep your mouth shut to avoid making a fool of yourself. Du Lei trembled with rage, his forehead, veins bulging. If you want to play, then I shall oblige you to the end. 10 billion. Du Lei raised his bidding paddle high, his voice resonating in the hushed room. 12 billion. 13 billion. Chen Xiao smiled slightly, opting not to raise his paddle again. 13 billion. Young Master Du, this piece of land is now yours. What? At this moment, Du Lei finally regained his composure, realizing that he had fallen victim to Chen Xiao's provocative tactics. A chill ran down his spine, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down his body as an unprecedented sense of dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. How could I have uttered a figure as staggering as 13 billion? Du Lei's expression was one of despair, his lips trembling as he muttered to himself in a daze. With 8 billion in funds, a loss of 5 billion in deposits, plus an additional 3 billion, the total had reached an astonishing 3 billion, all for the sake of acquiring 2 plots of land. Yet now, having secured only 1 plot, he had nearly exhausted his funds. The remaining land in the west of the city, priced at 300 million, seemed utterly unattainable. Slumped in his chair, Du Lei was consumed by regret, chastising himself for his impulsiveness. 13 billion once, 13 billion twice, 13 billion thrice sold. The auctioneer, caught up in the fervor of their exchange, nearly stumbled over his words. The applause erupted, reverberating through the room, as all eyes turned to Du Lei with a mixture of admiration and scorn. Yet, in Du Lei's ears, the clapping sounded less like praise and more like derision, mocking him for being a fool with too much money, ridiculing him as a mere buffoon. Du Shou, you've acquired what you desired. Why the long face? You were so jubilant before. Why the sudden gloom? Is it that you're simply not inclined to smile? Chen Xiao's taunts landed like sharp slaps against Du Lei's face, inciting a deep sense of shame and fury within him. Du Xiao, how will you proceed with the payment? A staff member from the auction house approached, holding the land transfer contract, accompanied by a tray of several POS machines, ready to accommodate various payment methods. May I make a phone call first? Du Lei stammered, his hands shaking, a forced smile plastered on his face. The staff member smiled slightly, yet there was a glimmer of scrutiny in their gaze. Of course, but you must do so here. You cannot leave. Taking a deep breath, Du Lei dialed his father's number, his voice laced with a hint of despair. Dad, I secured the land. That is a good thing. But why do you sound so glum? How much did it cost? 13 billion. 13 billion. Du Hong exclaimed in disbelief, then sighed. Although that far exceeds expectations, it remains within an acceptable range. Thankfully, the additional 3 billion was added, or else those 2 plots would have been quite perilous. Dad, it's not 2 plots. Du Lei's voice quivered, and he could almost envision his father's impending wrath. I only secured 1 plot in the south for 13 billion. What? 1 plot? Du Heng's voice shot up an octave, the fury on the other end of the line nearly palpable. Have you lost your mind? What on earth can I build on that to recoup 13 billion? I must have been blinded by foolishness to let you participate in that auction. Spending 13 billion on a mere piece of land. I could just as well knock some sense into you. Dad, my grandmother is your mother, Du Lei weakly interjected. Du Hong paused, before erupting into further rage. You dare talk back to me? Could you perhaps save the scolding for later? The auction house personnel are waiting for my payment, and everyone is watching me. I'll pay you back. But who in their right mind would spend 13 billion on a worthless piece of land? Forget it. I retract my bid. Mr. Du, based on the amount you bid. Retracting will incur a deduction of 3 billion from your deposit. Additionally, I must remind you that you have already retracted twice tonight. Another instance will result in your permanent ban from the Qiao auction house. The staff member stood beside Du Lei, having overheard Du Heng's furious outburst, providing a timely reminder. Du Lei's face was a mask of bitterness, while the thought of losing 3 billion irked him. It paled in comparison to the catastrophic loss of 13 billion. After the deduction, the land was immediately put up for re-auction, and due to Du Lei's retraction, he forfeited his eligibility to bid on that plot. Ultimately, the land in the south was acquired by Chen Xiao for an astounding 32.5 billion. Witnessing this turn of events, Du Lei could no longer contain himself and spewed a mouthful of blood. Chen Xiao, I vow that I shall make you pay dearly for this. Chapter 054. Du Lei, I will have my revenge. Congratulations to Mr. Chen for acquiring the southern land at the price of 32.5 billion. The next auction will be for the western land, spanning 150 hectares, with a starting bid of 300 million. The western land was larger than the southern plot, but began at a lower price due to its relatively remote location, bordering a neighboring province. With infrastructure yet to be developed, leading to a far less optimistic market forecast than the southern plot. However, recalling memories from his previous life, Du Lei knew that it wouldn't be long before the government announced plans to construct a subway line from Pingjiang to the neighboring city of Tuzhong within 2 years, causing the value of the western land to skyrocket. 2 billion, 6 billion, 4 billion. Bids echoed loudly, albeit the increments were far less aggressive than those during the southern land auction. It seemed most participants were skeptical about the future of the western property. 5 billion. Chen Xiao began to raise his paddle. 7 billion. Du Lei followed suit without hesitation, casting a fierce glare at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao shook softly. Du Shou, you truly haven't forgotten your roots. Are you about to showcase your financial prowess again? 17 billion. Chen Xiao raised his paddle again, this time increasing the bid by a staggering 10 billion. Du Lei's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, as memories of being duped by Chen Xiao flooded back, leaving him hesitant to raise his bid. What should I do? Should I increase my bid? And if so, by how much? Losing the southern plot was already a blow. If I lose this one too, I will be utterly finished. 17 billion once. But what if increasing my bid only incites Chen Xiao further? 17 billion twice. The western land was less valuable than the southern. Playing it safe by keeping it under 5 billion should mitigate losses. 17 billion thrice sold. The auctioneer's gavel fell, and Du Lei suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, I haven't placed my bid yet. I bid 20 billion. I'm afraid, Mr. Du, that once the gavel falls, the auction is concluded. Unless Mr. Chen retracts, this item now belongs to him. Swipe the card. Chen Xiao smiled slightly, unfazed, and promptly signed the land transfer agreement. The entire process swift and seamless. Beside him, Du Lei trembled with rage. He had previously promised his family he would acquire both plots, yet now he had secured neither, incurring a loss of 8 billion in deposits that evening alone. Even if the Du family were adept at making money, that sum was not insignificant, and Du Lei could vividly imagine the repercussions he would face upon returning home. Thank you, Du Xiao, for graciously allowing me to acquire such a large plot for only 7 billion. With both plots in hand, Chen Xiao had achieved his goal for the day. He approached Du Lei to express his gratitude before departing with Huang Meiyan. Du Lei's face turned an ashen shade, fists clenched tightly. His gaze fixed on Chen Xiao's retreating figure, his body trembling with indignation. Chen Xiao, I swear I will make you pay dearly for this, or else I, Du Lei, shall not die a peaceful death. Du Lei si l'on soit vengeance. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, son. You must secure that piece of land in the west of the city, no matter if it costs 10 billion or even depletes our entire fortune. It must be acquired. Do you understand? Du Engis anxieux voice resonated. Du Lei was taken aback and hurriedly inquired. Why? During the land assessment, wasn't it stated that the value of that land in the west is barely 1/3 of that in the south? That was the case before. But I just received intelligence that Pingjiang City plans to construct a subway from Pingjiang to Tuzhong City within 2 years, right near that land in the west. The value of that land will soar several times by then. Du Lei felt a jolt in his heart, as if struck by lightning, and he slumped helplessly into his chair. Xiao Lei? Du Lei, are you even listening to me? Dad, that piece of land in the west has already been acquired by Chen Xiao for 7 billion. What? Chen Xiao again. No, I have given you over 10 billion. How could he spend 7 billion to secure the land? Were you not bidding at that time? I was contemplating. I had been tricked by Chen Xiao before, and I feared falling into his trap again. Moreover, the prior assessment valued the land in the West at only 3 billion. When I finally came to my senses, the auction had concluded. You incompetent fool. I don't care what means you employ, whether by purchase or by force. You must obtain that land in the West for me, or do not dare return home. The line went dead. Listening to the busy signal in his ear, Dulé finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his forehead slick with cold sweat. And without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the auction venue. Wait. Upon reaching the entrance, he fortuitously spotted Chen Xiao getting into his car. And without a second thought, he rushed to the front of the vehicle in an attempt to stop him. Just as Dulé positioned himself in front of the car, the Rolls-Royce suddenly accelerated, catching him off guard and sending him flying. Chen Xiao rolled down the window, glancing at Dulé, who lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen. His face flushed. My apologies, young master, do I have a fear of large objects? When I suddenly saw a big fool appear before me, I panicked and mistook the gas pedal for the brake. How fortunate it is that I didn't run you over. Gritting his teeth in fury, Dulé could only suppress his pain and struggle to rise, approaching the car window. Young Master Chen, let us negotiate. Sell us the land in the West. Name your price. Sure, 100 billion. All right, Dulé instinctively nodded, but then suddenly came to his senses. Wait, did you say 100 billion? 100 billion. Do you truly dare to offer such a price? Didn't you say to name any price? So, you're just boasting here? You, Dulé sipped. Looking at Chen Xiao's disdainful expression, trembling with rage, yet realizing the urgency of acquiring that land in the West. He had no choice but to continue the conversation with forcibility. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, Dulé proposed 50 billion. You purchased the land for 17 billion. If I buy it for 50 billion, you've already made a twofold profit. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, perceiving Dulé's desperation for the land in the West, likely due to the subway news. Wealthy individuals continue to amass riches precisely because they often gain information ahead of others, allowing them to accumulate wealth, their fortunes snowballing. Since young Master Du is so sincere, I am willing to accommodate. Upon hearing this, Dulé's face brightened, his eyes betraying a hint of mockery. Inferior beings are indeed inferior. A slight incentive pulls them in. 100 billion? I'll offer you 1 discount, 999 billion. Transfer the funds now, and I will immediately sign the transfer agreement. The smile on Dulé's face froze, followed by a surge of rage. You're toying with me. You guessed right. Chen Xiao exclaimed, praising him loudly, nearly causing Dulé to explode with fury. It seemed that Dulé could not accept such a price, truly a pauper at heart. Chen Xiao tossed this taunt aside and pressed the accelerator, driving away. Clutching his chest, Dulé panted heavily. Chen Xiao, I vow not to rest until you are dealt with. At that moment, several black sedans sped towards them, their doors flinging open as a dozen bodyguards in black suits disembarked, respectfully standing behind Dulé. Young Master, Dulé turned around, a fierce and menacing expression overtaking his face, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Sure to, you arrived just in time. Tonight, I shall unleash a massacre. Chapter 055, Dulé's Moment of Glory. Shi Guangming, a serious-looking middle-aged man, stood tall and robust, a gruesome scar stretching from his neck to his shoulder. His arms beneath his short sleeves riddled with scars, evidently someone who had endured countless life-and-death battles. Yes, young master. Without hesitation, Shi Guangming waved his hand, directing the bodyguards into the vehicles. Dulé and Shi Guangming climbed into the central vehicle of the convoy, and soon, 5 black sedans revved their engines, pursuing the direction in which Chen Xiao had left. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Chen Xiao drove while Huang Meiyan gazed at him with adoration, her face radiating warmth. Do you know when you look the most handsome? I'm handsome at all times. Huang Meiyan chuckled, unable to suppress an eye roll. That may be, but I think you look the most handsome when you're serious. I thought you'd say when I swiped my car to buy you a necklace. That, indeed, is also quite handsome. Huang Meiyan's brows arched, her face brightening with a radiant smile. Oh, is this the road to the suburbs? Aren't we heading back to the old residence? I have a few matters to attend to. As he spoke, Chen Xiao glanced at the rearview mirror, keenly noticing several black sedans that had been tailing him since he left the auction house. Huang Meiyan followed Chen Xiao's gaze, her expression instantly turning grave. Jianghe, provincial city license plate, it's the Du family. I didn't expect them to come after us so soon upon arriving in Pingjiang. This is bad. We came out without any bodyguards today. I'll call someone right now. Who says I'm without bodyguards? Don't worry, I have it all arranged. Chen Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he pressed the accelerator. After about 10 minutes, they entered the suburban area of Pingjiang City. This region was remote, flanked by a blend of urban and rural areas, with lush trees lining the roads, interspersed with a few dilapidated houses. Typically, this area was sparsely populated, with few vehicles aside from delivery trucks and earth-moving vehicles, casting a dim and eerie atmosphere under the sparse streetlights. After traveling a bit further, a road sign loomed above. Welcome to the pig breeding base of Pingjiang City. In the trailing convoy, upon seeing this sign, Dulé couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! The people of Pingjiang are truly bold, breeding pigs. This is hilarious. Young master, we are in the suburbs of Pingjiang City. Why are we following them here at night? Sure, Guangming felt a tinge of unease as the number of surrounding vehicles dwindled, making their pursuit more conspicuous. The average person, upon realizing they were being followed, would likely seek refuge in a crowded area, yet their adversaries seemed intent on leading them to this desolate suburban locale. Have they not noticed us? Or do they have ulterior motives? Dulé also sensed something was amiss. His curiosity piqued. Indeed, why would they come to this desolate place at night? Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across Dulé's lips. I understand that Chen Xiao must have brought that exquisite female secretary here for a clandestine rendezvous. The setting is ideal. A spacious area with a sparse crowd and an appealing environment. The sky as their canopy and the ground as their bed. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. These two are truly extravagant in their pursuits. Dulé stroked his chin, the alluring visage and graceful form of Lin Meilan, along with her strikingly long legs, flashed through his mind, and a glimmer of lasciviousness sparkled in his eyes. This will serve as my opportunity. That little minx is far more enticing than Chen Wanqing. As he spoke, Dulé turned to the driver. Sure, Guangming, sure to inform our brothers to accelerate and intercept them. Tonight, I intend not only to unleash carnage, but also indulge in hedonism. Sure, Guangming nodded, with a dozen of their men and their arsenal at hand. Facing merely two youthful adversaries posed little threat. It was highly likely, as Dulé surmised, that they were merely seeking thrill. Did everyone hear Du Xiao's orders? Speed up and block their path. Yes, boss. With that, Dulé floored the accelerator in the two lead vehicles, their speed skyrocketing as they flanked the Rolls-Royce on either side. At that moment, however, Chen Xiao's Rolls-Royce came to an abrupt halt, the tires screeching against the pavement. Sure, Guangming was taken aback, hastily braking to avoid a collision. The six vehicles came to a standstill on the road, with Chen Xiao's and Dulé's cars closely aligned, while the remaining four encircled the Rolls-Royce from all corners, leaving no possibility of escape. Wait for me in the car. After retrieving a pair of rubber gloves from the small drawer and advising Lin Meilan, Chen Xiao stepped out. Dulé and his entourage of bodyguards soon followed suit, surrounding Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Let us see how bold you remain now. Dulé sneered, hands stuffed in his pockets, swaggering towards Chen Xiao. Sure, Guangming stood firmly a meter behind him, his expression serious as he kept a watchful eye on Chen Xiao. Unfazed, Chen Xiao remained silent, leading Dulé to believe he was intimidated, thus fueling his arrogance further. Chen Xiao, where's that audacity from the auction? Why the sudden silence? Dulé stepped right in front of Chen Xiao, craning his neck to meet the gaze of the taller man, his posturing appearing somewhat ludicrous. You have a foul mouth, Chen Xiao suddenly retorted. It seems the refuse in the trash bin has served you well. Dulé's expression shifted instantly. Being tossed into a trash bin was his greatest humiliation, one he would not allow anyone to mention. Shocked by Chen Xiao's audacity to mock him at such a critical moment, he seethed with rage. All right, Dulé, pointing a finger at Chen Xiao, I was going to give you a quick end, but now I've decided to make you suffer. Crack! Before he could finish, Chen Xiao swiftly seized Dulé's finger and twisted it with force. A sickening crack echoed, followed by a wail that pierced the night. Young master. Sure, Guangming's expression changed drastically. He had underestimated Chen Xiao's speed, failing to prevent the injury before Dulé's finger was broken. Panic surged through him as he realized the gravity of the situation, and he bellowed in rage, swinging a massive fist towards Chen Xiao's face. Do not harm my master. Chen Xiao's eyelids flickered, releasing Dulé's finger and swiftly extending his hand towards Shi Guangming's throat. Simultaneously, his other hand lunged for Shi Guangming's wrist. Shi Guangming's pupils constricted in alarm. He attempted to evade, but Chen Xiao's reflexes were swifter. In the blink of an eye, he had a firm grip on Shi Guangming's wrist, squeezing it with such force that the bones crumbled to dust. The agonized scream was even more piercing than Dulé's, reminiscent of a wounded beast. Chapter 056, Instant kill, Dulé est terror. You bastard, I will see you dead. Shi Guangming's eyes blazed red with fury as he shouted, "Everyone attack!" The bodyguards surged forward, while Shi Guangming's left hand darted to his waist. However, Chen Xiao's speed surpassed all expectations. With a single hand, he lifted Shi Guangming, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, effortlessly off the ground. His legs flailing helplessly as his face turned a deep shade of purple. A wave of intense fear washed over Shi Guangming. Never had he felt such terror, not even in life-or-death battles against mercenaries in Black Continent. The realization that Chen Xiao could lift him with one hand shattered his composure, revealing that this man was far more formidable than a mere wealthy heir. Huh. A subtle smile played on Chen Xiao's lips as his left fist thundered toward Shi Guangming's face. Boom! It sounded like a ripe watermelon bursting. Crimson splattered everywhere. And Shi Guangming's limbs, once struggling, fell limp. Warm blood sprayed across Du Lei's face, and he stared in horror, trembling uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground. A foul liquid streaming down his pant leg. This is impossible. Du Lei's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking his head in denial of the reality before him. It wasn't until Chen Xiao tossed the barely recognizable body of Shi Guangming onto him that Du Lei was forced to confront the truth. In that moment, the pain from his broken finger became insignificant, replaced by an overwhelming wave of terror. Yes, I still have other bodyguards. They have guns. Du Lei suddenly regained his composure, revealing a sinister grin. Chen Xiao, even if you're formidable, can you outmatch firearms? Shoot him. Bang, bang, bang. The night air was rent with the sound of gunfire, and Du Lei's expression morphed into one of manic delight. Ha ha ha, Chen Xiao, you're doomed. With a dozen men, each armed, you'll be turned to Swiss cheese. Huh. Why are you still standing? Du Lei abruptly sensed something was amiss. Why did Chen Xiao remain unharmed despite being shot multiple times? Was he a synthetic human? Or had his own bodyguards fired with blanks? Turning abruptly, he beheld his own bodyguards collapsing one after another, with unfamiliar black-clad figures standing nearby. Each of his men held a gun, but the barrels were pointed at their own temples, blood and brains pooling beneath them. Du Lei's pupils dilated in horror, despair washing over him like a tidal wave. His previously arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by sheer terror and helplessness. See, Chen Xiao, please don't kill me. I was wrong. This has nothing to do with me. This group of bodyguards insisted on avenging me, and since you've already dealt with them, can we consider this over? Du Lei quickly fell to his knees, looking up at Chen Xiao, tears streaming down his face, sweat cascading from his forehead, his voice trembling. Du Xiao, I preferred your earlier defiance. Please return to that. Chen Xiao smiled faintly. Du Lei struggled to suppress the fear boiling within him, attempting to muster a smile more grotesque than tears, only to find his facial muscles beyond his control. Bang! Chen Xiao delivered a powerful kick to Du Lei's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Du Lei winced in pain, clutching his chest, yet dared not utter a word, instead forcing a smile, as if to convey appreciation for Chen Xiao's kick. Du Xiao, let us discuss compensation. Sure, compensation is splendid. I have always had a fondness for restitution. Upon hearing the word compensation, a wave of relief washed over Du Lei, as long as the discourse revolved around finances. It indicated that he still had his life. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. As long as he drew breath, he would eventually exact his revenge. You summoned so many individuals to besiege me, inflicting significant psychological harm upon my tender psyche. Is it unreasonable for me to demand a sum for emotional damages? Not at all, not at all. It required considerable effort to eliminate your bodyguard. Seeking a fee for my labor seems entirely justified, does it not? Du Lei gritted his teeth. The audacity of asking for a service fee after killing my protector was utterly intolerable. Yet, he maintained, not unreasonable, not unreasonable. My bodyguards have also exerted considerable effort. Asking for a bonus is hardly excessive, is it? Not excessive at all. Very well. I shall not request much more. 12 billion. 12 billion. Du Lei's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Chen Xiao must be referencing the exact balance remaining in his bank account. At this moment, he had precisely 12 billion. What? Do you also think that amount is insufficient? Shall I add a bit more? No, 12 billion is what I shall pay. I can provide it immediately. Trembling, Du Lei hastily produced his bank card. I only have a card. No matter, I possess a POS machine. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao retrieved a POS machine from his vehicle, along with 2 documents. Du Lei clenched his jaw, feeling a pang of regret, and closed his eyes as he swiped the card. Chen Xiao, I shall allow you to bask in your triumph for a few days. When my father arrives tomorrow, I will settle both our new and old grievances. Whatever you have taken from me, I will ensure you repay it 1,000-fold. Du Lei mused en wardie. After the funds were transferred, Chen Xiao handed the 2 documents to Du Lei. "Here, Du Xiao, I have a gift for you." Du Lei opened the documents to find a purchase agreement for a pig farm, the transaction amount being 12 billion. And the pig farm was none other than the breeding base for sows in Pingjiang, which he had previously mocked for its ludicrous name. Du Lei was momentarily stunned, realizing that Chen Xiao was indeed prudent. If he were to transfer such a substantial sum without cause, he could later accuse Chen Xiao of extortion, and perhaps even uncover evidence of the murder he committed today. However, with this purchase agreement, Chen Xiao had seamlessly transformed the 12 billion into a legitimate transaction. As long as they disposed of the bodies properly and left no evidence, even if he reported it to the authorities, there would be no way to convict Chen Xiao. "Very well, I shall sign." Du Lei, humiliated, affixed his signature and fingerprint, his resentment towards Chen Xiao gradually intensifying. "I have signed a contract, and I have paid you. Can you let me go now?" "Of course, I'm a man of my word." Chen Xiao smiled faintly. "Thank you, Chen Xiao. Thank you, Chen Xiao." Du Lei felt a surge of joy and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. However, with his head bowed and unseen by others, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Chen Xiao, you shall surely regret not having killed me today. But now that Du Xiao has acquired such an excellent pig farm, how could he not take a look?" Du Lei was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him. 2 bodyguards immediately approached, one on each side, seizing him. The familiar sensation returned. "It's you." Du Lei recognized them. Old acquaintances, the very same individuals who had unceremoniously tossed him into a trash bin outside Chen Xiao's villa. The 2 men flashed radiant smiles, their gleaming white teeth glinting under the car's headlights. Chapter 057. Du Lei. It feels as though my life has reached its pinnacle. Subsequently, Du Lei was escorted back to the vehicle he had previously occupied, with 1 bodyguard driving while the other restrained him in the back seat. The remaining bodyguards began to dispose of the bodies strewn across the ground. Chen Xiao removed his rubber gloves and incinerated them before returning to the Rolls-Royce. "Have you already stationed bodyguards here? Did you know they were coming?" Until Chen Xiao re-entered the vehicle, Huang Meiyun's anxious heart finally found peace. After all, with so many armed bodyguards, she feared Chen Xiao might be in danger alone. "When you mentioned that the Du family had dispatched a group to Pingjiang, I suspected that, besides protecting the useless Du Lei, they were likely intent on seeking revenge against me. Thus, I made arrangements early on, deliberately luring them here. A place with few people and minimal surveillance, perfect for murder and burial." A cold smile crept across Chen Xiao's lips, his gaze sharp. "Daring to lay hands on me, they have met their rightful end. No wonder you didn't bring bodyguards tonight. It was a deliberate ploy to draw them out." Huang Meiyun's eyes glimmered with admiration. "However, I never anticipated your strength. The lead bodyguard, Shi Guangming, is a former Special Forces operative, having spent years as a mercenary in the Black Continent, with countless lives lost at his hands. I can't believe you not only lifted him with a single hand, but also killed him with 1 punch. Are you the legendary martial arts master?" Huang Meiyun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Is this considered impressive? You haven't seen what I'm truly capable of." Chen Xiao chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Huang Meiyun's eyes brightened even further, her hand resting on Chen Xiao's thigh, gradually climbing higher. "Well, I'd like to witness your true prowess. It's all about whether you'll grant me that opportunity." Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Huang Meiyun may have misunderstood something. He quickly removed her hand, assuring her, "Next time for sure." Huang Meiyun playfully rolled her eyes. "You'd better mean it. Next time for sure." Chen Xiao smiled, agreeing that there would be a next time, though no one could specify when that would be. A few minutes later, Chen Xiao and Du Lei's vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the sow breeding base. "Chen Xiao, I have already inspected this pig farm. May we return now?" At this moment, Du Lei was devoid of his usual grandeur, his face a mask of subservience, bent slightly at the waist like a stray dog. Du Xiao, merely observing from the outside, isn't sufficient. As the new owner of this pig farm, shouldn't you immerse yourself in the experience and truly savor the atmosphere? Du Lei froze, his face betraying sheer terror. "Surely, you don't expect me to clean the pigsty?" Just standing at the entrance of the pig farm, Du Lei could already detect the unpleasant odor of pig excrement in the air. The thought of cleaning the pigsty was more unbearable than death itself. Considering the esteemed status of Du Xiao, how could you engage in such mundane tasks? I have arranged something far more suitable for you." With that, Chen Xiao smirked coldly and gestured to the bodyguards. One of the bodyguards hurried off and quickly returned, holding a package of powder. Chen Xiao took the powder from the bodyguard and forcefully poured it into Du Lei's mouth. What on earth are you making me eat?" "Cough, cough, cough." Du Lei struggled in panic, his face a mask of horror, as the considerate Chen Xiao fearing he might choke. Brought over a water hose to help him wash it down. This hose was typically used for cleaning the pigsty, and its odor was overwhelmingly pungent. Du Lei nearly fainted from the stench. 1 minute later, Du Lei's eyes turned crimson, his demeanor akin to that of a famished wolf. Let us leave Du Xiao to enjoy himself. We shall take our leave. Chen Xiao led the bodyguards away. As they reached the exit, they could still hear Du Lei's maniacal laughter and ominous shouts echoing from within. In the pigsty of Daxia, I have half claimed it for myself. Who will engage me in a battle of 300 rounds? Chen Xiao and Huang Miyun returned to the car. What did you just give Du Lei? Something beneficial. Du Lei is suffering from severe kidney deficiency, so I prescribed him some medicine. Huang Miyun couldn't help but burst into laughter. You poured half a bag down him. Are you trying to cure him or kill him? Ha! The moment he harbored murderous intent towards me, his fate was already sealed. Chen Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold glint. By the way, have someone come tomorrow to redo the sign for the pig farm. What should it say? Replace people with Du Lei. Huang Meilan paused, then couldn't suppress her laughter. You truly are something else. Am I being cruel? I'm merely being pragmatic. The following morning, a Bentley with a license plate Jiang A11111, flanked by 6 Toyota Land Cruisers, came to a halt in front of the villa at 888 Ufu Tiangong. An elderly couple stepped out of the car and rang the villa's doorbell. Chapter 058, The Chengdu Alliance. Who could it be so early in the morning? On the second floor of the villa, Chen Tianwang groggily climbed out of bed, his expression the epitome of annoyance. Last night, Du Lei had called him for assistance, boasting about his influence in Pingjiang, only to be ridiculed by 2 young security guards. Chen Tianwang had contemplated rushing over in person, but upon contacting Du Lei and learning that he had already entered an auction, he refrained. Nevertheless, he had been brooding over the humiliation all night, tossing and turning until he finally fell asleep around 2:30 in the morning. It was still before 8 when a persistent doorbell roused him, aggravating his already foul mood. I have an early shift. Chen Tianwang muttered a curse as he descended the stairs. By this time, the housekeeper had opened the door to reveal the elderly couple. Noticing their splendid attire and exquisite accessories, Chen Tianwang's previously grim visage softened slightly, revealing a cordial smile. May I ask who you are? I'm Duheng, and this is my wife, Lei Wenwan. Duheng? Chen Tianwang murmured, the name sounding vaguely familiar. Suddenly, he caught sight of the Bentley parked outside, and his face lit up with surprise. You are the head of the Du family? Indeed, I am the patriarch of the Du family. Du Lei is my son. Duheng nodded slightly. Please come in. Chen Tianwang's face instantly transformed into a sycophantic grin as he ushered the couple inside. He then returned to the second floor to wake Lin Meilan, and the two quickly dressed in formal attire before descending. Go fetch the eldest. Chen Tianwang instructed Lin Meilan, who frowned in response. The eldest just had a quarrel with us 2 days ago and hasn't returned since. She's surely busy at the office, and I cannot summon her. Just tell her you're gravely ill and on the brink of death. Whether through deception or coaxing, you must bring her back at once. Chen Tianwang's expression hardened as he whispered fiercely, then hastened back towards Du Heng and his wife, donning a smile once more. You have traveled a long way. I apologize for the lack of proper greeting. With that, he personally poured them a cup of tea. Lin Meilan furrowed her brow in displeasure, but nonetheless dialed Chen Wanqing's number. Wanqing, it's been 2 days. Shouldn't you calm down by now? Can you come back for a moment? I'm busy at work, and I don't have time. I'll return once I finish up. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Chen Wanqing's tone was icy. Wait, don't hang up. Lin Meilan, in a panic, scrambled to conjure an excuse to persuade Chen Wanqing. Yet, having grown accustomed to a life of comfort, she found it difficult to fabricate a lie as effortlessly as Chen Tianwang. After much hesitation, she finally blurted out, You need to come back. Your father is gravely ill. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanqing's tone shifted to one of alarm. What? What happened to Dad? I'm coming back right away. The call ended, and Lin Meilan breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Chen Tianwang was engrossed in conversation with Du Heng and his wife, blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped a crisis. Mr. Chen, this tea is truly delightful. The head of the Du family is merely jesting. This is nothing more than ordinary pre-reign Longjing. Surely, you have indulged in countless fine teas. Mr. Chen, calling you head of the Du family feels too formal. Seeing as I am a few years your senior, if you don't mind, you may call me Brother Du, Chen Tianwang exclaimed with delight, eagerly nodding in agreement. Judging by Du Heng's demeanor, he seemed quite pleased with their family, which would likely facilitate discussions regarding the betrothal gifts. Since you have addressed me as brother, I shall call you Brother Chen. Excellent. Brother Chen, I trust you are aware of the purpose of our visit. Over the years, we have introduced numerous potential matches to my son, but he showed no interest until he laid eyes on your eldest daughter, who captured his heart at first sight. If you are amenable, Might we arrange a union between our families? That sounds splendid. To be honest, we are also quite taken with Du Lei. Wanqing has often praised him for his good looks, amiable character, and gentlemanly demeanor. He has been quite helpful to her during her time studying abroad. Du Hong, hearing this, offered an awkward smile. He knew very well that his son Du Lei did not possess any of those qualities. However, recognizing the other party's willingness to form an alliance, he decided to play along. With this mutual understanding, the remaining details would merely involve discussions over dowries and wedding arrangements. Well, since the children are fond of each other, we as parents ought to lend our strong support. My son is no longer young. Let us choose an auspicious date for their marriage. Chen Qian was overjoyed. I have already identified a propitious date. It is in 3 days. Huh? Isn't that rather hasty? Du Hong was taken aback, feeling a tinge of apprehension at the other party's eagerness. Is there something amiss? Chen Qian, realizing his demeanor raised suspicions, quickly explained, Alas, Brother Du, I must confess, I'm currently facing some difficulties. Du Hong and Lei Wenwan exchanged glances. Understanding dawned upon them. No wonder the other party was so eager for an alliance. It was a matter of necessity. Please do not find this amusing. I recently encountered an investment failure, and now I find myself in a bind financially. Thus, I seek to hasten my daughter's marriage, hoping her future in-laws might offer assistance. Noticing Du Heng's expression darkening, Chen Tianwang quickly added, However, Brother Du, please rest assured, this is merely a temporary measure. We will certainly compensate for Wanqing's dowry later. It will be no less than what is due. Upon hearing this, Du Heng's expression softened somewhat. How much do you anticipate is required? At least 5 billion. Du Heng's countenance fell. While the Du family could indeed afford that sum, spending 5 billion to marry into a family of modest means seemed exceedingly imprudent. He lowered his head in contemplation, weighing Chen Wanqing's worth. Meanwhile, Lei Wenwan gently reminded, If our son is smitten, then 5 billion is a small price to pay. If they can have several healthy children to carry on the family name, then it would not be a loss. Turning to Chen Tianwang and his wife, she inquired, Might I ask if your eldest daughter is at home? We would very much like to see the enchanting girl who has captivated our son. Dad, Mom. At that moment, an anxious voice called from outside. Chen Wanqing hurriedly returned home, and, upon pushing open the door, was struck by the sight of Chen Tianwang, brimming with vitality, engaged in lively conversation with the Du couple. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Spotting the couple on the sofa, who bore a resemblance to Du Lei, Chen Wanqing quickly grasped the situation. Mom, did you not say that Dad was nearing death? Have you deceived me? Chapter 059, Du Lei's demise. Mom, did you not say that Dad was nearing death? Have you deceived me? Chen Wanqing's eyes brimmed with tears. She had sped home, nearly crashing, in fear of not seeing Chen Tianwang one last time. Yet, she discovered that her mother had fabricated this lie, merely to coax her home. What? I am nearing death. Chen Tianwang was taken aback, but quickly understood the context, casting a fierce glare at Lin Meilan. Foolish woman, I shall settle the score with you later. Lin Meilan pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. It's fine to say I am dead, but you cannot say the same about yourself. How can one be so double-standard? Chen Wanqing, filled with a mix of fury and disappointment, felt tears spill over as she turned to rush out the door. Lin Meilan hurriedly stepped forward to grasp her. Wanqing, do not act recklessly. The Du couple is here. If you leave now, what will others think? It will reflect poorly on our Chen family. Chen Wanqing halted, taking a deep breath to suppress her anger. At that moment, Chen Tianwang approached, coldly observing her, and whispered a threat. You will stay here quietly today. If you attempt to leave, I shall withdraw my shares from your company. You surely do not wish for all your years of hard work to result in its closure, do you? Chen Wanqing was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chen Tianwang in disbelief. Feeling as though he had become a stranger, she stubbornly bit her lip, but ultimately allowed herself to be led back to the living room. Meanwhile, the Du couple had appraised her thoroughly when she turned away. A robust figure, promising for childbearing, and not lacking in looks. The offspring shall not be lacking in beauty. Brother Chen, we have assessed your daughter and find her quite satisfactory. We consent to the marriage in 3 days' time. Furthermore, we shall offer a bride price of 5 billion, along with a villa and jewelry. As for the dowry, you may decide. Our Du family is not in want of such trifles. A look of elation spread across Chen Tianwang's face. Excellent, excellent. Brother Du, henceforth we shall be family. Indeed, we shall be one family. Laughter echoed between the two couples, creating an atmosphere of unrestrained joy. Yet, Chen Wanqing stood alone, dazed and motionless, as her marriage was hastily arranged without a single inquiry into her feelings. The man she was to marry was none other than Du Lei, whom she despised with every fiber of her being. Why is my daughter-in-law still in a daze? Lei Wenwan noticed Chen Wanqing's expression and couldn't help but inquire. Chen Tianwang paused momentarily before quickly attempting to smooth things over. Haha, our Wanqing must be overwhelmed with excitement. Momentarily at a loss for words. Suppressing her tears, Chen Wanqing felt as though her heart was being torn apart. She inhaled deeply, a resolute expression emerging on her face. I will not marry. In an instant, the festive atmosphere froze. The smiles faded from the Du couple's faces, replaced by shadows of displeasure and discontent. Chen Tianwang's expression darkened, and he sprang to his feet. A sharp slap echoed through the living room. Chen Wanqing's cheek burned, 5 clear fingerprints marking her fair skin. In matters of marriage, the will of the parents and the matchmaker's words leave no room for defiance. After speaking, Chen Tianwang turned to the Du couple, bowing and nodding profusely. Rest assured, our union is assured. On the appointed day, you need only come to collect the bride. Du Hong raised an eyebrow, his expression impassive. Mr. Chen, I trust you are aware that the status of your Chen family is a far cry from that of the Du family. Were it not for my son Du Lei's particular fondness for your daughter, we would have had no inclination to forge such a connection. I understand. Chen Tianwang nodded repeatedly, his expression growing increasingly obsequious, tinged with urgency and trepidation. My son Du Lei's wedding is his first, and esteemed figures from across Jiangnan province will surely attend. Should any mishap occur, you can imagine the consequences. Du Heng's words dripped with menace, and Chen Tianwang began to sweat profusely, trembling. I assure you, I will keep Wanqing confined at home these days. She will not go anywhere. The wedding will proceed smoothly, without a hitch. Oomph. Du Hong scoffed, and Chen Tianwang's assurances slightly alleviated his inner discontent. Chen Wanqing felt both aggrieved and furious, yearning to resist. However, Chen Tianwang suddenly shot her a fierce glare and quietly warned, if you wish for your company to continue operating, you had best keep your mouth shut. Chen Wanqing's heart sank. She had once been deeply grateful to Chen Tianwang for supporting her financially when she sought to start her own business after graduation, allowing her company to thrive. Yet now, that past investment had become a tool of coercion against her. In that moment, disappointment flooded her heart, and tears welled in her eyes as she ultimately bowed her head in resignation, acutely aware that she could not contend with Chen Tianwang and the Du family. Seeing her submission, Chen Tianwang finally felt at ease, exhaling a sigh of relief. Well then, my dear in-laws, regarding the bride price. Du Hong let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. A trifling sum of 1.5 billion, and you are already haggling. Fear not. I shall arrange for the funds to be transferred shortly. Our Du family can certainly afford it. As he spoke, Du Hong took out his phone to send a message. At that moment, a bodyguard clad in black rushed into the living room, drenched in sweat and bearing an expression of alarm. Master, something terrible has happened. Du Heng's expression instantly darkened. Even within his own home, such a display of disorder in front of Chen Tianwang was a disgrace. What kind of conduct is this? Have you no composure? How often have I instructed you to remain calm in a crisis? You are embarrassing me. After chastising the bodyguard, Du Hong nodded in satisfaction, offering a slight smile to Chen Tianwang. A new recruit, poorly trained. My apologies for the disturbance. No matter, Chen Tianwang replied. But Du Hong turned back to the bodyguard, his tone now severe. Speak. What is the situation? The bodyguard replied, calm as ever. Your son is dead. Oh, my son is dead? What of it? Du Hong sprang from the sofa, rushing toward the bodyguard and grabbing him by the collar. Panic and confusion etched on his face. What did you say? Repeat that. Master, remain calm, the bodyguard said, gently easing Du Heng's grip. I said your son is dead. Du Heng's face drained of color, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the floor. Chapter 060. Du Hong, infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. My son is dead? How is that possible? How can this be? He was just on the phone with me last night. How could he die just like that? Du Heng's pallor deepened as he trembled and struggled to rise from the ground. Meanwhile, Lei Wenwan, upon hearing the news of Du Lei's death, fainted on the sofa. Mother-in-law, quickly call 120. Chen Tianwang was enveloped in a palpable anxiety, his heart turbulent with a maelstrom of emotions. That accursed Du Lei, dying at such an inopportune moment. If only he had delayed his demise a little longer, I could have secured that 1.5 billion in betrothal gifts. I should have had the chance to claim the fortune before you departed this world. Only Chen Wanqing, at this juncture, felt a sense of relief wash over her. A faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she silently mused that Du Lei's death was indeed timely. Master, it is true. The police just called and informed us that we should come to collect the body, the bodyguard Li Sanbao announced, handing a mobile phone to Du Hong. This was Du Heng's personal phone, typically reserved for family and friends. During the day, he often found himself lost in thought and unable to answer calls. So he entrusted this phone to his head bodyguard for assistance with incoming communications. Du Hong, tears streaming down his face, opened the call log and noted that the latest entry was a call from Du Lei's number, made just minutes prior. At that moment, even if he were reluctant to accept the truth, he had to concede that he believed it to be about 8 or 9 parts true. My son, how'd he die? Du Heng's voice was hoarse, as if a raging inferno burned within his throat. His fingers clenched into white-knuckled fists as his reddened eyes bore into Li Sanbao. The police said he died from depletion of yang energy, Li Sanbao replied, a hint of discomfort evident in his demeanor. What? Du Heng's pupils constricted sharply, his body swaying as if he might collapse. That scoundrel! How outrageous! He erupted in a fit of rage, tears streaming down his face. I always warned him to amend his debauched ways. Otherwise, he would meet his end in a woman's embrace. He never listened. This is infuriating, absolutely infuriating. Collapsing to the ground, Du Hong was consumed by grief, his hands pounding his head as tears blurred his vision. Immediately, find those women who led my son to his demise. I will have them torn apart, piece by piece. He roared through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Li Sanbao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Master, it was not the women who caused the young master's death. A chill coursed through Du Hong's heart, and his face contorted with anger and despair. So was a man, that scoundrel. I should never have allowed him to study abroad in the Eagle Nation. What vile habits did he pick up there? It was not a man either, Li Sanbao clarified. Neither a man nor a woman. Could it be some creature from Tai country? I knew his trip to Tai country last month was ill-fated. It enrages me. It was not a creature either. Sai, let me be frank. The culprits behind the young master's demise were not even human. They were a dozen pigs. Instantly, the room was filled with stunned silence. Lei Vingjuan, who had just regained consciousness, fainted once more upon hearing this revelation. Mother-in-law, pigs. Du Heng's eyes widened in disbelief as he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he have been so foolish as to allow that scoundrel to go to the pigsty when he went to greet the pigs? I should have stopped him. Those are nothing but a horde of demons and monsters who do not even spare lizards. Regret fills me. Oh, how I wish I had acted differently. The police stated that the young master had ingested a considerable amount of medication beforehand, enough to keep him aroused for at least 3 days. My son, what torment must he have endured? Du Hong cried, tears streaming down his face. However, master, you need not grieve excessively. The police reported that the young master succumbed just 2.5 hours after taking the medication, so he did not suffer for long, Li Sanbao remarked, attempting to offer a semblance of comfort. Du Hong spewed another mouthful of blood, raising his head to glare at Li Sanbao with a darkened expression. Lei Vingjuan, who had just regained consciousness on the sofa, felt darkness descend before her eyes once more. How could Xiao Lei behave so recklessly? Where were Shi and the others? Why did they not restrain him? Where are they now? Summon them back. I want them to accompany my son in death. Du Hong bellowed, his voice filled with fury. Li Sanbao scratched his face, confusion evident. Shi and the others have all perished as well. What? They are all dead? Du Hong was struck as if by lightning, his complexion paling as he trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Li Sanbao. Explain this to me in detail. How did they meet their end? According to the scene's evidence, the police initially deduced that, aside from Shi, the other bodyguards had committed suicide. As for Shidu's body, it had been crushed by a construction vehicle, leaving the cause of death untraceable. The police indicated that further investigation was necessary. However, based on my extensive reading of mystery novels over the years, it seems that the young master attempted to indulge in debauchery at the pigsty and, upon expressing his intentions, was thwarted by the bodyguards. Enraged, the young master commanded them to take their own lives, leading to the demise of the other bodyguards, while Shi, refusing to comply, was struck by the young master's vehicle and subsequently crushed by the construction vehicle. Such appears to be the narrative. Du Hong spat blood once more, glaring fiercely at Li Sanbao. Your deductions are astute. Next time, spare me the reasoning. The bodyguard captain who typically protected Du Hong was Shi Guangming, not this imbecile before him. Otherwise, Du Hong might have been driven to madness by Li Sanbao's bizarre musings long ago. If it were merely Xiao Lei's tragic accident, I might have considered it an unfortunate consequence of his reckless pursuit of thrill. However, the simultaneous deaths of so many bodyguards clearly indicated foul play. Though he had endured the pain of losing his son, Du Hong quickly regained his composure. Du Lei was gone, but those responsible for his demise would never escape his wrath. Chen Xiao, a glimmer of determination ignited in Du Heng's eyes as he swiftly identified the prime suspect. Du Lei had only been in Pingjiang for 2 or 3 days, and the only person he had clashed with during that time was Chen Xiao. Furthermore, Du Heng had dispatched Shi Guangming and the others to Pingjiang specifically to assist Du Lei in seeking vengeance against Chen Xiao. Everything began to connect. At that moment, Du Lei's work phone rang. It was a call from the company's finance department. Chairman, the bank card you previously issued to the young master had a transfer of 12 billion last night around 9 o'clock, with the receiving account being Tiangong Group. Tiangong Group? Dueng posed? Momotari Tikunabak. Wasn't that Xin Yang's company? Could he be implicated in Xiao Lei's death? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Xin Yang had originated from the underground industry, and it was not surprising that Du Lei, carrying vast sums of money, would draw attention. Regardless of whether it was Chen Xiao or Shen Yang, if either was connected to my son's death, I would ensure they both descended into the underworld, to keep my son company on the road to the netherworld. But master, the young master is as frail as a chick. If those two go down, wouldn't they just beat him to death again in the underworld? Li Sanbao scratched his head, perplexed. Li Sanbao, I'll knock you out. Chapter 061. Chen Xiao's Apprentice. In the Chen family's ancestral home, Chen Xiao rose early as per his usual routine, donning a sporty short-sleeve shirt. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Huang Meiyan, her cheeks flushed and her steps unsteady, rushed in. Chen Xiao, I have a fever, she exclaimed, throwing herself into Chen Xiao's embrace. Clad in a black lace nightgown, the thin fabric barely concealed her form, the hem resting just above her thighs, revealing long, fair legs that glimmered in the morning light. The neckline was slightly open. A flash of white, nearly blinding Chen Xiao. It appears you are quite feverish. Chen Xiao averted his gaze, gently pushing Huang Meiyan away. Although her face was flushed, indicating a fever, the rest of her body felt normal to the touch. How utterly devoid of romance. Huang Meiyan shot him a glare, realizing her ploy had failed yet again as she sulked away. Nevertheless, before leaving, she lingered, casting a lingering glance at Chen Xiao's shorts that sent chills down his spine. Oh no, it's the female version of Ning. Upon concluding his morning jog and returning to the old villa, the housekeeper had already prepared breakfast. Master, I found this beneath your bed while cleaning the room. Do you wish to keep it? At that moment, a housekeeper approached, holding a somewhat yellowed, old cardboard box. Although it had been lightly cleaned, a thin layer of dust still lingered. A fragment of memory from 5 years ago suddenly emerged in Chen Xiao's mind. Bring it here for me to examine, he said. The housekeeper placed the box at Chen Xiao's feet. Opening the box revealed a Nokia keypad phone along with a handwritten telephone directory. After plugging in the charger, Chen Xiao powered on the phone, marveling at its resilience. 5 years had passed, yet it still booted up without issue. The screen illuminated and the iconic startup ringtone resonated. A few unread text messages appeared on the screen. Most were promotional messages from service providers, with a handful of private numbers, primarily from a few years prior. However, one message caught his eye, dated just 3 days ago. Master, your disciple fears they do not have long left in this world. My greatest regret in this life is that I shall not see you once more. Please forgive your unfilial disciple for failing to provide for you in your twilight years. The sender was noted as G-Min. That old fellow. I had hoped he would be the one to care for me in my old age. How many years can I expect to live now? Chen Xiao's lips twitched slightly. In his recollections, G-Min had been in his 60s 5 years ago. He must now be in his 70s. Relying on him for my twilight years could mean either he had become a wizened old sage or that I had met an untimely demise. Nevertheless, after all these years, he still referred to me as master. Perhaps he is indeed loyal. It might be worth a visit. With that thought in mind, Chen Xiao sent a text. Are you dead? If not, come to Pingjiang. He included the address of the Chen family's old residence before sending it off. After sending the message, he perused the phone's contacts, discovering a dozen numbers that matched the contents of the handwritten phone directory. It seemed he had preserved a copy to guard against potential loss due to phone damage. I'm back. After sending a group message to everyone in his contact list, the phone suddenly went dark and powered off. It appeared the battery was still unreliable. Chen Xiao shook his head in resignation and instructed someone to procure a replacement battery of the same model. At that moment, Hu Zhongyan entered, his brow furrowed. Master, there are 2 police officers outside requesting your assistance in an investigation. Very well. Inform them I shall attend after breakfast. Chen Xiao nodded, aware that this was likely related to Du Lei. Just then, Huang Meiyan descended from the upper floor, still clad in a crisp OL uniform. Is everything all right? She inquired, her expression tinged with worry. Despite everything being meticulously handled, she still felt anxious about potential oversights. Is there a problem? Chen Xiao replied with utmost calmness, wiping his mouth before rising to head outside, Huang Meiyan following closely behind. At the police station, upon arrival, Chen Xiao was not ushered into an interrogation room, but rather into a conference room. Inside, two high-ranking officers sat at the head of the table, their expressions grave. To their right sat an elderly couple in their 60s, their faces etched with sorrow. The man's eyes were red-rimmed, his demeanor fierce, while the woman wept profusely. Tears streaming down her face, it was Du Hong and Lei Wenwan. Behind Du Hong stood several bodyguards, led by Li Sanbao. Chen Xiao entered, pulled out a chair opposite Du Hong, and sat down with an air of nonchalance. "You are Chen Xiao?" a nearby officer asked in a low voice. "Indeed, I am Chen Xiao," he affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Lei Wenwan sprang to her feet, her expression fierce, teeth clenched. "Chen Xiao, you are responsible for my son's death. I demand retribution." "Madam," Chen Xiao replied politely, "who might you be? How have I brought about your son's demise? Why not accuse me of killing your father while you're at it?" "You." Lei Wenwan trembled with rage, unable to articulate her response, pointing accusatorily at Chen Xiao. Du Hong abruptly slammed his hand on the table. "You audacious little brat. Not only have you caused my son's death, but you also dare to speak disrespectfully to my wife. Do you not fear for your life?" Chen Xiao scoffed coldly, glancing at the two officers. "Gentlemen, they are threatening my personal safety. Will you not intervene?" The officers appeared somewhat overwhelmed. Such disputes among prominent families were indeed difficult to manage. "Mr. Du, Mrs. Lei, please calm yourselves. Mr. Chen Xiao is here to assist in our investigation regarding your son's cause of death. As of now, there is no evidence implicating him as a suspect. Is it perhaps inappropriate to raise such a ruckus in the police station?" "Oomph." They both scoffed and sat down with grim expressions. "Mr. Chen Xiao, are you aware that Du Lei has passed away?" "I not only know of Du Lei, but I'm also acquainted with Ji Bang and Okamoto 001, though I prefer not to use them," Chen Xiao retorted. The officer's expression darkened. "Mr. Chen, we are not here to discuss contraceptive products. We are referring to Du Lei, who has died." "Oh, you mean Du Lei has passed? Then I suppose we are preparing for a funeral. I can contribute 200. "Mr. Chen Xiao, we are asking you to assist in our investigation into the circumstances surrounding Du Lei's death. Please refrain from jesting." "Oh, my dog is about to give birth," Chen Xiao said nonchalantly. The officer was taken aback. "What relevance does your dog giving birth have to our inquiry? And what relevance does Du Lei's death have to me?" Chen Xiao countered. Hearing this, Du Hong erupted in anger once more, slamming his hand on the table. "Chen Xiao, do not think that your nonsensical banter will absolve you of guilt. My son has undoubtedly been killed by you. You are a murderer, and I demand your life." Chen Xiao's expression darkened. "Officer, there must be surveillance in this conference room. This old man is slandering me with accusations of murder. Can I not file a defamation suit against him?" The officers, appearing somewhat helpless, adjusted their glasses. "Yes, Mr. Chen, that is your right. If you are indeed innocent regarding Du Lei's death, then Mr. Du's word would indeed constitute defamation. We would be willing to testify in your favor. However, Mr. Chen, may we first pose a few questions? Last night, after leaving the Chao auction house, you went to the outskirts of the city. May I inquire what you were doing there?" Chapter 062. The key evidence in Du Lei's death. "May I ask what you were doing in the outskirts last night?" "I have a friend who owns a pig farm there. He wanted to sell it, and asked me to take a look," Chen Xiao replied. "Are you referring to the breeding base for citizens and sows in Pingjiang?" "Yes." As soon as Chen Xiao spoke, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, prompting Du Hong to slam his hand on the table once more. "He admits it. He is the one responsible for my son's death. Officer, hurry and arrest him. Execute him." The officer's expressions grew serious, calming Du Hong and urging him to sit down, before turning their stern gazes upon Chen Xiao. "Mr. Chen, did you go alone?" Chen Xiao remained composed. "No, I was accompanied by my secretary, bodyguard, and Du Lei." The officer's pupils dilated, reaching for their handcuffs to detain him. But seeing Chen Xiao's unflappable demeanor, they continued their inquiry. "Why was Du Lei with you? What transpired last night? Could you recount the entire sequence of events?" "Well, since you have earnestly inquired, I shall graciously divulge the information. Admittedly, this is not a matter of great pride. After all, I do share some history with young Master Du, and I would rather not see him disparaged even in death. However, one must cooperate with the police investigation, as it is the duty of every citizen." Following a customary preamble, Chen Xiao began recounting his authentic experience from the previous night. "After departing from the auction house, I intended to return home, but en route, I received a call from a friend and diverted to a pig farm on the outskirts of the city. Midway, young Master Du suddenly appeared, instructing his bodyguards to block my path. I felt a twinge of fear. It was late, dark, and he was accompanied by a dozen bodyguards, leading me to believe he might have sinister intentions. However, I later learned that young Master Du merely wished to acquire the land I held in the West City, offering a staggering sum of 5 billion. I replied that I would need to consider it. as I was on my way to visit my friend's pig farm and would provide him with an answer by the following day. To my surprise, upon hearing pig farm, young Master Du's eyes lit up with delight, nearly salivating as he confessed that he had never tasted pork in his life. I found myself pondering how someone of his stature could have never eaten pork, only to realize later that I had misinterpreted his meaning. Chen Xiao's face twisted in visible disdain, even revulsion, as he spoke. Du Heng's complexion turned a ghastly shade, his hands clenched into fists, fingernails nearly piercing his flesh. You are talking nonsense. This is slander, pure slander. I anticipated disbelief, but thankfully I had proof. With that, Chen Xiao produced his phone and opened an audio file. Chen Xiao, could you take me to the pig farm? I have never eaten pork in my life. The voice of Du Lei emanated from the recording, laced with a hint of frivolity and lewdness. Du Heng and Lei Wenwan trembled, their pupils dilating. The voice was unmistakably that of their son, Du Lei. At this moment, no amount of skepticism could deny the overwhelming evidence presented before them. Beside them, Huang Meiyun appeared astonished, her mind racing with disbelief. When was this recorded without my knowledge? The police, jotting down notes, inquired further. At that time, I was oblivious to young Master Du's intentions, so I agreed, but one of his bodyguards, known as Shi Tu, suddenly intervened, preventing him from proceeding. Young Master Du, incensed, attempted to leave, only for Shi Tu to rally the other bodyguards to restrain him. In a fit of rage, young Master Du commanded those bodyguards to take their own lives. Astonishingly, they complied, each shooting themselves in the head, leaving a gruesome scene that truly horrified me. As Chen Xiao recounted this, his face paled slightly, a visceral reminder of the terror he had experienced. Du Heng and Lei Wenwan swayed, their faces ashen, while Li Sanbao, behind them, nodded with satisfaction, a smirk playing on his lips, as if to say, just as I deduced, I truly am a genius. The inquiring officer furrowed his brow, shaking his head in disbelief. How could this possibly be? A command resulting in collective suicide is utterly absurd. I had no insight into the matter. The circumstances were as I described, perhaps indicative of the Du family's extraordinary training techniques. The police, resigned, continued to record, and then the other bodyguards perished. Yet Shi Tu continued to block young Master Du from advancing. In a fit of fury, young Master Du returned to his vehicle and collided with Shi Tu, shattering his right wrist in the process. The police diligently noted this, and while Chen Xiao's account seemed implausible, it did align with the findings from the autopsy reports of the bodyguards. I refused to believe it. This is impossible. Du Heng struggled to rise, his eyes red. Voice hoarse. Even if Xiao Lei is reckless, he would never commit such a foolish act. You are lying. I possess evidence. With that, Chen Xiao activated the audio once more. Young Master, one cannot do this, at least one should not. The voice of Shi Guangming was deep and resolute, followed by Du Lei's furious outcry. Preposterous. I am a young Master. If you dare obstruct me, I shall have your head. Young Master, I apologize, but if you insist on going, you must step over our corpses, brothers. Very well. In that case, I command you all to take your own lives. A cacophony of gunfire ensued, followed by the sound of bodies hitting the ground. Young Master, I shall not let you go even in death. Then die for me. Next came the roar of a revving engine, followed by a violent crash and the anguished cries of Shi Guangming. Upon hearing this, even Du Heng could not maintain his disbelief. The voices of Du Lei and Shi Guangming were undeniably authentic. Xiao Lei, how could he do this? Who knows? Perhaps the subordinate has gained control over the master. Chen Xiao smirked. Mr. Chen, our investigation has revealed a transfer of 12 billion from a bank card held by Du Lei last night to the Tiangong Group. Do you have any knowledge of this transaction? Oh, I'm aware. Young Master Du visited the pig farm, found it to his liking, and insisted on purchasing it. When I quoted him 2 million, he exclaimed that 12 billion was a modest sum since he fancied it. Who would refuse such a windfall? Thus, I sold him the farm for 12 billion. Chen Xiao presented a contract as evidence, clearly stating the sale of the pig farm for 12 billion to young Master Du. Du Heng's eyes brimmed with tears, his throat constricting as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Following that, young Master Du claimed he was unwell and consumed half a bag of medication in one go, despite our attempts to dissuade him. It was truly a distressing sight, and we left shortly thereafter. I refuse to believe it. I refuse. Lei Wenjuan's face drained of color, tears streaming down her cheeks as she shook her head in denial. I have proof. This time, Chen Xiao did not play an audio recording, but instead opened a video in which Du Lei was seen bellowing to the heavens. In Jiping, the Dragon Knight is nothing. I, Du Lei, the Pig Knight, am the greatest. Horrified, Lei Wenjuan's eyes bulged, her body trembling, blood pressure soaring, as darkness enveloped her and she fainted. Li Sanbao, grinning widely, leaned closer to Du Heng. Master, Does this not align perfectly with my deductions? You have truly struck gold with such an astute bodyguard. Enough. Duang Sixth. Chapter 063. Chen Wanqing's Funeral Marriage. Chen Xiao and Huang Meilan exited the police station with smiles, while Du Heng and Lei Wenwan were supported by a cadre of bodyguards, emerging with ashen faces. Their expressions filled with fury as they glared daggers at Chen Xiao's retreating figure. Where did you acquire that recording? Although I did not hear your exact conversation in the car last night, it cannot possibly be as you claim. Huang Meilan whispered curiously in Chen Xiao's ear. This is the truth of last night, Chen Xiao replied, though the voice that emerged was that of Du Lei. You possess such a talent. Huang Meilan gasped, astonished at his newfound ability to perfectly mimic others' voices. Outside the police station, a Qian awaited, with Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan anxiously standing nearby. As the couple, Du Heng and his wife, emerged, the two immediately quickened their pace to greet them, pausing briefly as they passed Chen Xiao. Shower, Lin Meilan called softly, her expression laden with worry. However, Chen Xiao remained impassive, casting a cold glance at her, as though she were a mere stranger. Chen Tianwang, on the other hand, scoffed disdainfully, "Humph, a wretched creature." Suddenly, a crisp slap echoed through the air as Chen Tianwang spun around 180 degrees and collapsed to the ground. His right cheek flushed and his eyes dazed, clearly stunned by the blow. Summer is dreadful, with flies buzzing everywhere. Chen Xiao flicked his left hand dismissively, a look of displeasure adorning his face as he returned to his car and drove away with a flourish. Chen Xiao, you scoundrel. By the time Chen Tianwang regained his senses and stood up, the taillights of Chen Xiao's car were already out of sight, leaving him to jump in a frenzy on the ground, seething with impotent rage. After venting his frustrations, the Du couple had approached. Chen Tianwang rushed over to them. In-laws, how is the situation? Is that little beast, Chen Xiao, responsible for my beloved son-in-law's demise? I tell you, he deserves the death penalty or imprisonment. Do not spare him for my sake. Chen Tianwang was exceedingly agitated. If he could indeed imprison Chen Xiao, the Chen group would once again fall into his grasp. Du Heng and Lei Wenwan remained silent, their heads bowed. Behind them, Li Sanbao wore a confident smile. Mr. Chen, the truth of the matter is just as I previously deduced. The young master's death was. Li Sanbao furrowed his brow, struggling to find the right idiom to express himself. A justifiable end. Suddenly, that phrase sprang to his mind, and he blurted it out. Du Heng spat out a mouthful of blood, casting a murderous glare at Li Sanbao. You insolent fool, Li Sanbao. If you dare to insult Xiao Lei again, I swear I will end you. Li Sanbao merely curled his lip, choosing silence, while inwardly he mused. Unlike those foolish bodyguards, I want to be blindly loyal. If you dare to touch me, I will ensure your demise. So, in-laws, if you say that Du Lei has died, what will become of our family's bond? Lin Meilan inquired at that moment. Chen Tianwang's expression turned tense, calculating how to persuade Du Heng to agree to continue the engagement. What bond? With Xiao Lei dead? Are you proposing to marry your daughter to a ghost? Du Heng bellowed, his face ashen with fury. In-laws, we had an agreement. You know my current difficulties. If worst comes to worst, let Wanqing marry and live as a widow. Chen Tianwang pleaded, his face a mask of sorrow. Seeing that Du Heng remained unmoved, he gritted his teeth and leaned closer, whispering, In-laws, Du Lei was your only son. With his passing, your line ends. Your health is still relatively good. Although Wanqing would marry as your daughter-in-law, she would live with you, and only you truly know the situation. She is robust and capable of bearing children, in time. You could claim them as Du Lei's posthumous offspring, thus preserving your lineage. Chen Tianwang's expression was one of insidious persuasion, akin to a seedy panderer. Du Enges gasflicked, as if deep in thought. Although Chen Tianwang spoke in hushed tones, Lei Wenwan still caught wind of some of it, her expression shifting dramatically. Chen Wanqing can move in. After Lei Wenwan spoke, Chen Tianwang's face lit up with joy. I can even increase the dowry by an additional 5 billion, but I have just one request. I would agree to 10 demands if that were the case. Chen Tianwang exclaimed, ecstatic, entirely oblivious to the adage that nothing comes without a cost. I want your daughter to perform a ghost marriage with my son. Chen Tianwang's smile instantly froze, while Lin Meilan's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. Lin Meilan rejected outright, her gaze resolute. Our daughter is in her 20s. How can we subject her to a ghost marriage? Living as a widow is one thing. At least she can return home during festivals. A ghost marriage would mean only dreaming of her when we wish to see her. Chen Tianwang, however, hesitated, seemingly weighing the value of Chen Wanqing against the 20 billion. Xiao Lei loved Chen Wanqing. Marrying her was his final wish. Therefore, I must fulfill his dying request. If you agree to allow Chen Wanqing to perform a ghost marriage, I could transfer the 20 billion immediately. Chen Tianwang's head bowed, his face a canvas of shifting emotions. Tianwang, you cannot agree to this. This would be forcing Wanqing to her death. She is our daughter. Lin Meilan grasped Chen Tianwang's arm, shouting in desperation, fearing he might make a dire mistake in a moment of weakness. Enough. Do I not know this? Chen Tianwang flung Lin Meilan's hand away, his face a mask of impatience. It seems Mr. Chen is unwilling. We shall not press the matter further. But do not think to reclaim the shares you pledged to Xinyao. Lei Wenwan cast a cold glance at Chen Tianwang and turned to leave. Before arriving in Pingjiang, they had thoroughly investigated the Chen family's affairs, including his borrowing against pledged shares from Xinyao. Chen Tianwang's demand for 15 billion as bride price was, naturally, related to this matter. Upon hearing the mention of shares, Chen Tianwang's expression soured, and he quickly intercepted Lei Wenwan. In-laws, do not be hasty. I never said I was unwilling, but Wanqing is our precious daughter whom we have raised since childhood. I cannot bear to push her into the flames. Then what you propose? The price must increase. Chen Tianwang's expression turned serious. 20 billion is insufficient to buy my daughter's life. It must be at least 30 billion. Agree to this, and you can take her today. Lin Meilan's expression turned grave. Chen Tianwang, you have lost your mind. That is our daughter. Are you seeking to bring about her demise? A mother's perspective. If we lose the shares, our bankruptcy is imminent. What is wrong with sacrificing one for the lives of our entire family? Chen Tianwang roared. He had hesitated for a long time, ultimately concluding that if Chen Wanqing were to die, he still had two daughters, Chen Yaxin and Chen Ruoqiu, along with his precious son, Chen Qian. Especially since Chen Wanqing had been rebellious towards him recently. The longer it went on, the less he could control her. Furthermore, if Chen Wanqing were to marry far away, not seeing her for years would be akin to her being dead. Now, arranging a ghost marriage with a Du family could yield a substantial sum to resolve their family's crisis. Thus Chen Wanqing would die for a worthy cause. 30 billion. I will not accept a penny less for the ghost marriage. Chen Tianwang's expression was resolute, embodying a stance of unwavering determination. Chen Tianwang, I absolutely refuse to permit Wanqing to perform a ghost marriage. We still have our villa, funds, and savings. Our entire family could live without worry for a lifetime. Why must we cling to those worthless shares? Slap. Chen Tianwang struck Lin Meilan across the face. Foolish woman, silence. You know nothing. The shares are my key leverage to regain control of the Chen Group. Without them, the group has no relation to us whatsoever. We could live a wretched life. But what about the children? With Chen Xiao's vengeful nature, do you truly believe he would spare us or our son, Qian? Think carefully with your pig's brain. With that, Chen Tianwang turned once more to the Du couple, a semblance of obsequiousness creeping onto his face. In-laws, what are your thoughts? Du Heng's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain as he let out a cold laugh. 3 billion is a sum my Du family can readily provide. But you should first resolve your own family's affairs. I would hate for the bride of a ghost marriage to suddenly rise from the dead. With that, the two departed amidst a throng of bodyguards, leaving behind the flustered Chen Tianwang and the bewildered Lin Meilan. Chapter 064. Chen Qian's close friend. Kai Kuan in the VIP ward of the hospital. Chen Qian slowly regained consciousness. After several days of recuperation, the pain in his right index finger had diminished significantly. However, it still bore no sensation. Chen Xiao, Chen Xiao, Chen Xiao. Chen Qian's eyes widened, his teeth clenched, as he repeatedly uttered the name of the man responsible for his dismemberment. Even after several days, the recollection of that day flooded him with an overwhelming sense of dread and agony. Brother, brother. At that moment, the door to the ward was abruptly flung open, and a figure rushed in, calling out loudly as he ran. Chen Qian turned to see a gaunt man with sharp features, clad in sunglasses and a casual shirt. Both wrists adorned with gleaming Rolex watches and fingers heavy with gold rings. He exuded an ostentatious aura reminiscent of a nouveau riche. Chen Qian was momentarily stunned, wondering if the stranger had entered the wrong room. However, as the man approached and removed his sunglasses, recognition dawned upon him. Chen Qian exclaimed in surprise, hardly able to believe that his friend had transformed so dramatically in his absence, now resembling a flamboyant tycoon. Wasn't he supposed to be from a struggling, single-parent household? Brother Qian, I no longer go by Su Cohen. I have found my biological father, who bears the surname Kai. So now you shall call me Kai Cohen. The lean man's expression shifted as he hastily covered Chen Qian's mouth. Brother, that name cannot be spoken lightly. I am now Kai Cohen. I recently discovered that my father is Kai Huasong, the current head of the Kai family in Jiangcheng. My mother and father were childhood sweethearts. But due to my mother's modest background, my grandfather disapproved of her entering the Kai family, and I was raised outside. However, my grandfather recently passed away, and my father, now the head of the family, has brought my mother back. I am now the second young master of the Kai family in Jiangcheng. Brother Qian, I apologize for returning late. Tell me who harmed you, and I shall bring my men to exact vengeance. Kai Kuan declared passionately, a fierce glint in his eyes. The mention of the Kai family sent a jolt through Chen Qian, illuminating his mind. The name Kai family resonated like thunder. In Jiangcheng, apart from the top 4 families, Lei, Chao, and Meng, there were numerous first and second-tier families of slightly lesser stature. Among them, the Kai family stood out as a first-tier family. It was crucial to note that Jiangcheng was the provincial capital, and any first-tier family selected would not be inferior to the Chen family. Indeed, families like the Kai, which ranked among the upper echelon, were considerably more formidable. The Kai family's enterprise, Zhiying Group, boasted a staggering market value of 200 billion. To think that Su Kuan was the illegitimate son of the head of the Kai family, Chen Qian felt relieved that he had not previously wronged him, for otherwise, he would surely be facing retribution. However, since he regarded Chen Qian as a brother, perhaps he could leverage this connection to help him deal with Chen Xiao. Chen Qian's mind raced with possibilities. Kuan, I know you see me as a brother, but I cannot allow you to take risks on my behalf. This vendetta is best left unresolved. We are no match for him. Chen Qian's face fell, his eyes reddening as he began to brew a sense of despair. Is there anyone in Pingjiang that Kai Kuan cannot contend with? Kai Kuan scoffed. Ever since being recognized by the Kai family, he felt invincible, capable of handling even the most formidable challenges. If he could not, his father certainly would. During this time, Kai Kuan had settled scores with everyone who had bullied him in the past. Those who once scorned and belittled him now groveled before him like dogs. Brother Qian, I did some inquiries before I came. Even without your prompting, I know who is responsible. It's that good-for-nothing brother of yours, Chen Xiao. Kai Kuan sneered. That worthless Chen Xiao is now the chairman of the Chen Group, but honestly, what is the Chen Group worth? A mere 100 billion. While our Zhiying Group is valued at 200 billion. It's like a game. With twice the manpower, I can crush him in an instant. Chen Qian's lips twitched. Though not particularly astute, he recognized the absurdity of Kai Kuan's reasoning. However, given that he had dropped out of school to navigate the streets, he could somewhat understand his perspective. Kuan, thank you. But if revenge proves impossible, please do not force it. Chen Xiao is truly not to be trifled with. Rest assured, Brother Qian, we are brothers for life. If it weren't for your timely warning back then, I would surely be behind bars now, let alone returning to the Kai family. I will never forget your kindness. As he recalled that incident, gratitude filled Kai Kuan's eyes. It is said that true brotherhood is forged through shared experiences, whether it be surviving the same roof, braving the same battles, or partaking in the spoils of mischief. Chen Qian and Kai Kuan had shared in 2 of these experiences together. Back then, when Chen Qian and Kai Kuan were still strangers, fate intervened as they both found themselves in the same establishment. Chen Qian was quick to leave, only to encounter police conducting a raid, prompting him to shout in alarm, which inadvertently alerted Kai Kuan in the adjacent room. Kai Kuan had just finished pilfering a wallet and was about to indulge in the spoils when he heard the commotion, causing him to hastily conceal the stolen funds. Both were subsequently apprehended and locked in the same cell, and, after a conversation, Kai Kuan discovered that Chen Qian was the whistleblower who had saved his life. At that time, the amount he had stolen was significant, and as a repeat offender aged 16, he faced a minimum sentence of 3 years. Thanks to Chen Qian's warning, he managed to hide the money in time and escaped with just a fine. Kai Kuan was a man of loyalty. After his release, he retrieved the stolen funds and shared the spoils with Chen Qian, solidifying their friendship. Chen Qian welcomed having a street-savvy friend like Kai Kuan, often enlisting his help to intimidate classmates he found disagreeable. Once in college, Chen Qian and Chen Xiao found themselves in the same class, and he frequently called upon Kai Kuan to deal with his brother. Besides that Chen Xiao, we could bully him before. We can still do so now. Brother Qian, rest assured. Kuan, thank you. You are truly my lifelong brother. Since my family was expelled from the Chen family, my life has only grown worse. Friends who once surrounded me have vanished, and during my days of injury, you are the only one to visit. I am deeply moved, Chen Qian said, tears welling in his eyes. Kai Kuan patted Chen Qian's shoulder, a flicker of determination in his gaze. Brother Qian, at the pinnacle, one encounters hypocritical supporters, but at dusk, true believers bear witness. I will always stand behind you. Kuan, Brother Qian. The two embraced tightly, the weight of Kai Kuan's heavy gold chain pressing painfully against Chen Qian, while his ring-laden hand delivered resounding slaps on Chen Qian's back. each strike akin to a critical hit. This guy, I truly admire him. Brother Qian, after spending so many days in the hospital, you must be feeling quite weary. I know of a newly opened club where the princesses are utterly enchanting. Kai Kuan's eyes sparkled with a mischievous gleam as he spoke animatedly. Chen Qian frowned slightly. But my finger is broken. Your finger may be broken, but your manhood remains intact. Stop hesitating. I've already reserved a table, Kai Kuan retorted. After pondering for 25 seconds, Chen Qian exclaimed, Fina. Chapter 065, Nightfall and Light Shield. Chen Xiao returned to the ancestral home of the Chen family. The battery for his phone had already been procured by someone. However, before he could replace it, his own phone rang, displaying a series of virtual numbers. A smile crept onto his lips as he answered the call, instantly greeted by a mechanical voice. The king covers the earth, Hu Jian roasts rats. After a moment of silence, two choked, yet excited male voices erupted from the other end. Brother, brother. Chen Xiao chuckled softly. You've managed to trace my identity so swiftly. It seems you two have made remarkable progress over the years. The other end erupted into sobs, and then a voice, slightly sharper, spoke up. We have never forgotten your word from back then, brother. Our intelligence department now has members scattered across the land. Another voice, deeper and more somber, interjected upon locating the address tied to that number and confirming it belonged to the Chen family. We reviewed photographs of everyone in the Chen family and immediately recognized you. Brother, you remain as dashing and gallant as you were 5 years ago. Hey, you big oaf? I'm speaking to brother, so don't interrupt. Skinny monkey. I truly want to knock you out. You've been monopolizing the call for ages. The sounds of their bickering filled the air. It seems you two have developed quite the camaraderie. When I first met you, you were at each other's throats, Chen Xiao said, unable to suppress a wry smile. Wu Yi and Qi Guang were both individuals Chen Xiao had encountered during his brief awakening 5 years prior. At that time, Wu Yi was an assassin from the world's top assassination organization, tasked with eliminating a foreign tycoon visiting Pingjiang. Qi Guang, on the other hand, was the bodyguard hired by that very tycoon. Little did Wu Yi know that the target of his assassination mission was not just the tycoon, but rather himself. The tycoon's son had previously been murdered under a bounty, with Wu Yi as the executioner. Seeking revenge, the tycoon had paid a hefty sum to the leaders of the organization to set a trap for Wu Yi, intending for him to meet his demise in Pingjiang. The choice of location stemmed from the strict gun control within Great Xia, making it challenging to carry firearms across borders. Thus, Wu Yi was likely forced into a close-range assassination. Qi Guang was merely a bait used by the tycoon to distract Wu Yi, who had left him to fend for himself after leading him to a restaurant. In truth, the tycoon had planted explosives in the restaurant, planning to kill Wu Yi himself to avenge his son. As for Qi Guang, he was merely a pawn in the game. Having already paid a significant sum for his services, the tycoon considered it a fair exchange for his life. The bomb did indeed detonate on schedule, but due to its makeshift nature, it lacked substantial power. Both men, possessing exceptional skills, narrowly evaded the fatal blow, miraculously surviving. They were subsequently saved by Chen Xiao, who happened to pass by. After hearing their stories, Chen Xiao had laughed heartily at their foolishness. They were both seeking wealth, yet engaged in perilous occupations that could cost them their lives at any moment. No amount of money could be enjoyed without life to spend it. He then guided them toward alternative paths. It appeared that they had not disappointed him. Brother, please don't jest. How could I possibly be on good terms with this oaf and skinny monkey? The level of your tacit understanding is reminiscent of a married couple. Chen Xiao teased lightly. Now, let us discuss your current circumstances. Upon mentioning serious matters, the two immediately adopted a grave demeanor. Let me go first, Wu Yi said solemnly. After you saved me back then, I returned to the organization, eliminated the higher-ups who had framed me, and took control of the entire organization. Following your guidance, I established the Nightfall platform. Today, Nightfall stands as the largest bounty assassination platform on the global dark web, with over 90% of the assassin organizations relying on us for sustenance. We take a 30% cut from each assassination bounty, and Nightfall now generates profits that far exceed my earnings as an assassin, all thanks to your initial guidance, brother. Wu Yi expressed his profound gratitude. Chen Xiao had advised him to act as an intermediary, taking on bounties from others and outsourcing the actual work, thus minimizing his risk. Over time, he was even able to control the entire industry chain, with the only challenge being the accumulation of reputation. After all, such dealings could not be openly advertised, as they were illegal in every country. Fortunately, Wu Yi rose to the occasion, successfully establishing Nightfall in 5 years. Occasionally, they encountered bounties placed on both sides, resulting in both parties being eliminated, allowing Nightfall to effortlessly acquire their assets, an exhilarating experience. Now it's my turn, Qi Guang exclaimed excitedly. I, along with some of my former brothers, founded the Light Shield Security Company, which has now become a top-tier entity in the global security industry. Thanks to Wu Yi's Nightfall platform, we receive information in advance about individuals who may be targeted for assassination, allowing us to notify them beforehand. The wealthy are quite reluctant to part with their lives. They are willing to spend any amount to ensure their safety. Our approval rating at Light Shield Security is currently a perfect 100%. Of course, those who are alive can only leave you positive reviews, while the deceased cannot leave negative feedback. So, ISNT that a given. We intajistit sarjastijat. Chen Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. I'm relieved to see both of you thriving. Brother, you saved our lives and pointed us toward a path of clarity. Our lives are yours. Should you have any commands, we will obey without question. Indeed, as long as you require our assistance, we shall give our all, sacrificing ourselves if necessary. Enough with the dramatics. Your lives belong to you. There is nothing you can assist with at present. Go about your business, and if I need anything in the future, I will reach out. I have other matters to attend to, so I must end this conversation. With that, Chen Xiao hung up the phone. At that moment, Lin Meilan entered the room, holding some documents. This is a compilation of the recent activities and statements of the Chen Tianwang family up until half an hour ago. I put it together. Chen Xiao took the documents, which contained meticulous details. From discussions about arranging a posthumous marriage for Chen Wanqing to Chen Qian watching adult films in his hospital bed, with the title PCW 9527 recorded. Chen Tianwang is truly a beast. For the sake of money, he even contemplates harming his own daughter. Chen Xiao scoffed coldly, despite his already low opinion of Chen Tianwang. This time his moral depravity had surpassed even his expectations. Selling one's own daughter for money had always existed. Chen Wanqing was merely being sold for a higher price, 30 billion, indeed a tempting sum. Lin Meilan sneered, her icy gaze betraying a hint of sorrow. Gui Kuwen, the illegitimate son of Kai Huasong, the head of the Kai family in Jiangxing. Chen Xiao noted the latest information. An adopted son, an illegitimate child. No wonder they could become such good brothers. Chapter 066, Chen Wanqing. If there is a next life upon returning home from the police station, Lin Meilan was engulfed in a profound sadness, choosing silence as she retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her. Chen Tianwang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with her demeanor, yet since Lin Meilan no longer vehemently opposed him, he opted to remain silent, merely hoping she would comply and refrain from sabotaging his plans. In her room, Lin Meilan leaned against the bed, tears silently streaming down her face, her heart heavy with sorrow and helplessness. Clutching an album filled with photographs chronicling the lives of Chen Wanqing, Chen Yaxin, Chen Ruoqiu, and Chen Qian from childhood to adulthood, she gently turned a page. Upon seeing Chen Wanqing's childhood smile, her heart tightened with anguish. Chen Wanqing was her firstborn, a treasure she once cradled and nurtured, yet now, as a mother, she was forced to push her into the flames of fate. The mere thought of their impending farewell twisted her heart in agony, a suffocating sensation rendering her breathless. No, I cannot bear to watch Wanqing walk toward her demise. With a sudden surge of resolve, Lin Meilan sprang to her feet, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. However, before she could step out of her room, Chen Tianwang entered with a stern expression, a glass of milk in hand. Where do you think you're going? He inquired. Lin Meilan, her demeanor tense, stammered, I'm going to prepare lunch. Seemingly relieved, Chen Tianwang relaxed his expression. The housekeeper is making lunch. You should rest. Here, drink this milk. Without further thought, Lin Meilan accepted the milk and took a sip. I'll just sit in the living room for a bit. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, an overwhelming dizziness enveloped her, her vision darkening as her body succumbed to weakness. I knew you would be soft-hearted, you foolish woman, Chen Tianwang sneered. I've mixed a considerable amount of sleeping pills into the milk. It should keep you asleep for a day. With that, he lifted Lin Meilan and laid her on the bed. As her vision blurred and consciousness faded, she reached out in a futile attempt to grasp Chen Tianwang, but ultimately could only watch helplessly as darkness engulfed her. That evening, Chen Wanqing returned home in high spirits. With due latest ceased, her family would no longer pressure her into marrying him. She felt an unprecedented sense of relief, her face adorned with a long-lost smile. Welcome back, Wanqing. Come. Dinner is ready. Your mother has specially prepared your favorite yam and pork rib soup. Chen Tianwang greeted her with a beaming smile as he approached, his demeanor surprisingly warm. Such a display from her father left Chen Wanqing feeling somewhat uneasy. It had been ages since she had witnessed such warmth from him. It seemed he only exhibited this kindness when in the presence of Chen Qian. A nagging intuition warned Chen Wanqing that Chen Tianwang was concealing something, likely seeking a favor. Where's Mom? Why isn't she here? Your mother mentioned experiencing some stomach discomfort. After preparing the soup, she returned to her room to rest. Chen Tianwang replied with a smile, presenting her with a bowl of soup. Slightly furrowing her brow, Chen Wanqing sensed something amiss with her father's overly cordial behavior. Dad, if there's something you need, please speak plainly. Your manner is making me uneasy. As she cautiously sipped the soup, she grimaced at the unfamiliar taste. This doesn't taste like something Mom would make. Looking up, she caught sight of a sinister smirk creeping across Chen Tianwang's face, her heart plummeting with a premonition of dread. Indeed, it wasn't tea your mother who made it. I had the housekeeper prepare it. I regret that you won tea be able to enjoy your mother's cooking for your final meal, but don't blame your father. If there's anyone to blame, it's Chen Xiao. He has pushed me to the brink, forcing me to make sacrifices. As he spoke, a manic expression crossed his face, sending a jolt of fear through Chen Wanqing. The bowl slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor with a sharp crack. Her eyes wide with disbelief, she stumbled backward, an unprecedented terror surging within her. Dad, what are you saying? What final meal? Why are you blaming Chen Xiao? What sacrifices are you talking about? Her voice rose in panic as a sharp pain gripped her abdomen, and she fell to her knees, cold sweat pouring down her face. Chen Tianwang observed her with a cold gaze, slowly revealing, previously, I misappropriated funds to purchase a villa for Xiao Qian, and that little wretch Chen Xiao caught me, costing me billions. To recover the funds, I pledged shares of the Chen Group, but that little bastard Chen Xiao has been ruthless, halting the mid-year dividends, pushing me to the edge. I initially intended to ally with the Du family, marrying you off to Du Lei for the bride price to reclaim my shares. But that short-lived fool died. I curse his ancestors. Chen Wanqing curled in agony on the floor, Chen Tianwang as cruel laughter echoing in her ears. However, the Du family has given me another chance. They have agreed to let you perform a ghost marriage with Du Lei. Once it is completed, I will receive 3 billion, enough to buy back my shares and reclaim my position in the Chen Group. Wanqing, you must understand your father's predicament, right? Chen Wanqing stared, horrified at the man before her, the one she had called father for over 20 years, now a stranger. Dad, I am your daughter. Yes, I know you're my daughter. And it pains me deeply. That is why I refused the 2 billion from the Du family, but they are offering 3 billion. Tears streamed down Chen Wanqing's face. Desperation tinged with pleading. Dad, is money truly that important? Don't we have enough to live comfortably? Chen Tianwang's gaze hardened. Wanqing, your company is valued at over 1 billion now. You have enough resources to live without worry for the rest of your life. So why do you continue to struggle and work so hard? Who doesn't desire wealth? Who doesn't crave power? Your grandfather has passed. The Chen Group rightfully belongs to me, yet Chen Xiao has seized it. I must prove to everyone that the Chen Group is mine, that I am the most suitable chairman. Wanqing, don't hate your father. If you must blame someone, blame Chen Xiao for forcing me into this position. If he had simply relinquished the position of head of the family and returned the shares to me, we could have lived harmoniously. So, if you become a vengeful spirit after death, remember to haunt him. Despair filled Chen Wanqing's eyes, her insides burning with pain. A bitter taste rose in her throat, and she could not suppress the dark blood that spilled forth. I will burn plenty of paper money for you after your death, ensuring you live as a pampered lady in the afterlife, Chen Tianwang proclaimed with a deranged smile. A faint smile of resignation appeared on Chen Wanqing's face as she shakily raised her hand, pointing at Chen Tianwang, her voice weak yet infused with profound rage. Chen Tianwang, may you meet a doomed fate. I curse you to be betrayed by those closest to you, to fall into hell after death. With that, she spat out another mouthful of blood, her gaze gradually losing focus as she collapsed to the ground. If there is a next life, I vow never to be your daughter again. And with that, her breath ceased. Chapter 067. Chen Xiao and the 1 billion bounty in the Du family of Jiang City. Du Lei's corpse had been returned, laid in the central hall, covered with a white cloth, the atmosphere heavy with sorrow. The members of the Du family sat around, their faces haggard, expressions filled with grief and indignation. The Du family is sparsely populated, with only a handful of direct descendants in the 3rd generation, and, among them, the sole male heir is Du Lei. This explains why Du Lei, despite his extravagant ways, is still held in high regard by the family. Brother, how did Xiao Lei actually die? Having grown up, he has encountered numerous women. I cannot believe he would take his own life in despair, exhausting himself to death. A middle-aged woman, tears brimming in her eyes, questioned with a trembling voice. Her name is Du Yumei, Du Lei's aunt, who has cherished him the most since childhood. I certainly do not believe it either. Xiao Lei must have been harmed. The one responsible for his demise is undoubtedly that fellow named Chen Xiao. Du Heng's eyes burned with rage, his teeth clenched in fury, fists tight with tension, his gaze filled with murderous intent. After Xiao, Lei went to Pingjiang. He only had a feud with Chen Xiao, and moreover, Chen Xiao was the last person to see him alive. To say there is no connection is utterly beyond belief. Beside him, Lei Wenwan wept in agreement, her fists clenched, her eyes brimming with uncontrollable sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks, her voice growing increasingly choked. This matter cannot be left unresolved. From a main seat, the elderly patriarch of the Du family, with his hair as white as snow, slowly spoke. His voice low, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Du Zhenbong, now in his 90s, had long relinquished control of family affairs to enjoy his twilight years. Yet with the loss of his only grandson, he could no longer remain passive. Regardless of whether Xiao Lei's death is related to Chen Xiao. Since this Chen Xiao had a grudge against him, he must ascend to accompany Xiao Lei in death. Du Zhenbang continued. Our Du family has maintained a low profile for years. I fear many have forgotten our family's might. Anyone who dares to offend the Du family's celestial authority shall face punishment, no matter the distance. A fiery determination ignited in the eyes of the gathered Du family members, particularly in Du Heng's. Father, I will personally lead a team to Pingjiang to capture that Chen Xiao and force him to commit suicide in front of Xiao Lei as an act of contrition. Du Zhenbangis bro furod, non sens. Such a dirty job is not something one should do personally. Send others to handle it to avoid drawing fire upon ourselves. Du Heng, though displeased, understood the wisdom in Du Zhenbang's caution, feeling a twinge of regret for not being able to take direct action himself. I will arrange for bodyguards immediately. With that, Du Heng stepped aside to make a phone call. What? They've all been captured? Are you joking with me? Just seconds after the call connected, Du Heng's shocked voice reverberated throughout the hall. His complexion shifted wildly, knuckles whitening as the news struck him like a bolt from the blue. Incompetent fools. A truly useless bunch. What good are you to me? After cursing, Du Heng furiously hung up the phone and returned to the others with a grim expression. Father, we have a crisis. Nearly all our bodyguards have been taken. What happened? Du Zhenbang inquired, his brow deeply furrowed. Some of the bodyguards had criminal records. I don't know who reported them, but the police suddenly came and took a batch away. Others who were on leave were caught at a party, reported for indecent conduct, and taken as well. Some even got into a brawl with street thugs and were also arrested. Now, the only bodyguard left outside is that fool Li Sanbao. Du Zhenbang's expression darkened. To have such incidents occur almost simultaneously is undoubtedly no coincidence. Someone is clearly orchestrating this. Who has the audacity to set a trap for our Du family? Even if it is a scheme, why target the bodyguards? What impact could capturing them possibly have on us? Du Heng is broder, du Heng, question, puzzled. Could it be Chen Xiao? Impossible. Setting aside the fact he is merely an 18-year-old brat, even if he possesses some ability, his influence is confined to Pingjiang. He cannot reach Jiangchen. Our Du family is the foremost among the 4 great families of Jiangsheng. Only the other 3 families could have the capacity to strike at us. Yet we have had no conflicts with them recently, right? Du Heng furrowed his brow, deep in thought. However, with the bodyguard arrested, it is too late to hire replacements. Does that mean we must temporarily abandon our pursuit of Chen Xiao? Du Yume asked, her expression dark, her tone filled with reluctance. No, absolutely not. Du Heng déclared vehemently. Before Xiao Lei's 7th day of mourning, I will ensure Chen Xiao kneels before Xiao Lei and takes his own life as an apology. Otherwise, Xiao Lei will not rest in peace. But we currently have no one at our disposal. Are we to go ourselves? Du Heng's determination was unwavering. Even if I must go alone, I will bring Chen Xiao back. As Du Heng and Du Heng began to argue, Lei Wenwan suddenly let out a cold laugh. I knew you would be unreliable. With you all, my Xiao Lei will never have his revenge. Thankfully, I have made preparations. Instantly, everyone was taken aback. Are you planning to borrow people from your family? Du Heng gasket, puzzled. Lei Wenjuan's family, the Lei family, is also one of the 4 great families of Jiangsheng, and their strength is certainly not to be underestimated. However, since Lei Wenwan married into the Du family, her contact with the Lei family has diminished, compounded by Du Lei's lack of ambition, often being reprimanded by the Lei family patriarch. As Lei vigilanted, ondulé. She naturally could not bear to see him suffer. Thus, interactions between the 2 families have dwindled, and now that the news of Du Lei's death has spread in Jiangsheng, the Lei family has not even sent a single person to inquire about it. The Lei family has always looked down upon Xiao Lei. How could they possibly be willing to lend us aid for revenge? Lei Wenwan sneered, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. I have placed a bounty of 1 billion on Nightshade for Chen Xiao's head. Within 5 days, he will surely perish. Nightshade. The eyes of all the Du family men contracted in shock, gasping in disbelief. How do you know about Nightshade? Du Hong asked gravely, his voice low. What is Nightshade? Du Yumei, unfamiliar with the name, looked around, noticing the expressions of those present seemed to indicate they had heard of it, sparking her curiosity. Nightshade is a bounty assassination platform where employers post bounties and assassin organizations take on the contracts. Nightshade serves as the intermediary to ensure the interests of both employers and assassin organizations, and it is rumored that as long as one can afford the price, Nightshade can help eliminate anyone in this world. Du Hang explained with a serious expression. You asked how I know about Nightshade. How could I not? Do you think I don't know how your mistress, whom you raised outside, met her end? Lei Wenjuan's face broke into a manic smile. It was I who placed a bounty on Nightshade. 10 million. Your little lover and the illegitimate child in her womb were truly cheap. At these words, Du Hong's expression changed drastically, fury surging through him, his eyes turning bloodshot as he glared at Lei Wenjuan, his teeth gritting, and with a swift motion, he slapped her to the ground. You venomous woman, you killed my child. I wonder why Xiaoya had that accident. It turns out it was because of you. I will kill you. Du Hong burned with rage, grasping Lei Wenjuan's throat, his expression twisted with malice. Chapter 68. Lei Wenjuan places a bounty on the entire Du family. Enough. At that moment, Du Jinbong suddenly roared, and silence fell over the room. Du Hong and Lei Wenjuan were forcibly separated. Let the past remain in the past. Discussing it now serves no purpose. A hint of helplessness and fatigue flickered in Du Jinbong's eyes as he took a deep breath, slowly stating, the most pressing matter now is to resolve Chen Xiao and avenge Xiao Lei. Ding dong. At that moment, Lei Wenjuan's phone, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly rang. Du Hong picked it up and saw a message from a virtual number containing a link. Upon clicking the link, a dark-themed website materialized on the mobile interface, featuring an internal message. After reading it, Du Hong immediately furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Enquayel de du Zinbang. It's a message from the Nightshade official account, stating that after their review, Chen Xiao's assassination difficulty has been rated as S-class, requiring a bounty of at least 2 billion, or they will rescind the previously announced reward. 2 billion it is. Du Jinbong waved his hand decisively. The Du family is not lacking in money. As long as we can avenge Xiao Lei, the expenditure is inconsequential. Moreover, if memory serves, Chen Xiao is currently the chairman of the Chen Group. Once he is dead, the Chen Group could very well fall into our hands. A glint of ruthless determination flashed in Du Jinbong's eyes, and a cunning smile graced his face. Understood, Fazer, du Eng Noded. Swiftly operating his phone to transfer another 10 billion to the Nightshade platform. A distinctive feature of Nightshade as a bounty platform is that employers must pay the full reward amount up front when posting a bounty. Significantly reducing the chances of employers being unable to pay after the target is assassinated. Now, we can await good news from Nightshade. Du Hang's face broke into a fierce grin. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a text message from Chen Qian. Enough. Du Zenbang Suden Li Huad. Causing the room to fall silent. The person is ready and awaits your arrival for the marriage proposal. Ha! Du Hong sneered, delighted by the double fortune. On a certain island abroad, boss, another big order has come in, a bounty of 1 billion to kill a citizen of the Great Xia. Should we share the intel with the Guangduan side? In his chair, Wu Yi leisurely hummed a tune while swaying. Give it to them. But remember to make sure they kick back some of the earnings. That oaf Qi Guang, doesn't he even realize how much he owes me? Understood, boss. But this task seems like a windfall. The head of a prestigious family from Pingjiang in Jiangnan province is just an 18-year-old lad. And the employer is willing to part with such a sum. Chris chuckled lightly as he gathered the information to leave, but Wu Ye's expression suddenly changed. He quickly jumped down, snatching the documents. What the hell, brother? Upon seeing the information, Wu Ye's pupils constricted sharply, a fiery rage bubbling within him. Who is this Lei Wenjuan? Retrieve her registration information for me. Wu Yi bellowed, leaving Chris aghast as he swiftly operated on the computer. Having followed Wu Yi for many years, it was the first time he witnessed him in such a furious state. Boss, here is the information. Lei Wenjuan is the daughter of Lei Ao, the former head of the Lei family in Jiang City, Jiangnan province, and she is also the wife of Du Hong, the current head of the Du family. The latest data shows that Lei Wenjuan's son, Du Lei, has mysteriously died, possibly leading the Du family to suspect that the target, Chen Xiao, is involved, hence the bounty for his assassination. Damn it, they truly dare to dream. Putting a bounty on my brother? They're treading on dangerous ground. Wu Ye's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Were it not for the remoteness of their island from Great Xia, he would have personally stormed the Du family to deal with those reckless fools. Boss, should we take this job? Chris asked nervously, eyeing Wu Yi. Of course we will, Wu Yi replied, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Why wouldn't we? Nightshade has never refused a job before. However, some minor adjustments are in order. As he spoke, Wu Yi moved to the computer, executing commands with fervor. Before long, a new bounty appeared on the Nightshade platform. Assassination target, du Zenbang, du Eng, du Ang, du Yume. Bounty amount, 1 billion. Employer information, Lei Wenwan. Special requirements, to be completed within 3 days. Chris gasped at the sight, realizing the sheer audacity of it. Using the Du family's money to annihilate them. Oh wait, there is still Lei Wenwan left. With the heirs gone, the remaining elderly and infirm would certainly suffer. Wouldn't it be splendid to send them all off together? I truly am benevolent. Wu Yi muttered to himself, suddenly struck by another thought. No, having done such a noble deed, how could I not collect some remuneration? With that, Wu Yi edited a message and sent it to Lei Wenwan's account, demanding an additional 10 billion in bounty. Time flew by, and soon it was noon the following day. In front of Yuan Mansion S Villa 888, a sleek black Maybach glided to a halt, followed closely by a box truck. The vehicle came to a stop, and 2 middle-aged men clad in black stepped out. These men were from the collateral branch of the Du family, summoned early that morning by Du Hong to drive to Pingjiang for a pickup. Typically, such errands would be delegated to bodyguards, but alas, the Du family had unknowingly offended some divine being yesterday, resulting in all their bodyguards being apprehended, leaving them no choice but to handle the task themselves. As the villa door swung open, Chen Qian emerged cautiously, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. He quickly returned inside, reappearing shortly thereafter with a stunning woman dressed in a red bridal gown, her pale skin devoid of color. Upon witnessing this, Du Wan and Du Wu hurriedly opened the back of the box truck, revealing an opulent coffin. Together, they carefully placed Chen Wanqing inside the coffin and closed the lid. As they beheld Chen Wanqing, lying as if in a deep slumber, a wave of regret washed over them. What a beautiful girl. It's a pity she's already gone. Otherwise, we could have gotten to know her while she was still warm. Gentlemen, the individual has been entrusted to you. Has the head of the Du family mentioned anything regarding the payment? Chen Qian inquired with a smile, his demeanor cautious. The 2 men exchanged glances and shook their heads. The head merely instructed us to collect the person. You'll need to ask him about the payment. With that, they drove away, the box truck closely trailing behind. A chill ran down Chen Tianwang's spine, fearing they might attempt to abscond without payment. He quickly called Du Hong. Rest assured, the full amount owed to you will be honored. However, we must wait until Chen Wanqing and my son are buried together. Only after the marriage and the afterlife can we disperse the funds. How long will that take? Chen Tianwang pressed, his urgency palpable. To be honest, I am in dire need of the funds, with just a day and a half remaining until the expiration of his loan agreement. Failure to repay would result in the loss of his 15% stake in the Chen Group. Do not worry, if all goes smoothly. It should only take a day or 2. If you're truly pressed for cash, once Chen Wanqing arrives at our residence, I can send you half the payment up front. Du Heng's words offered Chen Tianwang a glimmer of relief. Half of 30 billion would amount to 15 billion, which combined with the stock fund, would suffice to cover the expenses. I appreciate it, my dear friend. Rest assured, the Du family has always upheld our integrity. Chapter 069, The Annihilation of the Du Family. At the Du family estate, the usually closed gates of the mansion stood wide open, with 2 black-clad bodyguards sprawled in a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. Following the main path, a haunting silence enveloped the estate, bloodstains marking the ground leading to the main building, with fallen servants scattered throughout. The air thick with a metallic scent of blood. In the main hall of the mansion, it was midday, and the Du family sat at the dining table, their faces grim and devoid of appetite. The demise of Du Lei cast a shadow over the entire Du family, enveloping the atmosphere in a stifling gloom. Eldest sister-in-law, what has become of the bounty you placed under the cover of night? Has any assassin taken up the contract? When will Chen Xiao meet his end? Du Yume set down her chopsticks, her gaze icy and laden with murderous intent. Just last night, she dreamed of Du Lei, who lamented his solitude on the road to the underworld, yearning for companionship. I saw that an organization has indeed accepted the contract. Rest assured, nightfall has never missed its mark, Lei Wenwan replied with a cold smirk, her eyes glinting with a hint of ferocity. Unfazed by the bounty she had placed, Lei Wenwan remained confident, for Wu Yi had even gone so far as to modify the platform's code overnight on her behalf. While her account displayed Chen Xiao as the target, all other assassin organizations perceived Du Hong and his entire family as the intended victims. By the way, why is it so eerily quiet outside today? Shouldn't this be the time for the bodyguards to change shifts? Du Angang Quailed? What shifts? The bodyguards at home were taken in by the police yesterday and haven't returned yet. The two keeping watch at the front gate are merely those I hastily hired at a premium, Du Heng retorted, his indignation palpable. How could I have forgotten that? Du Heng nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. The expressions of several individuals darkened instantly. These scoundrels have become increasingly brazen. How many times must we reiterate not to disturb us while we dine? The knocking persisted, growing more urgent. Damn it, I shall see which fool dares to intrude. Du Heng, already in a foul mood due to Du Lei's death, slammed his chopsticks on the table and stormed toward the door, cursing as he walked. Knock, knock. Knock, what the hell? Have you forgotten the rules of this household? The door swung open violently, and Du Heng's eyes widened in fury. Before he could discern the figure at the threshold, a shadowy form lunged at him. Startled, he instinctively reached out to steady it, only to realize it was the family steward, Li He. Old Li. The Du Heng began to scold, but his words faltered midway. Li He's face was ashen. Bloodstains marred his clothing, and a dagger protruded from his chest, the man having already succumbed to death. Ah! Rage morphed into terror in an instant, and Du Heng nearly leapt in shock, shoving Li He's lifeless body away. However, before he could gather his wits, a large hand suddenly seized him, gripping his throat. The terrifying strength rendered Du Heng incapable of struggle in an instant. His eyes bulged, his face turned crimson, and his throat emitted faint gasps. Before him stood two men of African descent, one robust and the other lean, both with flat noses. The stocky one tightened his grip on Du Heng's neck, while the slender one brandished several photographs, comparing them to Du Heng. Confirmation reached them. He was indeed one of the targets. The lean man produced Du Heng's photo for the stocky man to see. The latter nodded and flashed a disconcertingly bright smile, his white teeth stark against his dark complexion. An unprecedented fear surged within Du Heng. He struggled with all his might, clawing at the stocky man's wrist in a futile attempt to pry open the iron-like grip. The stocky man's fingers tightened like a steel vise, and Du Heng's breathing grew increasingly labored, his consciousness fading as the kindly visage of his great-grandmother appeared before him. What was happening? Why is there no sound at the door? At that moment, Du Heng and the others at the dining table sensed something amiss and rose to approach the entrance. Upon reaching the door, they were momentarily blinded by a blinding flash of light and instinctively closed their eyes, only to be met with a thud. When they opened their eyes, they beheld Du Heng collapsed on the ground, a dagger lodged in his chest, crimson blood gushing forth like a spring, quickly staining the floor. Second brother. Hengya. Second brother. Du Heng and the others cried out in alarm, their faces stricken with terror. Hey, the remaining 3 targets are all here? We can take them all at once. I didn't expect this task to be so effortless. Laughter erupted from the doorway, and Du Heng and the others shot their heads up, realizing for the first time the presence of 2 menacing strangers. Who are you? What do you want? Du Heng's voice trembled, his eyes wide with fury, but the lean man merely scoffed, the glint of his dagger reflecting coldly as he advanced. Fearful, Du Heng and the others recoiled, but they quickly found themselves against the wall. With no avenue for retreat, despair washed over them like a tide. Brave heroes, surely there has been some misunderstanding between us? Let us sit down and discuss this calmly, Du Heng said, swallowing hard, his anxiety palpable. The lean man sneered, pressing the dagger closer to Du Heng's throat, the cold gleam mirroring the ruthlessness in his eyes. In your great Xia, there's an ancient saying, he who takes a man's wealth must also bear his calamity. Du Heng's heart sank. It seemed these two were assassins sent by a rival. Had he truly incurred such a bitter enmity recently? Rapid thoughts raced through his mind, until suddenly a figure flashed across his memory. Of course, Chen Xiao. He is my greatest adversary as of late. Yet, how could it be that Chen Xiao, whom he blamed for Du Lei's death, would send assassins to eliminate him? Was it possible that Nightfall's attempt on Chen Xiao's life had failed, and he sought retribution? But that seemed far too swift. Du Heng inhaled deeply. Gentlemen, your actions are surely motivated by monetary gain. Regardless of how much Chen Xiao has offered you, I shall pay you double. I implore you to spare my family. Chen Xiao. What Chen Xiao? The lean man furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his features before he responded with a disdainful laugh. Do not attempt to extract information from me. We adhere to our code and shall never divulge our client's identity. Indeed, the stocky man chimed in, affirming. No matter how much you offer, we will not reveal that the employer is Lei Wenwan. A momentary silence enveloped the scene. What? Me? Lei Wenwan, finally regaining her senses, pointed at herself, her face a mask of astonishment. You are Lei Wenwan? The lean man paused, producing the target's photograph for comparison. Du Zhenbang, Du Eng, Du Ang. Du Yume. None bore her likeness. A lone soldier deep within enemy territory. You are the most courageous employer I have ever encountered. At this, Du Heng and the others snapped back to reality. Lei Wenwan, what do you mean? Little Lei's vengeance remains unfulfilled. And you are so eager to send assassins after our entire family? What is your true intention? Indeed, the heart of a woman is the most venomous. With little Lei's demise, our entire family is doomed, and all of the Du family's vast fortune will fall into the hands of this viper. Lei Wenwan was but a foolish woman, likely incapable of devising such a meticulous scheme. It must be the elderly patriarch of the Lei family orchestrating this plot. Who would have thought that he possessed such patience, laying the groundwork for decades to usurp the Du family? How could I have overlooked this? In retrospect, little Lei's death is likely intertwined with the Lei family. Du Zhenbong and Du Heng's faces were etched with realization, yet more so with regret and fury. What nonsense are you spouting? I did not hire anyone to assassinate you. I only sought to eliminate Chen Xiao. Raven Wan fervently defended herself, her eyes brimming with terror. Do not fear, employer. With us here, confronting them now is of no consequence. We shall resolve this matter immediately, the slender man declared, as he and the burly man sprang into action, each wielding a knife, swiftly ending the lives of Du Zhenbong and Du Yumei. Ah! Raven Wan gasped in horror, collapsing to the ground. Father, little sister. Du Heng's eyes widened with rage as he lunged toward Raven Wan, shouting, "You wicked woman! I shall kill you! Humph! Do you think we are mere decorations?" The slender man bellowed, advancing menacingly and seizing Du Heng by the shoulder, his right hand gripping a dagger, plunging it into Du Heng a staggering 48 times. Du Heng's furious cries grew faint, blood staining the ground, the last glimmer of light fading from his eyes. Chapter 070. Chen Wanqing's return from rebirth. All done, employer. Please do leave us a 5-star review. Since you are present, we shall forego taking photographs for upload. Kindly confirm the work order. After the Du family had been exterminated, the 2 assassins wore radiant smiles as they addressed the paralyzed Raven Wan. Trembling, tears streaming down her face, she felt an unprecedented wave of panic wash over her. Until this moment, she remained utterly bewildered as to how events had spiraled into such chaos. Hey, employer, please confirm the work order. Otherwise, the platform holds our payment, and we shall find ourselves in a predicament, the slender man reminded, emphasizing the necessity of maintaining a courteous demeanor in the service industry. I confirm, you scoundrels. Raven Wan screamed. When did I ever instruct you to murder my husband's family? I ordered you to kill Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao. You have slaughtered my entire family and now demand a favorable review. This is utterly outrageous. This revelation left the 2 assassins momentarily stunned as they pulled out their phones to double-check the assassination details, confirming they had not erred in their target. Are you trying to dodge your responsibility? You have inherited such a vast fortune, and you still wish to extort me over this amount? Do you truly believe I'm so easily trifled with? The slender man erupted in fury, while the burly man shouted, seizing Raven Wan from the ground, brandishing his fists threateningly before her. Raven Wan, resolute, retrieved her phone and accessed the Nightfall platform, locating her assassination request, which clearly listed Chen Xiao as the target, accompanied by a handsome photograph of him. This is the only bounty I issued. Open your eyes and see clearly. The slender man took the phone, comparing it with his own task list. The assassination targets differed, as did the amounts. Raven Wan's phone displayed 20 billion, while his indicated 10 billion. However, the task identification numbers were identical, a unique identifier across the platform. This indicates only one possibility, the slender man remarked gravely. It appears the platform has encountered a bug. What? What shall we do? Have we killed the wrong person? The burly man queried, his brow furrowed. I care not for the particulars, the slender man replied, pressing the confirmation button on Raven Wan's phone. As he did so, his own device pinged with a payment notification. After deducting the platform's commission, the remaining sum was transferred in full. As long as the money arrives, I care not whether the kill was correct or not. With that, the slender man turned, and the burly man discarded Raven Wan on the ground, preparing to depart. Yet, after just a few steps, the slender man halted abruptly, turning back to Raven Wan with a sinister grin. I recall you insulted me just now, did you not? Raven Wan's expression froze, a wave of intense fear flooding over her. However, this sensation was short-lived as the slender man swiftly dispatched her with a single blow. We in the service industry cannot be subjected to bullying. Consider this a minor lesson. Be more cautious in your next life. Having spoken, the 2 swiftly cleared the scene, shattering the surveillance hard drives and igniting a fire that engulfed the Du estate. Flames soared into the sky as the assassins made their escape, only to be confronted at the entrance by a black Maybach and a cargo van. upon witnessing the blazing estate and the appearance of two unsavory figures. Du Wan and Du Wu sensed impending danger and attempted to flee. However, as trained professional killers, they were not about to leave any survivors. They swiftly approached, seizing Du Wan during his attempted turn and yanking him from the vehicle, while Du Wu, caught off guard, was knocked unconscious by the burly man's fist. A swift execution ensued, leaving no one, including the driver of the cargo van, unscathed. Cautiously, the two then opened the back of the van, hoping to uncover any hidden witnesses. To their surprise, they found a body concealed within, a stunning woman from the summer, her beauty striking, a testament to the lavish tastes of the wealthy. Regrettably, circumstances did not permit further exploration. Otherwise, they might have been tempted to indulge. Chuckling lewdly, they quickly vacated the scene. The inferno grew fiercer, thick smoke billowing as the entire estate succumbed to flames. Inside the coffin, perhaps warmed by the heat of the blaze, Chen Wanqing's pallid skin exhibited a hint of color, her porcelain fingers twitching slightly. In the distance, the wailing of fire truck sirens echoed. Suddenly, Chen Wanqing's eyes flew open, and she bolted upright, gasping for breath. Did I not leap to my death, coerced by Chen Qian and his son? How am I still alive? Where am I? Her beautiful face was etched with terror as she surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, a piercing headache flooding her mind until she could gather her thoughts. As the memories flooded back, Chen Wanqing stood frozen in disbelief. I have been reborn 4 years into the past, poisoned by my father, forced into a ghost marriage with Du Lei. Is this due to the existence of parallel universes? Why do the trajectories of this life and my previous one diverge so drastically? Chen Wanqing's expression grew distant as she began to reconcile the memories of her current life with those of her past. Ultimately, she discovered that the recollections of both lives were nearly identical, until the recent incident where Chen Qian falsely accused Chen Xiao of pushing him downstairs. Thereafter, events took a dramatic turn. In her previous life, when faced with Chen Tianwang's lashes, Chen Xiao had chosen not to resist forcefully, but merely offered verbal defenses, silently enduring the beatings. Yet in this life, Chen Xiao's actions were a stark contrast. Not only did he retaliate fiercely, but he also severed ties with their family, expelling them from the family tree. The formidable and ruthless demeanor exhibited by Chen Xiao was a far cry from the courteous, gentle, and even submissive character she remembered from her past. Why had such a profound transformation occurred in Chen Xiao? Why did the courses of their lives diverge so significantly? Chen Wanqing's brow furrowed, burdened by uncertainty. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her expression tightened. If I can be reborn, does that not imply that Chen Xiao could also have been reborn? If this is the case with this thought, her countenance grew increasingly grave. She was acutely aware of how Chen Xiao had been neglected by their parents, how they had never regarded him with any affection, and how Chen Tianwang had deceitfully stripped Chen Xiao of his shares and position as head of the family, ultimately banishing him. Even then, they had not ceased their machinations against him, orchestrating schemes that led to Chen Xiao's imprisonment for 10 years. If he returned to this life with such grievances, then Chen Xiao's current ferocity and ruthless disregard for kin could be readily explained. Fortunately, a Xiao has also been reborn, and, thankfully, time is still on our side. Everything is still within reach. Chen Wanqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. A Xiao, in my previous life, I failed to fulfill my duties as an elder sister. Fortunately, heaven has granted me a chance to start anew. A Xiao, in this lifetime, I am determined to make amends for my shortcomings towards you. Chapter 071, The Heir of the Chen Family. In the ancestral home of the Chen family, Chen Xiao held an old Nokia mobile phone, enveloped in silence. Most of the messages he sent had received replies, and the plans he laid out years ago had largely unfolded as anticipated, save for a few anomalies. Qian Tong, now ranked among the top 10 wealthiest individuals in the Great Xia, according to the Forbes list, was someone Chen Xiao had first encountered when he was managing a company on the brink of bankruptcy, nearly driven to the edge by debt collectors. A brief investigation into Qian Tong's background revealed that he possessed considerable talent, but had been ensnared in a scheme that led to his dire straits. Thus, Chen Xiao brokered a deal with him. Chen Xiao would alleviate his immediate financial crisis, and in return, Qian Tong would pledge his loyalty to serve Chen Xiao. Subsequently, Chen Xiao provided him with initial capital and numerous investment recommendations for the future. Unsurprisingly, within a mere 5 years, Qian Tong amassed a fortune in the billions, emerging as one of the foremost tycoons in the country. Yet, despite his success, he had failed to demonstrate loyalty. A day had elapsed since Chen Xiao sent his message, and Qian Tong had yet to respond. It would be one thing if he had met with an untimely demise, but just an hour ago, he had appeared on a live news broadcast, laughing and conversing with ease. Chen Xiao gazed calmly out the window, his expression inscrutable, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Huang Meiyun entered briskly, clutching a stack of documents. 3 significant pieces of news, she announced. Firstly, Chen Wanqing was poisoned and killed by Chen Tianwang last night. And, this morning, the Du family sent a car to take her to Jiangsheng for a posthumous marriage. Chen Xiao paused, realizing that Chen Tianwang had indeed been driven to desperation, hastily sacrificing Chen Wanqing. Secondly, the Du family was annihilated at noon today. The main lineage led by Du Zhanbong and Du Hong was entirely slaughtered, with no survivors left in the Du estate, which was set ablaze by what appears to be professional assassins. Huang Meiyun hesitated, her expression tense as she looked at Chen Xiao. How did you manage this? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by how did I manage this? I had no hand in it, though he hadn't orchestrated it himself. He was aware of the message he had received from Wu Yi, knowing that Lei Wenwan had placed a bounty on him, which Wu Yi had altered. Now that the Du family had been eradicated, it seemed a killer organization from the Nightfall platform had taken a contract. Well, the Du family had been tyrannical for years, offending many. Their downfall was, in many ways, to be expected. The third piece of news was that Chen Wanqing had returned to life. Puffed. Chen Xiao, having just taken a sip of water, spewed it out upon hearing this revelation. What nonsense is this? She's back from the dead? Huang Meiyun observed the large water stain on his white shirt, a playful smile gracing her face. Oh dear, you've soaked yourself. Enough with the antics. Let's address the matter at hand. What do you mean by Chen Wanqing is back? Quite literally, we thought Chen Wanqing was dead. But after being taken to the Du family, she inexplicably crawled out of her coffin. If it weren't for our surveillance on the Du family's informants sending us photos, I too would find it hard to believe that someone could return from the dead. As she spoke, Huang Meiyun handed her phone to Chen Xiao, revealing a photograph of Chen Wanqing emerging from the coffin, her face pale, yet her eyes resolute, undoubtedly human, not a reanimated corpse. It seems Chen Tianwang may have procured counterfeit poison. So the question arises, did the expired poison lose its potency or become even more lethal? Huang Meiyun paused, lost in thought. Enough of this. Accompany me to Jinxiao Plaza. All right. Huang Meiyun quickly regained her composure and followed Chen Xiao. In the heart of Pingjiang City, Jinxiao Plaza stood as the largest shopping center and a prominent landmark, funded by the Chen Group, attracting over 50 million visitors annually and generating sales exceeding 100 billion. Upon entering, Chen Xiao immediately drew the attention of many gazes. Tall and handsome, adorned in designer attire, with a $1 million watch on his wrist and exuding the aura of a wealthy scion, he was the center of attention wherever he went. Accompanying him was the strikingly beautiful Huang Meiyun, clad in a form-fitting office uniform that showcased her long legs, drawing even more eyes. Behind them trailed 6 burly bodyguards, looking reminiscent of characters from the Matrix. Were we here for today? To purchase a few garments and attend to some matters, Chen Xiao replied, leading Huang Meiyun into a boutique men's clothing store. The staff, recognizing the pair's stature and the imposing bodyguards, immediately approached with enthusiasm. Chen Xiao casually selected several casual outfits and headed to the fitting room to try them on. Upon emerging, Huang Meiyun's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. What do you think? Quite nice indeed. Huang Meiyun's eyes shone with admiration, and her hand instinctively reached toward Chen Xiao's abdomen, though it would look even better without it. She giggled, her laughter light and airy. Chen Xiao twitched his lips before requesting the attendant to wrap up his chosen items, swiping his card before departing. After browsing a few more stores and purchasing several more outfits, thankfully, the 6 bodyguards were more than capable of carrying the bags. They strolled leisurely. As they passed a luxury goods store, a commotion within piqued Chen Xiao's interest. This one, and this one are not needed. Pack up the rest for my brother. Such extravagant spending left the female salesperson in a state of excitement, as she realized that this single purchase could surpass the monthly earnings of the store, sending her commission soaring. With a professional smile, she prepared to bag the luxury items. Sir, your total comes to 9,687,000. I'll round it down to 9,680,000 for you. The young man scoffed, while a gaunt man standing beside him interjected. You gotta be kidding. You don't know who we are? We are Qianji's people. This plaza belongs to Qiange. Do you dare to ask him for money? The salesperson froze, unsure of how to respond, as the 2 young men grabbed their purchases and turned to leave. In a panic, she rushed to block their path. Wait. I'm new and not familiar with the situation. Let me contact our manager. Please hold on a moment. The gaunt man leered, reaching toward the salesperson's collar. Waiting isn't a problem, but you can't make me wait idly. Come here. He yanked her into his embrace. and her terrified struggles only served to further incite his predatory instincts. Just then, a short, stout, middle-aged man rushed into the luxury store. Upon seeing him, the salesperson cried out like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, "Manager, save me!" To her dismay, the manager ignored her cries. Hurrying straight to the young man, known as Qian Gu, bowing and scraping. "Young Master Chen, why didn't you inform me of your visit?" "Just browsing, same old arrangement. Just put on the account." "Yes, of course." The store manager, Zhu Xiaoxing, nodded vigorously, a sycophantic grin spreading across his face. "And this female employee, whom my brother fancies, I shall take her as well. We shall heed young Master Chen's wishes." The female employee was momentarily stunned. She had anticipated a savior, yet instead, she found herself pushed further into the abyss. "Manager, how can you do this? I came here to work, not to be sold." Slap. Zhu Xiaoxing struck her across the face, declaring, "It is a blessing that the two young masters have taken an interest in you. Do you even know who this is?" "Young Master Chen Qian, the heir of the Chen family conglomerate. This entire Jin Xiao Plaza belongs to the Chen family. Angering him means you will find no place to stand in Pingjiang." Instantly, the female employee was frozen in place. Chen Qian's lips curled into a smug smile, his eyes brimming with arrogance. It had been ages since he felt such exaltation, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. Of course, this was all contingent upon the absence of a certain voice. "Heir, why was I not aware that I had such a grandson wandering out there?" Chapter 072, My Father, Kai Huasong. The familiar voice nearly rendered our proud Chen Qian into a state of panic, his legs trembling, almost collapsing to the ground. "Who dares to disrespect young Master Chen?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoxing recognized his moment to shine and erupted in fury, turning towards the entrance to shout. He was met with the sight of Chen Xiao entering, flanked by 6 burly bodyguards, which swiftly silenced Zhu Xiaoxing. While ingratiating oneself was undoubtedly important, it was clear that preserving one's life took precedence. Given the formidable physique of these bodyguards, a single punch could easily render him into a crumpled heap. Chen Xiao approached Chen Qian, looking down upon him condescendingly, and patted his face. "Who appointed you as the heir of the Chen family?" Big brother. This is all a misunderstanding." Chen Qian, humiliated by Chen Xiao's treatment, could muster only a forced smile, one more grotesque than tears, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his voice trembled. "Big brother? Who are you to address me in such a manner?" Chen Xiao's low growl made Chen Qian retract his neck in fear, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistake." Beside him, Kai Kuan, witnessing Chen Qian's pathetic state, was immediately filled with rage. "Brother Qian, what are you afraid of? Chen Xiao is merely a useless toy we used to play with. Why fear him?" With that, Kai Kuan swaggered over to Chen Xiao, looking up defiantly. "You, Chen, kneel and bow 3 times to my brother Qian. If you do, I, Kuan, will spare your life. Otherwise, smack." Chen Xiao, losing patience with Kai Kuan's delusions, backhanded him back to reality. "You dare strike me? My father has never laid a hand on me." Kai Kuan exclaimed, incredulous, clutching his face. "Why should I care? I'm not your father." "That is a fair point. Indeed, it's none of your concern." Kai Kuan nodded, only to suddenly realize he was mistaken. "Wait, not only did you hit me, but you also insulted me. I'll make you pay." With that, Kai Kuan lunged at Chen Xiao. Bang! Chen Xiao kicked Kai Kuan squarely in the chest, sending him flying several meters, landing like a turtle on the ground. Kai Kuan struggled to raise his head, terror and fury evident in his eyes. Chen Xiao's brutal display had left Chen Qian pale and trembling like a leaf in the wind. "I hear this plaza belongs to your family?" Chen Xiao glared down at Chen Qian. "You take things without paying an attempt to forcefully abduct a woman in broad daylight? Even I, as a chairman, must pay for my purchases. Who do you think you are to be so brazen?" With every word Chen Xiao uttered, Chen Qian's body quivered, sweat cascading down his face, his voice dwindling to a whisper. I, Brother Qian, what are you afraid of?" He asked, just relying on his bodyguards. "I'll call for reinforcements right now. I refuse to believe we can't deal with him today." Kai Kuan scrambled to his feet, rubbing his chest as he fumbled for his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed, his gaze fixed menacingly on Chen Xiao. Without needing Chen Xiao's command, 2 bodyguards rushed forward, snatched Kai Kuan's phone, and smashed it to smithereens, then delivered a powerful slap that sent him spinning. Kai Kuan, that's it, looked up with blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes glazed over as he muttered, "You hit me?" What was initially a question transformed into a fervent invitation in the ears of the 2 bodyguards. "Very well," they responded, and one delivered a punch that left Kai Kuan bruised and bloodied. Kai Kuan howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Yet, this was merely the beginning. One bodyguard, with a hand as large as a fan, lifted Kai Cohen from the ground, while the other treated him like a punching bag, raining down blows upon him. Ouch! Ah! Kai Cohen cried out in despair. You bastards! Do you know who my father is? My father is Kai Huasong. Your father is simply a fool, and you are destined to receive this beating. With that, the bodyguard's punches grew more ferocious, each strike accompanied by a fierce whoosh. As Kai Cohen's body swayed like a rag doll, Kai Cohen's cries echoed throughout the store. Chen Qian could no longer suppress his rising panic and collapsed to the ground. Young Master Chen, we were wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please let us go. With the absence of the Chen Tianwang family, Chen Qian realized that feigning innocence would not elicit any assistance. He resorted to begging for mercy. How amusing. Do you think this is a playground? You waltz in here, robbing nearly 10 million worth of goods, and now you shamelessly ask me to let you go. Do you truly believe that is possible? Chen Qian was momentarily stunned, his complexion shifting dramatically. Robbery? What robbery? What are you talking about? He gestured towards a pile of expensive luxury goods neatly packaged nearby. Those are mine, he hurriedly defended. Oh, did you pay for them? Chen Qian was momentarily at a loss for words. And your earlier coercive behavior towards the female employee was captured on surveillance. If you claim you didn't rob her, does that mean it was solely his doing? Chen Xiao pointed towards Kai Cohen, still being mercilessly pummeled. Chen Qian's face turned ashen, sweat pouring down as he stammered. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to take it without payment. I was just planning to settle the bill later. I've always done it this way. Oh, is that so? Chen Xiao turned to the store manager, Zhu Xiaoxing. Is what he says true? Zhu Xiaoxing's heart raced, palms sweating. Why, yes, it's true. Young Master Chen has always kept a tab. Zhu Xiaoxing replied, his voice trembling. Then did he settle the bill later? Well, he settled a bit, I suppose. How much is a bit? 1 million, 2 million, or just $1 or $2? Spare me your ramblings. Show me the accounts. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoxing's face grew increasingly pale, struggling to articulate a coherent response. I. Unable to produce them? No worries. I'll call your headquarters to verify the sales records. If even a single item doesn't match, it will all fall on you. Dear store manager. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoxing immediately dropped to his knees, pleading, Young Master Chen, spare me. Let us not dwell on the numerous items that Chen Qian has left on credit at their store over the years. Rather, let us consider the instances of his embezzlement and self-enrichment since he assumed the role of manager. There are indeed quite a few. While minor losses are often reported casually, should the higher-ups insist on a thorough audit, he would find himself in an inextricable predicament, as it is impossible to wipe one's slate clean entirely. Every transaction involving Chen Qian at our establishment has been meticulously documented. I shall retrieve the records at once. With that, Zhu Xiaoxing dashed toward the cash register, frantically rummaging through the ledger, his hands trembling as he presented it to Chen Xiao, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, silently praying that these accounts would spare him from ruin. As Chen Xiao perused the ledger, scrutinizing each page, he could not suppress a chuckle. An outstanding balance of over 87 million with personal payments amounting to zero. What a remarkable situation. Meilan, call the police, he commanded. At this pronouncement, Chen Qian was utterly astonished. The items he had left on credit were never intended to be paid for. It was not just him. Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan also frequented the mall on similar terms, relying on Jinxiao Plaza to settle the bills. However, the gravity of the situation could not be overstated. At best, it could be viewed as a debt or a financial dispute, which could be resolved with a repayment. Yet, if Chen Xiao were to pursue this matter relentlessly, claiming illegal appropriation or embezzlement, it might very well lead to imprisonment. Moreover, their actions today could be construed as robbery, or, at the very least, as instigating trouble, a charge severe enough to bring dire consequences. Contemplating this, a newfound determination appeared on Chen Qian's face, and an unprecedented force surged through him as he sprang to his feet, scrambling towards the exit. If he could escape, if he could return home, with Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan by his side, he believed he would be safe. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to flee. Bang! A swift kick from a bodyguard shattered Chen Qian's hopes of escape. Chapter 073. Chen Qian and Kai Cohen captured together. After thoroughly beating and subduing Chen Qian, the bodyguards escorted him and Kai Cohen to the management office of Jinxiao Plaza. Soon, the head of Jinxiao Plaza, Yang Zhen, arrived at the scene, his expression darkening upon seeing the battered Chen Qian and the grim-faced Chen Xiao. Chairman, why did you not inform us of your arrival? I could have arranged for a welcoming committee, Yang Zhen remarked with a feigned smile, though his tone betrayed no respect, instead veering towards flippancy. Fetch the financial records from the past few years, Chen Xiao instructed. Yang Zhen's expression shifted momentarily before he donned a cheerful facade once more. Chairman Chen, the records are quite extensive. It may take some time to prepare. Please bear with me. With that, he turned and departed. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Zhen returned, accompanied by several finance personnel and a laptop. Chen Xiao accepted the computer, opened the accounting system, and began to browse through the records casually. Yang Zhen exchanged knowing glances with his finance team, smirking. With a multitude of shops at Jinxiao Plaza, daily sales records were almost unfathomable. Even professional auditing teams required months to conduct thorough reviews. What could Chen Xiao possibly glean from such a haphazard glance? Surely, he was merely attempting to assert his authority, to intimidate them into compliance. Mr. Yang, since the year before last, Jinxiao Plaza sales have declined year on year, with this year's first 2 quarters showing a 30% drop in profit compared to last year. What is the reason for this? Chen Xiao suddenly inquired. Yang Zhen, having anticipated the question, donned a look of feigned perplexity. Chairman Chen, I too am powerless in this situation. The economic climate has been unfavorable these past 2 years. Consumers have little disposable income, and the rise of e-commerce has intensified competition for our brick-and-mortar stores, Yang Zhen replied. I see that several million, even tens of millions, are allocated monthly for marketing and promotions. Where exactly is that money being spent? Despite such substantial marketing expenditures, why has sales volume not increased but rather declined? Chairman, you're still young. Marketing is not as straightforward as you might think. We employ professional marketing firms, but if the results are unsatisfactory, there's little I can do. The economic environment is simply too poor, Yang Zhen retorted, adopting an attitude of indifference, deflecting all blame onto the broader economic conditions. Chen Xiao nodded, choosing not to press further, which left Yang Zhen feeling smug, believing he had successfully evaded the inquiry. Before long, the police arrived. Upon witnessing Kai Kuan and Chen Qian, both battered and resembling bloodied rag dolls, they were momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching for their handcuffs to apprehend the bodyguard standing nearby. Officers, do not be mistaken. These two, Kai Kuan and Chen Qian, attempted to rob the store and assaulted women. My bodyguards heroically intervened to stop their unlawful actions, safeguarding innocent citizens, Chen Xiao asserted, swiftly legitimizing the bodyguards' violent actions, to the point where the officers nearly felt inclined to commend them. Officers, here is the surveillance footage documenting their attempt to rob the store and their assault on women, along with the stolen items. Chen Xiao presented the evidence before the police. Chen Qian's complexion grew increasingly ashen, his lips trembling as he attempted to protest, but could only stammer incoherently. No, that's not true. I did not rob anyone. I merely left without paying for my purchases. Very well, we will investigate the matter further. For now, you all must accompany us to the police station to provide your statements, the 2 officers declared, guiding Kai Kuan and Chen Qian away, with the 2 bodyguards who had previously assaulted Kai Kuan trailing behind. As they passed by Chen Xiao, Kai Kuan lifted his head, shooting her a venomous glare before a wicked smile crept across his face. Chen Xiao, you are finished. I will make you suffer beyond imagination, and you will regret crossing me. Ouch, what are you doing? Kai Kuan's curses were abruptly interrupted by the officer's rough handling. Wait a moment, officers. Chen Xiao suddenly called out to the departing police, who turned back with serious expressions. Is there something else? I wish to report another crime. Someone has embezzled company assets to a staggering extent. Here is the evidence, Chen Xiao said, taking a stack of documents from Huang Meiyun and handing them to the officers. And this laptop contains fabricated accounts. At her words, Yang Zhen and his associates turned pale, exchanging panicked glances. Meanwhile, the police displayed expressions of intrigue. Chairman, could this be a misunderstanding? I have been diligent in my duties at the company over the years. Do not heed the slander of petty individuals. You have certainly been diligent in undermining the company, Chen Xiao retorted. Did you think Jinxiao Plaza was a realm where you could operate unchecked, conducting your underhanded dealings without consequence? With that, she flung a stack of documents at Yang Zhen's face. Yang Zhen glanced at a few of the pages and instantly turned ashen, his legs buckling beneath him as he nearly collapsed to the ground, his lips quivering but unable to utter a single word. The economic climate may be poor, but your pockets seem quite full. Hundreds of thousands spent monthly on promotions, yet you haven't even printed a single flyer. Do you truly believe everyone is a fool? Ensnared in your web of deceit? Do you think I would come here today without evidence? Yang Zhen trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, tears of a crocodile streaming down his face. Chairman Chen, I am so sorry. I was wrong. I will return the embezzled funds. Please, I beg you, do not report me. I truly understand my mistakes. You do not know, you are afraid. I just gave you a chance to explain, yet you failed to seize it. Chen Xiao's gaze was icy as it pierced through Yang Zhen. In an instant, Yang Zhen's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of profound regret flooding his heart. Had I confessed everything just now, would you have spared me? What a delusion. Spare you? You embezzled company funds. Taking advantage of me. What makes you believe I would let you off the hook? On the day I assumed the role of chairman of the group, I warned you all, return the benefits you pilfered from the company, and I would generously overlook your past misdeeds. Yet, it seems my words were treated as mere wind. Rest assured, you are the first, but certainly not the last. Soon, your old acquaintances will join you. With that, Chen Xiao turned his back on Yang Zhen. All right, officers. You may take him away now. We will provide all evidence of Yang Zhen's crimes subsequently. The police nodded, signaling to a colleague to place handcuffs on Yang Zhen. He collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, staring vacantly at the ceiling as waves of remorse engulfed him. Chapter 074. The Du family goes missing. Chen Qian in a frenzy. Pingjiang City is neither overwhelmingly vast nor insignificantly small. The news of Yang Zhen's arrest for embezzlement, with the whistleblower being the chairman of the group, quickly spread through high society. In an instant, the executives of the Chen Corporation were gripped by trepidation. For many of them had their own skeletons in the closet. However, they remained uncertain whether Chen Xiao possessed evidence against them. Would Yang Zhen's fate become their own? This unease spread like a contagion, prompting numerous individuals to discreetly probe one another, seeking to gauge the situation. Some, paralyzed by fear, voluntarily confessed their own illicit actions over the years, compensating the company for its losses. To these individuals, Chen Xiao indeed provided a chance for redemption, choosing not to pursue further action. Consequently, others began to gamble on luck, offering half-hearted admissions in an attempt to evade consequences. These individuals, having paid their dues, still found themselves incarcerated. Chen Xiao's unyielding purge within the Chen Corporation, while not entirely revitalizing the company, did enhance its commercial reputation to a certain degree. Moreover, the compensation from those executives resulted in a sudden influx of over 10 billion into the group's cash flow. This news, in turn, acted as a potent stimulant for the stock market. As the afternoon approached the closing bell, the stock of the Chen Corporation, which had been languishing due to the imprisonment of numerous shareholders, unexpectedly surged against the tide. A wave of limit-up trading saw the company's market value soar by 100 billion. For investors holding shares in the Chen Corporation, this was undoubtedly an unforeseen jubilation. Except, of course, for a certain individual. What does Du Heng mean by this? It's nearly nightfall, and the funds have yet to arrive. Even if they were to haul it in by cart, the Du family should have made it here by now, shouldn't they? In the villa, Chen Qian chain-smoked, occasionally glancing at his phone, yet there was not a single message or call. He hesitated to reach out directly, considering the recent tragedy of the Du family's son. Pursuing payment too aggressively might provoke their ire. Perhaps Wan Qing has arrived, anxious to arrange the funeral rites. I should wait a little longer. After 2 more hours of waiting, by 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Qian could no longer restrain himself and dialed Du Heng's number. His urgency was palpable, as the loan from Xinyong was due in 2 days. If he failed to gather enough funds to repay the debt, his 15 stake would be rendered worthless. He had witnessed the surge in the Chen Corporation stock today. The market value had increased by 100 billion, enhancing the worth of his shares by 15 billion, which only heightened his anxiety. Gripping the phone tightly, Chen Qian heard a familiar voice on the other end. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Stunned, he felt a sinking sensation in his chest and quickly dialed Lei Wenzhuan's number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. The identical message alerted Chen Qian to a troubling situation. What is going on? The calls won't connect? Those scoundrels from the Du family can't possibly be trying to evade their obligations, can they? As this thought crossed his mind, sweat began to bead on his forehead. For this money, he had sacrificed even his own daughter. If the Du family truly reneged on the debt, he would be left with nothing but loss, both his daughter and his finances. The critical issue was that he had no means to sue them. If this matter escalated, it would inevitably unearth the cause of Chen Wanqing's death. Currently, only Chen Tianwang and Lin Meilan were privy to the truth. When Chen Yaxin and Chen Ruoqiu inquired, they were told that Chen Wanqing had gone on a business trip. As time passed and she became unreachable, they would simply declare her missing, and, after a few years, she would be legally declared dead. Chen Tianwang had meticulously orchestrated this entire plan. Du Heng, you old scoundrel, I hope you're already dead. If I find out you are deliberately avoiding me to evade your debts, I swear I will kill you. Chen Tianwang clenched his phone, his eyes reddening, teeth grinding in frustration. Suddenly, the phone rang. Chen Tianwang, nearly leaping off the sofa in excitement, hastily answered without even checking the caller ID. "Hello, in-law. I have finally received your call. Hello, is this Chen Qian? A strange male voice responded. Chen Qian paused, scrutinizing the incoming number, realizing it was indeed unfamiliar. He frowned, his mood darkening. "Who are you, and how do you have my number?" "I am from the city's criminal police. Is Chen Qian your son?" Upon hearing Chen Qian's name, Chen Tianwang's heart raced, his demeanor turning grave, his voice trembling. "Yes, I am his father. What has happened?" "Your son is implicated in robbery and sexual assault. Please come to the city criminal police station at once." Chen Tianwang's face paled in an instant. "No, officer. There must be some misunderstanding. My son is so kind. How could he possibly commit robbery? Are you trying to scam me? I have no interest in scamming you. You will understand the situation better once you arrive at the police station." "All right, I'm on my way. Please do not harm my son." With that, Chen Tianwang wasted no time, hastily driving away into the night. By the time Chen Xiao returned to the old Chen residence, it was already 8 o'clock. On the road in front of the mansion, a figure donned in a red wedding gown stood silently at the roadside. When a Rolls-Royce appeared, the figure suddenly sprang into action, rushing out to block the car's path. The driver, startled, slammed on the brakes, causing everyone inside to lurch forward due to inertia. "What is happening?" Chen Xiao frowned and asked tersely. "Master, there's a woman in a red dress." The driver, swallowing hard, pointed at the woman in red, his voice quivering. Though he was strong and capable, able to handle multiple men, he felt an innate fear when faced with supernatural beings. In the back seat, Chen Xiao and Lin Meilan peered through the windshield, and with the aid of the headlights, Chen Xiao immediately recognized the identity of the spectral figure. Chen Wanqing? At that moment, Chen Wanqing appeared ghostly pale, her hair a tangled mess, and her appearance disheveled. Draped in a crimson bridal gown and adorned with embroidered red shoes, she unexpectedly appeared on the sparsely populated highway on this chilly night, eliciting an unsettling aura. Had it not been Chen Xiao seated in the car, but rather Chen Tianwang, he might have been struck with sheer terror, succumbing to a heart attack, convinced that Chen Wanqing had returned as a vengeful spirit to collect a debt. As Chen Xiao alighted from the vehicle, he approached Chen Wanqing with an impassive demeanor and in a low voice demanded, "What brings you here?" Upon witnessing his frigid expression, Chen Wanqing felt a sharp pang in her heart, tears streaming uncontrollably as guilt and remorse overwhelmed her, leaving her nearly breathless. At last, unable to contain the tempest of emotions raging within her, she flung her arms wide and lunged towards Chen Xiao. "Xiao, sorry." "I." A resounding thud echoed as Chen Xiao forcefully shoved her to the ground. "Get lost." The icy dismissal, a single word, pierced Chen Wanqing's heart like a dagger. She collapsed to the ground, tears blurring her vision, her voice choked with emotion. Sorry, Xiao. I realize my mistakes. I only wanted to apologize." "What kinship are you trying to evoke? Did you ever call me Xiao? And what gives you the right to call yourself older sister? If you don't know how to speak properly, I wouldn't mind having someone teach you." With that, several bodyguards behind Chen Xiao stepped forward. A bitter smile graced Chen Wanqing's lips as she shook her head in resignation. Having been reborn, reflecting on her past transgressions, she knew she was unworthy of Chen Xiao's forgiveness. In her previous life, her indifference towards him, her disregard in his hour of need, and her doubt when he was slandered by Chen Qian caused him immense suffering. Should such experiences have befallen her, she would have found it even harder to forgive. "Xiao, you must have been reborn too, right?" The unexpected utterance from Chen Wanqing caused Chen Zhao's pupils to constrict. Also, the single word hinted at significant implications. No wonder she had returned from death. "In my past life, I owed you too much. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I must do everything in my power to make amends for you. Xiao, would you grant me that opportunity?" Chen Wanqing's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears as her voice trembled, instinctively reaching for Chen Zhao's hand. Chen Xiao forcefully wrenched his hand away, coldly retorting, "I don't understand the nonsense you're spouting. Get as far away from me as possible." "Xiao, don't you want to know what truly transpired in our past life? Who was it that conspired against you? Don't you want to know?" Chen Xiao paused momentarily, yet continued to ignore her, returning to the car and loudly commanded, "Drive. If she doesn't yield, run her over." A heavy weight settled in Chen Wanqing's heart. Gritting her teeth and fighting back tears, she slowly rose to her feet, only to be overcome by a wave of weakness, her legs giving way as she collapsed once more, unconscious. "Leave her, drive." Chen Zhao's expression darkened. "Wait." Huang Meiyan suddenly called for a halt, stepping out of the car to check on Chen Wanqing. Her brow furrowed as she realized the situation was dire. "She's not faking. She has a high fever. What does that have to do with me? Are you not the least bit curious about what she just said?" Chen Xiao remained silent, his fingers lightly tapping the leather seat. Lin Meilan smiled gently, tugging at the hem of his shirt. If you're not curious, at least indulge my curiosity, would you? After a moment of silence, Chen Xiao pondered. In his previous life, he had been wrongfully imprisoned, yet until his dying breath, he remained unaware of who had orchestrated his downfall. The Chen Qian family undoubtedly played a part. Zhuo Qingqing had provided false testimony, which Chen Xiao later discovered by chance. But were there others involved, and what roles did they play? Though he had resolved to ensure they all faced consequences in this life, the inability to uncover the full truth gnawed at him like a thorn in his heart. If Chen Wanqing had indeed been reborn, perhaps this was an opportunity to learn the entire truth. Put her in the trunk, he finally instructed after a moment's consideration. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Lin Meilan instructed the servants to take Chen Wanqing to a guest room in the annex. After the family doctor administered a fever-reducing injection, she also assigned 2 bodyguards to keep watch over her in shifts. The following morning, before Chen Wanqing had awakened, an unexpected visitor arrived. Master, Chen Qian is at the front gate, requesting an audience. Chen Qian? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. He must be here regarding Chen Qian. Master, should we meet with him? Hu Zhongwen inquired. Let him wait, Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, continuing his breakfast. I'm not up yet. Let him stew for a while. Understood. Outside, Chen Tianwang paced anxiously. A mix of irritation and worry etched across his face. It was only after visiting the police station last night that he learned the full extent of Chen Qian's misdeeds. To say that what Chen Qian had done was trivial would be an understatement. In their affluent circles, it was commonplace for those with shops or businesses to acquire goods without payment, and naturally, accounts would be settled. As for the alleged misconduct towards a female employee, it hardly amounted to anything. A mere bribe of several $100,000 could easily persuade her to withdraw her complaint, rendering the accusations moot. Such matters were second nature to the elite. Had this been before, when Chen Tianwang was still the acting chairman of the group, these issues would never have surfaced. And even if they did, they could be effortlessly resolved. But now, the reins were firmly in Chen Xiao's hands. Chen Xiao was adamant about holding Chen Qian accountable, insisting on treating the matter as a criminal case. Although there would still be a court trial, and Chen Tianwang could enlist formidable lawyers to exonerate Chen Qian, the time spent in detention before the trial would be torturous for his beloved son, a fate he could not bear. Despite knowing that seeking Chen Xiao's help might result in failure, he felt compelled to try. Determined to have Chen Xiao drop the charges, his precious son could not endure even a moment of hardship. Having spent half a day at the police station, when Chen Tianwang finally saw Chen Qian, he noted the significant toll the ordeal had taken on him. The panic and fatigue in his son's eyes filled him with sorrow. Uncle Hu, can I see that boy now? Chen Tianwang approached Hu Zhongyan as he exited, only to be forcibly pushed back by 2 bodyguards. Hu Zhongyan stepped forward, his expression devoid of emotion, before suddenly raising his arm and delivering a sharp slap across Chen Tianwang's face. Disrespecting the head of the Chen family deserves punishment. You, staggered by the blow. Chen Tianwang felt his cheek burn with pain, rage boiling within him. Just as he was about to retaliate, he noticed the 2 imposing bodyguards stepping closer, instantly cowing him into silence. Taking a deep breath, he forced a strained smile. Uncle Hu, may I see the head of the Chen family now? Umph. The master is still resting. You may speak with him when he awakens. With that, Hu Zhongman turned on his heel and left. Chen Tianwang's fury reached a boiling point at those words. This old cur, merely a dog raised by the Chen family, dares to show me disdain. Once I reclaim my rightful position as the head of the family, the very first act I shall undertake will be to expel you, you wretched mutt. Chen Tianwang suppressed his fury, cursing inwardly. He refrained from voicing his contempt openly. Otherwise, the 2 burly bodyguards before him would undoubtedly administer a sound thrashing. Reluctantly, Chen Tianwang could do naught but anxiously await outside the door.